Martial Peak, Chapter 5110, Unconstrained. Shrieks were heard reverberating across this special space, each one representing the demise of a feudal lord's consciousness. He Yuan felt his heart sinking. When the last feudal lord's consciousness died, Yang Kai slowly turned around. While standing on the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, he stared dispassionately at He Yuan's consciousness. The tide of spiritual energy swirled around Yang Kai like a violent storm. "You're the only one left, He Yuan. Are you ready to die?" Yang Kai stepped towards his enemy, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus following closely. He Yuan roared, "You'll pay for underestimating me." Despite the ferocity in his tone, it was apparent that he was just acting tough. Just now, he had joined forces with more than 30 feudal lords, but they still couldn't hurt Yang Kai at all. Instead, they were the ones that were wiped out. More than 30 feudal lords had died, and he was the only one left now, so how was he supposed to be a match for Yang Kai? The only thing he could do was to stall for time so that the team he had sent could capture Yang Kai. After a sneer, Yang Kai said, "Let's see how you're going to make me pay then." Upon finishing his words, he drove the soul-warming lotus to charge towards He Yuan. A flustered He Yuan promptly ran away. While relentlessly chasing after him, Yang Kai mocked him by saying, "Didn't you say you'll make me pay the price? Is this how you do it? It's an eye-opener for me, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan was thoroughly ashamed and had the urge to stop in his tracks and fight it out with Yang Kai, but he didn't have the courage to do so. His consciousness was already wounded after the exchanges of moves with Yang Kai. If his injuries were exacerbated, he would have to get into a black ink nest and recuperate for a long time. Therefore, he did his best to avoid fighting with Yang Kai so that he wouldn't get hurt. Yang Kai wasn't a fool, so he soon realized what the other man was trying to achieve. "Are you stalling for time?" Certainly, He Yuan wouldn't respond to him, but his silence only confirmed Yang Kai's speculations. After giving it a thought, he figured out the other man's plan. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be some black ink clansmen coming to capture me. Am I right?" He Yuan finally responded, saying, "You can't flee. Surrender without a fight now." Yang Kai sneered, "We'll talk if you can survive." Upon figuring out He Yuan's plan, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't waste any time on him. He was worried that his physical body would be harmed by the black ink clansmen coming to attack him, so he exerted even more force with his attacks. Although He Yuan was trying to dodge, it was hard for him to do so. Left with no choice, he had to exchange moves with Yang Kai several times, which resulted in his aura weakening even further. On the other hand, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai became increasingly ferocious, abandoning all semblance of defense and only attacking. Barely an incense stick later, He Yuan realized that he could no longer persevere. His consciousness was badly wounded. It would take him several hundred years to heal this kind of injury. If he clashed with Yang Kai again, his consciousness would be destroyed, just like what happened to the feudal lords. Despite his unwillingness, there was nothing else he could do. He had paid a huge price, losing more than 30 feudal lords and suffering horrible injuries himself. However, he still hadn't managed to capture one seventh-order human like Yang Kai. This was the biggest humiliation in his life. Nevertheless, things had come to such a point where he could no longer turn things around. If He Yuan still didn't give up, he would be killed by Yang Kai before the team of feudal lords he sent could capture him. Therefore, at the last moment, he promptly decided to escape. Just as Yang Kai dashed forward with his violent tide of spiritual energy, he realized that He Yuan was nowhere in sight. At the same time, this special space, which had been locked since his arrival, was reopened. He ran away. Yang Kai ground his teeth, thinking that it was such a shame. If he could keep fighting with He Yuan, he had the confidence to kill the latter's consciousness. Unfortunately, He Yuan was the one who could decide whether he would open up the space, and he didn't give Yang Kai a chance to kill him. Killing a territory lord would be a huge contribution. By doing so, not only could it significantly weaken the Black Ink clan's power, but it could also reduce the possible casualties of the human soldiers on the battlefield. Although Yang Kai had killed a territory lord before, he had joined forces with Bai Yi at that time to do so, and Zhu Feng, the territory lord in question, was already badly injured. Despite that, it had still been a perilous situation. In the end, Yang Kai managed to deal a lethal blow to Zhu Feng only by resorting to his dragon bead. The chance to fight with He Yuan this time was rare, and it was impossible to have such a chance again. However, even though He Yuan had fled, it wasn't like Yang Kai had achieved nothing. When he was dealing with He Yuan just now, he managed to ascertain his whereabouts. If he raced after him now, he might be able to kill him. Therefore, the instant Yang Kai realized that He Yuan had fled, he quickly retracted his consciousness and dashed out of the feudal lord's Black Ink nest. It was silent all around him with no Black Ink clansmen in sight, so he turned to look in a particular direction and shot into the sky. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai charged forward swiftly. About an hour later, he saw a group of Black Ink clansmen rushing over in his direction. What surprised him was that this team was entirely composed of feudal lords, about a dozen in total. This was obviously unusual. The strongest Black Ink clansmen had left to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass, and although there were still a lot who stayed back, and Yang Kai had come across many of them recently, it was the first time he saw a group that consisted of only feudal lords. This powerful team was obviously tasked with capturing Yang Kai. Was this the arrangement He Yuan had made? When Yang Kai was dealing with He Yuan earlier, these feudal lords must have been heading in his direction. Unfortunately, they came too late as the battle in the special space had ended long ago. They were still on their way when Yang Kai happened to run into them. It seemed that He Yuan was really located in that direction. While Yang Kai had discovered the team of feudal lords, the other party had certainly seen him as well. These feudal lords, who were moving at full speed, were flabbergasted as they stopped in their tracks and got ready to fight. Recently, Yang Kai had sent a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. All the teams that had come across Yang Kai were destroyed. Although they were all feudal lords, they still didn't have the confidence to defeat Yang Kai here. However, this human's consciousness was supposed to be trapped inside the Black Ink nest's network, and they just had to go over and capture his body. So, why was he here? Had He Yuan failed in his attempt to injure this human in that special space? Before these feudal lords could figure it out, Yang Kai was seen turning into a ray of light and charging towards them. Before he even arrived, his spear turned into countless shadows. The instant both parties clashed, the feudal lords exclaimed and grunted, feeling that the violent force had torn their defenses apart. In an instant, they were all blown backwards. Yang Kai directly moved past them and left this place without turning his head, soon disappearing from sight. The place was in a mess as black blood and Black Ink strength scattered everywhere. The feudal lords looked around with horrified expressions. 3 of them were killed by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, and the rest were injured. It seemed that this human was even more powerful than they had heard. The surviving feudal lords were glad that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill them. They had no idea why he was in a hurry as he only attacked them once and left, otherwise, all of them would have lost their lives. One of the feudal lords suddenly realized something. Is he after Sir He Yuan? When the feudal lords heard that, a myriad of expressions came over them. Even if that was true, there was nothing they could do. Now, they could only hope that He Yuan could capture that human, otherwise, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain would be humiliated. It only took Yang Kai another hour to rush over to a certain feudal lord's fief. The feudal lords guarding this fief were startled upon seeing Yang Kai, and before they could figure out what was going on, they were easily killed. When the only 2 feudal lords were dead, the other Black Ink clansmen in the fief certainly wouldn't be able to counterattack. Yang Kai directly barged into the Black Ink nest and searched around, but He Yuan was nowhere in sight. However, some of He Yuan's aura was left in the chamber inside the Black Ink nest, which suggested that he had been here not long ago. After dashing out of the black ink nest, Yang Kai caught a horrified high-rank black ink clansman by the throat and asked in a grim voice, "Where's He Yuan?" The high-rank black ink clansman breathed out a puff of black ink strength in an attempt to corrupt Yang Kai, but an unperturbed Yang Kai simply exerted more force with his hand and broke the other party's neck. He then caught another black ink clansman and asked, "Where's He Yuan?" Having witnessed what happened just now, the black ink clansman replied in horror, "I have no idea where Sir He Yuan went. He left in a hurry just now." "In what direction did he head?" The black ink clansman quickly pointed in a particular direction. Yang Kai tossed him away, and by the time the black ink clansman landed, he had lost his life. In the meantime, Yang Kai shot into the sky and raced after He Yuan. Since He Yuan had fled, it suggested that he was badly injured, and he had speculated that Yang Kai would come for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately run away after leaving the special space. Although Yang Kai had promptly pursued, he was still too late. Even if Yang Kai chased after He Yuan now, he might not be able to find him as the void was too vast. He also wouldn't have any solution if He Yuan was determined to hide. However, he wouldn't want to miss this rare chance. It would be best if he could kill He Yuan, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find him. One day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks somewhere in the void. Although he had searched around a large area for the entire day, he still hadn't discovered He Yuan's whereabouts. He felt that it was such a shame. With that said, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Most of the Black Ink clansmen had left Mu Guang's royal domain to fight with the humans from Yinyang Pass, so there were not a lot of them left in this place. The territory lords who stayed back had to assist Mu Guang to deal with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass, so they wouldn't have time to hunt Yang Kai down. Previously, he had to put his guard up as He Yuan was relentlessly pursuing him. Now that He Yuan had gone into hiding though, no one else in Mu Guang's royal domain could restrain him. In other words, Yang Kai could basically go anywhere in this royal domain. Given his mastery of the Tao of space, he wouldn't fall into danger as long as he was cautious enough. At the thought of this, he turned to look in a particular direction and grinned. Martial Peak, Chapter 5111, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Kong Chan's home territory was located in a dead universe world where there was a magnificent mid-rank black ink nest. Over the years, the black ink strength that had been emanating from the black ink nest had enveloped everything. There were over 1 million black ink clansmen living in this place, which was just as flourishing as He Yuan's territory. The strongest and most competent black ink clansmen had left with Kong Chan to intercept the human army, so although there were some feudal lords around, the rest of them were mostly high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. Over the past few days, a slight sense of tension could be felt among the black ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory. Rumor had it that a human named Yang Kai was on a killing spree in Mu Guang's royal domain. He had already destroyed 2 territory lord black ink nests, and his next target was Kong Chan's. Most of the black ink clansmen didn't believe this rumor. As far as they were concerned, even though the humans were strong and resilient, they couldn't resist the corruption of black ink strength, therefore, they had been hiding in their great passes all these years. Faced with the black ink clan's soldiers, they could only defend themselves. How was it possible that a single human had barged into the Black Ink clan's territory and even destroyed black ink nests belonging to the powerful territory lords? One day though, a 30,000-meter-long creature, which was covered in scales and radiating a golden light, arrived at this place, wielding a giant spear in its claws. The horrifying pressure this creature exuded sent chills down the spines of these high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. The humongous creature descended from the sky and forcefully swept his spear across the territory lord's black ink nest. The black ink nest, which had stood in this place for tens of thousands of years, given birth to countless black ink clansmen, and provided a resting place for all the black ink clansmen who were born here, was cut in half with just one strike. As the black ink nest fell, black ink strength gushed out of it like a flood. The black ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory were naturally flustered. The feudal lords promptly shot into the sky to repel the enemy. However, the Black Ink clansmen, who were much larger than ordinary humans, appeared as petite as ants in front of this behemoth. The terrifying creature didn't even spare these feudal lords a glance as he opened his mouth and spat out a horrifying flame. In an instant, many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. Kong Chan's territory was set ablaze, and countless Black Ink clansmen perished. The terrifying creature flitted across the sky, and wherever he went, he easily killed all the Black Ink clansmen within his reach. On top of that, he swept his claws across all the shops that were filled with resources. The moment his claws came into contact with the shops, they simply disappeared. Barely a cup of tea's time later, Kong Chan's territory was dyed with black blood. The Black Ink clansmen tried their best to resist by bombarding the creature with their attacks. Their attempt wasn't effective in the beginning, but soon, the creature grunted in pain as his blood scattered about. The battle didn't last for long. Only an incense stick of time had passed from when the terrifying creature appeared to when he was forced to retreat. Despite that, over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives and Kong Chan's territory had been destroyed. Innumerable amounts of resources and manpower were lost. What sent these Black Ink clansmen into despair though was that Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was thoroughly destroyed. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It could be said that all the Black Ink clansmen living in this place were nurtured by this Black Ink nest. To them, Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was profoundly important to them, a symbol of their very lives. But now, this Black Ink nest was destroyed. Although it was still alive, it would inevitably wither after it was cut down by the giant creature. Soon, this Black Ink nest would perish. These Black Ink clansmen were furious as they vowed to get their revenge, but how were they supposed to look for the colossal creature? After breaking the siege, the creature abruptly disappeared. Furthermore, after the territory lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, all the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory died. The information network had been disabled, so their ability to coordinate their efforts was severely hampered. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud and recuperating. In the past, he would be nervous when he recuperated as he was worried that He Yuan would find him. However, he didn't have to worry about that now. In the Black Ink nest space, he had severely injured He Yuan's soul. Just like him, He Yuan was probably hiding somewhere and recuperating, so he wouldn't dare to mess with Yang Kai. He should be glad that Yang Kai stopped trying to look for him. Without any territory lords around, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other Black Ink clansmen given his current strength. In such a situation, his presence in the Black Ink clan was like a flood dragon plunging into an ocean or a tiger in the mountains. He was simply unstoppable. Several days later, Yang Kai dashed out of the Black Ink cloud and headed straight in a particular direction. Although he ran into some Black Ink clansmen on his way, he easily killed them off as they were no match for him. Sometime later, he arrived at a new territory lord's territory. He had destroyed 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests already, so the Black Ink clansmen were obviously aware of his plans. Knowing that he had targeted the Black Ink nests belonging to the territory lords, the Black Ink clansmen resisted in an even more ferocious manner. The instant Yang Kai assumed his Grand Dragon form, the feudal lords, who had been hiding, rushed out to deal with him. Upon seeing so many Black Ink feudal lords, Yang Kai counted and realized there were over 100 of them. Despite being a Grand Dragon, Yang Kai still felt apprehensive. He was indeed powerful and able to escape from a territory lord as he was no match for such a master. However, there was no way he could defeat 100 feudal lords in a frontal clash. Yang Kai had no idea whose territory this was, but from the looks of it, he knew that all of the feudal lords who stayed behind had gathered together in this place to defend the territory lord's Black Ink nest. It was no wonder that when he arrived at a feudal lord Black Ink nest to ascertain the location of the territory lord's Black Ink nest earlier, he faced no organized resistance at all. That was because they were all waiting for him here. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai still charged at the feudal lords, who apparently hadn't expected that he would be so unrelenting. Seeing that the 30,000-meter creature was coming at them with a gigantic spear, the feudal lords instinctively dodged. The Grand Dragon directly plowed through the feudal lord's lines, forcefully enduring the attacks that came at him. Dragon blood splashed everywhere and dragon scales were shattered and broken, while some unlucky feudal lords were instantly killed as they came into contact with Azure Dragon's spear. With that said, the casualties were insignificant compared to the total number of feudal lords in this place. Regardless, Yang Kai just had to break through their blockade. Ignoring the attacks coming from behind, he directly struck the territory lord's black ink nest with his Azure Dragon spear. After a long time of dealing with the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai came to realize that the Black Ink nests were actually quite frail. Basically, the Black Ink nests were defenseless. Even if he was in his human form, he could easily destroy a Black Ink nest with one strike, not to mention in his Grand Dragon form with the Azure Dragon spear in his claws. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't need to get tangled up with these feudal lords. His target had always been to destroy the territory lord's Black Ink nest. As a Grand Dragon with the Azure Dragon spear, Yang Kai's attack was unimaginably destructive. Following the strike, the Black Ink nest collapsed to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even take another glance at it as he flew across the sky above the prosperous city and spat out dragon breath, instantly killing tens of thousands of weaker Black Ink clansmen. The 100 feudal lords were relentlessly pursuing him from behind as they continuously cast violent attacks at him in an attempt to take him down. Although Yang Kai did his best to dodge the attacks, his figure was too massive, so almost all of them struck him, causing him to tremble and roar. In such a situation, he couldn't possibly rob the shops as a moment of delay would greatly exacerbate his injuries. Despite thinking that it was such a shame, he had achieved his main goal, therefore, Yang Kai did not hesitate to shoot into the sky and leave. The feudal lords were still chasing after him, however, after Yang Kai returned to his human form, he manipulated space principles several times and easily shook off his pursuers. Since Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, these feudal lords had no choice but to give up. They turned around and saw that the Black Ink nest was withering and could not be saved. Although they had caused some damage to the Grand Dragon, they didn't manage to make him stay behind and he had successfully fled in the end. Another territory lord Black Ink nest was destroyed and all of the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain were alerted. No one knew when Yang Kai would jump out of nowhere and make a move on another territory lord's Black Ink nest. More importantly, no one knew which territory lord Black Ink nest would be his next target. Based on this experience though, they understood that even 100 feudal lords couldn't stop Yang Kai from destroying a Black Ink nest. It wasn't that they were unable to defeat Yang Kai, but that he could break through their formation and head straight to the Black Ink nest, though he would be injured in the process. Presently, the royal lord and several territory lords were dealing with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass while He Yuan had gone missing. The feudal lords couldn't find anyone who could take charge, leaving the entire royal domain leaderless and flustered. Now, the only thing the feudal lords could do was to gather together around their respective territory lords' Black Ink nests and wait. They had to prepare should Yang Kai launch a surprise attack on them all of a sudden, and they could only hope that they could stop him or kill him on the spot eventually. Therefore, in Mu Guang's royal domain, every territory lord Black Ink nest now had over 100 feudal lords surrounding it. Through the territory lords' Black Ink nests that hadn't been affected, they constantly exchanged information and reported on Yang Kai's whereabouts. The territory lords' territories neighboring the Black Ink nest that Yang Kai previously destroyed were the center of attention. They speculated that Yang Kai's next target would be one of those territory lords' Black Ink nests. Therefore, countless weaker Black Ink clansmen were sent from these territory lords' territories to search for Yang Kai. As time passed, Yang Kai was still nowhere in sight though, and the pressure on the Black Ink clan intensified. Based on past experiences, Yang Kai would go into hiding every time he destroyed a Black Ink nest, but when he reappeared, he would stir up a bloody storm. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:12, I Can Give It a Try. The Black Ink clan speculated that Yang Kai was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate, after all, every time he appeared, he would be wounded. However, it wouldn't take him a long time to recover. The human named Yang Kai seemed to have an incredible restorative ability. Regardless of how badly injured he was, he could always recover in 10 days to half a month. Based on the information they had gathered from the Black Ink disciples, this kind of restorative power must have something to do with his Dragon Clan bloodline. Dragon Clan members were known to be able to heal their wounds quickly. As expected, Yang Kai reappeared half a month later. Just like the Black Ink clan had speculated, he appeared in a neighboring territory lord's territory of the Black Ink nest that he previously destroyed. Although over 100 feudal lords were already waiting there, and they had set up a restrictive spirit array with the help of the Black Ink disciples, they still couldn't ward off the 30,000-meter-long Grand Dragon. Just like what happened previously, the Grand Dragon destroyed the Black Ink nest and shattered the universe world it sat on. Although he was badly injured, he still managed to break through the siege and escape. Another territory lord's Black Ink nest was gone for good. This caused the Black Ink clansmen to be furious. The destruction of the Black Ink nests united all these Black Ink clansmen as the feudal lords swore that they would kill Yang Kai for the humiliation he had inflicted upon them. The Black Ink clan intensified their search for Yang Kai, which made it hard for him to recuperate in peace. Despite their best efforts though, a mid-rank Black Ink nest would be destroyed by Yang Kai every half a month. Faced with the ferocious Grand Dragon, these Black Ink clansmen didn't have a solution as there were no powerful masters among them who could confront the enemy head-on. One day, when Yang Kai transformed into a Grand Dragon and arrived at a territory lord's direct territory, he saw nearly 200 feudal lords charging towards him. After an intense battle, he managed to kill quite a number of them, but their defense line held, so he was unable to get close to the Black Ink nest. Faced with so many feudal lords, he wouldn't dare to be reckless, otherwise, he would most likely be killed. Left with no choice, he fled for now. It had been about half a year since Yang Kai destroyed the first territory lord's Black Ink nest. During this period of time, he had destroyed 10 territory lords' Black Ink nests. In the past, the feudal lords were unable to stave him off regardless of how hard they tried, but this time, they managed to force him to withdraw without achieving his goal. Seeing that the Grand Dragon turned around to flee, the feudal lords became high-spirited and cheered in ecstasy. Some of the bold feudal lords even chased after Yang Kai, but they eventually lost track of him. Although the feudal lords were unable to make Yang Kai stay, it was the first time they gained a victory against this opponent. With their hard work and perseverance, they saved a territory lord's Black Ink nest that Yang Kai had targeted. This was a meaningful victory for all the Black Ink clansmen that was worth celebrating. Unlike how joyful the Black Ink clansmen were, Yang Kai was extremely vexed. He had repeatedly made a move recently, and even though he had made a huge contribution by destroying quite a number of territory lord Black Ink nests and killing a lot of feudal lords, he came to the realization that, as time passed, he faced increasingly strong resistance. One thing he had noticed was that the number of feudal lords he had to face increased each time he arrived at a new Black Ink nest. Furthermore, he found many of the feudal lords familiar. In other words, he had seen them before. After giving it a thought, he soon realized that those familiar-looking feudal lords came from the other territories to help. His target was clear, which was to destroy territory lord Black Ink nests. Usually, a territory where a territory lord's Black Ink nest was located would have 100 or so feudal lords inhabiting it. Once he managed to destroy the nest though, these feudal lords would head to the neighboring Black Ink nests to provide reinforcements. That was the reason he came across so many feudal lords on this day, and many of them looked familiar to him. It was apparent that he faced them before. In that case, as he destroyed more Black Ink nests, he would face stiffer resistance. Yang Kai was unable to achieve his goal on this day as nearly 200 feudal lords went all out to protect the Black Ink nest. Although he had turned into a Grand Dragon, he was still unable to break through their defenses and instead, he was terribly injured. It seemed that he had to stop this game at this point. If he still recklessly continued, an accident was likely to happen. Fortunately, he had already destroyed a lot of Territory Lord Black Ink nests, thus dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. He had also snatched vast amounts of resources from several Territory Lords' territories and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. It could be said that he had made a huge contribution. Despite his reluctance, Yang Kai still decided to end his actions here. He believed that after the chaos he raised this time, the foundation of the Black Ink clan in Muguang's royal domain had been severely damaged. It would take them several hundred to 1,000 years to fully recover. The Black Ink clan must be extremely vexed that 10 Territory Lord Black Ink nests had been destroyed, which resulted in several dozen more feudal Lord Black Ink nests withering as well. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai found a remote place to recuperate in peace. It was destined that his journey back home wouldn't be smooth sailing though. Other than the fact that he would run into a lot of Black Ink clansmen along the way, he would also have to deal with the Black Ink clan army besieging Yinyang Pass. Several days later, Yang Kai, who was recuperating, suddenly thought of something. He turned into a soul avatar and appeared in his small universe. This was a place with lush mountains and clear rivers. The 300 artifact refiners that Yang Kai had kept inside his small universe were settled down here. In any case, other than recuperating in such a serene place, there was nothing else they could do. This was Yang Kai's small universe, after all. If they activated their world forces as they pleased, it would cause a burden on Yang Kai. They might even damage or contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. With that in mind, they had been doing nothing recently, which was why they were quite bored. However, after such a long time, they still had no idea what was going on in the outside world, and Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of releasing them. It was expected that Wu Xinghe and the others were worried about Yang Kai, and they wanted to ask him what was going on. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared, they promptly surrounded him. "What's wrong, senior brothers?" Yang Kai asked. Wu Xinghe said, "Junior brother Yang, haven't we returned to the inner sanctum?" Yang Kai shook his head, "Not yet. There's been an accident. We're still inside the Black Ink clan's territory." "We're still in enemy territory?" Guan Ning was astounded. Wang Sibo asked with concern, "What kind of accident? Is there anything we can help you with?" Yang Kai shook his head. "The Black Ink clan's territory is filled with Black Ink clouds and Black Ink strength, so it's best you stay here lest you become corrupted again." Wu Xinghe and the other Grandmaster artifact refiners had cut off large sections of their small universes, causing them to drop to the 6th order from the 7th order open heaven realm so that Yang Kai could easily keep them inside his own small universe. Now that their orders had dropped and their small universes were incomplete, they would easily be invaded by Black Ink strength. The other artifact refiners were unable to help either because they were only in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. As for what accident occurred, it's no big deal. Recently, I've been destroying some Black Ink nests. Yang Kai briefly told them what he had been up to. It wasn't that he wanted to brag, but he understood that these artifact refiners were apprehensive as they had been staying in his small universe and unable to find out what was going on in the outside world. Therefore, he decided to tell them what he had done to let them know that it wasn't that he was unable to return to the inner sanctum. He just didn't want to go back without dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan first. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed so many Territory Lord Black Ink nests and killed countless Black Ink clansmen, these artifact refiners were dumbfounded. They couldn't really believe what they had just heard. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Although most of the strongest Black Ink clansmen had left the royal domain, even an 8th order division commander would be unable to pull off such a feat. However, they knew that it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to lie to them. In other words, such things had really happened. Wu Xinghe and the others were astonished as admiration was written all over their faces. A moment later, Wu Xinghe came to his senses and asked, "Junior brother, you mean, after a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of the subnests that originated from that black ink nest will wither as well. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Wu Xing he quickly ran the numbers in his mind. A territory lord's black ink nest is connected to several dozen feudal lord black ink nests. In other words, hundreds of feudal lord black ink nests have been destroyed as a result. I think so. All of them gasped. Wang Sibo said in a shaking voice, you've also injured He Yuan. Yang Kai nodded, he wanted to fight me using only our souls, but he had no idea that I possessed the soul-warming lotus. He basically found the wrong opponent. Unfortunately, even though I've managed to wound his soul, I have no idea where he is now. I've failed in my attempts to find him, otherwise, I could seize this chance and end his life. The soul-warming lotus, Wu Xing he muttered under his breath. He had certainly heard of this supreme treasure before, but it never crossed his mind that such a valuable item was in Yang Kai's possession. With the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai's soul, it was expected that He Yuan would lose in such a contest. Anyway, the Black Ink clan have suffered immense losses recently. However, the feudal lords who are still around have gathered together around the surviving territory lord Black Ink nests, so I'm no longer able to keep attacking. It's time we went home. Upon hearing that, Wu Xing he nodded, you'd better keep yourself safe, junior brother. You're just a 7th order master now, but you've managed to make such a huge contribution. When you ascend to the 8th order in the future, you'll be a pillar of strength for the human race. You must prioritize your safety at all times. Yang Kai replied humbly, many thanks for your compliment, senior brother. How confident are you that you can kill He Yuan if you find him? Wang Sibo suddenly asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head, I have no idea. However, since He Yuan's soul is damaged, he must be significantly weakened now. If I run into him, I'll stand a chance to end his life. Why do you ask, senior brother Wang? A hint of hesitation flashed through Wang Sibo's face. Realizing something, Yang Kai asked, do you have a way to locate He Yuan? Wang Sibo remained silent. Nevertheless, his silence meant that he definitely had a way to find He Yuan. Yang Kai promptly said, senior brother Wang, if you have a solution, why don't you tell me about it? Although I've destroyed a lot of mid-rank Black Ink nests and severely damaged their foundation, Black Ink nests can still be hatched again. It will just take them some time and energy to nurture these Black Ink nests. However, it will be different if we have a chance to kill He Yuan, who is one of the top 5 territory lords serving Muguang. Killing He Yuan will deal much longer-lasting damage than destroying 10 territory lord Black Ink nests. His death will be a severe blow to the Black Ink clan. After a sigh, Wang Sibo said, I wouldn't dare to say that I can definitely find him, but I can give it a try. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, I'm all ears. Wang Sibo went on to say, He Yuan has a defensive artifact that was made by me. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:13, Why is he here again? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai soon realized what the other man was talking about, that arm ring? Certainly, he was aware that there was an arm ring on He Yuan's right arm. After all, he had frequently come into contact with him. Although Yang Kai knew that it was an artifact made by a human artifact refiner, it never crossed his mind that it was crafted by Wang Sibo. As expected, Wang Sibo nodded, indeed. It was an arm ring. Back then, He Yuan found me and told me to make a defensive artifact for him, therefore, I specifically made the arm ring for him. Although the defensive artifact isn't very strong, it's not weak either. It might save his life at a critical moment. Since you've seen it before, it means that he's still wearing it. Yang Kai nodded, N. It will be easy, then. Wang Sibo put on a smile, junior brother, you're an artifact refiner yourself, so you know that we have a habit of leaving unique marks on the artifacts we make to show that they are our works. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of this custom. Just like Wang Sibo had said, many artifact refiners had a habit of leaving their unique mark on the artifacts they refined. Of course, they wouldn't leave a mark on every artifact they crafted, only the special and unique ones. The reason artifact refiners did such a thing was that they wanted to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, an artifact with a unique mark of an artifact refining grandmaster would be costly. The marks could either be conspicuous or hidden, it was fully at the artifact refiner's discretion. In fact, Yang Kai had done such a thing as well, however, he didn't leave a unique mark but instead a kind of hidden restriction. He left such a restriction in every artifact he refined for the feudal lords. When he dealt with Jianghu, he activated the corresponding restrictions, disrupting the flow of energy in the artifacts on Jianghu's body, rendering them brittle and useless. That was how he managed to kill him with one strike back then. Therefore, he could easily understand what Wang Xibo was talking about at this moment. Did you leave a mark in that arm ring? Wang Xibo nodded. There was no doubt that the arm ring he made for He Yuan was valuable, which was why he left his unique mark on it. I can make something to trace that mark. Perhaps it will allow you to find He Yuan. However, if he's hiding in a sealed world or if he's too far away, it won't work. If He Yuan was hiding in a sealed wood, he couldn't be traced as the signal from the mark couldn't be traced across a world barrier. On the other hand, if he was too far away, they simply would be able to connect to the mark. With that said, it was worth giving it a try, and Yang Kai promptly said, in that case, please do what you can, Senior Brother Wang. It would be best if we can seize this chance to kill He Yuan, but if that's not possible, we can just return to the inner sanctum. Certainly, Wang Xibo wouldn't turn him down. However, he wasn't able to freely use his power in Yang Kai's small universe. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only look for a safe place first. Fortunately, there were a lot of sealed worlds within the Black Ink clan's territory. While Yang Kai was raising chaos, he discovered a lot of hidden portals to sealed worlds, but he didn't have time to explore them, hence, it wasn't hard for him to find a sealed world now. It only took him a day to locate a sealed world, and after opening the portal, he entered and let Wang Xibo out from his small universe. He had already prepared all the materials needed for artifact refining. It wasn't difficult to craft a tracker, but it would still most likely take Wang Xibo several days. Yang Kai thus released Wu Xinghe and the others so that they could protect Wang Xibo while he searched around the sealed world for any potential dangers. By doing so, he could explore this place as well. If there were any rare spirit herbs or profound spirit fruits, he could pick them. As he explored the sealed world, Yang Kai pondered on where He Yuan was hiding. Although Wang Xibo could craft a tracker, it wouldn't be useful if He Yuan was too far away, therefore, Yang Kai had to speculate where He Yuan was so that they could make better use of the tracker. Since He Yuan's soul had been badly injured, he must be recuperating now. A black ink nest would be the best choice if a black ink clansman wanted to recuperate. As a territory lord, He Yuan certainly had to go into a territory lord rank black ink nest to properly heal. However, Yang Kai was causing a storm in Muguang's royal domain, targeting mid-rank black ink nests. Hence, He Yuan might not have the guts to enter one. If he was cornered by Yang Kai in a black ink nest, he would be in hot water. Hence, Yang Kai was 80% sure that He Yuan wasn't in any black ink nest. He believed that He Yuan would be hiding in a region where those territory lords' black ink nest had already been destroyed. That was because there were no longer black ink nests in such a place. Judging from what Yang Kai had been doing, he wouldn't revisit such a place, thus, it would be considered a safe zone for He Yuan. He might even be hiding in his own territory to fool his opponent. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from the depths of the sealed world. There were no valuable items in this sealed world. He had picked a few herbs, but there were no profound spirit fruits. During this period of time, Wang Xibo had finished making the tracker. Seeing Yang Kai, he passed something that looked like a compass to him and explained, with the help of this thing, you'll be able to detect the arm ring as long as it's within range. You should find He Yuan when you detect the arm ring's presence. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. Be cautious, junior brother. Although He Yuan has been weakened, he's still a territory lord. Run away if you can't defeat him, Wang Sibo said with concern. Yang Kai replied, don't worry, senior brother. I have to bring all of you back to the inner sanctum, so I won't take any big risks. After moving Wang Sibo and the others back inside his small universe, Yang Kai left the sealed world. Upon identifying the direction with the help of his universe chart, he headed straight towards He Yuan's territory. Yang Kai held the compass in his hand, and he would take a look at it from time to time. Nevertheless, it didn't react along the way. Whenever he ran into a group of Black Ink clansmen, he would directly kill them all. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen that he came across, so how were they supposed to stop him? It seemed that his speculation was right. All the feudal lords had headed to the neighboring mid-rank Black Ink nests to help and waited for Yang Kai to arrive, therefore, there wasn't a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen on patrol. Yang Kai went on a killing spree for the next 7 to 8 days before he arrived at He Yuan's territory. He headed straight to He Yuan's home territory, since he speculated that He Yuan was trying to deceive him by hiding in the least likely spot for him to look. This place also made sense for He Yuan though, as this was where his foundation was. If he wanted to recuperate without relying on a Black Ink nest, this place would be the best choice. However, when Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment and took a look at the compass, he realized that there was no reaction. Is He Yuan not here? Yang Kai frowned. He certainly had trust in the thing Wang Sibo crafted. This compass wasn't a complicated artifact, and Wang Sibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the items he refined couldn't possibly be useless. Since the compass didn't react, it suggested that He Yuan wasn't here. It seemed that Yang Kai's speculation was wrong, so he was disappointed. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he wouldn't want to go back without achieving anything. As he took a glance at the shattered universe fragment, he activated the power of his dragon vein and roared. The next instant, he turned into a 30,000-meter-long dragon. Life hadn't been peaceful for the Black Ink clansmen living on this universe fragment. When the human named Yang Kai appeared as a grand dragon previously, not only did he destroy the mid-rank Black Ink nest and kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but he also shattered the universe fragment. As a result, the city was ruined, and a lot of the resources in the shops were stolen. There was originally a mid-rank Black Ink nest that continuously produced Black Ink strength here, which was the foundation that the Black Ink clansmen relied on to survive. Now that the Black Ink nest was destroyed, the Black Ink strength around the universe fragment became thinner and thinner. A long time had passed, but the injured Black Ink clansmen still hadn't managed to recover. It was imaginable that the remaining Black Ink strength would be gone for good in no time. When that happened, the situation here would only exacerbate. On the other hand, He Yuan was missing. Initially, there were still some feudal lords in this area, but they had left soon after. It seemed that they had headed out to protect other mid-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clansmen living on the universe fragment were apprehensive about their future. Although some high-rank clansmen assured them that He Yuan wouldn't abandon them, and that he would get another Black Ink nest to rebuild their foundation, their efforts did little to assuage these fears. Just as the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were lost in their own anxiety, they heard a dragon roar coming from the distance, and it sounded familiar. The Black Ink clansmen looked up and saw that there was a colossal grand dragon with a golden glow descending from the sky, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it swam towards them. Why is he here again? The Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were stunned. It was said that this grand dragon had been targeting territory lord rank Black Ink nests, but since the Black Ink nest in this place had been destroyed, why was he here now? Before they could figure out the reason, the grand dragon was upon them. Wherever he went, Black Ink clansmen would die. When Yang Kai arrived at this place as a grand dragon previously, he faced resistance from a lot of feudal lords. However, this time, the most powerful opponents were just high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Faced with Yang Kai's intense dragon pressure, these Black Ink clansmen were so terrified they ran away at first sight, not daring to clash with him. The Grand Dragon destroyed everything in sight as though there was no one else in this place. As he breathed out his dragon breath, the Black Ink clansmen screamed in terror and pain. When Yang Kai left 2 hours later, the entire universe fragment was thoroughly shattered. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives during the carnage. It was estimated that over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had perished. Although there wasn't a feudal lord among them, these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were still part of the Black Ink clan's foundation. Their deaths could potentially affect the Black Ink clan's survival as a whole. What's more, all the resources in all the shops had been snatched up. Although Yang Kai had previously looted several shops, he didn't obtain everything as he was in a hurry. This time, he could pillage without any worries, so he picked the Black Ink clan clean. The entire universe was shattered, and innumerable Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. It could be said that He Yuan's home territory was thoroughly destroyed. This was probably the first territory lord territory to be completely wiped out by a human in history. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:14, Wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Unfortunately, He Yuan wasn't here. He Yuan's soul had been damaged, so if Yang Kai could find him here, he had the confidence to kill him. However, the void was expansive, so Yang Kai wasn't even sure where to start looking for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do at this point. It was time he returned to Inyang Pass. The Black Ink clan's army was currently besieging the Great Pass, but Yang Kai had no idea about the specifics over there. Since he had made up his mind, he headed straight towards Inyang Pass. As space principles flared, his figure flickered. There weren't any obstacles along the way. Perhaps the Black Ink clansmen were too terrified of him now, so they wouldn't dare to wander about. Half a day later, just as he was about to leave He Yuan's territory and enter another territory lord's domain, the compass in his hand shook a little all of a sudden. Although he didn't find He Yuan in his home territory, Yang Kai still held out hope. Perhaps he might find a trace that would lead him to He Yuan on his way back, so he kept the compass made by Wang Sibo on his person the whole time. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised that it finally reacted. The vibration was weak. However, Yang Kai was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had been hoping to find He Yuan, so he had been paying close attention to the compass. Therefore, the moment the compass vibrated, he immediately noticed it. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked down, only to see that the pointer was slightly swaying as it pointed in a particular direction. His eyes brightened. Since the compass was reacting, it suggested that it had detected the arm ring's presence. He Yuan was always wearing the arm ring on his right arm, so wherever it was, He Yuan should be hiding there. The reason the pointer was swaying was that He Yuan was still far away. It was barely within the range where the compass could detect the arm ring, so it could only roughly point out a direction. That was enough though. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He initially thought that he would miss the chance to kill He Yuan, so he was surprised at the turn of events. He immediately concealed his aura and charged in the direction that the compass had pointed. There was no doubt that He Yuan was recuperating. Although his soul had been injured, he was still a territory lord, therefore, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. Yang Kai reckoned that his best hope was to launch a sneak attack on him. As he got closer, the pointer gradually stabilized and eventually stopped swaying. Half a day later, Yang Kai hid inside a black ink cloud and silently examined the universe fragment in front of him. The universe fragment was pretty huge as it was left behind from a shattered universe world. Such universe fragments were innumerable on the black ink battlefield, especially inside the Black Ink clan's territory. Many feudal lords and territory lords built their bases on such universe fragments. He Yuan's home territory was also built on a universe fragment. As Yang Kai observed this place, he realized that there were no Black Ink clansmen moving around on the universe fragment. He Yuan was nowhere in sight, nor could he detect his aura. However, the compass was pointing in this direction. In other words, He Yuan must be hiding in this universe fragment. After observing for a bit, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Yang Kai frowned and dashed out of the black ink cloud before charging towards the universe fragment. Since he had no idea where He Yuan was, he could only search for him. He did his best to conceal himself as he moved around the universe fragment like a ghost. Initially, Yang Kai was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. After all, regardless of how well he could conceal his aura, He Yuan might detect his presence in such close proximity. However, after he searched around most of the universe fragment, there was still no reaction from He Yuan. It was only then that Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that He Yuan was indeed badly injured. When a black ink clansman was horribly injured, the best way to recuperate was to enter an unconscious state. In other words, He Yuan was probably hibernating somewhere on this universe fragment. That would allow Yang Kai to make a move with ease. However, after inspecting most of the places on the universe fragment, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Fortunately, there came a moment when a hint of black ink strength caught his attention. In the black ink clan's territory, black ink strength was practically omnipresent. Some of it had even formed into black ink clouds, therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this wisp of black ink strength initially. It wasn't until he realized there was something off about this particular patch of black ink strength that he decided to examine it. A moment later, he noticed that the source of the black ink strength was inside the universe fragment. In other words, He Yuan was hiding within the universe fragment. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was unable to find him even after such a long time. With that thought in mind, he traced the black ink strength and soon found a cave that led to the depths of the universe fragment. As he held his breath, Yang Kai snuck into the cave and descended for quite some time. The deeper he went, the thicker the black ink strength was. This led him to believe that his judgment was right. There came a moment when he saw light at the other end of the cave. There was a huge empty space in the center of the universe fragment, and as he looked up, Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because there was a several dozen meter tall black ink nest in the center of this universe fragment. Just like the other black ink nests that Yang Kai had seen before, this one looked like a dark flower bud, and as it breathed, the entire black ink nest pulsated like a heart. He was surprised that there was a black ink nest in this place. One had to know that he had destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest, so supposedly, all the subnests bred from it should have withered by now. Why was there still a black ink nest here? The only possibility was that this black ink nest wasn't a subnest of He Yuan's black ink nest, nor was it a subnest of any of the mid-rank black ink nests Yang Kai had destroyed. This might even be another mid-rank black ink nest, otherwise, it couldn't possibly have survived. However, its scale wasn't even comparable to the low-rank black ink nests. He Yuan must have hatched it in a hurry to help him recuperate, so he didn't have time to grow it yet. As Yang Kai looked down at the compass, the pointer was pointing at the black ink nest. Found you. Yang Kai stored the compass and examined the black ink nest in front of him. The entire black ink nest had been sealed up, so it was impossible for him to sneak inside without alerting He Yuan. Nevertheless, He Yuan still didn't react even though Yang Kai was in such close proximity. It seemed that he was really in a state of deep sleep. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out his hand, summoning the azure dragon spear into his grip. The next instant, he madly pushed the power of his small universe. As a golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt up from behind Yang Kai. Fixing the great sun at the tip of his spear, he hurled it towards the black ink nest. At the same time, space principles flared, turning the local space viscous, giving He Yuan no chance to flee. Under the great sun, the several dozen meter tall black ink nest was blown away. Right then, a roar with a hint of fury reverberated across the space. The next instant, a golden light dazzled Yang Kai's eyes as a ring-shaped light shield appeared and blocked his attack. It was the arm ring refined by Wang Sibo. Yang Kai long ago realized that the arm ring was a defensive artifact that He Yuan wore on his right arm. Although he had been sound asleep, he, as a territory lord, still instinctively reacted to the danger the moment Yang Kai launched the attack, and the arm ring's shield was instantly activated. Wang Sibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the defensive artifact with his unique mark that he had personally refined certainly wouldn't be weak when it came to its defense. However, it wasn't enough to withstand Yang Kai's attack either. After all, he was significantly more powerful than an average 7th-order master. Furthermore, Golden Crow Casts the Sun was a divine manifestation, so ordinary secret techniques were not comparable to it. Under the Great Sun, the golden defense shattered and Yang Kai directly thrust his azure dragon spear towards He Yuan's chest. It was expected that He Yuan was in a terrible mood as he was faced with such an attack right after he awakened. As his power burst forth, he forcefully threw out his fist. In an instant, the ground cracked and rocks flew around. The universe fragment, which had been drifting around the void in silence over countless years, was subject to a violent clash, and in the next instant, it exploded into pieces. 2 figures shot out of it. While in midair, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He almost couldn't bear He Yuan's all-out attack. Some of his ribs were broken and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were throbbing. Just like what Wang Sibo had said, even though He Yuan had been weakened, he was still a territory lord. Yang Kai stabilized himself and lifted his gaze, only to see that He Yuan was looking furious. There was a hint of puzzlement behind his eyes, as it was apparent that he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The arm ring on his right arm had turned dim with cracks all over it. Most of its spirituality had been lost. It was only thanks to this arm ring that blocked Yang Kai's Golden Crow Casts the Sun at the critical moment that his life was saved, otherwise, he could have been killed by Yang Kai in that sneak attack. Even so, blood was still streaming from his chest at this moment as the blow had still hurt him. A short while later, He Yuan figured out what was going on. As he looked up and made out the person who launched a sneak attack on him, he said through clenched teeth, "It's you." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth and sneered, "You're pretty lucky." It was thanks to the arm ring that Wang Sibo had made for He Yuan that Yang Kai could find He Yuan. Nevertheless, it was also because of the arm ring that his strike was rendered ineffective. His success and failure were all because of Wang Sibo. With that said, he had found He Yuan at the very least, and the battle had just started. "How did you know that I was here?" He Yuan was both surprised and shocked as he couldn't figure it out. The void was vast, and he was hiding inside an empty universe fragment to recuperate. How did Yang Kai discover him? One had to know that he randomly chose this place to settle down for the time being. No one else was aware of his whereabouts. Despite that, Yang Kai had still accurately located him and launched a sneak attack on him, which was inconceivable. "Is it hard to find you?" Yang Kai sneered as he wielded his spear. "I can smell the stench coming from your body even if we're billions of kilometers apart. So, don't even think about hiding from me. Wherever you are, I can find you and kill you." Martial Peak, Chapter 51:15, You Can't Run Away. He Yuan's expression darkened. "Do you think you're capable of doing it?" "You'll soon find out if I'm capable or not." Yang Kai snorted, looking high-spirited as he pointed his spear at his opponent. "Don't even think about running away, as today, either you die, or I perish, there is no third possibility." "Run?" He Yuan was so furious that he started laughing as his territory lord aura rose. Black ink strength swirled around his burly figure as he roared, "How dare a trivial ant like you challenge this lord? You court death." As his horrifying pressure burst forth, space started contorting. Under the influence of his fury, He Yuan's robust figure expanded and became even more intimidating. Standing in front of He Yuan, Yang Kai was so petite that it was as though he was really just an ant. In the next instant, a huge fist came at Yang Kai. Faced with such an imposing attack, Yang Kai had never been more solemn, because wherever the fist went, space would shatter apart. This showed how powerful a territory lord truly was, and the situation was quite unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. The damage to He Yuan's soul didn't seem to affect his strength at all. This reality surprised Yang Kai, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Faced with He Yuan's punch, he didn't hesitate to cover himself in spear light and charge towards his opponent. As he infused his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force into the Azure Dragon Spear, he was determined to pierce through whatever stood in front of him. As the violent forces clashed, Yang Kai felt an immense power sweeping across his figure. He almost lost grip of his spear as the force easily shattered all of his defenses, causing him to see stars as he was sent flying backwards while spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. If not for the fact that he had the World Tree's clone, his small universe would have turned upside down because of this one attack. Once a cultivator's small universe was shaken, his power would severely weaken. When that happened, his life or death would be controlled by his opponent. Despite the fact that Yang Kai's small universe was robust, he couldn't make up for the gap between their powers. A relentless He Yuan was determined to capture Yang Kai and charged forward, throwing out his fist again. Yang Kai raised his spear to intercept the attack, but his attempt was futile and he was sent flying away again, hong hong hong. A violent force swept across the void with every attack that He Yuan launched. Despite being defiant, Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack, as though he was a mere sandbag. Barely a moment later, he was covered in blood, looking completely battered. Struck by He Yuan's fist again, Yang Kai flew out several hundred kilometers and crashed into a universe fragment and remained there, unmoving. He Yuan strode towards Yang Kai, and with every step he took, he crossed several dozen kilometers. It only took him a moment to reach Yang Kai, and as he looked down at him, he spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated across the void, "Have you lost all hope, Ant? Don't worry. I won't kill you, for you are still useful to the Royal Lord. I initially had no idea where to look for you, but since you've delivered yourself right to me, I'll not let you go." Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. "Stop shamelessly boasting," Yang Kai sneered as he stood straight up without a warning, the blood on his face giving him a hideous look. "Do you seriously think I'm unable to fight back? I was just trying to ascertain the gap between our strengths." As he spoke, He Yuan managed to grasp him. Yang Kai was stuck in the huge hand and was restrained by thick black ink strength. Aware that Yang Kai was a master in the Tao of space, He Yuan ensured that his opponent wouldn't be able to flee. The calm expression on Yang Kai's face made He Yuan even more furious though, and he exerted more force with his grip, resulting in the sounds of bones cracking. He lifted Yang Kai and said grimly, "Have you ascertained the gap between us now?" Yang Kai let out a breath, and you're not as powerful as I thought. Now who is boasting shamelessly? He Yuan growled, "You're in my grasp now. I can squeeze you to death if I feel like it." Yang Kai just grinned at him though, and in the next instant, an invisible force condensed into a spike and stabbed into He Yuan's forehead. An unsuspecting He Yuan felt that a stake had penetrated his head. He was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, which caused him to flail and groan in agony. Yang Kai, who was right in front of him, gripped his spear and stabbed it into He Yuan's left eye, directly destroying it. Black ink strength and dark blood gushed out of the now empty eye socket and dyed Yang Kai black. He Yuan roared even louder as he staggered backwards. In excruciating pain, he instinctually tightened his grip in an attempt to kill Yang Kai. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let that happen. As he roared, he transformed into a 30,000-meter-long gigantic creature and effortlessly broke free from He Yuan's grip. Yang Kai next directly struck He Yuan with his dragon tail and sent him flying away like an arrow. He Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with difficulty after flying across several thousand kilometers. As he covered his wounded eye with one hand, he sported a grim expression, dark blood streaming through the gaps between his fingers. Yang Kai had turned back into his human form, and with the azure dragon spear in hand, he sauntered towards He Yuan. Although he still looked battered, he wasn't dispirited at all. Instead, he appeared condescending. As the human drew closer, He Yuan couldn't help but step backwards, his only remaining eye filled with horror. Yang Kai said impassively, "Do you think you can intimidate me just by showing your strength? Such a display only proves how weak you are. I guess it's really hard to heal the damage in your soul. Am I right, Sir He Yuan? You knew from the start." He Yuan said through clenched teeth. Yang Kai snorted, "Of course I knew. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have looked for you in the first place. This place will be your grave. Are you ready to die, He Yuan?" Upon finishing his words, he lifted his spear and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of He Yuan. In an overbearing manner, Yang Kai thrust his azure dragon spear towards his enemy's other eye. A flustered He Yuan extended his fist in a hurry in an attempt to intercept this attack, but in that instant, Yang Kai pushed his spiritual energy again and launched another attack on He Yuan's soul. Instantly, He Yuan growled, feeling as though someone had stuck a knife into his head. The pain caused his figure to shudder. Just like Yang Kai had said, it wasn't easy to heal the damage to one's soul, and He Yuan's was badly injured during their previous confrontation in that special space. It was now a fatal weakness which Yang Kai could use against him. If he were at his peak, Yang Kai couldn't have easily attacked his soul. However, given the state he was in, He Yuan couldn't possibly fend off Yang Kai's attack on his soul. His injured soul was attacked once again, which caused his defense to slip and Yang Kai easily bypassed it with his spear. At the critical moment, He Yuan tilted his head and saved his remaining eye from being gouged out. Although there was now a wound on his head, physically he was still fine. Just as Yang Kai was ready to push out his spear again, He Yuan swung his arm out and swept him away. The next moment, he turned around and ran away at full speed. Yang Kai couldn't believe that his opponent had fled just like this. He had been targeting the damage in He Yuan's soul, so the latter was completely powerless to go against him. If He Yuan hadn't fled, he would be doomed. Since he didn't want to die though, He Yuan could only run away. As Yang Kai stared at his opponent's back, he slightly lowered his head. "No one can flee from me. Don't even dream about it, He Yuan." Saying so, he manipulated space principles. Instantly, He Yuan's movements became sluggish, as though he was stuck in a quagmire. But soon, a powerful force burst from his figure, which allowed him to struggle out of the constraint. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, for this was the first time he saw that someone able to break through his space principles restraint with such ease. However, He Yuan was still a territory lord while Yang Kai was just a 7th-order master, so the raw power difference between them was still quite large. It wasn't surprising that He Yuan could do this. Based on Yang Kai's observation, He Yuan was still able to fully utilize his strength as long as his soul wasn't attacked. But when his soul was targeted, his power would drop considerably. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to settle this issue quickly, but now it seemed that he had to act carefully. It would be terrible if He Yuan became desperate and went all out against him without caring for his own life. Yang Kai still remembered vividly that when he joined forces with Bai Yi to deal with the wounded Zhu Feng back then, they were almost killed despite the territory lord being terribly wounded. At the thought of this, Yang Kai chased after his opponent and shouted, "You can't run, He Yuan." At the same time, he struck with his spear and manipulated space principles to restrict He Yuan's movements. Noticing the danger coming from behind, He Yuan turned around and roared before pushing out his fist. A well-prepared Yang Kai used the same trick by sending out a spiritual energy attack. Instantly, He Yuan staggered, and his punch was significantly weakened. While enduring the attack, Yang Kai jabbed his spear into the side of He Yuan's belly and madly surged his world force. A hole was formed in He Yuan's abdomen as a result. The two of them traded injuries, and seeing how Yang Kai was forced back, He Yuan quickly turned around and fled. Soon, Yang Kai caught up though and repeated the process. Barely half a year ago, Yang Kai had been running away from He Yuan for such a long time that the world force in his small universe had almost dried up. Now, the prey had become the hunter. He was the one pursuing He Yuan. It seemed that He Yuan had run out of luck. He Yuan knew that he was unable to flee from Yang Kai as the latter was a master of the Tao of space. However, he didn't lose hope. Every time Yang Kai attacked him, he would be injured as well. As they kept wounding each other, He Yuan hoped that Yang Kai would be the one who could no longer persevere. Only then would he stand a chance to escape. Unfortunately for He Yuan, he wasn't aware that this was the situation Yang Kai had deliberately created. In fact, Yang Kai wasn't unable to dodge He Yuan's counterattacks at all. There were several times when he could have completely evaded such attacks, but he still chose to clash with He Yuan despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:16, Why are you here? Yang Kai wanted to give the prey in front of him the illusion that he could still survive and escape. Yang Kai's cultivation may not be as high as He Yuan's, but in terms of restorative abilities, He Yuan was far inferior to him. Trading injuries put Yang Kai at an advantage. He Yuan was destined to grow weaker over the course of this chase, and at the right time, perhaps He Yuan would die from exhaustion even without his intervention. Nonetheless, He Yuan was not an idiot. He might not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he was still trying his very best to escape from his pursuit. He repeatedly fled to the fiefs of a few feudal lords, hoping to use the Black Ink clansmen in those territories to stop Yang Kai. However, the remaining Black Ink clansmen in those feudal lord fiefs were basically just the low and high-rank clansmen with no feudal lords at all. How could they possibly stop Yang Kai? They might delay him for a few breaths, but it was impossible for He Yuan to completely escape. The chase continued across billions of kilometers and He Yuan's injuries became more and more severe. He was riddled with wounds now, and not a single part of his body was left unbloodied. The fury and grievance boiling in his heart could not be expressed in words. He was far stronger than Yang Kai in terms of raw power, but Yang Kai kept deliberately targeting his heavily injured soul, rendering him unable to display the strength of a territory lord. Otherwise, why would he be in such a miserable condition? Several times, He Yuan had an urge to turn around and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to do so. In his current state, he would not survive if he truly tried to fight to the death with Yang Kai. He wasn't even sure that he could take Yang Kai down with him at this point. His desire to survive pushed him to constantly flee, hoping for some miracle to happen which would help him overcome his current crisis. Suddenly, a variable indeed appeared. At some point, He Yuan suddenly felt a few familiar and powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Obviously, they were other territory lords, existences like him. He could even ascertain the identities of these people from the auras. He Yuan was overjoyed. Currently, most of the territory lords in Mu Guang's royal domain had basically led their respective armies to fight against the humans from Yinyang Pass. Only a few territory lords remained to guard critical areas like the royal city. However, He Yuan also knew that the territory lords in the royal city had been assisting the royal lord in besieging the human old ancestor. He Yuan had been recuperating recently, so he had no idea about the current situation of the battlefield. Since he could sense the auras of these territory lords appearing in the distance though, it meant that the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord had come to an end. Regardless of what the final outcome of the battle was, these territory lords could provide some assistance at the front lines. And judging by the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were heading in that direction. Running into them here was truly a stroke of luck. He Yuan immediately flew in the direction of the territory lords without a moment of hesitation. So long as he met up with them, Yang Kai, who was chasing after him, would definitely have to act cautiously. He could even team up with the other territory lords and find a way to capture Yang Kai. With their help, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape. At this moment, He Yuan couldn't help but recall a saying passed down in the human race: every cloud has a silver lining. But right then, a petite figure appeared in his sight all of a sudden. He Yuan suddenly felt so cold, it was like he had been frozen solid. When He Yuan sensed the auras of these territory lords, Yang Kai also noticed them. Even from a great distance, the monstrous auras of these territory lords were as clear as the bright moon in the night sky. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. He had originally planned to slowly exhaust He Yuan to death as, no matter how weakened, the latter was still a territory lord. If he was forced into a corner, Yang Kai had no idea what kind of methods He Yuan could pull out in desperation. However, the sudden appearances of other territory lords had thrown his plans off entirely. He could sense Mia Qiong and Qing Lei among these auras, and apart from those two, he also sensed the aura of another unfamiliar territory lord. In other words, there were 3 territory lords up ahead. What are they doing here? According to the information Yang Kai had received, a few territory lords were assisting Mu Guang in besieging the old ancestor. That was why, when he had severely wounded He Yuan's soul, Yang Kai had been able to continue acting freely within the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, there was no other territory lord present to stop him. But now, 3 of them had appeared all of a sudden. Has the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord ended? Who won? Yang Kai had no time to give it another thought though, as he only hesitated for a moment before immediately activating his space principles and disappearing like a ghost. The next moment he appeared, he was not too far behind He Yuan. He promptly manipulated the local space principles to seal the surrounding space and thrust out his azure dragon spear. At the same time, he fired a blast of his spiritual energy straight at He Yuan's head while shouting, "He Yuan, suffer death." The 3 territory lords were still some distance away, so Yang Kai figured he still had enough time to escape after killing He Yuan. Yang Kai was already prepared to defend against He Yuan's final counterattack, but He Yuan appeared as if he was completely oblivious to the danger even when this fearsome spear thrust was upon him. Rather, all his attention was focused on something in front of him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed by as a petite figure, holding a long sword, flew past He Yuan. The long sword was devoid of even a stain of black blood and just so happened to collide with Yang Kai's spear. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of this figure and he frantically retracted his spear, but the powerful impact still caused his vitality to tumble in his chest. The petite figure rushed to Yang Kai and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai was also stunned as he asked in a dumbfounded voice, "Old ancestor?" He had not expected to run into the Yinyang Pass old ancestor here. Yang Kai had been wondering about the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord when he felt the auras of Mia Qiong and the other territory lords up ahead. Nonetheless, it never crossed his mind that the old ancestor would suddenly appear before him the next moment. Does this mean that the old ancestor was fighting Mu Guang for an entire half a year? Astonishing. However, now was obviously not the time to reminisce about such things. The 3 territory lords behind the old ancestor were relentlessly chasing after her and would be here soon. So, after the old ancestor finished asking, she mustered her world force, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and shouted, "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai could only allow himself to be dragged along by the old ancestor, flying forward as fast as lightning. While escaping, he took a quick look back and saw He Yuan's huge body collapse into countless pieces all of a sudden. Apparently, in the brief moment the old ancestor passed him by, she had ruthlessly attacked him. He Yuan was already on his last legs and had no strength to take on an attack from an old ancestor. A load had been taken off Yang Kai's mind when he saw this. He Yuan might not have died at his hands, but in the end he didn't escape. "Didn't I tell you to meet up with the army? Why are you still here?" The old ancestor curiously asked as she led Yang Kai away. Yang Kai respectfully replied, "Mu Guang's army moved to engage the army from Yinyang Pass. At first, the huge army was blocking my path, so it was difficult for me to break through alone. I wasn't able to join up with the others. Later, something happened, so I stayed here." "You might be young, but your courage isn't small," the old ancestor indifferently stated. Who knows whether she was mocking him or praising him? She then suddenly asked, "Were you the one who injured that guy?" "Hey Yuan." Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, it was me." No wonder he didn't have any strength to resist my attack. The old ancestor instantly understood. If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to kill him in my current state. Yang Kai was taken aback after hearing this and immediately took a closer look at the old ancestor's face. "Are you injured?" The old ancestor gloomily nodded, "My injuries aren't light." But the next moment, she suddenly sneered, "Don't worry, that old hag's injuries are even worse. She's currently unconscious inside her black ink nest." Yang Kai's heart was shaken. He knew that the old hag she was referring to should be Mu Guang. Both of them had fought countless times since they had taken command of this war zone, so a deep blood feud had already been forged between the two. Both were supreme masters of their respective race and they had always been on par with each other. Since the old ancestor had suffered heavy injuries, Mu Guang would not have fared any better either. Otherwise, not just these territory lords would be chasing after the old ancestor. Just now, Yang Kai had been wondering why someone like the old ancestor was even being chased by a few territory lords, but now he knew the answer. Apparently, her injuries were quite serious. However, there was one thing that piqued Yang Kai's curiosity. "Old ancestor, those territory lords don't seem to be injured at all." The old ancestor pursed her lips in disdain. "These cowards were just hovering around in the background while I was fighting with that old hag. They didn't dare to interfere, so why would they be injured? However, when I broke through the encirclement, I killed one of them, otherwise, the ones chasing after me would have been 4 territory lords. Heh, I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" Saying so, she even winked at Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai couldn't remain calm and the corners of his mouth twitched as he praised, "Old ancestor is truly too amazing and awesome, your might is simply boundless." The old ancestor seemed to be quite happy to hear the praise, no matter how obviously forced it was. Quickly composing herself though, she asked, "I'm quite curious, how did you injure a territory lord to the point you could chase him down? You're only in the 7th order, right? If all the 7th order open heaven realm masters were so powerful, the Black Ink clan would have long been wiped out." Yang Kai explained, "Hey Yuan dug his own grave." Afterwards, he briefly explained what he had done so far and how He Yuan had worked together with many others to set up a trap, waiting for Yang Kai to fall into it. In the end, He Yuan only lifted a rock just to drop it on his own foot. He failed to do anything to Yang Kai's consciousness in that strange space and instead was badly wounded. With the help of the compass refined by Wang Sibo, Yang Kai coincidentally found He Yuan's location and engaged in a fierce battle with him before pursuing him. The old ancestor's eyes lit up as she listened. Their black ink nests actually have such a connection? Did old ancestor really not know? The old ancestor explained, shaking her head, "The human race actually knows very little about the Black Ink clan. Because of the Black Ink strength, we are unable to explore the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, let alone their Black Ink nests. What's more, Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so they naturally do not reveal secrets about them. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this intel at all." Having said so, a solemn look appeared on her face before she continued, "According to what you said, each Black Ink nest can be counted as a subnest of a higher grade Black Ink nest. If a territory lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of its subnest will wither as well. If that old hag's Black Ink nest were destroyed, wouldn't all of the territory lord Black Ink nests also wither, thereby affecting all the feudal lord Black Ink nests as well?" Yang Kai agreed with a nod, "That should be the case." Martial Peak, Chapter 51:17, Revert back to a child again. The old ancestor asked again, "Then whose nest bred the royal lord Black Ink nests?" Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know either. According to the Black Ink clan, a royal lord Black Ink nest is the highest grade Black Ink nest." The old ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally adding, "There must be a source. If we can find this source, perhaps we can eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all." Yang Kai asked worriedly, if that's the case, doesn't it mean there's an even stronger Black Ink clansman, stronger than even the royal lords? Since that source could give birth to a high-rank Black Ink nest owned by a royal lord, it would naturally be guarded by an even stronger Black Ink clansman. That was quite a terrifying prospect. The royal lords were already on par with the old ancestors. If there really was someone even stronger, what kind of strength could they display? Perhaps. The old ancestor couldn't explain it either. Right now, our understanding of the Black Ink clan is still too limited. While speaking, she turned her head to look and saw that the 3 territory lords were still hot on their tails. More importantly, instead of opening up a gap, the distance between them had actually gotten shorter. A trace of murderous intent flashed across the old ancestor's eyes as she muttered, "These 3 stalkers are a bit troublesome. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unless we take care of them. Do you have any good ideas?" Yang Kai decisively shook his head. "I'm unable to take on a territory lord, but if it's just escaping, it shouldn't be a problem. That's my forte." The old ancestor glanced at him before realization dawned upon her. "Right, you're proficient in the Tao of space, I forgot about that. But I want to kill them." Yang Kai promised upon hearing this, "I'll help out however I can." The old ancestor nodded her acknowledgement as she stated, "We'll act according to the situation, don't force it." "Yes." Yang Kai replied firmly. Right then, they spotted an average-sized universe fragment floating up ahead. Who knows how long it had been drifting through the void. In the cover of the universe fragment, the old ancestor turned around and landed straight on the universe fragment. The next moment, she thrust her long sword out repeatedly while forming a set of hand seals with her free hand. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was doing, but he knew that the old ancestor was probably setting up some kind of array or trap. She was done in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the old ancestor bit her fingertip before flicking a drop of gemstone-like blood essence into the void. Immediately after doing this, she quickly concealed her aura. Yang Kai understood the gist of what she was planning and hurriedly concealed his aura as well. Of course, since his cultivation was lacking compared to the old ancestors, his concealment wasn't as effective. Although the old ancestor was standing in front of him right now, if one didn't use their naked eyes to observe her, they wouldn't be able to perceive her at all. This showed just how exquisite her concealing technique was. Of course, this also had to do with her fantastic strength. Just as she was finished, the 3 pursuing territory lords flew across the universe fragment. They failed to spot the old ancestor ahead, however, they seemed to have noticed the universe fragment from the corner of their eyes and felt that there was something strange about it. Mia Qiong, who was leading the group, turned his head. The next moment, he saw the old ancestor dressed in white standing alone on the universe fragment with her sword pointed at them with a solemn expression on her face. Mia Qiong's hair stood on end. He might not have any idea as to what the old ancestor was planning, but judging by her posture, he could tell that it was not anything good for them. At the same time, Qing Lei and the other territory lord whom Yang Kai didn't recognize also noticed this peculiarity. The 3 territory lords had never imagined that the human race's old ancestor, who they had been chasing all this time, would actually stop here and ambush them. They had thought that the old ancestor was too seriously injured and unable to contend with the 3 of them, which was why they had chased after her so aggressively. All along the way, the 3 territory lords had been fantasizing about killing an old ancestor. After all, the death of such a powerhouse was a rare opportunity. They would have made an enormous contribution to the war if they really did kill her. It wasn't until this moment that the 3 territory lords realized that things were different from what they had imagined. The human old ancestor wasn't completely powerless. Before they could react, a torrential world force erupted from the old ancestor as she swung her sword. The universe fragment exploded and was reduced to dust as a giant yin-yang fish pattern appeared in the void, enveloping the 3 territory lords. The yin-yang fish was filled with endless murderous intent and, as it rotated, it seemed to transform into a giant millstone that crushed everything in its range. The 3 territory lords who were enveloped by it immediately began to bleed profusely as they howled in pain and anguish. Immediately after, a surge of black ink strength erupted from the territory lords. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. Each of them released a powerful burst of energy in an attempt to break free. While they were struggling though, the old ancestor arrived before the 3 territory lords with her sword in hand. No one saw when she had attacked, not even Yang Kai who was standing right next to her. It wasn't until a cold light flashed in front of the territory lord Yang Kai didn't recognize and his giant head flew up into the void that Yang Kai came to his senses. The old ancestor had decapitated a territory lord with one swing of her blade. The old ancestor had already made her move, so how could Yang Kai stand idly by? His figure instantly teleported in front of Miat Xiong and attacked. At this moment, Miat Xiong was preoccupied with resisting the grinding force of the yin-yang fish and his entire body was covered in blood as his aura had greatly weakened in this short span. When Yang Kai attacked Mei Xiong with his spear, the latter was unable to react and was stabbed through the chest by the Azure Dragon Spear. Although this injury was not light, it wasn't enough to take his life. On the other hand, the old ancestor swung her sword towards Qing Lei, after killing the first territory lord. Qing Lei wasn't weak though and managed to dodge the oncoming attack, preserving his life. Be that as it may, the sword light cut off one of his arms as a fountain of black blood spurted from his wound, causing him to stagger back, howling in pain. But his howl was abruptly cut off as the old ancestor slashed again. This time, Qing Lei was unable to dodge and his huge body was split in 2. At the same time Qing Lei was killed, Yang Kai was also sent flying by Miat Xiong's fist, breaking many of his bones. Yang Kai somehow managed to stabilize himself and grit his teeth as he madly mobilized space principles, wrapping himself in spear light as he shot towards his enemy. Miat Xiong let out a furious roar and ruthlessly thrust out palm. As the palm and spear clashed, Yang Kai felt as if he was struck by lightning and he could see stars circling around his eyes. Right then, a look of horror flashed across Miat Xiong's eyes. Yang Kai also spotted the old ancestor silently appearing behind Miat Xiong like a ghost. Immediately after, she swung her sword, sending a shocking sword wave down at Mei Xiong. When the brilliant sword wave disappeared, the frozen Miat Xiong fell to pieces, literally, and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai stared ahead in a daze, his face covered in blood and filth. Dead. 3 territory lords had died in less than 10 breaths. He might have participated in the battle, but his contribution was minuscule. He had only been able to restrain Miat Xiong for a moment and had even been struck hard by the latter's counterattack. It wasn't wrong to say that these 3 territory lords had all died at the hands of the old ancestor. The fearsome territory lords, against whom Yang Kai was completely helpless, were like common chickens in front of the old ancestor, unable to fight back or even resist, easily killed in an instant. Yang Kai got to witness the true strength of an old ancestor up close today. Be that as it may, he was greatly puzzled by the current situation before him and immediately turned to the old ancestor. The old ancestor put away her long sword and turned to him, worriedly asking after seeing his state, "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai lightly coughed before replying, shaking his head, "It's nothing serious, I can recover after a few days of rest, but old ancestor, I don't understand something." The old ancestor indifferently asked, "You want to know why I let them chase me since I could have killed them at any point I wished?" Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. The old ancestor replied, "Because I only had this much strength left. If I killed them before, I wouldn't have been able to return, but since I met you, I'll be relying on you to take me back." An earnest and serious expression took over Yang Kai's face. "I will not fail in the duty I have been entrusted with." The old ancestor suddenly clucked her tongue, "Damn it, I'm about to revert back into a child again." Yang Kai was confused, "Huh?" The moment he was finished speaking, the old ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as her aura rapidly weakened like a deflating balloon. Only then did Yang Kai suddenly come to his senses. The old ancestor was wounded, and her injuries were not light either. Furthermore, the old ancestor began to shrink with the weakening of her aura. Originally, the old ancestor looked like a young woman in her early 20s, but under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, this young woman seemed to regress into a 7- or 8-year-old kid in less than 20 breaths. Her white clothes also shrank along with her figure, sticking close to her body. Obviously, this was not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a specially refined artifact. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out, looking at the little girl the old ancestor had transformed into. He was not just shocked by the old ancestor's transformation, but also by her little girl persona. It was the same little girl who had been pestering him in Yinyang Pass marketplace. It was this little girl who had given him that ancient coin. When he first met the old ancestor, Yang Kai found her a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Now he finally understood that the old ancestor's appearance was somewhat similar to that little girl's. He had never imagined that the old ancestor herself was that little girl. Suddenly, everything that Yang Kai had encountered back then which he failed to understand made sense to him. Previously, he had been wondering why the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass hadn't summoned him or given him any instructions before sending him on such an important mission to infiltrate the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory and find the Black Ink disciple artifact refiners. It wasn't that the old ancestor hadn't summoned him, but rather that she had been at his side the whole time. The ancient coin's origins also made sense now. How could a little girl who wasn't even in the open heaven realm steal such a precious thing from the old ancestor? At the time, Yang Kai had assumed the old ancestor had given it to her, but now it seemed that was not the case. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't sense any trace of cultivation from this little girl. She was like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. If Yang Kai hadn't witnessed her transformation with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this person in front of him was actually the Yinyang Pass old ancestor. What the hell? Yang Kai was more than a little confused. Don't just stand there gawking, hurry up and run. Who knows when more Black Ink clansmen might arrive to investigate. The old ancestor's face was pale and a bit of blood was trickling from the corner of her lips. Her bright eyes had gone gray and lost their shine and she looked extremely tired with her eyelids already starting to droop. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:18, Ancestor has issued a decree. Having prompted Yang Kai, her small body staggered forward. Yang Kai immediately reached out to support her. I'm a bit tired, the little girl rubbed her eyes with her white, small and chubby baby hand, yawning, hurry back to the pass, and be careful on the way. Saying so, she closed her eyes. Yang Kai called out to her twice but didn't receive any response. After he carefully examined the little girl in front of him, he found that she had really fallen asleep. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was left with no choice but to pick up the little girl by the waist and make a beeline towards Yinyang Pass. He might not have played a big role in the last battle, but he was still injured by Mie Qiong while he was holding him back. However, this kind of injury wasn't a big problem for Yang Kai. Even if he didn't take rest, he could still recover. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was curled up and sound asleep, and couldn't help noticing her extremely pale complexion. No one would have ever thought that such a small girl would be able to kill 3 territory lords in an instant. Her tiny body actually carried within it the apex strength of the human race. When Yang Kai first met her, he had only felt the aura of an Origin King realm cultivator from her. At that time, he could not help but wonder how such a little girl could exist in Yinyang Pass. She had lied to him at the time, claiming to have been born in Yinyang Pass, and Yang Kai believed her. But at this moment, Yang Kai could not even feel the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura from her. She was like an ordinary mortal now. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before, but he suspected that it had something to do with the old ancestor's secret art. Perhaps when she was seriously injured, she would return to her youth to recover. He tried to place the little girl in his arms into his small universe, but he found that he was unable to do so. Even if the old ancestor was showing no signs of cultivation right now, her Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation was still present, so his small universe was unable to contain her. Since he couldn't put her in his small universe, he could only remain on guard and try to avoid any conflicts with the Black Ink clan along the way as he physically carried her. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not dare to use instantaneous movement unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, it would consume too much of his energy. It would have been extremely convenient for him to use instantaneous movement if he was alone, but bringing someone along with him would increase his consumption several times over. Secondly, the old ancestor's condition really was not good and Yang Kai had no idea if instantaneous movement would negatively affect her. Fortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low and his speed was not slow. Even if he flew all the way back to Inyang Pass, it would only take him a month or two. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided the scattered Black Ink clansmen and the journey remained uneventful for the time being. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt the small figure in his arms move. Looking down, he saw the old ancestor rubbing her eyes and slowly waking up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old ancestor, you're awake?" The old ancestor's complexion was still pale, but it had improved compared to before, albeit only slightly. The old ancestor let out a muffled groan as she shifted into a more comfortable position in Yang Kai's embrace. Having done so, she indifferently asked, "Where are we?" Yang Kai replied, "We're still in the Black Ink clan's territory, about a month away from the Inyang Pass." So slow, the old ancestor looked displeased. Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Perhaps we'll arrive the next time you wake up." The old ancestor deliberately widened her eyes, shaking her head. "I'm not tired, I'm not sleeping." Perhaps it was because it was uncomfortable in Yang Kai's arms, her small body adjusted and changed to other positions a few times, but she was still not satisfied. Finally, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, flipped her body over, and straddled his neck, finally stopping. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wouldn't matter if a real 7 or 8-year-old little girl was riding on his shoulders, but the issue was that she wasn't a little girl, she was the old ancestor of Inyang Pass. The high and mighty old ancestor was riding on his shoulders like this, putting him in an awkward position. It would be quite embarrassing if someone from Inyang Pass saw this. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. Her 2 little legs dangling over Yang Kai's chest rocked back and forth as she looked around with interest, as if she was enjoying the picturesque scenery. However, there was naturally no picturesque scenery in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, so after staring for a while, the old ancestor grew bored and patted Yang Kai's head. "I'm hungry." Yang Kai thought he misheard her. "I'm hungry." The little girl bent over and shouted in Yang Kai's ear, "I want to eat some hot steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Where would I get steamed stuffed buns here? There were naturally no shops in this vast void. Yang Kai had a nagging feeling that the old ancestor's temperament had greatly changed after turning into a kid. "I don't care, I want to eat steamed stuffed buns, right now, right this instant." The little girl kept shouting, throwing a tantrum like a real child. Yang Kai was just about to refuse her and say that he couldn't do anything, but he suddenly remembered that while other open heaven realm cultivators might not be able to accommodate this request, he was raising a large number of humans in his small universe. He could get whatever he wanted from them. Using his divine sense, he immediately found a steamed stuffed bun shop in a bustling city in his small universe. The next moment, a tray of steamed stuffed buns appeared with a flip of his hand before he handed it to her. "Take it." The little girl immediately smiled happily. She grabbed a steamed stuffed bun and took a bite, but the next moment, she suddenly spat it out as a furrow appeared on her brow. "Yuck, this tastes like poop, I want to eat delicious steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai immediately had a huge headache. He suddenly understood why those 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Inyang Pass didn't have the demeanor of masters in the marketplace, and why each and every one of them was extremely unscrupulous with their business dealings. The people of Inyang Pass had to work hard in order to serve an old ancestor like her. Yang Kai's small universe, inside the main conference hall of 7 Stars sect. A meeting of the higher-ups was taking place. Since the last time Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Emperor Realm Masters of 7 Stars sect to kill Zhu Feng, they had gained some understanding of what was above the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai also taught them the method to condense their Dao seals and gave them some resources to cultivate with. Recently, the higher-ups of the 7 Stars sect had been working hard to break through to the open heaven realm, but their aptitudes came up short. Even if they managed to break through to the open heaven realm in the future, their order would be extremely limited. They wouldn't be of much help in the Black Ink battlefield. Only Miao Fei Ping had a chance of reaching the 6th order. At this moment, the Emperor Realm Masters were discussing their own cultivation insights with the sect master, Shangguan Ji, as the leader. Although Yang Kai had taught them the method to condense their Dao seal, they naturally had many questions as they had never come into contact with such things before. They wanted to ask Yang Kai for some advice, but their ancestor, Yang Kai, had always remained elusive. They were unable to find him, so left with no options, they could only try to learn by discussing with each other. Just as everyone in the hall was locked in a heated discussion though, Shangguan Ji suddenly jolted as he stood up straight as an attentive look appeared on his face, apparently listening to something. His strange actions puzzled many of the higher-ups and they all focused their attention on him. After a short while, Shangguan Ji bowed and solemnly stated, "This junior will obey." As soon as he said this, all of the Emperor Realm Masters present became excited. Elder Guan Xianxia even asking, "Sect Master, does the ancestor have any instructions?" In the entire void world, the only person who could make Shangguan Ji act so respectfully was the ancestor. As he had expected, Shangguan Ji solemnly nodded his affirmation. Just now, the ancestor issued a decree for my 7 Stars sect to carry out. Guan Xianxia and the others stood up together, perking up their ears. Shangguan Ji swept his eyes over the crowd and sonorously declared, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns." Everyone was dumbstruck. Guan Xianxia thought he had heard wrong and skeptically asked, "Sect Master, what does the ancestor want to do?" Shangguan Ji stared at him with a serious look on his face, reiterating, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns." 7 Stars sect's gears suddenly started fiercely turning as the Emperor Realm Masters flew about. The disciples below didn't know what was happening and thought that something big had happened, but soon they found out that one of the 7 Stars sect's precious spirit beasts had been killed by Elder Guan Xianxia. The disciples were all shocked. It had to be known that Elder Guan Xianxia had spent a great deal of effort to capture this spirit beast in the past. It was quite strong and intelligent. Coupled with its beautiful appearance, many of the disciples were quite fond of it. Although it had a bad temper and would occasionally injure others, when this spirit beast was killed, many of the female disciples broke into tears. They felt that Elder Guan Xianxia was simply inhumane. How could he kill such a beautiful spirit beast? Rather than calling him Guan Xianxia, we should just call him Butcher Guan. The disciples didn't know why the spirit beast was killed, but the elders did. The ancestor wanted to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns. They didn't know what kind of steamed stuffed buns the ancestor would find delicious, so they could only try their best by using the top materials they could find. The entire 7 Stars sect had been mobilized, especially the disciples who were proficient in cooking. In less than 2 hours, all kinds of steamed stuffed buns were served. As soon as the steamer was opened, a basket of steamed stuffed buns strangely disappeared. In the void, a profusely sweating Yang Kai handed the freshly baked steamed stuffed buns to the old ancestor. "Try this." The old ancestor took it and sniffed before gingerly taking a bite. "It's acceptable." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The 1 hour before the steamed stuffed buns were prepared was definitely the most torturous hour of his life. He wouldn't feel so tired even if he had to fight a territory lord one-on-one. The tantrum-throwing old ancestor was simply a nightmare to deal with. Fortunately, she had finally calmed down. Sitting on his shoulders, the old ancestor was happily eating. She picked up a steamed stuffed bun and pushed it to Yang Kai's mouth. "You eat one too." Yang Kai said, "I don't need it." "Eat." The old ancestor simply stuffed it into his mouth after throwing a word. Yang Kai swallowed back his protests and obediently ate the bun. The few steamed stuffed buns were quickly consumed as the two ate them one after another. The old ancestor licked her little hand and casually muttered, "I also want to eat candied fruits." Yang Kai immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning as a troubled look took over his face. "Old ancestor, please wait a moment." In 7-Star Sect, Shangguanji stood up straight for a moment before suddenly turning to the elders who were staring at him and speaking, "The ancestor wants to eat candied fruits." Martial Peak, Chapter 51:19, Ancestor is coaxing a child. Ancestor wants to eat pancakes. Ancestor wants to drink tea. Ancestor wants. Almost every other day, a new decree would be issued, sending the entire 7-Star Sect into a flurry of activity. The sect master, Shangguanji, was in charge of coordinating their response, leading the various Emperor Realm elders to work together. Every time a decree was issued, all of the sect's manpower would be mobilized, completing the request in the shortest time possible no matter what the ancestor demanded. After completing several of Ancestor's decrees, an Emperor Realm elder suddenly asked, "Sect Master, what is the ancestor doing?" Shangguanji's expression turned solemn. "How can we understand the ancestor's thoughts? Don't think too much about it, meticulously completing every task is more important." The elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Naturally, we can't fathom the ancestor's thoughts. It's just that, I think that the requests ancestor has raised aren't something he needs personally." Shangguanji glanced at him, immersing deep into his thoughts. "You mean?" The elder continued, "Sect Master, you must be aware that I became a grandfather a few years ago. My grandson is now 6 years old and is very playful and gluttonous. When I'm free, he makes all kinds of requests, similar to the decrees issued by the ancestor. If this old master may make a bold presumption, I think that the ancestor is doing the same thing as this old master, coaxing a child." As soon as these words left his mouth, it resonated with many of the elders' hearts as a few even nodded in agreement. To be honest, many decrees had been passed down over the last few days, so everyone had been able to infer some things from them. Nonetheless, none of them had the courage to ask questions, or make any assumptions, until this elder boldly spoke. Shangguanji raised his brow upon hearing this. "Coaxing a child? You might be right, but does that mean the ancestor has an heir? This is joyous news." The elder replied, "Of course, it's joyous news, but if he's really coaxing a child, we can be more proactive in supporting him. It's extremely hard to fathom a child's temperament, but as long as they are happy, they will become obedient." "What plan do you have?" Shangguanji asked. The elder stroked his beard before replying, "If it's regarding eating, we've already prepared a lot of snacks for the ancestor, so the direction we should be focusing now should be entertainment. To tell you the truth, my grandson is very fond of a certain toy, and he enjoys playing with it quite a lot. If we can give a similar object to the ancestor, perhaps we can resolve the ancestor's predicament." "Oh?" Shangguanji became interested. "What is it?" The elder stroked his beard with a smile before giving its name. Shangguanji lightly nodded his acknowledgement. "An interesting proposal. In that case, we should quickly make one and hand it over to the ancestor." The elder readily accepted the order. After the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly reached out as something appeared in his hand, handing it to the old ancestor on his neck. "Here, this is for you." The old ancestor glanced at it before smacking Yang Kai's head and angrily asking, "Do you think I'm a child?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back. Be that as it may, the old ancestor took the object in his hand with a light snort before she started shaking it in satisfaction. It was a rattle drum. After they gifted Yang Kai the rattle drum that day, the frequency with which the ancestor issued new decrees greatly decreased. Although they still needed to prepare some food from time to time, it was not as frequent as before. After the initial hustle and bustle, 7 Stars sect was able to quickly and effectively complete the ancestor's orders. The ancestor was obviously very satisfied with their performance, even bestowing them with some materials and many insights about condensing their Dao seals. The 7 Stars sect's higher-ups were naturally very grateful. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After traveling non-stop, Yang Kai was already close to Inyang Pass. He didn't run into many Black Ink clansmen on the way, so the journey was quite smooth and uneventful. On this day, Yang Kai saw the towering Inyang Pass from afar, but just as he had expected, it was surrounded by the Black Ink clan's army. It had been over half a year since the Black Ink clan's army had engaged Inyang Pass army. During this time, both sides must have clashed on quite a few occasions already. When Yang Kai arrived, both sides were in a heightened state of tension, but not much fighting was happening. This also made sense. Every time the Black Ink clan army besieged a great pass, the battle would last for an extremely long time, ranging from a decade or two to a century. During this time, the Black Ink clan army would constantly replenish their own forces until their casualties were too many for them to bear. When the Black Ink clan army retreated, the humans would finally have some precious time to rest and recover. Inyang Pass was right ahead, and if Yang Kai was alone, he could have used the universe transference law to return directly. Every great pass had 4 purifying Black Ink battleships, and all of them had a universe array that Yang Kai had personally installed, so it was only natural that he had left his imprint on them. But as he also had the old ancestor with him, he was unable to use the universe transference law. The old ancestor's cultivation had been completely exhausted, so if she were to encounter any danger, she would be powerless to defend herself. If he wanted to return to the inner sanctum, he would have to plan his every step very carefully. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed to want nothing more than to see the world plunge into chaos. She urged Yang Kai to press on. According to her, if Yang Kai were to appear, the soldiers of Inyang Pass would definitely come to support him. At that time, they might find a chance to safely return to the inner sanctum by working together, especially since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai decisively refused the old ancestor's proposal. The child version of the old ancestor was too reckless. Although her proposal did have a chance of success, it carried a huge risk. As it concerned the safety of the old ancestor, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. Then, what do you suggest we do? Having her proposal rejected, the old ancestor was obviously upset. Let's wait. It's impossible for the two sides to continue staring at each other peacefully. When the fighting really starts, we'll find a place with weak defenses and break through. It was not the first time Yang Kai had done something like this, but the last time he did it, he had hundreds of others accompanying him. This time, he could only rely on himself. Having made his decision, Yang Kai immediately found a universe fragment and settled down. This universe fragment wasn't very big, and there were traces of mining on it. Possibly, Inyang Pass had used void Inyang mirrors to transport a universe world back here, mined it, and then discarded the leftovers. The Black Ink clan probably didn't expect any humans to stop over in such a place, so they did not have any intention of investigating it. For the next few days, although the two races clashed with each other, it was only some small skirmishes, nothing too big. Yang Kai patiently waited. Finally, after half a month, Yang Kai, who was cultivating, suddenly felt powerful energy fluctuations coming from the direction of Inyang Pass. When he looked up, he saw the Black Ink clan army attacking Inyang Pass in a frenzy. The entire battlefield was shrouded in rich Black Ink strength, and he could see countless Black Ink clouds of all sizes spanning over the entire battlefield. This was his chance. Yang Kai stood up and started paying close attention to the battle. The old ancestor also climbed onto his shoulder and sat down in her special seat, staring at the battle with widened eyes. Facing the frenzied attacks of the Black Ink clan, the humans basically left everything to Inyang Pass' strong defenses. So long as Inyang Pass remained standing, the Black Ink clan was basically unable to do anything to the human race. all of their attacks were just a waste of energy. On the other hand, the spirit arrays and artifacts set up around Inyang Pass could effectively kill the incoming Black Ink clan. This assault lasted for 3 full days before the Black Ink clan's momentum weakened all of a sudden. At that moment, warships suddenly appeared from the gates of Inyang Pass one by one. Immediately after, figures charged straight at them one after another, attacking them. The soldiers of the two races were instantly locked into another heated confrontation on this massive battlefield. Countless Black Ink clansmen instantly lost their lives, whereas many human race warships were reduced to shambles. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and rushed towards Inyang Pass. Riding on his shoulders, the old ancestor tightly gripped his hair with one hand, while pointing ahead with the other, looking all excited as she shouted, "Charge!" In the chaotic battlefield, no one on either side noticed a pair of figures charging towards them from the rear, until a dragon roar reverberated across the battlefield and a golden glow flashed, followed by the majestic appearance of a 30,000-meter-long dragon. There was a giant spear no smaller than its body in one of the Grand Dragon's claws, and the moment it appeared, it swept this spear out along the battlefield, cleaving through the unsuspecting Black Ink clansmen just like a violent gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties in the blink of an eye, and when the Grand Dragon whipped its tail, countless more perished. On such a battlefield, the destruction a Grand Dragon could cause was simply unimaginable, not to mention the long spear held in its dragon claw. Many of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale in fright and tried to dodge, but it was still difficult for them to avoid the oncoming death. Soon, the appearance of the Grand Dragon attracted the attention of both sides. The masters of both races quickly converged. One side wanted to intercept the dragon, while the other wanted to rescue it, which naturally resulted in a fierce clash. The resulting battle shook the universe and caused the void to collapse. The old ancestor's small figure stood atop Yang Kai's dragon head, rocking along the Grand Dragon's movements. She was surrounded by intense murderous intents, storming from every possible direction, but she still remained steadfast. Suddenly, a burly figure broke through the rows and rows of enemies and landed on the dragon head, bowing and cupping his fist. "Welcome back, old ancestor." The old ancestor lightly nodded. "You've worked hard." The person who had arrived was none other than the Southern Army commander, Wuxia. In the entire Inyang Pass, he was the strongest open heaven realm master besides the old ancestor. He also possessed one of the 4 universe pillars and was a future hope of the human race, as rumor had it that he was not far from advancing to the 9th Order. If he could really break through to the 9th Order one day, the human race would have another old ancestor. Along with Wuxia's arrival, many open heaven realm masters soon gathered around the Grand Dragon. Even a few 8th Order division commanders had arrived, escorted by numerous warships. Surrounded by the elites of the human race, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were escorted back to Inyang Pass. The Black Ink clan had obviously also discovered the situation here. Although they didn't quite understand why the humans were defending the Grand Dragon so heavily, since the enemy was paying so much attention to it, it must be important. As such, the Black Ink clan rushed in, but no matter how many of them tried, they failed to block the humans' advance. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were brought to one of Inyang Pass's main gates under Wuxia's lead. Wuxia summoned his strength and wrapped it around the old ancestor before quickly entering the inner sanctum, while Yang Kai turned around and joined up with the army to fight back against the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5120, Battle outside Inyang Pass. This battle lasted for several days and, by the end, Yang Kai couldn't maintain his dragon form and had no choice but to fight in his human form. After a few days, both sides withdrew. The battlefield entered a rare brief period of peace. The armies on both sides focused on recuperating, but so long as the Black Ink clan did not retreat, Inyang Pass could not really rest. Fortunately, the old ancestor had returned. Although the old ancestor had been seriously injured once again and had inevitably returned to her younger self, the news she brought back greatly boosted the morale of Inyang Pass. Mu Guang was seriously wounded in her fight with the old ancestor and was currently sleeping in her black ink nest. In other words, Mu Guang would not appear in this battle. More importantly, the old ancestor had eliminated 5 territory lords. This was an unimaginable loss for the Black Ink clan. On top of that, Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed almost 10 mid-rank Black Ink nests, along with hundreds of low-rank Black Ink nests. After such heavy losses, the Black Ink clan was in a state of chaos. A large number of feudal lords had gathered around the remaining mid-rank Black Ink nests to protect them and thus could not be deployed as reinforcements. Such casualties had shaken the foundation of the Black Ink clan. In the past, the reason why the Black Ink clan was able to besiege the Great Pass for so long was because they could constantly send reinforcements from the rear. But now that Yang Kai had dealt so much damage, the number of troops they could send would be greatly reduced. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan would not be sending many soldiers at all in order to guard against any future problems. In that case, the current war would end soon. Without reinforcements, how could the Black Ink clan resist the humans when they suffered so many casualties in battle? The Black Ink clan would have to retreat once the situation on the battlefield became untenable. Thus, after hearing this news, those from Inyang Pass were all extremely excited. What's more, Yang Kai had ventured deep into the Black Ink clan's territory alone, destroying many Black Ink nests, and rescued more than 300 artifact refiners, including 3 grandmasters. He had made an enormous contribution to the human race. Yang Kai had already let out Wu Xinghe and the others from his small universe, and they were now assigned to the refining hall to repair the warships damaged in the battle. Wu Xinghe and the others were originally 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in order to assist Yang Kai, their cultivations had regressed to the 6th Order so that they could enter the latter's small universe. Be that as it may, it wasn't too big a deal. As long as they had a profound Yin spirit fruit, they could slowly regain their original cultivation. The war between the two races was in full swing with several dozen small skirmishes breaking out between the two armies almost every day, with a big battle occurring every 10 to 15 days. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time officially participating in a battle outside a Great Pass. Although he had participated in the battle at Blue Sky Pass last time, he had not been officially registered to Blue Sky Pass at the time. Likewise, he had been assisting in perfecting the purifying Black Ink battleships during the early stages of that war. When he finally managed to sneak out and participate in the fighting, it was not long before he coincidentally discovered the location of the Royal Lord, which ultimately resulted in a decisive battle breaking out. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses because of him, giving Blue Sky Pass the chance to capitalize on the situation. It was different this time. Without so many twists and coincidences, although the battle was still leaning in Inyang Pass' favor, they were still a long way from completely repelling the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, the Royal Lord was not present on the battlefield, so the Black Ink clan army seemed to be a bit sluggish either from lack of coordination or morale. Many territory lords simply lead their own armies to fight on their own, making it difficult to form an effective strategy. Those from Inyang Pass would often gain a great advantage on the battlefield using this weak point. The entire Inyang Pass had essentially transformed into a giant meat grinder. Every time a big battle broke out, the Black Ink clan would lose countless masters. Although the humans would also suffer heavy casualties, the losses were still within an acceptable range because of the protection of the warships. As Yang Kai was a soldier from Blue Sky Pass, he didn't have an official position here. However, Tang Qiu had decided to temporarily place him in Su Linggong's squad. As they fought, Yang Kai got to taste how truly cruel the battlefield was, though it was not like this was his first time on such a battlefield. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star boundary, all the cultivators of the star boundary were pulled into the turmoil. That battle almost caused the star boundary to shatter and billions upon billions of lives were lost. In the end, the great emperor stepped forward and finally put an end to the great demon god's rampage. Be that as it may, Yang Kai always found it brutal, like it was the first time, no matter how many times he experienced this kind of battle. Yang Kai's addition to Su Linggong's squad had helped them slaughter countless enemies, earning them a massive amount of military merits in every battle they fought. After a long period of killing and fighting, every human came to possess a thick killing intent. Once this killing intent broke out on the battlefield, it would often deter the weaker Black Ink clansmen. Fighting, recuperating, the process was repeated over and over again. Yang Kai had almost lost track of time as all his focus was on making use of every opportunity he could find to either heal himself or kill his enemies. Every time he fought, he would always stand at the forefront, and every time he did so, his body would be covered in wounds. Nevertheless, as long as his injuries weren't fatal, no matter how serious they were, he would be able to recover in short order thanks to his dragon vein and wood element. His efforts had brought a significant boost in power and safety to Su Linggong's squad, and even after fighting for so long, they had not lost a single member. Furthermore, most of the time, no one would even be injured other than Yang Kai. Their squad was performing 10 times better than the other ordinary squads. Tang Qiu once came looking for him, taking time out of his busy schedule, and told him that he could return to Blue Sky Pass at any time he wished. Although he could be considered half a disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, he was still formally a soldier of the Blue Sky Pass on this Black Ink battlefield. Yinyang Pass had transferred him here mainly to gather information about the Black Ink clan's warship program and the artifact refiners who were behind it. Now that Yang Kai had completed this task perfectly, the battle at Yinyang Pass technically had nothing to do with him. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, Yinyang Pass naturally would not hold him back. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Compared to returning to Blue Sky Pass where he would have nothing to do but cultivate in retreat, he was more than willing to stay here and kill more Black Ink clansmen. Although the strength of a single person was meager, as long as everyone killed a few more, the Black Ink clan would be exterminated sooner. The battlefield fell into turmoil again. Surges of world force and Black Ink strength came and went as the human warships and Black Ink army fought each other. A large-scale battle had broken out once more and the 4 armies of Yinyang Pass charged to blunt the Black Ink clan's momentum. Yang Kai, Su Linggong, and another 7th Order Open Heaven Master, Ji Miaotong, wandered through the battlefield in a triangle formation. Ji Miaotong was the vice squad leader of Su Linggong's squad and a woman. Yang Kai had met her when he was escorted by Su Linggong's squad to intercept He Yuan's retreating army. Although they weren't close acquaintances, a bit of friendship had blossomed between the two after fighting together for so long. Ji Miaotong was extremely impressed by Yang Kai's courage and strength and she even praised him in private. Between the 3 of them was Su Linggong's squad's warship, which had some 5th Order and 6th Order masters operating it. Su Linggong's disciples, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, were among them. The 3 7th Order masters maintained a triangle formation, protecting the warship while also borrowing its power to kill their enemies. Furthermore, if they got tired or exhausted their strength, they could even temporarily hide inside the warship to recover. The human race relied on this method in order to preserve their strength. The human race would not have been able to defend these great passes without these warships. This was also the reason why the humans was so concerned by the appearance of the Black Ink clan's warship. If the Black Ink clan evened the battlefield, the human race really wouldn't know how to resist in the future. It had been half a day already since the battle broke out and Yang Kai and the others had been fighting non-stop since it began. Yang Kai's condition was still good, but Su Linggong and Ji Miaotong both were clearly unable to continue. Although they had taken many spirit pills to keep their strength up, their high rate of consumption had made it difficult for them to replenish their small universe's world force. Regardless, the human armies should be withdrawing their forces soon, and at that time, they could naturally return to the inner sanctum to rest and recover. After such a long, fierce battle, the Black Ink clan's soldiers had greatly decreased and the resistance they faced was no longer as intense as before. The 8th Order Division commanders had basically been keeping a close watch on the territory lords, so as long as everyone was careful on the battlefield, there wouldn't be any major problems. At a certain point, Yang Kai thrust his spear, exploding, a feudal lord charging at him into mist, and the thick black blood splashed all over his face. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't protect his face, it was just that he was too lazy to waste his strength to do so. In any case, black ink strength had no effect on him. With the World Tree clone in his possession, he wouldn't be corrupted even if he was soaked in this black blood. As Yang Kai was pulling back his spear, something caught his eye and he looked in a certain direction. In his sight, the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were locked in a heated battle when suddenly, a nimble figure entered his sight, but it disappeared soon after. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, wondering whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Nonetheless, he found this figure a little familiar. Before he could give it another thought, another squad of Black Ink clansmen attacked from the side. Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and raised his spear to meet them, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. As expected, an order to withdraw came from Inyang Pass soon after. Following Su Linggong's command, the warship turned around and flew towards the inner sanctum. Although the Black Ink clan pursued them, it was difficult for them to penetrate the defenses of the 3 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, thus, they no longer dared to continue after chasing for a while. Not long after, squads flew back into the inner sanctum, leaving countless Black Ink clan corpses behind on the hellish battlefield. Get some rest, and be ready to fight at any moment. I'll go get the warship repaired, Su Linggong ordered before storing the huge warship in his small universe and heading towards the refining hall. Although the members of the squad weren't injured, their warship had suffered damage in many places and needed to be repaired by the artifact refiners of the refining hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5121, Running into an Old Friend in Inyang Pass. The squad members bid each other goodbye before returning to their residences to rest. Generally speaking, after such a large-scale battle, no major skirmishes would break out for the next 10 to 15 days. So, nothing major should happen in the next half-month. Yang Kai had been living with Qing Kuei ever since he returned from the Black Ink clan's territory, so he naturally left with him. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a certain direction, where a familiar figure caught his attention. "What are you looking at?" Qing Kuei also stopped and curiously asked. "You go first, I'll be right back," Yang Kai replied before heading in that direction. Soon, Qing Kuei saw Yang Kai stop a person and start chatting with him with a smile. He couldn't help but ask Suing Shue in a low voice, "Junior sister, is Yang Kai close to someone else other than us here?" Suing Shue shook her head, a look of exhaustion taking over her face. "It's fine as long as it's not a woman, why worry?" Qing Kuei nodded lightly, "I guess, you're right." The two of them casually chatted before quickly leaving. On the other side, the cultivator who was stopped by Yang Kai wore a gloomy expression. "You're mistaking me for someone else." Yang Kai continued with a smile, "Divine Monarch's noble bearing is still the same, how can I mistake you for someone else?" The man glared at him, "I'm only a 7th Order Master, how could I dare call myself a Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai replied, "With Divine Monarch's aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you reach the 8th Order. The 7th Order is just a temporary stopover, so why should Divine Monarch act so humbly? What do you want?" The man grew impatient. Yang Kai replied, "Nothing, it's just I was pleasantly surprised to run into a familiar face. I came to chat with the Divine Monarch to talk about old times, that's all." The man immediately flew into a rage, "There is only enmity between you and me, what's there even to talk about?" Yang Kai countered with a smile, "So Divine Monarch admits that you know me?" The man's face went black as he grit his teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Yang Kai replied with a sigh, "I really don't want anything. It's just that when I spotted Divine Monarch's figure, I couldn't believe it and came here to confirm I wasn't seeing things. I didn't expect that Divine Monarch would also be here. Isn't this all because of you?" The other party gnashed his teeth, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with Yang Kai. Yang Kai innocently stated, "I don't remember doing anything to Divine Monarch. The one who captured you back then was Senior Fisherman from Bright King Cave Heaven." The man waved off, stating, don't call me Divine Monarch anymore, I'm only a 7th Order Master now. Others will laugh at you if you keep calling me that. Then, Brother Blood Crow? Yang Kai slightly raised his brow. The person in front of him was none other than the Black Crow Divine Monarch he had met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven centuries ago. After cultivating the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture, Black Crow seized the body of a great Thousand Bloodland disciple named Zhou Yi and escaped from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he hid in the Shattered Heaven and committed all sorts of crimes, leaving a bloodbath in his wake, causing many disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to be killed or injured. As he already possessed the foundation of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had obtained the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture, his cultivation rapidly rose. Even his strength had also exceeded his own order. To a certain extent, the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture was similar to Wuquang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. Both used external forces for their own gain, but in comparison, the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture only consumed blood essence, while Wuquang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law could devour anything. Which was superior was obvious. In the past, Yang Kai had been curious about who would devour whom if Wuquang were to meet with Blood Crow. However, this was only a thought experiment as these two had never met. When he was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, Black Crow had changed his name to Blood Crow. Yang Kai had fought with him several times before in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his plans, he would have closed the Blood Monster Cave Heaven long ago, and everyone who had entered at the time to train would have become his food and nourishment for his growth. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven also had various resources left behind by its previous master over his lifetime. Once Blood Crow absorbed all of these resources, he might be able to reappear in the world as a divine monarch. By then, even the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not be able to do anything to him. Later, Yang Kai once again encountered him and fought him in the Shattered Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the same as Blood Crow. Relying on his superior 8th Order foundation and knowledge, Blood Crow hadn't taken Yang Kai seriously and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. However, Yang Kai's cow punch had made him greatly suffer. In the end, Blood Crow was captured by an elder from Bright King Cave Heaven. Afterwards, Yang Kai ventured into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where he encountered Xia Lin Lang, and obtained the World Spring by chance. Later, Cheng Yang chased him until he entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Since then, Yang Kai had not heard any news about Blood Crow and presumed he had been imprisoned in Bright King Cave Heaven, unable to free himself. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely surprised to see Blood Crow in Yinyang Pass. In a place like the Black Ink battlefield, all battles were against the Black Ink clan and past grievances between people had long been forgotten. Yang Kai would never have been so calm and cordial if he had encountered Blood Crow in the 3000 worlds. He would have immediately thought that he had escaped from Bright King Heaven and was about to commit something atrocious again. But it was different here. Every human on the Black Ink battlefield was a comrade they could fight side by side with and depend on. It could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any great enmity towards Blood Crow, and this was something Blood Crow could clearly feel. However, considering what had happened to him, Blood Crow definitely held some resentment towards him. All of this was because Yang Kai had ruined his grand plan in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Seeing him remain silent, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Blood Crow, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield?" Blood Crow angrily snapped, "What? Can't I come here?" Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, "Calm down, let's talk things out. The Black Ink battlefield is a dangerous place after all." Blood Crow stepped aside and coldly snorted, rebuking, "Do you think I wanted to come to this damned place? Do you think I had a choice? Between being imprisoned in a dark and damp cell forever and coming to the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan, which one would you choose?" Yang Kai finally understood after hearing this. Blood Crow was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation at that. He had quite a good chance of breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. With such potential and strength, instead of leaving him to rot in prison, it would be better to send Blood Crow here to kill the enemy. It was obvious that Bright King Heaven had such considerations before sending Blood Crow here. No matter how twisted Blood Crow's temperament was, it was impossible for him to have any treacherous thoughts in a place like this, unless he was willing to be corrupted and become a Black Ink disciple. However, Black Ink disciples had their minds warped by Black Ink's strength and essentially became slaves, so if he really got corrupted by Black Ink's strength, he would no longer be himself, an intolerable fate for almost anyone. Brother Blood Crow, you've had it hard, Yang Kai sympathized. All thanks to you. Blood Crow became extremely annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled, now you can finally act openly, it's better than sneaking around and hiding. Blood Crow snorted and glanced at him, I didn't expect you to also reach the 7th order so quickly. I was just lucky. Yang Kai smiled, it can't compare to Brother Blood Crow's deep foundation. Don't even think about it, this king has a belly full of rage whenever I see you. Blood Crow snorted before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a pondering look appeared on his face, watching him leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed beside him. It was Tang Qiu. Yang Kai greeted him with a bow, Senior. Follow me. As Tang Qiu spoke, he mobilized his strength and wrapped Yang Kai in it before quickly disappearing. Soon, they arrived at the marketplace, but the bustling scene Yang Kai had first seen was now completely deserted. There was not a single person in sight. After giving it a thought, he did not find it strange either. The marketplace was crowded in the past because there had been no ongoing battles. Now that the Black Ink clan had surrounded Inyang Pass and they were all busy fighting, who would they come here? Nonetheless, it wasn't as if there wasn't anyone here. At Lin's Steamed Bun restaurant, a small figure was sitting at a table while supporting her chin with one hand while playing with her hair with the other. She looked extremely bored. Spotting the figure, Yang Kai promptly stepped forward and bowed, Old Ancestor. Ever since he had escorted the Old Ancestor back, he had been fighting against the Black Ink clan and had not seen her again. He had no idea why Tang Qiu had brought him here. The Old Ancestor lightly nodded before stretching out her hand, sit. Yang Kai was just about to sit down when he suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back. Looking back, he saw Tang Qiu glaring at him and immediately straightened up, Junior wouldn't dare. What can I do for the Old Ancestor? The Old Ancestor glanced at Tang Qiu but didn't say anything. Rather she just asked Yang Kai, do you know why this marketplace exists in Inyang Pass? Yang Kai pondered for a moment after hearing her question. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to say them out loud and could only shake his head, Junior doesn't know. The Old Ancestor asked with a smile, do you think the marketplace was built just for me to have fun? Having been seen through, Yang Kai could only brace himself and agree, yes. The Old Ancestor admitted, nodding, you're right, this marketplace was built for me to play around in, but it's nothing so simple as a way to pass the time. There are circumstances that necessitate it. Yang Kai asked, confused, please enlighten me, Old Ancestor. The Old Ancestor stood up and slowly walked to the door, staring at the empty street. The reason why the human race can hold on for so long is firstly because of these great passes, and secondly because of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who can contend with the Black Ink clan's royal lords. You are now a 7th Order Master, so you should also know the importance of top-tier combat power in the huge battlefield of the two races. Yang Kai earnestly nodded his agreement, indeed. The Old Ancestor continued, to put it bluntly, the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like me are the key to ensuring the safety of the Great Passes to a certain extent. Yang Kai listened attentively. The Old Ancestor continued, I cultivate a secret art called the Samsara art, and my cultivation improves every time I undergo a cycle of rebirth. As a result, if I am seriously wounded, I become like this. It may seem like my cultivation has been completely destroyed, but in truth, this is simply a cycle of reincarnation to me. However, because of the Samsara art, the method I use to heal my injuries is different from others. This marketplace was built for me, and is related to the secret art I cultivate. This is where I heal my injuries. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-22, Secret Order. Observing the myriad forms of the human world, seeing all the prosperity of the bustling world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled the words etched at the entrance of marketplace. The old ancestor lightly nodded. Living inside the bustling world can quickly heal my injuries, which is why there is a marketplace in Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai suddenly came to a realization. The old ancestor's healing technique was somewhat similar to Duan Hongchen's secret art. Duan Hongchen's title was Bustling World, and his entire cultivation was based on experiencing the baptism of the bustling world. Yang Kai couldn't comment on the profundities of this technique. After all, he had never cultivated such a technique before, but since the old ancestor had said as much, it must be so. At this point, he suddenly understood why the old ancestor had summoned him. Does old ancestor want this junior to help you heal your injuries? The old ancestor agreed, nodding. I've heard that you have raised many living beings in your small universe and it can be considered a complete world. It would be a huge advantage if you could help me heal my injuries. I don't need to heal completely, just enough to regain the strength to fight. At this time, Tang Qiu also interjected. Although the Black Ink clan army isn't receiving many reinforcements, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to force them to withdraw. Compared to previous wars with the Black Ink clan, which took more than a decade or even a century to end, 3 to 5 years was already an extremely short time, and all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. Had he not destroyed so many Black Ink nests behind the enemy lines and occupied so many Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan's forces wouldn't have been so strained. Although 3 to 5 years isn't a long time, if the war continues, Yinyang Pass will definitely suffer some damage. But if the old ancestor can take action, she will definitely be able to end things in one fell swoop. Yang Kai cupped his fist, stating, if old ancestor requires it, this junior is duty-bound to comply. Good, many thanks for your hard work in advance. Tang Qiu patted Yang Kai's shoulder in relief. In order to allow the old ancestor to experience the hustle and bustle of the mundane world and heal her injuries, Yang Kai needed to spread out his small universe and let her wander about inside. The old ancestor was a ninth-order open heaven realm master, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't take her into his small universe. He had no other choice but to do things this way. Since that was the case, Yang Kai would be unable to participate in future battles as he would need to remain in one place. Yang Kai could not easily move before the old ancestor had regained her full strength. Fortunately, Tang Qiu also said that since the old ancestor had decided to decimate the Black Ink clan army personally, Yinyang Pass' next strategy would be to harden its defenses and wait. No matter how the Black Ink clan provoked them, they would pretend they didn't hear anything. The humans would only rely on the spirit arrays and artifacts around Yinyang Pass to kill the Black Ink clansmen who got too close. They would not be sending troops out onto the battlefield. Soon, Yang Kai spread his small universe in the marketplace and let the old ancestor enter. Not only that, but he also chose the most prosperous city for her to arrive at. While the old ancestor was roaming around the mundane world in his small universe, Yang Kai did not remain idle. Although he could no longer freely move due to having spread his small universe, cultivating was not an issue for him. As such, he took out a set of 7th-order materials and quietly began refining them. Inside Void World, Miao Fei Ping of 7 Stars sect had long since matured from an innocent brat to an Emperor Realm Master and was now an elder of 7 Stars sect. His aptitude was quite good, and not too long ago, he even helped the ancestor kill a powerful enemy, earning him much praise. After that incident, the ancestor also bestowed the 7 Stars sect with many resources and passed down the method to condense one's Dao seal. Many of 7 Stars sect's Emperor Realm Masters had already begun doing just that. Rumor had it that they would advance the open heaven realm in the future as long as they worked hard. Miao Fei Ping was naturally no exception. Which cultivator didn't yearn for a higher martial Dao? Among all the Emperor Realm Masters who had begun refining powers into their Dao seal, Miao Fei Ping's progress was the fastest. He originally thought that he would at most be able to condense fifth-order powers with his aptitude. This was also the advice given by the ancestor when he originally bestowed them with the necessary materials. Of course, he wouldn't dare disregard the ancestor's advice. However, when he really began condensing powers into his Dao seal, he decided to be a little more courageous and try refining sixth-order materials. Much to his surprise, he actually succeeded. He didn't feel any discomfort or burden either. In other words, he could condense sixth-order element powers and attempt to break through to the sixth-order open heaven realm. He was extremely excited with this result, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was because the ancestor had said that although his aptitude was excellent, he would only be able to reach the fifth order in the future. The ancestor could not have made a mistake, so how could I successfully condense sixth-order powers? He really wanted to consult with the ancestor and ask for an explanation, but he was unable to contact him, so he had no choice but to give up. Miao Fei Ping was still in the process of condensing powers, and he was refining a sixth-order material. He wanted to obtain higher achievements and a higher starting point. Because he knew that his two companions who had entered the sect with him had received personal guidance from the ancestor himself, they would surely soar higher in the future. Miao Fei Ping didn't want to be left far behind by these two, so he could only redouble his efforts. Thinking back to when he first entered Seven Stars sect, all the past events vividly flashed in his mind. So many years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Where is that cold and aloof little girl with heaven-defying aptitude and that young boy with such poor aptitude that he could barely cultivate? Even Su Yi, who had suddenly appeared in Seven Stars sect, just disappeared one day. Those three were the ancestor's personal disciples, so they might be cultivating with the ancestor. One day, while Miao Fei Ping was meditating, a voice suddenly spoke to him. Miao Fei Ping was both surprised and delighted. He quickly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully, "Ancestor." He failed to spot the ancestor's figure, yet his voice sounded straight into his mind. It was not the first time he had seen the ancestor's divine might, so he did not find it strange. The ancestor's message was actually a secret order, which Miao Fei Ping immediately accepted. Having done so, Miao Fei Ping quickly requested, "Ancestor, this junior has a question he would like to ask." "What is it?" The ancestor's voice sounded again. Miao Fei Ping took a deep breath and mustered up his courage before explaining, "Ancestor, you gave me some pointers before and said that I should condense fifth-order powers. However, this junior got greedy and tried to refine a sixth-order material. Surprisingly, I didn't encounter any problems. But this disciple no longer dares to recklessly advance without understanding why I am all right. Ancestor, please grant me some guidance. Should I continue refining sixth-order materials, or switch back to the fifth-order materials?" As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Fei Ping immediately felt a majestic will sweep over him. In the face of this will, he couldn't help but feel as insignificant as an ant. This is the will of the ancestor. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but slightly tremble. The third-order Emperor realm is already the highest realm in this world, but it is still nothing before the ancestor. Just how high is the ancestor's cultivation? Soon after the will swept over him, Miao Fei Ping heard the ancestor's voice in his mind, "Continue. Times are different now and you have a chance to advance to the sixth order." Junior obeys. Miao Fei Ping was overjoyed and gave his thanks. The unease that had been troubling him all the while finally disappeared after receiving his ancestor's guidance. Be that as it may, he didn't quite get why things were different now. "I haven't done anything recently, but from what the ancestor said, it seemed like something had changed, allowing me to advance to the sixth order despite only having the aptitude for fifth order in the past." What changed? Thinking about it, Miao Fei Ping recalled that the newly recruited disciples of the sect seemed to have much better aptitude than in the past. And it was not just true for Seven Stars sect, but for all sects across Void World. It's as if the entire world had suddenly become more suitable for cultivation. More and more geniuses were appearing, causing the higher-ups of the various sects to celebrate. Thinking so, Miao Fei Ping immediately understood that what changed was not himself, but the world he lived in. He didn't continue mulling over the issue though. Rather, he quickly packed up his things and went to 7 Stars Sect's sect master, Shangguan Ji, requesting a leave to travel the world. Shangguan Ji had no reason to refuse and promptly agreed. And so, Miao Fei Ping, without wasting any time, quickly left the sect. Purple Phoenix City was among the most prosperous cities in Void World and was under Purple Phoenix Palace's jurisdiction. Purple Phoenix Palace was also one of the strongest sects in the entire Void World. More importantly, the disciples of this sect had a gift for commerce. This commercial success allowed them to attract countless cultivators from all over the world to Purple Phoenix City, and it soon grew into a prosperous metropolis with over 10 million inhabitants. With Miao Fei Ping's Third-Order Emperor realm cultivation, it had only taken him a few days to reach this city from 7 Stars Sect, and following the ancestors' guidance, he quickly found his target. A 7 or 8-year-old girl. Wandering alone in this massive Purple Phoenix City, Miao Fei Ping was certain that this little girl had never cultivated and was just a commoner who could be found anywhere. The secret order Miao Fei Ping had received was to take good care of this little girl and not let her suffer any injustice, while not letting his whereabouts be exposed. At first, he could not understand why someone like the ancestor would care so much about a little mortal girl and even ask him to personally keep an eye on her, but when he saw the rattle drum in the little girl's hand, Miao Fei Ping suddenly understood. He recognized this rattle drum as it had been personally crafted by an Emperor Realm Elder of his sect. He had been next to him when that elder had made this rattle drum. This little girl is the ancestor's descendant. The ancestor had given a series of decrees back then, asking for steamed stuffed buns and candied fruits, all to coax this little girl. Having understood this point, Miao Fei Ping immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He felt extremely honored that the ancestor gave him such an important task. Because of this, Miao Fei Ping had been secretly following the little girl and protecting her at all times. After observing her for a while, Miao Fei Ping discovered that she was particularly interested in snacks, but she did not seem to have any money on her. Every time she saw someone eat something, she would always start drooling, making her look extremely pitiful. Several times, Miao Fei Ping couldn't bear to watch and almost offered his assistance. At these times, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Since this little girl was the ancestor's descendant, why didn't the ancestor give her any money so she could buy the things she wanted? Obtaining mundane coins should be a breeze for the ancestor. But since the ancestor had not done so, he must have had his reasons. So, Miao Fei Ping couldn't rashly intervene either. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-23, Full Force. Nonetheless, after seeing the same thing over and over again so many times, Miao Fei Ping really couldn't bear to sit back and watch any longer, but neither could he expose himself. Ultimately, he gave some coins to the others and asked them to buy some things for the little girl. The little girl happily ate from then on. When the night arrived, the little girl had no place to sleep. So, she found a random alley and spent the night sleeping there, curled up. Every night, Miao Fei Ping would secretly protect her from the cold. Originally, Miao Fei Ping had thought that his days would pass by peacefully, but contrary to his expectations, something did happen. The little girl's rattle drum was stolen. If it was just an ordinary toy, no one would have paid any attention to it, but the material used to make this rattle drum was not ordinary, it was a rare piece of blue water wood. It was a toy for the ancestor's descendant, so the 7 Stars Sect elders had put in a lot of effort to craft this rattle drum, and it just so happened that the one who ultimately refined it had a suitable piece of blue water wood on hand at the time. Blue water wood was extremely precious as it could be used to refine emperor artifacts. It was particularly rare in this world and could be said to be priceless. A few weak cultivators noticed that the rattle drum in the little girl's hand was extraordinary. So, they threw some coins at the little girl and snatched the rattle drum from her in a half-buying and half-threatening manner. These cultivators weren't very strong, and as such, they failed to recognize the blue water wood, but they could still tell that the material of this rattledrum was expensive at a glance. The little girl looked extremely sad after losing the rattledrum, and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to snatch her toy back, but how could a 7-year-old little girl catch up to even the weakest of cultivators? The thieves disappeared in the blink of an eye. The little girl fell to the ground, wailing in grief as dirt smeared her cute face. Enraged, Miao Fei Ping stopped those cultivators in an alley, beat them up, and took back the rattledrum. After that, he found the little girl who was silently crying in a deserted place and quietly returned the rattledrum. Seeing the little girl smiling once more, Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he had thought that this matter would end there, but no one had expected that it was just the beginning. Among the few cultivators he had beaten up, one of them was actually the son of Purple Phoenix Palace's Vice Palace Master. The son of the Vice Palace Master was beaten up in Purple Phoenix City. How could Purple Phoenix Palace let the matter rest just like that? Purple Phoenix Palace cultivators started searching the city for the perpetrator, and soon found Miao Fei Ping. A conflict naturally broke out between the two sides, but Miao Fei Ping was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could these weaklings do anything to him? Naturally, he taught them a lesson and sent them packing. When Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups received the news, they were enraged and deployed some of their masters. In the blink of an eye, the entire Purple Phoenix City was engulfed in a secret battle. After suffering several losses, Purple Phoenix Palace finally figured out the identity of the perpetrator. To their astonishment, it was actually 7 Stars Sect's Miao Fei Ping. This shocked Purple Phoenix Palace greatly. It had to be known that the 7 Stars sect was the most powerful sect in Void World. Not only did they have the largest number of Emperor Realm Masters, but they also had an ancestor who was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Rumor had it that the ancestor's strength had already surpassed the Emperor Realm, but no one knew what his exact cultivation was. Although Purple Phoenix Palace and 7 Stars sect had some business with each other, there wasn't much friendship between them because of the huge distance between the two. What puzzled Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups was why Miao Fei Ping, the third-order Emperor Realm Elder of 7 Stars sect, suddenly came to Purple Phoenix City and attacked their disciples. The Vice Palace Master of Purple Phoenix Palace personally went to Miao Fei Ping and asked him for the entire story. Only then did he learn that his son had taken advantage of a little mortal girl, forcing Miao Fei Ping to act. The Vice Palace Master was naturally vexed. He might have failed to discipline his son, but the fact was that many of Purple Phoenix Palace disciples had been injured because of this matter. No matter what, Miao Fei Ping had to give an explanation, otherwise, Purple Phoenix Palace would lose all face. But why would Miao Fei Ping give them any kind of explanation? He had already shown mercy by not killing them even when they had bullied the ancestor's descendant, so why would he need any justification? The two sides failed to come to an agreement, and as both were pretty angry, a fight broke out. In the end, Purple Phoenix Palace Vice Palace Master was completely defeated. He was injured and even fled Purple Phoenix City in a sorry state. If injuring the disciples was just a trivial matter, the fact that the Vice Palace Master was injured drastically escalated the matter. How could Purple Phoenix Palace tolerate such an insult? They immediately dispatched several Emperor Realm Masters to subdue Miao Fei Ping. Very soon, even 7 Stars sect got the news. When they learned that Miao Fei Ping had encountered some trouble in Purple Phoenix City, Shangguan Ji personally led several Emperor Realm Elders to Purple Phoenix City to assist Miao Fei Ping without any delay. By the time Shangguan Ji and the others arrived, Miao Fei Ping had already fought several bouts with Purple Phoenix Palace's Emperor Realm Masters. At first, Purple Phoenix Palace thought that since Miao Fei Ping was all alone, it would be hard for a single third-order emperor to fight them off. However, after a few skirmishes, they noticed that Miao Fei Ping was different from the third-order Emperor Realm Masters they knew. His strength had already surpassed the limits of the Emperor Realm, and as such, even if he were to fight many masters alone, he would not be at a disadvantage. Purple Phoenix Palace was still unable to do anything to him even after several confrontations. When Shang Guanji and the others arrived, Purple Phoenix Palace was too afraid to act rashly. The Purple Phoenix Palace master couldn't sit still after hearing that Shang Guanji had arrived. No matter what, Purple Phoenix Palace could not ignore the reputation of the #1 sect of the Void World. The Purple Phoenix Palace master stepped out to personally receive Shang Guanji. Both sides calmly discussed the entire matter, without any animosity. Purple Phoenix Palace didn't have any other requests, they only wanted Miao Fei Ping to apologize and this matter would be settled. After witnessing Miao Fei Ping's strength, Purple Phoenix Palace also realized that 7 Stars Sect Emperor Realm Masters couldn't be judged by common sense. Just Miao Fei Ping alone was enough to give them so much trouble. Now with the addition of Shang Guanji and several others, Purple Phoenix Palace would likely suffer a catastrophic loss if they really fought. Not to mention, the 7 Stars Sect still had their hidden dragon ancestor who only showed his tail but never his face. But since so many disciples were injured, Purple Phoenix Palace needed an apology to save face. In their opinion, they were already completely conceding by asking for just an apology. Shang Guanji didn't immediately agree, all he said was that he would like to ask Miao Fei Ping about the whole story. Purple Phoenix Palace naturally agreed. Soon after, Shang Guanji came to Miao Fei Ping and asked him what this situation was about. Since things had reached this point, Miao Fei Ping had no choice but to reveal that he had received the ancestor's secret order. Shang Guanji was extremely surprised after learning that everything was actually because of the ancestor's descendant. However, when he personally saw the little girl and the rattle drum in her hand, Shang Guanji finally got the confirmation that she was indeed the ancestor's descendant. He was immediately enraged. Purple Phoenix Palace disciples had actually bullied the ancestor's descendant? How could he let this go? If it really was just some ordinary conflict, it wouldn't have been a big deal to have Miao Fei Ping apologize. After all, no matter what the cause was, the fact was that Miao Fei Ping had indeed injured many of Purple Phoenix Palace's disciples. To put it bluntly, as a third-order Emperor Realm Master, what Miao Fei Ping was doing was just bullying the weak. But the key point was that the ancestor was involved in this matter, so how could Shang Guanji give in? Shang Guanji visited the Purple Phoenix Palace Master and declared that it was impossible for them to apologize. If Purple Phoenix Palace continued pestering them over this, 7 Stars Sect would do everything in their power to maintain the dignity of their sect. Purple Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded as they had never expected to receive such a reply. Many of Purple Phoenix Palace elders were unable to calm their fury and started clamoring to teach 7 Stars Sect a lesson. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master, on the other hand, was hesitating. A few days later, a huge number of 7 Stars Sect cultivators rushed to Purple Phoenix City. Judging by the scale, it could be said that the 7 Stars Sect had mobilized all its forces. Everyone had rushed over, from Emperor Realm elders to disciples who had just entered the sect, not a single person was left. If someone were to attack 7 Stars Sect right now, they would easily be able to take over their headquarters. Purple Phoenix Palace had never thought that 7 Stars Sect's attitude would be so unyielding that they would mobilize their entire force. It felt as if a battle would break out between two great sects at any moment. Nothing of this sort had happened ever since the Great Migration to Void World. The unusual actions of the 7 Stars Sect also attracted the attention of all the sects in this world, and it was only at this moment that they truly witnessed the terrifying foundation of the 7 Stars Sect. Much to everyone's surprise, they had several dozen Emperor Realm Masters. Although the other sects had seen an increase in the number of Emperor Realm Masters they possessed in recent years, it wasn't too many. Even the strongest of them had perhaps a dozen or so in total. On the other hand, the 7 Star Sect actually had several dozen emperors. In the past, it had been rumored that the 7 Stars Sect was the strongest sect in Void World, but now, they finally had a deeper understanding of its strength. No one could understand why so many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the 7 Stars Sect. If the two sects were to fight, Purple Phoenix Palace would definitely not be their opponent. After the full mobilization of the Seven Stars sect, the Purple Phoenix Palace elders who had been eager to fight it out with the Seven Stars sect suddenly became mute. Fortunately, Seven Stars sect's forces didn't do anything drastic after entering Purple Phoenix City. All of them just entered local inns and dispersed themselves around the city. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master once again visited Shangguanji. His tone was no longer as forceful as before. Instead, he wore a forced smile on his face, expressing his goodwill. Even the Vice Palace Master came and personally apologized. Shangguanji stated that so long as Purple Phoenix Palace did not deliberately cause any trouble, Seven Stars sect would not cause trouble in Purple Phoenix City. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master let out a long sigh of relief after getting this guarantee. Be that as it may, it was highly inappropriate for so many Seven Stars sect disciples to be loitering in Purple Phoenix City. He wanted to ask Shangguanji what exactly they were doing here, and when would Seven Stars sect be withdrawing. After pondering for a moment, Shangguanji finally gave an answer: I can't say for sure when we will withdraw. As for what we are doing, you don't need to ask. You can just think of it as the disciples of the Seven Stars sect coming here to gain life experience. They will leave when the time is right. The Purple Phoenix Palace Master was speechless. Unable to obtain an accurate answer from Shangguanji, the Purple Phoenix Palace Master returned and relayed this conversation to the other elders. Immediately, one of the elders angrily rebuked, "Isn't Shangguanji Seven Stars sect master? Who in Seven Stars sect dares to disobey him? Yet he said that he didn't know when they would be withdrawing. Clearly, he is just trying to make things difficult for our Purple Phoenix Palace." Other elders also flew into a rage. However, one of the elders thoughtfully interjected, "According to the Palace Master's words, this Shangguanji may have some difficulties." The Purple Phoenix Palace Master looked at the elder after hearing his speculation. What difficulties could he possibly have? The elder asked, "Palace Master, doesn't Seven Stars sect also have an ancestor? What if he gave the order?" The Purple Phoenix Palace Master's expression changed. "You mean?" The elder shook his head, stating, "It's just a guess, I can't say for sure." Martial Peak, Chapter 51-24, Army Attacks. In Purple Phoenix City, Seven Stars sect disciples could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, these people really did not cause any trouble in Purple Phoenix City, just as Shangguanji had said. Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups were both happy and puzzled. Could it be that Seven Stars sect really only sent their entire sect here to gain life experience? But what they could not understand was why they chose Purple Phoenix City. Nonetheless, Purple Phoenix Palace finally reached one conclusion after numerous investigations, and that was that the Emperor Realm Masters of Seven Stars sect were attaching a lot of importance to a certain little girl who was wandering around Purple Phoenix City. At any given moment, at least 2 to 3 emperors would be secretly watching over her. However, they only monitored her from a distance and never exposed their whereabouts nor interfered with her life. They simply let her wander the city as she pleased. Purple Phoenix Palace finally realized that this little girl was the cause of the entire incident. Purple Phoenix Palace failed to understand why Seven Stars sect placed so much importance on this little girl. They tried to investigate her background, but even after a thorough investigation, they came to a shocking conclusion. No one knew which family this little girl was from or when she had arrived in Purple Phoenix City. There was no record of her entering the city through the city gates. It was as if she had appeared in Purple Phoenix City out of thin air. They might have not understood the origins of this little girl, but they finally understood Seven Stars sect's intentions, allowing Purple Phoenix Palace to breathe a sigh of relief. Since this little girl was so important, Purple Phoenix Palace didn't dare to be negligent either. The higher-ups immediately ordered everyone in the city to open their doors wide for this little girl, catering to her every need. Since then, the little girl's life in Purple Phoenix City had become much more comfortable. She did not need to pay for anything she ate, and when night fell, the owner of a nearby inn would always invite her inside to sleep in a warm bed. All this while, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged inside the marketplace, silently refining cultivation materials. He had his small universe spread out, allowing the old ancestor to recuperate, but this did not affect his cultivation in any way. The people of Purple Phoenix Palace and Seven Stars sect all thought that the old ancestor was just an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, but as the master of the small universe, Yang Kai could clearly feel some intangible force constantly pouring into the old ancestor's body. This mysterious energy seemed to be the essence of the mundane world. The baptism of this mysterious energy was the basis of the old ancestor's healing technique, but even Yang Kai was unable to understand its properties. Inyang Pass went into a full defensive stance while the old ancestor was recuperating. They did nothing even when the Black Ink Clan army taunted and provoked them. Only when the Black Ink Clan approached too close to Inyang Pass did they use the various spirit arrays and artifacts to repel the enemy. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Just like every other day, Yang Kai was focused on refining cultivation materials when he suddenly sensed something. He promptly focused his divine sense towards a certain place in Purple Phoenix City. Miao Fei Ping was diligently carrying out the ancestor's secret order in Purple Phoenix City, keeping an eye on the ancestor's descendant at almost every moment. Fortunately, Purple Phoenix Palace seemed to have realized that this little girl's identity was special after the previous incident, so no one dared to seek trouble with her, which saved Miao Fei Ping a lot of effort. At this moment, the ancestor's descendant was eating breakfast at a stall. Usually, this little girl was like a storm, lively and hopping from one place to another, but today, she suddenly stopped eating as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Immediately after, she stood up and walked straight towards Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was beside himself. It had to be said that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master who had not only used a secret technique to conceal himself, but had also withdrawn his aura completely. Not to mention an ordinary mortal, even another Emperor Realm Master would not be able to find him so easily. Nevertheless, the ancestor's descendant was actually walking towards him, forcing him to wonder, did she discover me? Miao Fei Ping quickly denied this possibility. Although the ancestor was powerful, his descendant didn't show any signs of cultivation. It was impossible for her to have discovered him. So, when she was approaching him, Miao Fei Ping just silently stepped aside. But much to his surprise, the little girl just stood there, and even turned towards him, looking at him with a smile on her face and a twinkle in her eyes. This time, Miao Fei Ping was truly shocked. He took a few more steps to clear the way, but the little girl just kept staring at him. "Junior sister, can you see me?" Miao Fei Ping asked, astounded. The little girl tilted her head and smiled, "Junior sister?" Miao Fei Ping was shocked beyond words, "She really can see me. But how is that possible?" He had been monitoring her for a long time, but he had never sensed any trace of cultivation from her, not in the slightest. He was really unable to explain the current situation. Just as he was beginning to doubt himself, the little figure in front of him continued with a smile, "Forget it. It's been hard on you these past few days." Miao Fei Ping didn't know how to respond for a moment and muttered, "Don't mind it, junior sister, it was my duty." The little girl nodded her acknowledgement like a worldly wise old woman before suddenly raising her head to the sky and shouting, "Bring me out." Just as she said so, the small figure before Miao Fei Ping suddenly disappeared into thin air. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but stare absent-mindedly. This sudden abnormality quickly attracted the nearby Seven Stars sect Emperor Realm Master's attention and they instantly rushed over to check up on it. Shang Guanji also received word and rushed over, but the little girl was already gone. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping soon received the ancestor's decree, stating that his mission was over. Everyone from the Seven Stars sect immediately breathed a long breath. At the same time, a small figure suddenly appeared in the marketplace of Inyang Pass. Seeing the small figure, Tang Qiu, who had been waiting here all the while, respectfully bowed. The old ancestor lightly nodded before looking at Yang Kai thoughtfully, voicing her doubts, "Is the flow of time in your small universe different from the outside world?" Yang Kai replied, "This junior cultivates the Tao of time, so the flow of time in my small universe is 4 times faster than the outside world." During a bout of enlightenment into the Tao of time many years ago, the flow of time inside Yang Kai's small universe accelerated to twice that of the outside world. Later, when his third disciple Su Yi was cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture in the Seven Stars sect, his small universe benefited from it for some unknown reason and the flow of time became 4 times faster. Therefore, although Yang Kai had only cultivated in the marketplace for half a year, the old ancestor had already spent more than 2 years in his small universe. Tang Qiu was stunned for a moment after this revelation, causing him to exclaim, "4 times the speed of the outside world?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. Tang Qiu looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. "You have living creatures in your small universe, who are constantly increasing your strength. With a 4-fold time flow rate, isn't it just like adding wings to a tiger?" He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "No wonder you broke through to the 7th order open heaven realm so quickly, so this is the reason." He had been curious about this all along. Yang Kai had only advanced to the open heaven realm a few centuries ago, and although the world was filled with many opportunities, the speed of his advancement was still too great. But if the flow of time in his small universe was different from the outside world, everything made sense. What a pity, Tang Qiu suddenly sighed again. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's advancement to the open heaven realm started from the 5th order. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit which had allowed his strength to increase by 1 order, his limit was still the 8th order. If he had broken through directly to the 7th order back then, he would have had a chance to become an old ancestor one day. With such a heaven-defying opportunity available to him, he could have saved a lot of time compared to other people who had a chance of reaching the 9th order. No need to feel sorry, the future is yet unknown. The old ancestor obviously understood what Tang Qiu was sighing about. It's not like Yang Kai doesn't have any hope of breaking through to the 9th order, but he still needs to work hard in the future. It would be better to focus on the present first. Tang Qiu's expression immediately became solemn as he requested, cupping his fist, "The 4 armies of Yinyang Pass are already prepared, please give the order." The old ancestor looked out of the great pass and indifferently ordered, "Engage the enemy." A sonorous bugle horn resounded throughout the entire Yinyang Pass. The soldiers of Yinyang Pass, who had been cultivating for over half a year, quickly arranged themselves at the eastern gate. The entire periphery of Yinyang Pass was surrounded by the Black Ink clan army, so the eastern gate was no exception. At this moment, the Black Ink clan was shouting provocations at this particular gate. Over the last half a year, this kind of scene had been occurring almost every day. The closing of Yinyang Pass had made the Black Ink clan become increasingly arrogant. Therefore, when Yinyang Pass's barriers opened and a tide of humans rushed out from the eastern gate, the Black Ink clan army, who had been provoking and cursing them, couldn't react in time. Everywhere the human warships passed, the dumbstruck Black Ink clan army was torn to pieces. In the distance, the territory lords were extremely excited, noticing the humans' movement. They loudly ordered their armies to meet the enemy. They had been feeling suffocated ever since Yinyang Pass withdrew, so now that the humans had finally come out, they naturally wanted to kill to their heart's content. The 2 armies soon clashed with each other in the void. Dazzling secret techniques and artifacts lit up the battlefield as blood and mangled pieces of flesh flew everywhere. As soon as they clashed, the Black Ink clan army showed signs of being suppressed. This was not surprising though, as all of Yinyang Pass's armies had charged out of the eastern gate, while the Black Ink clan's army was spread out around the entire Yinyang Pass. Aside from the Black Ink clansmen outside the eastern gate, the other Black Ink clan armies were still on their way to reinforce them. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan army's strength had been reduced after the previous battles. In the past, the Black Ink clan had been able to constantly replenish their forces from their home territories, but this time, the Black Ink clan's rear had been thrown into chaos. Not only was the royal lord seriously injured, but they had also lost 5 territory lords and countless Black Ink nests. While the humans were recuperating, the Black Ink clan had also received reinforcements, but their numbers were far fewer than normal, making it difficult for them to replenish their losses. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan continued to fight to the death. It wasn't that everyone from the Black Ink clan was unafraid of death, but if the territory lord commanding the army didn't give the order to retreat, no one would dare to. Retreating in battle without permission was a capital offense. For the territory lords, as long as not too many feudal lords under them died, it did not matter to them how many high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen perished. On the contrary, they could rely on the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen to exhaust the strength of the humans. In terms of replenishing their forces, the Black Ink clan had it far easier compared to the humans, therefore, this kind of exchange of forces was extremely beneficial to the Black Ink clan. All the territory lords understood this principle. While the Black Ink clan army at the eastern gate was retreating again and again, and the Black Ink clan forces from the other areas were rushing over to provide assistance, a small figure suddenly appeared on an unremarkable warship. Marshal Peak, Chapter 51-25, Meeting. The Black Ink clan never imagined that the human old ancestor would actually be hiding in the midst of the army to launch a sneak attack. What they found even more difficult to understand was how the old ancestor got the strength to fight so quickly. According to the news they had received from the rear, the human old ancestor was severely wounded and would not be able to fight for the next 30 to 50 years, otherwise, they wouldn't have continued besieging Yinyang Pass for so long. The royal lord had fallen into a deep sleep, so their side was without a supreme master. Once the human old ancestor took action, the territory lords would not be able to resist. It was precisely because they knew that the old ancestor did not have the ability to fight that the territory lords were so fearless. As strong as those 8th Order humans were, it was not easy for them to kill a territory lord on the battlefield, therefore, when the figure of the old ancestor suddenly appeared on the battlefield and killed one of the territory lords in the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan was beside themselves in shock. The old ancestor didn't stop there. She wielded her long sword again and quickly killed another territory lord with the cooperation of Tang Qiu and the other 8th Order masters. 2 territory lords had fallen in succession in less than a dozen breaths, so how could the surviving territory lords dare to remain? All of them quickly fled, and without them to hold the line, the Black Ink clan army instantly routed. In a flash, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy losses, whereas the morale of the humans shot through the sky. All the territory lords immediately focused all their energy on escaping while the old ancestor didn't waste any time chasing after them. Instead, she turned around and charged towards the south. On the southern side, the Black Ink clan army still didn't know what was happening on the eastern front, so the territory lords were still leading their army to provide reinforcements. Before they could arrive though, they were directly intercepted by 8th Order division commanders led by their old ancestor. In the initial clash, another territory lord was swiftly killed off by the old ancestor, and the aura of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master began to spread through the surroundings, oppressing the entire battlefield. 3 territory lords had died, the eastern front had collapsed, and the southern front had been thrown into chaos with the sudden appearance of the old ancestor. By now, the territory lords in the north and west of Yinyang Pass had sensed the old ancestor's aura. They knew that things were not looking good, so they decisively threw a bunch of cannon fodder to divert the attention of the humans while they led their elites to escape from the battlefield, running towards the Black Ink clan territory without even looking back, fearing that the old ancestor would pursue them. Since the battle had reached this point, the Black Ink clan could no longer turn the tide. Only a cup of tea had passed since the appearance of the old ancestor, and yet 3 territory lords had died by her hand while many weaker the Black Ink clansmen were annihilated from the fallout of her attacks. The Black Ink clan was utterly defeated. Without the suppression of a royal lord on the battlefield, the old ancestor was simply too intimidating to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army was fleeing everywhere like stray dogs, so naturally, the human race would not miss such a good opportunity. The 4 armies pursued the enemy under the leadership of their respective army commanders, leaving a bloody trail behind them. Yang Kai didn't participate in the battle, for as extraordinary as his strength might be, one more person on such a battlefield in the Seventh Order was not going to make a significant difference. His task was to escort the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. After recuperating for 2 years in his small universe, the old ancestor had only managed to recover enough strength to kill 3 territory lords. The old ancestor was no longer able to continue after killing the 3rd territory lord. Even if the Black Ink clan didn't retreat, it would have been impossible for the old ancestor to attack again. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan territory lords were completely terrified by the appearance of the old ancestor, so how could they dare to remain after sensing her presence? This gave the humans an opportunity to pursue and slaughter. In the battle between 2 races, this was the best opportunity to increase one's military merits. Many 8th Order Division commanders deeply understood this principle, so how could they let this chance pass? Nonetheless, the humans didn't dare to pursue the enemy too far and began to withdraw their forces and return to the pass after 10 days. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses in this battle and it would take them at least 100 years to replenish their forces. If the territory lords' casualties and the consequences of the Black Ink nest's destruction were factored in on top of that, it would probably take several hundred to 1,000 years for the Black Ink clan in Yinyang Theater to recover. This battle could be considered a great victory. The morale of Yinyang Pass soldiers was still pretty high after the battle. The battle between the 2 races had resulted in casualties on the human race's side too, but their casualties were within acceptable limits compared to the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan. After calculating the military merits, Yang Kai naturally received the highest reward. Leaving aside the fact that he infiltrated the Black Ink clan's domain, ruined their grand plan, and rescued 300 artifact refiners, just the destruction of the 10 mid-rank Black Ink nest was something no one could compare to. Not only did he discover many secrets about the Black Ink clan, he had also brought the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. Each of these feats was of great merit. Yang Kai might have belonged to Blue Sky Pass, but his contributions this time were not small. Furthermore, Yinyang Pass had also made an exception to record his military merits. Yang Kai could exchange them for anything he wanted from Yinyang Pass War Materials Palace with his military merits. However, he had looted a huge number of resources from the Black Ink clan already, so he didn't need to worry about his own cultivation and naturally didn't need to exchange for anything at the moment. After the battle ended, Yang Kai did not immediately return to Blue Sky Pass. Instead, he opened the portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in the periphery of the pass at the behest of Tang Qiu and the other army commanders. There were multitudes of hidden Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens around each great pass which were all left behind by high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had died in battle. It was true for Blue Sky Pass, and so was it for Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai had already opened the portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens around Blue Sky Pass, and the Array Masters back there had set up multitudes of restrictions and traps inside of them to deal with the Black Ink clan army in the future. Yinyang Pass had heard about this matter, so it was only natural for them to follow suit. Unfortunately, these hidden gates were difficult to find, unless one was proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai. Over the next few months, Yang Kai had been searching around the periphery of Yinyang Pass to open these hidden portals, and as long as one was opened, Array Masters would get to work. After finishing these tasks, Yang Kai began searching for the entrance to the sealed world portals further afield. It took him almost 2 years to finish everything. After returning to Yinyang Pass, the purifying light in the 4 purifying Black Ink battleships still needed to be replenished, so he had to act again. Taking into consideration the fact that the Southern Army commander Wu Qing had one of the 4 universe pillars, Yang Kai gave him a number of small stone race members to let him raise them inside his small universe. It was like a priceless gift to Wu Qing. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was not far from breaking through to the 9th Order. Now that he had the small stone race, the time it would take him to advance had been reduced. Everything was ready. The marketplace was extremely lively at this moment, just like the first time Yang Kai had come here. The entire street was crowded and bustling with activity, like a mortal city. But compared to his initial confusion, Yang Kai now knew that this marketplace was built to treat the old ancestor's injuries. After easily finding the old ancestor, who happened to be listening to a story in the tea house, Yang Kai sat down next to her without any trace of politeness. The speaker on the stage was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whom Yang Kai didn't recognize. Yang Kai had no idea which division commander he was, but he seemed to be telling some kind of fantastical story. It was wonderful and a few among the audience were cheering in excitement. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching as he really couldn't get used to this kind of scene. After all, everyone in the audience was a powerful Open Heaven Realm Master. "Are you leaving?" the old ancestor asked casually while stuffing food into her mouth. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "Everything here has been taken care of, so there's nothing left for me to do. It's been hard on you all these years. You've been running all over the place and haven't had time to rest." "It is this junior's duty," Yang Kai replied. "And, when you get back, you should focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 8th Order as soon as possible. In the end, the 7th Order is not enough to ensure your safety on this black ink battlefield." "Junior understands," Yang Kai replied respectfully. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Does the old ancestor need help to heal?" "If the old ancestor needs it, the junior will not hesitate." The old ancestor answered with a smile, "There's no need, healing here is the same. Although the speed can't be compared to your small universes, the Black Ink clan's forces have suffered heavy casualties and there won't be any war for the next several hundred years or more, so the speed of my recovery isn't important." Yang Kai was just about to nod when the old ancestor suddenly added, "Why don't you come to Yinyang Pass? You're half a disciple of Yinyang Heaven, so it's only right and proper for you to come here." Yang Kai replied, "This junior cannot make the decision on this matter. If the old ancestor really wants this junior to come to Yinyang Pass, Blue Sky Pass must be informed. If Blue Sky Pass allows it, I will not refuse." The old ancestor chuckled, "It was just a casual remark, don't take it seriously. Since you're a human, no matter where you are, as long as you fight against the Black Ink clan, it's all the same. It does not matter which great pass you belong to." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and accompanied the old ancestor for a while before standing up and stating, "This junior will take his leave then." "Go on," the old ancestor waved him off. After leaving the marketplace, Yang Kai went straight to some place inside the inner sanctum and stopped in front of a small courtyard. There was a barrier outside the courtyard, obviously to prevent anyone from disturbing its occupant. Be that as it may, Yang Kai didn't pay it any heed and simply lifted his hand to touch it. Soon, a portal opened before Yang Kai entered inside. In the courtyard, Blood Crow sat up straight and glanced over. "What is it?" Yang Kai smiled, "Nothing important, I'm preparing to return to Blue Sky Pass, so I came to see you before I left." Blood Crow immediately became sullen, "Since when were we friends?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a few bottles of wine out of thin air before placing them on the table in front of Blood Crow. Blood Crow looked at the wine and then at Yang Kai before clicking his tongue. "Are you trying to make friends with me with just these few bottles? Have you forgotten what you did to me?" Yang Kai placed 2 bowls, filled them with wine, and picked one up. "Let me ask you, do you want to drink it or not?" Blood Crow remained silent for a moment before picking up a bottle, unsealing it, and then pouring it. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this and just lifted his bowl. They didn't talk much, just kept drinking. After drinking a few bottles, Yang Kai stood up and stated in a slightly drunk manner, "Brother Blood Crow, the battlefield is dangerous, and fighting alone will not guarantee your safety. All the humans here are wearing the same robe. I hope that when next I come to Yinyang Pass, I will see you again." Saying so, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching him disappear, Blood Crow snorted, "How boring." Martial Peak, Chapter 51-26, The Void Dao Temple. Yang Kai smoothly returned to Blue Sky Pass through the hyperspace array. When he looked up, he saw Zhongliang waiting for him. Yang Kai quickly bowed in response. Zhongliang raised his hand as he stated with a smile, "Well done, it's been hard on you these past few years." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Zhongliang must have been informed of everything he had done at Yinyang Pass. It needed a massive amount of resources to travel between great passes. After all, each great pass was quite far from its neighbors, but if it was just passing on some information, it didn't cost much. The purifying black ink pills recipe and the refining method of the void Yinyang mirrors were all transmitted to other great passes from Blue Sky Pass in the form of jade slips. Yang Kai was considered a member of Blue Sky Pass, but because of the purification light, too many things were involved. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Ink clan's plan to refine the warships was too great a threat to the human race, how could Blue Sky Pass be willing to put Yang Kai in danger? When he went to the Yinyang Theater, Blue Sky Pass naturally paid attention to his movements. Almost every month, Blue Sky Pass would send a message to Yinyang Pass, inquiring about the situation. Naturally, if there was anything to report, it was reported to them without concealment. While Yang Kai was hiding in the Black Ink clan's territory, Yinyang Pass hadn't received any news from him either, which made Blue Sky Pass quite anxious. When Yang Kai finally showed up, the Black Ink clan army was besieging the Great Pass, and Yang Kai needed to assist Yinyang Pass's old ancestor in healing her injuries. After driving back the Black Ink clan army, Yang Kai needed to remain there to open the portals to the Universe Paradises, Universe Cave Heavens, and Sealed Worlds. Zhongliang and the others even suspected that Yinyang Pass wanted to forcibly retain Yang Kai, that they had no intention of returning him. To be honest, if Yang Kai hadn't returned to Blue Sky Pass soon, Zhongliang would have personally gone to Yinyang Pass and looked for Tang Qiu and the others. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned, which finally put Zhongliang at ease. Regarding Yang Kai's deeds in the Yinyang Theater, Zhongliang was not stingy with his praise. He immediately told him that since he had returned, he should rest well and work hard to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Zhongliang left happily while Yang Kai returned to his residence alone. Sensing the movement of the restriction, Feng Ying and Bai Yi, who were cultivating, came out to investigate. When they saw that Yang Kai had returned, the two women were overjoyed. This place was originally Feng Ying's residence, but because it was a courtyard with extra rooms, Yang Kai had always lived here. Later, Bai Yi also joined them after Yang Kai had rescued her. After all, they were all members of the same squad, so it would be easier for them to convene in times of war. After not seeing each other for over a decade, their auras had clearly become stronger. In fact, it wasn't just them, but everyone in Blue Sky Pass had improved after such a long period of rest. Before Yang Kai's arrival, there was always a shortage of cultivation resources regardless of which great pass it was. So, the distribution and use of each and every material had to be carefully calculated. However, ever since Yang Kai brought out the void Yinyang mirrors, resources were no longer a problem, especially in Blue Sky Pass. The amount of resources stored in the War Materials Palace now could be said to be as vast as the mountains and seas, enough for the soldiers in the Great Pass to cultivate for thousands of years. So, their cultivation was bound to improve with the availability of abundant resources and the lack of any threats. Moreover, Yang Kai had opened many sealed worlds, acquiring many profound spirit fruits and fruit trees. Many people in Blue Sky Pass had repaired their damaged small universes and recovered their original cultivations. It could be said that the strength of those in Blue Sky Pass had greatly improved compared to before. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was currently recuperating after the struggle for resources had concluded with the human race's victory. There wouldn't be any more battles anytime soon. It could be said that the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass were enjoying the most leisurely time. Every cultivator cherished this moment because no one could guarantee that they would be able to make it to the next time they could enjoy such leisure. After chatting with Feng Ying and Bai Yi for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and went into retreat. From the 7th Order to the 8th Order was an extremely long process of accumulation. However, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was different from that of the outside world. Furthermore, the living beings inside his small universe were constantly improving his heritage, and the world tree clone was able to purify and strengthen his world force. Be that as it may, the main way to increase one's cultivation was still the boring and monotonous routine of refining resources. Yang Kai didn't lack supplies. His small universe already had enough cultivation resources stored in it to break through to the Eighth Order, and adding the looting he had done in the hinterlands of the Black Ink clan, he now had an almost inexhaustible supply of materials. Originally, he wanted to donate some resources to Blue Sky Pass, but now that Blue Sky Pass didn't lack resources, he gave up on this notion. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai's cultivation slowly and steadily increased as a large number of resources were consumed. However, unlike others, Yang Kai couldn't cultivate in seclusion for extremely long periods of time. It wasn't that he was restless or anything, but some Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters from other great passes would visit him from time to time, bringing purifying black ink battleships and requesting him to replenish their stock of purification light. Purification light consumed resources to cast, and the more black ink strength it purified, the faster it would be consumed. Yang Kai was the only one who could replenish the purification light. As such, once the purification light sealed in a purifying black ink battleship had been exhausted, it had to be sent to Blue Sky Pass. This matter couldn't be handled by others, so basically every time he went into retreat, it would not last for too long. At best, Yang Kai would be interrupted once a year, but there were times when he had to take action every other month or so. Replenishing purification light was as easy as lifting a finger for Yang Kai. At most, it would consume some yellow and blue crystals. However, the rapid consumption of the purification light was also a testament to the intensity of the battle at the various great passes, causing his heart to inevitably sink. The Black Ink clan was like moss, unkillable no matter how many you cut them down. Even if they were defeated and driven back, it wouldn't be long before they returned. Fortunately, with the large-scale refining and promotion of purifying black ink pills, the frequency at which Yang Kai had to replenish purification light became much lower. The purifying black ink pill recipe was an inheritance left behind by an ancient alchemist. It was incomplete though, so Zhu Guming and Zhou Fang, two alchemy great-grandmasters, had derived its complete formula after many experiments. It was an effective method to deal with the corrosion of black ink strength. Many of the materials used to refine purifying black ink pills had disappeared from the 3,000 worlds, but they could still be found in the many sealed worlds scattered across the black ink battlefield. Currently, every great pass was cultivating large quantities of these spirit herbs in their own medicine gardens. After many years of effort, their hard work had finally borne fruit. This was especially true for Yang Kai's small universe's medicine garden, which was cultivating those spirit herbs in large quantities. After all, his small universe's time flow was different from the outside world. He had a unique advantage when it came to cultivating herbs: he could grow them faster. He had planted many profound fruit trees in his medicine garden when he was exploring the sealed worlds. And as the medicine garden was under the care of the two wood spirits, whether it was the herbs or the fruit trees, they were all growing quite well. Yang Kai had already given the first batch of mature herbs to Blue Sky Pass. The alchemists inside the pass had naturally used these herbs to refine purifying black ink pills and distributed them to the soldiers. During these years of retreat, Yang Kai had also made some arrangements in his small universe. It had been a few years since his small universe had integrated with the World Tree clone. The feedback of the clone had enveloped the entire small universe by now, so the humans living inside it had also begun to benefit from it. The most obvious example was Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping's original aptitude wasn't bad. When he had participated in 7 Stars Sects disciples recruitment with Zhaoye and Zhao Yibai, he had received a ranking second only to Zhaoye. His cultivation had been smooth sailing over the years, resulting in him advancing to the Emperor realm. According to Yang Kai's investigation, when Miao Fei Ping had reached the Emperor realm, the latter had the qualifications to advance directly to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. However, because of the World Tree clone's nourishment, he now had a chance to advance to the sixth order. Since even Miao Fei Ping was affected, the new generation of children would naturally be able to receive even more benefits from the World Tree clone. This was also the reason why the various sects had recently taken in many good seedlings. Moreover, this kind of feedback would only become stronger until it reached its peak. After a certain number of generations, perhaps cultivation geniuses would be seen just about everywhere. When Yang Kai left the star boundary, it had already become the ultimate open heaven realm cradle. The change in the star boundary was also due to a World Tree clone's feedback. Since the star boundary could become the cradle for the open heaven realm, Yang Kai believed that his small universe could achieve the same. Although his small universe's population was not nearly as high as the star boundaries, it wasn't small either. Be that as it may, if he wanted to develop the potential of these prodigies, he would need to spend some effort. As such, he used his power to create a phenomenon in his small universe. One day, under the witness of all the living beings in the small universe, a giant palace suddenly appeared in the sky. No matter where one was, they could clearly see this palace which had appeared out of thin air. The palace was surrounded by a dazzling halo of light which attracted everyone's attention as soon as it manifested. The Emperor Realm Masters of the various great sects immediately became extremely interested in this palace that had appeared out of nowhere, and all of them flew straight towards it to investigate. Nonetheless, no matter what the order these Emperor Realm Masters were in, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to reach the palace. It was as if the palace was right in front of them, but also very far away. Only one person succeeded. It was none other than 7 Stars Sect's Miao Fei Ping. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Miao Fei Ping successfully arrived at the palace. All of the Emperor Realm Masters were greatly shocked at the sight of this. They were unable to understand why they couldn't approach this palace, but Miao Fei Ping could. Many of the higher-ups of the various sects gathered around Shangguanji to ask about this matter, but Shangguanji was just as confused as they were. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Miao Fei Ping flew down from the palace. The Emperor Realm Masters quickly surrounded him to inquire about the situation after seeing him return. Miao Fei Ping's expression became solemn as he pondered for a moment before quenching their curiosity. This place is called the Void Dao Temple, and it is bestowed by the world itself, not created by man. Void Dao Temple. The crowd of Emperor Realm Masters were all extremely skeptical, wondering if this was all a ploy by the 7 Stars sect. Otherwise, how could they explain that Miao Fei Ping was the only one who could reach the palace? 7 Stars sect was the strongest sect in this world, and it also had an elusive and mysterious ancestor supporting it. Perhaps this Void Dao Temple was just a gimmick for them to dominate the whole Void world? What is inside this Dao Temple? Someone asked. Miao Fei Ping replied, the Void Dao Temple contains the essence of the 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm Masters gasped a breath of cold air in shock, many even had their eyes brightly lit up. Martial Peak, Chapter 5127, Recruiting Geniuses from Across the World. 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. This was far too attractive for the residents of Void World. There was no cultivator who didn't yearn for a higher martial Dao, especially the Emperor Realm Masters. They had been stuck in this realm for many years. Had this been the end of the martial Dao, then it would not have mattered, but the crux of the issue was that they could feel that the Emperor Realm was not the peak of the martial Dao. There were even more profound realms ahead, but they had no idea how to break through to those realms. There were rumors that the ancestor of 7 Stars sect had a cultivation that surpassed the Emperor Realm, but he was quite elusive. Even the higher-ups of 7 Stars sect couldn't easily meet him, let alone outsiders like them. Now that the Void Dao Temple bestowed by the world had appeared out of thin air, containing the mysteries of what lay beyond the Emperor Realm, how could these Emperor Realm Masters not be tempted? Be that as it may, they had all tried to approach it before, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to reach it, except for Miao Fei Ping. Elder Miao, what must we do to ascend to the Void Dao Temple? An Emperor Realm Master from another sect humbly asked. Miao Fei Ping replied, aptitude, only those with outstanding aptitude can reach the Void Dao Temple. It has nothing to do with cultivation. Immediately, someone indignantly asked, does Elder Miao mean that your aptitude is better than everyone else here? These words were undoubtedly quite revolting to everyone present. After all, everyone standing here was an Emperor Realm Master. Furthermore, all of them were extremely confident in their own aptitude. However, if they were to admit that admittance to the Void Dao Temple was based solely on aptitude, it would mean admitting that Miao Fei Ping's aptitude was far better than theirs. Shang Guanji glanced over at the Emperor Realm Master who had just spoken and replied, Elder Miao is a member of our 7 Stars sect and reached the Emperor Realm before turning 100. With such aptitude, who can compare to him? His words immediately made the questioning Emperor turn silent. A 100-year-old Emperor Realm Master was truly unprecedented. Such cultivation speed was far better than any of the other Emperor Realm Masters present. Another person asked curiously, Elder Miao, how do you know all this? One had to know that Miao Fei Ping had only been in that hall for the time it takes for half an incense to burn, so how could he have obtained so much information? Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist slightly. This untalented Miao has been acknowledged by the Void Dao Temple. From today onward, I will be the first Temple Master of the Void Dao Temple, that is why I have obtained some information about this Void Dao Temple. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire audience fell silent. All of the Emperor Realm Masters stared at him blankly. Even Shang Guanji and the others from the 7 Stars sect were shocked. A palace had appeared out of nowhere. Then, Miao Fei Ping declared that it was the Void Dao Temple and was bestowed by the world itself and contained the 3,000 Grand Daos, the highest truths of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Now, he even proclaimed that he had obtained the recognition of the Void Dao Temple and had become its first Temple Master. This revelation was really shocking, so shocking that the Emperor Realm Masters couldn't immediately respond. After a long silence, one of the sect masters let out a hollow laugh. Elder Miao, you said you're the first Temple Master. May I ask Elder Miao what the Temple Master's job is? Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before replying, the purpose of the Void Dao Temple is to teach the 3,000 Grand Daos. As the Temple Master, I am responsible for guiding the Dao Temple's disciples' cultivation. And where will these disciples come from? As long as one's aptitude is sufficiently high, anyone can enter the Dao Temple to cultivate, regardless of their cultivation. Even a child who has never cultivated before may gain entrance if their aptitude is sufficient. While speaking, Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist. Sect Masters, Elders, if you have any disciples with outstanding aptitude in mind, please send them to the Dao Temple. If they can pass the test of the Dao Temple, they may enter and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Dao. The Emperor Realm Sect Masters and Elders all looked at each other in dismay upon hearing this. Finally, one of the Sect Masters sneered, in that case, this humble one understands. Void Dao Temple, I'll take my leave now. Saying so, he turned and left, followed by the Emperor Realm Elders under him. With someone taking the lead, the others quickly left as well. Some even sneered before leaving, Brother Shangguan, if 7 Stars sect wants to take in all the geniuses in the world, there's no need to use such a clumsy method. This void world is not that small, and a single 7 Stars sect cannot swallow it all. Brother Shangguan, please take care of yourself. Shangguanji slightly furrowed his brow but didn't try to explain. Right now, he also had no idea what this was all about. He vaguely felt that this Void Dao Temple was related to the ancestor, but it was not appropriate to ask with so many people around. The sects that left first were all top sects in Void World. These sects were not weak, so they naturally regarded the strongest, 7 Stars sect, as their competitor, hoping that one day their sect's strength would surpass them and become the overlord of Void World. After listening to Miao Fei Ping's explanation, everyone thought that this Void Dao Temple was created by the 7 Stars sect to attract talents from all over the world. If they let all the good seedlings be taken away by the Seven Stars sect, they would not have any successors. Perhaps Seven Stars sect would really be able to dominate Void World in less than 100 years if they could accomplish this plot. Since the Emperor Realm Masters of the top sects had taken their leaves, the small and intermediate sects didn't stay any longer and quickly took their leave as well. When only the higher-ups of the Seven Stars sect remained, Wuxia Xianxia finally spoke, "Fei Ping, this Void Dao Temple." Shang Guanji immediately interrupted him, "Let us return first." Wuxia Xianxia understood that Shang Guanji stopped him because he was afraid that someone was trying to spy on them, so he didn't ask any further. After everyone had returned to Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji finally asked Miao Fei Ping, "Is what you said about the Void Dao Temple true?" Miao Fei Ping earnestly nodded his affirmation, "It's true. I did not speak a single lie to those people." A solemn look took over Shang Guanji's face. "Is this related to the ancestor?" It is indeed related to the ancestor. It was also ancestor who appointed me as the temple master. As soon as these words came out, all Seven Stars sect Emperor Realm Masters were thrilled. Since it was the ancestor's handiwork, there was no need to doubt or worry. Previously, Shang Guanji had also suspected that the Void Dao Temple was created by the ancestor, but now he had confirmation. Why did the ancestor create this Void Dao Temple? Wuxia Xianxia hurriedly asked. Miao Fei Ping replied, "Ancestor intends to take many of Void World's geniuses under his tutelage and teach them about the Grand Dao." Shang Guanji and the others' eyes lit up. The ancestor had long passed down the method to condense one's Dao seal to the Seven Stars sect and had given them many resources to do so with. Some of them had even already begun to form their Dao seals, while Miao Fei Ping was far ahead of his peers in this regard and had even begun refining element powers. Nonetheless, the Void Dao Temple was still extremely attractive to them. How could Miao Fei Ping not know what they were thinking after seeing their reaction? He immediately added, "Just as I said before, admittance to the Void Dao Temple has nothing to do with your cultivation, only your aptitude. If your aptitude is good enough, you can easily reach it, but if your aptitude is lacking, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can never approach it." Shang Guanji couldn't help but awkwardly cough at those words. He had also tried to ascend to the Void Dao Temple before, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. In other words, his aptitude wasn't high enough to be recognized by the Dao Temple. Regardless, their ancestor had already taught them the method to form their Dao seal, so as long as they diligently cultivated, they could break through the shackles of the Emperor Realm someday. Right now, the Void Dao Temple was a turning point for others. Fixing his expression, Shang Guanji stated, "Since the Void Dao Temple is ancestors' handiwork, the Seven Stars sect will naturally cooperate unconditionally. Fei Ping, since you are the temple master and have received the ancestors' favor, you must be diligent in the future." "Yes." Miao Fei Ping replied respectfully. "Regarding the matter of the Dao Temple, how do you want my Seven Stars sect to cooperate? Please give the order to all disciples to present themselves to the Dao Temple. It only takes an incense stick for those with appropriate aptitude to receive the blessing of the Dao Temple and enter it to cultivate the Grand Dao." Shang Guanji lightly nodded as a look of admiration appeared on his face, as expected of ancestors' work. "If that's the case, I will arrange for it immediately." Soon, the Seven Stars sect began moving. All of Seven Stars sect's disciples, regardless of their cultivation, received orders from the higher-ups to step out from their abodes or places of cultivation and present themselves to the palace in the sky for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The disciples didn't know why they were asked to look up and observe the floating palace, but since it was an order of the higher-ups, they just had to follow it. In any case, it was just an incense stick's worth of time, so it wasn't like it was a burdensome task. Even the Emperor Realm Masters, who had tried to ascend to the Dao Temple before, found a secluded place and secretly focused on the palace, hoping for a miracle to occur. The dozen or so giant squares in Seven Stars sect were soon filled with people, all of them gazing up at the Void Dao Temple. Time slowly passed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a five-colored beam suddenly descended from the palace that had been quietly floating in the sky and landed on one of the disciples. The next moment, something shocking happened. The disciple's body slowly floated up, and as the beam of light rapidly withdrew towards the void Dao temple, the disciple's cry rang out from midair. After the first beam of multicolored light, several more descended. Each of these beams seemed to have some kind of restraining power, taking away a disciple who was currently observing the Dao temple. These rays of light were not all the same though. They were divided into 3 colors, 5 colors, and 7 colors. In just a short period of time, more than 30 disciples had been taken away by the colorful beams. Among them, the 7-colored beams numbered the least, just 2, followed by the 5-colored and then the 3-colored beams. As for the disciples who had been taken away by the beams, all of them were excellent seedlings with outstanding aptitudes. The greater their aptitudes were, the more colorful the beam that fell on them had been. The higher-ups of the 7 Stars sect could vaguely tell that these light beams were related to the aptitude of the disciples. The disciples who were taken away by the 7-colored beams obviously had the best aptitude, while the 3-colored beams represented lower levels of talent. The ancestors' means were truly marvelous. Everyone in Void World could clearly see the strange Void Dao Temple and the commotion in 7 Stars sect. The Emperor Realm Masters, who had just returned to their residences, were also stunned. They had no idea what 7 Stars sect was up to now. There were also some who were secretly anxious. Miao Fei Ping had said that the Void Dao Temple contained the 3,000 Grand Daos, the ultimate truth of the martial Dao, and the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Naturally, they were also looking forward to it. However, the matter of the Void Dao Temple was too strange. Many people suspected that it was 7 Stars sect's ploy, so for now, they wanted to get a clear picture of the situation before deciding what to do. But now, 7 Stars sect had already started moving. If Miao Fei Ping had told the truth, and the Void Dao Temple was really bestowed by the world, and 7 Stars sect would gain an advantage by acting first. 7 Stars sect was already the most powerful sect, and now that they had entered the Void Dao Temple before all others, everyone was worried about who would be able to compete with them in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 5128, The Descent of Multicolored Beams. Southern Star Palace, one of the top sects of Void World. At this moment, all of the higher-ups present, including Palace Master Wu Dongxing, were looking up at the strange phenomenon occurring at the Void Dao Temple, watching the beams descending straight down on 7 Stars sect, each of them then bringing a 7 Stars sect disciple into the Dao Temple. This sight was clearly seen by all. They might have no idea what was going on, but it worried them. Since such a strange event had suddenly occurred in Void World, Southern Star Palace naturally wanted to find out if this Void Dao Temple really was the work of the 7 Stars sect or not. Originally, all of them had thought that this was the case, but now it seemed that it wasn't so. The phenomenon that appeared from the Void Dao Temple had far exceeded the scope of what Emperor Realm Masters could accomplish. Although the 7 Stars sect had many Emperor Realm Masters, they did not have such ability. Just as they were wondering what was happening, a beam of multicolored light suddenly descended from the Void Dao Temple, not towards the 7 Stars sect but towards the Southern Star Palace. It was a 7-colored beam. Wu Dongxing immediately looked in the direction of the light beam and saw a disciple wearing a Southern Star Palace uniform slowly rising into the sky towards the Void Dao Temple. The disciple's behavior could be considered quite calm, just curiously looking around with a confused expression. "Who is that disciple?" Wu Dongxing hurriedly asked. Southern Star Palace had many disciples, so it was practically impossible for the palace master to know all of them. Furthermore, this disciple's cultivation appeared to be extremely low, so he should have just entered the sect recently. "It's Xue Fei." One of the higher-ups recognized this disciple. Wu Dongxing's expression changed, the genius disciple who joined just 3 years ago. He didn't know Xue Fei personally, but he had heard of him. Among the new batch of disciples 3 years ago, some of them had extremely outstanding aptitudes and could be said to be the most outstanding since Southern Star Palace's founding. One of those supreme talents was Xue Fei. What's going on? How did Xue Fei get taken away by the beam of light from the Void Dao Temple? Wu Dongxing shouted without giving it another thought, "Stop him." Naturally, the genius disciples of their own sect should remain with them. How could they let them be taken away by the Void Dao Temple? As soon as he issued the order, the Emperor Realm Masters rose into the air, trying to pull Xue Fei out of the beam. Be that as it may, they were unable to break through the light barrier no matter how hard they tried. All they could do was watch Xue Fei fly further away until he disappeared into the Void Dao Temple. This was not the end of it though. Following Xue Fei, several more beams descended from the Void Dao Temple, taking away more disciples. Various elders identified all these disciples as outstanding geniuses. Their time in the sect was short, and their cultivation was not high. This was not just happening to Southern Star Palace. Similar things were happening to many disciples of various sects across all of Void World. Even some children who had never entered a sect or cultivated before had been taken in by the Void Dao Temple. Without exception, all of these people who had been taken away by the multicolored beams were extremely talented. After this, various sects couldn't sit still. Although the cultivation environment of Void World had been improving over the past few years and good seedlings had been popping up every now and then, they still couldn't stand them being taken away by the Void Dao Temple. They still didn't understand what was going on, but they were certain that the Seven Stars sect must have some idea about it. After all, Miao Fei Ping had publicly admitted that he was the first temple master of the Void Dao Temple, and the beams had first started descending on the Seven Stars sect. Very soon, the higher-ups of the various sects rushed to the Seven Stars sect to gather intelligence. In the end, when they learned the truth that all the geniuses in the world had actually been taken by the Void Dao Temple, they were all filled with resentment. While the higher-ups of various sects gathered at Seven Stars sect, the Void Dao Temple's recruitment never stopped. From time to time, multicolored beams of light would descend and pick up a talented person from somewhere. In less than a dozen days, all the top young talents in the entire Void World had been taken away by the beams descending from the Void Dao Temple. All the disciples who had been taken away had one common attribute, and that was that their cultivation wasn't high while their aptitudes were all extraordinary. At the same time, some Emperor Realm Masters of the top sects had also suddenly obtained a connection with the Void Dao Temple and were chosen to serve as deacons. At the same time, they were allowed to enter the Dao Temple to cultivate and guide the disciples who had been taken away by the beams. The Emperor Realm deacons who had been chosen were all a bit skeptical at first. After all, it was all too bizarre and difficult to understand. No one had told them about it in person, they just somehow felt the mysterious connection to the Void Dao Temple all of a sudden, as if there was an additional mark on their bodies, allowing them to become deacons. These Emperor Realm deacons were all skeptical, but when they tried to enter the Dao Temple, they were surprised to discover that they could actually fly straight to it. The mark that had appeared on their bodies seemed to be a kind of authorization to enter the Dao Temple. There was not a massive number of deacons, but there were still quite a few of them. Almost every top sect had one. When these deacons entered the Dao Temple, they would either remain inside for a few hours or a few days before rushing back to their respective sects and explaining what they had seen and heard. The entire Void World shook from their revelations. This was because according to these selected Dao Temple deacons, the disciples who had been taken away were living quite well in the Dao Temple. Not only that, but the Dao Temple itself was like a completely different world. It was rich in world energy and had perfect world principles to cultivate in. It would undoubtedly be many times faster to cultivate in such an environment than normal. There was also a massive secret art pavilion inside the Dao Temple, which had countless secret arts and secret techniques. All of these secret arts were extremely precious and could be read by anyone without any restrictions. The Dao Temple didn't even restrict them from teaching them to outsiders. In other words, they could freely pass on any secret art and secret technique inside the Dao Temple to their own sect. There were also visions in the Dao Temple, demonstrating the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Now, the Emperor Realm Masters of Void World knew that there was an open heaven realm above the Emperor Realm, and if one wanted to reach the open heaven realm, they would first need to condense a Dao seal. Then, if they wanted to complete their Dao seal, they would need to refine cultivation materials of appropriate elements and orders. What was most shocking was that these materials were all readily available in the Dao Temple, but they could not be taken at will. It needed a certain amount of contributions to the Dao Temple. As for how to gain contribution, the deacons were unable to figure this out because their time in the Dao Temple was too short. Only one thing was clear: if a sect's disciple was chosen by the Dao Temple, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of contribution points. The more disciples were chosen, the more the contribution points they would receive, and these contribution points could be exchanged for resources in the Dao Temple. After the revelations from various deacons, the great sects no longer held any doubts about the Void Dao Temple. They had originally thought that it was the Seven Stars sect's handiwork, but now it seemed that it was indeed a miracle bestowed on them by the world, the heavenly way guiding them in their cultivation. Everyone had already understood the requirements to enter the Dao Temple. Apart from the chosen deacons who were freely allowed to enter and exit, entrance to the Dao Temple depended on one's aptitude. If one's aptitude was outstanding enough, a dazzling beam would naturally descend from the Dao Temple as long as they presented themselves to it for an incense stick worth of time. Truly, the profundities of the heavenly way were endless and not something that could be fathomed by ordinary people. At this point, the sects no longer had any objections to the Void Dao Temple, and all of them ordered their disciples to pay their respects to it. After all, their sect could gain contribution points and exchange them for resources as long as their disciples were selected. Although these genius disciples were the foundation of the sect's future prosperity, cultivating them would require a great deal of time and effort. How could they be compared to the temptation of exploring a higher martial Dao on their own? What's more, the disciples who had been taken in by the Dao Temple still had their names registered under their original sect, and their connection to it had not yet been severed. If these disciples were willing, they could travel between the Dao Temple and the sect at any time. The entire Void world was bustling with noise and excitement. Since the appearance of the Void Dao Temple a month ago, multicolored beams would appear, taking away individuals with extraordinary aptitudes each day. After the Dao Temple Master Miao Fei Ping and the many Emperor Realm deacons entered, the Void Dao Temple officially began operating. In just a short month, the Dao Temple had taken in over 500 disciples, each of them a genius who would be carefully cultivated by any sect. Now that Miao Fei Ping and the other deacons were taking care of them though, Yang Kai didn't need to intervene until they had advanced to the Emperor Realm. The Dao Temple disciples would definitely increase over time, and when these disciples had broken through to the open heaven realm in the future, they would become a force that would help the human race resist the Black Ink clan. The power of the World Tree clone was beginning to show. Furthermore, in order to perfect the Dao Temple's secret art pavilion, Yang Kai took the time to pay a visit to Blue Sky Pass War Materials Hall and spent a large amount of military merits to exchange for secret arts and secret techniques from the various cave heavens and paradises. These secret arts and techniques would be considered priceless treasures and not easily released to others if this was the 3000 worlds, but they were quite common and accessible on the Black Ink battlefield. After all, even the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye, core secret techniques of myriad demons heaven that would never be passed down to outsiders, could be exchanged for with military merits, so what of other secret arts and techniques? It did not take much time or effort to build the Void Dao Temple, as everything in Yang Kai's small universe could be decided by him with a flash of his thoughts. After the Void Dao Temple was on the right track, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it. Currently, the Void Dao Temple had just taken in its first disciples and they had not been cultivating for too long. It would still take some time for them to mature. In addition to refining cultivation materials, most of Yang Kai's time was spent on comprehending secret techniques. As time passed, his strength slowly and steadily increased. Until one day, something pulled his heartstrings. He immediately focused his attention on his small universe. When he laid his eyes on the figure sitting cross-legged in the Void Dao Temple, he finally muttered, "Is it time already? Since that's the case, I shall let you decide for yourself. Inside the Void Dao Temple, Miao Fei Ping happened to be refining the last element power to complete his Dao seal. According to the ancestor, once he succeeded, he would be able to split heaven and earth apart within his body, and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm, thereby advancing to the open heaven realm. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take that final step. There seemed to be a thin membrane that could be broken with a flick of his finger standing in his way, but he couldn't seem to touch it regardless of how he tried. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-29, Choice. Miao Fei Ping's temperament was undoubtedly firm and steady, he did not falter even in this situation. Until he suddenly heard the ancestor's voice. Logically speaking, if one were to be disturbed at such a critical moment, their mind would definitely be shaken. In the best-case scenario, they would suffer from cultivation dissonance, and in the worst-case scenario, they might even die on the spot. Nonetheless, this did not happen to Miao Fei Ping, because at the same time the ancestor's voice was transmitted to him, a gentle force stabilized his state of mind, allowing him to avoid this calamity. Even the berserk Emperor Qi in his body calmed down. When he opened his eyes, Miao Fei Ping saw a smiling man standing in front of him. It was none other than the ancestor. Miao Fei Ping hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed, "Disciple greets ancestor." Yang Kai lightly nodded. At this moment, he was nothing more than a soul avatar, just like when he traveled across his small universe all those years ago. Nonetheless, the soul avatar in Miao Fei Ping's eyes was equivalent to the arrival of the ancestor's true body. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. "It's been hard on you all these years." Only 20 years had passed in the outside world since the establishment of the Void Dao Temple, so 80 years had passed in the small universe. Over the past 80 years, the number of disciples the Void Dao Temple had accepted had reached over 2,000, each and every one of them a dragon among men. With Miao Fei Ping acting as the temple master, the deacons chosen by the Dao Temple all diligently guided these disciples. He had truly worked hard over these years. After all, the cultivation of these chosen disciples wasn't high. Many of them were children who had never cultivated before. Taking care of them was indeed a daunting task. There were many benefits to managing various affairs of the Dao Temple, the most direct of which was that one could obtain a fixed amount of contribution points every month, and these contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation resources in the Dao Temple, but the downside was that it delayed one's cultivation. If not for this, Miao Fei Ping would not have taken a century to finally reach this point with his aptitude. Disciple is honored by ancestors' concern, but it was not difficult at all, Miao Fei Ping replied respectfully. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. "Right now, you're just a step away from the open heaven realm, but if you want to reach it, you must make a choice." "A choice?" Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. "Ancestor, please explain." Yang Kai continued, "With your aptitude and current foundation, it may be a bit risky to break through to the sixth order, but the risks aren't that great. Do you know why you still haven't been able to break through even after being in a retreat for so long?" Miao Fei Ping shook his head. "Perhaps this disciple is slow-witted. Perhaps I will not be able to comprehend the fleeting opportunity to break through even if I put in all my effort. But ancestor can rest assured, this disciple will definitely redouble his efforts in cultivating so as not to disappoint you." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you can be considered slow-witted, then there aren't many smart people in Void World." Miao Fei Ping humbly replied, "Ancestor is too kind. The reason you can't break through is not because your comprehension or aptitude is lacking, but because of the environment. As long as you remain in Void World, you will never be able to break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and advance to the open heaven realm." "Why is that?" Miao Fei Ping looked confused. Yang Kai replied, looking at him with a smile, "Because Void World is my small universe." Miao Fei Ping was rooted to the spot, stunned. Yang Kai continued, "When Emperor Realm cultivators condense their Dao seals and gather the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, they will be able to form a small universe world inside their body, thus advancing to the open heaven realm. The open heaven realm is divided into 9 orders. First to third order is the low rank, fourth to sixth order is the mid rank, seventh order and above is high rank. Low rank and mid rank open heaven realm masters' small universes are immaterial and illusory, while high rank open heaven realm masters' small universes are solid and tangible, just like this void world. Every open heaven realm cultivator has their own small universe, and the world force of that small universe is the foundation of the open heaven realm's strength. Even if 2 people cultivate the same secret art and comprehend the same grand Tao, after they reach the open heaven realm, the world force in their small universes will naturally be different. This kind of difference is unique to every open heaven realm master. Other open heaven realm masters might be able to refine it for their own use to increase their strength, but if the difference is too great, it will instead become impurities that destroy their foundation. If you broke through to the open heaven realm inside my small universe, the world force you unconsciously release at the moment of ascension will contaminate my foundation and affect my cultivation, so I cannot allow you to break through in void world. This can be considered a restriction of the entire void world, do you understand? It was not that hard for Miao Fei Ping to understand, but after learning that the world he had been living in was actually the ancestor's small universe, he was still shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. If you want to enter the open heaven realm, the only option is to leave my small universe and enter the vast outer universe. Yang Kai's eyes became solemn. However, the environment I am in right now is not safe. If you leave void world, your life will constantly be at risk, and you will have to fight against powerful enemies. Even with my strength, I may not be able to protect you. Miao Fei Ping muttered, is this the choice ancestor spoke of? Yang Kai nodded his affirmation, that's right, whether to remain in void world as an emperor realm master, or take the risk and leave void world to achieve the open heaven realm is up to you. In the face of such a sudden choice, even an emperor realm master like Miao Fei Ping was a little hesitant. Yang Kai observed his expression and lightly nodded, you can take your time and inform me after you have made a decision. Saying so, his figure gradually started to fade as he prepared to leave. Before he could go though, Miao Fei Ping suddenly raised his head and asked, Ancestor, are junior sister Zhao Ye and senior brother Zhao Yi by still in void world? Yang Kai's figure solidified again as he shook his head, they left long ago. Miao Fei Ping let out a long sigh. Although he had suspected it, it was only now that he got the confirmation. He lightly nodded his acknowledgement before asking, since junior sister Zhao Ye and senior brother Zhao Yi Bai have long since left void world, I assume they will advance to the open heaven realm in the future? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, naturally, but their situation is different from yours. They are currently in another great world, where they don't have to be worried about external threats. So, there is no need to worry. May I ask what order those 2 will reach when they break through? If everything goes according to plan, they should reach the 7th order. 7th order. Miao Fei Ping chuckled, as expected of those 2, but the difference between the 6th and 7th order is only 1 order, the difference isn't too great. Saying so, Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist and declared his choice, this disciple wishes to advance to the open heaven realm. I ask Ancestor to help. Yang Kai looked at him, slightly narrowing his eyes, have you thought your decision through? Don't try to compete with others, only follow your heart. Miao Fei Ping declared, shaking his head, it is not about comparing myself with those 2, it's just that we cultivators have cultivated for our entire lives, taking one step at a time, all so we may stand at the peak and see the extraordinary scenery from above. If we are going to stop halfway, why should we cultivate at all? Since I'm presented with such an opportunity today, this disciple does not want to miss it. Not to mention, Ancestor is fighting powerful enemies, and while this disciple might not be talented, he is willing to assist Ancestor in battle. Yang Kai happily nodded, your heart is righteous indeed. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Miao Fei Ping once again cupped his fist in gratitude, many thanks, Ancestor, but, after this disciple leaves, who will manage Void Dao Temple? Please make a decision. Yang Kai asked, who do you recommend? Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment. Deacon Tang Wen is steady and virtuous, he is also fair in his conduct. He is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so his cultivation is enough to convince the others. After this disciple leaves, I believe he will be the appropriate choice to assume the position of Temple Master. Tang Wen. Yang Kai meaningfully looked at him. He's not from Seven Stars sect, he seems to be from Stalwart Pavilion, right? Miao Fei Ping justified. This disciple believes that the ancestor created the Void Dao Temple to select talents from all over the world, presumably to fight against a powerful enemy that this disciple doesn't know about. Since that is the case, this disciple doesn't dare to have any selfish motives. Seven Stars sect has been rapidly developing these past few years and has already become the #1 sect in Void World. If another elder from the Seven Stars sect were to take over the position of Temple Master, I'm afraid that he would become too arrogant and dishonor our ancestors' original intention to create the Dao Temple. Yang Kai agreed with a smile, you're wise. Since that's the case, Tang Wen will take over the Void Dao Temple. He pondered for a moment before continuing, let's put on a show before you leave. A show? Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. Half a day later, Miao Fei Ping summoned all of the Void Dao Temple deacons and announced that he would be advancing soon, and that he would like to take care of Void Dao Temple's affairs before entering retreat. The deacons were both shocked and envious. After working in the Dao Temple, they naturally had a better understanding of the open heaven realm than others. Everyone had been working towards this goal all these years, but the fastest among them had only refined 3 materials and was still far from breaking through. When they suddenly heard Temple Master Miao Fei Ping say that he was about to break through, they were naturally extremely envious. Although they were envious, they still congratulated him. After making some arrangements, Miao Fei Ping made a trip back to the Seven Stars sect to inform the sect master Shang Guanji and the elders that he was about to enter retreat to break through. Soon, all of the Emperor Realm Masters in Void World knew that Miao Fei Ping was about to break the Emperor Realm's shackles. The Emperor Realm Masters were naturally looking forward to it. It had to be known that this was the first time in the entire history of Void World that someone was about to rise above the Emperor Realm. Whether he succeeded or failed would affect the future development of the entire world's martial Dao, so it naturally garnered a lot of attention. Furthermore, personally witnessing this breakthrough would be greatly beneficial to them in the future. Miao Fei Ping soon went into the retreat. All the top sects were constantly trying to find out whether Miao Fei Ping had succeeded or failed in his retreat, but none of the deacons knew, because after Miao Fei Ping went into seclusion, they had received no word from him. No one even knew if he was alive or dead. On a certain day after about a month, Void World suddenly shook as dazzling multicolored lights filled the sky and a powerful aura suddenly overflowed from the Void Dao Temple. This aura clearly surpassed the Emperor Realm. The higher-ups of the various great sects were beside themselves and immediately turned their eyes towards the Void Dao Temple. Under everyone's gaze, a figure suddenly stepped out from the Void Dao Temple. It was none other than the first Temple Master, Miao Fei Ping. But at this moment, Miao Fei Ping was surrounded by a dazzling glow, making him look like a deity descending from the heavens. The aura emanating from his body made all the emperors yearn to achieve the same. Martial Peak, Chapter 5130, Miao Fei Ping advances to the open heaven realm. Thunderous rumbles shook the world, wind blew fierce as the sun and moon dimmed. Many weaker cultivators who didn't know what was happening couldn't help but bow their heads and pray to the heavens when they saw this. Miao Fei Ping's aura surged as the might of his grand Dao filled the air. He then looked down and started speaking, his voice shook the world. After my breakthrough to the open heaven realm, this world will no longer be able to accommodate me. After my departure, the Void Dao Temple will choose a person to serve as the Temple Master. My fellow brothers and sisters, please assist them. Saying so, he turned his head towards Seven Stars sect and nodded slightly before taking a step forward. When his feet landed, space shattered like a mirror. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. After a long time, the shattered void gradually returned to its usual state, but when they looked again, Miao Fei Ping was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared without a trace. The entire world was devoid of his aura. He had shattered the void and left this world. Many of the Emperor Realm Master's hearts skipped a beat. Judging by what Miao Fei Ping had said, he had already broken through to the open heaven realm. Void World was unable to contain him after breaking through to the open heaven realm, so he had no choice but to shatter the void and leave. Although they didn't know where he would go after leaving this world, it was obvious he had gone to a place with a higher martial Dao. This was the first person to break the shackles of the Emperor Realm and break free from the barriers of the world, causing a sensation that shook Void World and which would not be forgotten for hundreds of years. At this moment, in addition to the shock brought about by Miao Fei Ping's shattering the void, the various sects and deacons were also concerned about something else. It was who was going to be the next temple master. The Void Dao Temple had only been founded 100 years ago, but all of the disciples it had taken in these past 100 years were extremely talented. In just a short time, these people had achieved many things that ordinary cultivators would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. One could imagine how these disciples would become the cornerstones of the entire Void World in the future. They might even advance to the open heaven realm, shatter the void, and leave, just like Miao Fei Ping. Who would not want to have such a powerful force in their hands? Be that as it may, Miao Fei Ping, the first temple master, was chosen by the Dao Temple. And before he left, he said that the next temple master would be chosen by the Dao Temple. Who would be appointed as the next temple master? Many sect masters were already thinking about how to contribute so that their elders or deacons could become the next temple master. Nonetheless, their various plans and schemes were destined to be futile. As soon as Miao Fei Ping left, a beam of light descended from the Dao Temple towards one of the deacons. At the same time, all the deacons received a message. The second temple master is Tang Wan. Tang Wan himself hadn't expected that the position of the temple master would fall upon his head, so he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't until the various deacons all paid their respects to him that he reacted. Just as Miao Fei Ping had stated, Tang Wan was steady and virtuous, so even though he had obtained the position of temple master, his conduct was still the same as before. He quickly raised his hand and addressed everyone, "Fellow deacons, please don't think that things will change after this, treat me like before, there is no need to be so polite. I hope everyone can help me in the future. This Tang will manage the Void Dao Temple together with all of you and will not let down the world, nor Temple Master Miao." Much to Seven Stars Sect's disappointment, the second temple master position had actually fallen on Tang Wan. Nonetheless, they felt much more at ease after thinking about the various cultivation resources that the ancestor had bestowed upon them over the years. They believed that the ancestor must have had his own reasons for doing something like this. There would be no Seven Stars Sect today without the ancestor after all. So, although they were disappointed, they didn't complain and instead worked even harder to cooperate with the Void Dao Temple. The matter of the Void Dao Temple had come to an end. Miao Fei Ping's breakthrough to the open heaven realm and his act of shattering the void had been a sensation throughout the world, causing the Emperor Realm Masters to cultivate even more diligently. Everyone yearned to break through to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. At the same time, on a universe fragment outside Blue Sky Pass, Miao Fei Ping was advancing to the open heaven realm. When the Emperor Realm Masters of Void World witnessed him shatter the void and leave, they all thought he had broken through to the open heaven realm, but in reality, he was just following Yang Kai's script. He didn't know why the ancestor was doing this, but since it was a request from the ancestor, he naturally would follow it to the dot. After leaving Void World, Miao Fei Ping began his true breakthrough to the open heaven realm. His aptitude was originally only enough for him to advance to the Fifth Order, but because of the World Tree Clone's feedback, he could now advance to the Sixth Order, though he had to take some risks. No one could help him break through to the open heaven realm, not even Yang Kai. The only help he could provide was some experience in breaking through to the next realm for reference. On the universe fragment, not only was Yang Kai here, but also Feng Ying and Bai Yi. They were naturally not here to watch a spectacle, but to stand guard. After all, this place was on the outskirts of Blue Sky Pass, and the Black Ink clan had been a little reckless these days. If some ignorant Black Ink clansman came here and disturbed Miao Fei Ping's breakthrough, it would be a disaster for the latter. Fortunately, everything went quite smoothly with no Black Ink clan interference and no dangerous moments during the breakthrough. By the time the dust settled, Miao Fei Ping had advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai, looking at his excited face, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He recalled how he met Miao Fei Ping for the first time when he was just a boy. He was quite a mischievous kid who bullied Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye from time to time, relying on his age. It wasn't really bullying though, just children being children. Years had gone by in the blink of an eye, and now that boy had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing the sight before him, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering how his three disciples were doing. However, Yang Kai estimated that they had yet to break through to the Open Heaven realm. It wasn't that his disciples' aptitudes were worse than Miao Fei Ping's. Zhao Yi Bai was indeed lacking in terms of talent, but Zhao Ye's aptitude was incomparable, and his third disciple, Su Yi's aptitude wasn't bad either. Furthermore, since all three of his disciples had obtained one of his Grand Dao's true inheritances, their future prospects were limitless. The reason Miao Fei Ping had advanced so quickly was mainly because he had been living in Yang Kai's small universe and had spent a different amount of time cultivating compared to his three disciples. Recalling how this brat came from his own small universe, Yang Kai suddenly felt like was watching his own child grow up. Ancestor. Miao Fei Ping excitedly walked over to Yang Kai, obviously unable to contain his joy at the success of his breakthrough. Disciple has not disappointed ancestors' expectations and successfully advanced to the Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. Advancing to the Open Heaven realm is just the beginning. You are now a Sixth Order Master, so you have a high chance of advancing to the Eighth Order in the future. However, the cultivation of the Open Heaven realm focuses on accumulating strength over a long period of time. You must not become arrogant or impatient. Never try to rashly push yourself to advance. Miao Fei Ping respectfully replied, Disciple will remember. Afterwards, he turned to Feng Ying and Bai Yi and bowed, thanking, Many thanks, martial ants, for protecting me. Feng Ying waved her hand and stated, It was nothing, don't mind it. Bai Yi, on the other hand, had a reserved personality and simply nodded without saying anything. Feng Ying continued, But brat, you call him ancestor, yet you call us martial ants. The seniority is a mess. You've actually lowered our status by several generations. Miao Fei Ping didn't know how to respond. Yang Kai suggested as a smile appeared on his lips, You're right. How about this, don't call me ancestor from now on, just call me martial uncle. How can I do that? Miao Fei Ping looked distraught. Yang Kai stated, On this Black Ink battlefield, all humans only have one relationship, fellow comrades who share life and death. Whether it's ancestor or martial uncle, they're all just titles. If you find it difficult to call me martial uncle, you can just call me squad leader. Miao Fei Ping honestly replied, Disciple will call you martial uncle. It's up to you. Yang Kai smiled, Let's go. I'll bring you back to the Great Pass to register yourself. You've just arrived here, you still have a lot to learn. After leading Miao Fei Ping back to Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai took him to the Western Army headquarters and went to Zhongliang, explaining Miao Fei Ping's origins. Zhongliang was already aware that Yang Kai's small universe had many humans living in it. Moreover, these army commanders were very optimistic about the future of these humans because of the existence of the World Tree clone. Be that as it may, a cultivator needed time to grow, so no one had expected to see results so quickly. Today, there was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Tomorrow, there would be more Sixth Order and even Seventh Order Masters. These Masters would become the backbone of the resistance against the Black Ink clan. As such, Zhongliang readily registered Miao Fei Ping and issued him an identity token. Under Yang Kai's request, Miao Fei Ping was assigned to the Dawn Squad, becoming a member of the squad. Afterwards, Miao Fei Ping had to find a place to live. Blue Sky Pass had many places for the soldiers to live though, and many of these were unoccupied, so this was not an issue. After Miao Fei Ping asked about Yang Kai's residence, he chose a place nearby, not minding anything else. In any case, he was still a newcomer. He didn't have any military merits to speak of, and because he had just advanced, he needed time and resources to consolidate his cultivation. Without military merits, he did not have anything to exchange for cultivation resources. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a lot of resources on hand, so he gave him a few and told him to go back and cultivate. Miao Fei Ping naturally didn't dare disobey his orders. On the way back, Miao Fei Ping uneasily asked, "Martial uncle, the show I put on before I left looked quite spectacular, but if someone else were to break through to the open heaven realm, wouldn't it be exposed?" Yang Kai explained with a smile, "In the current void world, who else do you think has a chance to break through to the open heaven realm besides you?" Miao Fei Ping answered, "There are many of them, and although they're all completing the powers in their Dao seals right now, a few will reach that realm someday or the other. There is quite a good chance of that happening." "Yes, there are many of them, but they are different from you. You can leave Void World and come to Blue Sky Pass, but others cannot." "Why?" Yang Kai pointed around and asked, "Look carefully, what's common about everyone here?" Miao Fei Ping observed them for a moment before replying, "All of them are 5th Order Masters and above. Even 5th Order Masters are rare, basically all of them are 6th Order and above." "That's right, basically everyone here is a 6th Order Master or higher because this is the Black Ink battlefield where we are fighting against the Black Ink clan. If their order is too low, they won't be of much help here. In fact, even the 5th Order Masters you're seeing are only in that realm because their cultivations regressed from the 6th Order." Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Martial Uncle mean that those who cannot break through directly to the 6th Order open heaven realm are not qualified to come here?" "Precisely." Disciple understands. Understanding suddenly dawned upon Miao Fei Ping. Martial Peak, Chapter 5131, Scouting. Yang Kai had opened Void World and brought him to the Black Ink battlefield as Miao Fei Ping's aptitude was enough to advance to the 6th Order open heaven realm directly. Although there were many Emperor Realm Masters in Void World, according to what he knew, there was not a single one who could refine 6th Order material except him. There were a few who could refine 5th Order materials, but they had obviously not met Yang Kai's requirements. As such, they would probably never be able to leave Void World. Only the disciples chosen by the Void Dao Temple would be able to leave Void World in the future and advance to the open heaven realm because all of them had outstanding aptitudes. The order of the open heaven realm they could reach would definitely be higher, so most of them should be able to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Miao Fei Ping's strength had greatly increased after entering the open heaven realm. Also, he had suddenly arrived at an unfamiliar and dangerous place like the Black Ink battlefield. He had many things he needed to learn, but the most important thing right now was to stabilize his cultivation. After parting ways with Yang Kai, he returned to his new residence and began refining resources. Recently, the Black Ink clan was a little restless. It had been almost a century since the last war between the two races concluded in the Blue Sky Theater. The Black Ink clan had recovered its strength after so many years, so they were obviously looking to start another war. The Black Ink clan was not afraid of their loss in strength, but the lives of every human were extremely precious. So, the Black Ink clan had been employing the strategy of sending an army to besiege the Great Passes as long as they had the strength to fight for countless years. Nonetheless, they failed to conquer it after so many attempts. The human race might not have many soldiers, but each and every one of them was an elite. They were able to rout the Black Ink clan every single time, relying on their warships and the unique advantages of the Great Pass. After countless cycles of offense and defense, countless millennia had gone by. Now that the war was about to begin again, Blue Sky Pass was preparing. Blue Sky Pass was bustling with the activities of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. All those who were in retreat all year round were undoubtedly preparing for war. Blue Sky Pass had no clue where and when the Black Ink clan army would strike, and it had always been like this. Mostly, the initiative of the war was in the hands of the Black Ink clan while the human race could only passively defend. Of course, there were times when the humans also attacked. For instance, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass attacked the Black Ink clan's territory last time under the leadership of their old ancestor, which resulted in the Black Ink clan's retaliation, and a war breaking out. If it weren't for that war, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape the Black Ink clan so easily and arrive at Blue Sky Pass. Another example was the recent battle at Yinyang Pass, where the humans were the first to attack, but that was mainly to coordinate with Yang Kai's actions. Most of the time, the human race's situation was quite passive. Although they were forced into a passive position, Blue Sky Pass was still trying to gain the upper hand. At the very least, they needed to understand the timing and direction of the Black Ink clan's attack. One squad after another was sent out to serve as scouts to investigate the movements of the Black Ink clan army and obtain intelligence on them. In the past, Blue Sky Pass had also taken similar measures, but the scope of the scouting party's movements were limited because they didn't have the universe arrays as a safeguard. By the time they discovered something, the Black Ink clan army would usually only be a day or two away from Blue Sky Pass. If the scouts were slow, they would be at risk of being wiped out. But now, things were different, owing to the existence of the universe arrays. The scouts were able to move more freely, and their safety was guaranteed. The effective range of the universe array became the range of the scouts' movements. This way, they would be able to predict the enemy's movements and make early preparations. As a special operations squad, Dawn had many members and elites, so it was naturally the most suitable for such a mission. A year after Miao Fei Ping broke through to the open heaven realm, he received Yang Kai's summon and promptly came out to report. The over 30 members of Dawn's squad were assembled together. Out of these, 6 were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Yang Kai, Feng Ying, and Bai Yi. Such a lineup was exemplary, even considering the entire Black Ink battlefield. Under everyone's attention, Yang Kai spoke. It's been almost a century since the last war. The Black Ink clan is making a comeback. Dawn has received orders from the army commander to temporarily act as a scout and keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements. We won't engage the Black Ink clan army this time. We're only responsible for collecting intelligence. Nonetheless, the battlefield is full of dangers and uncertainty, so I hope everyone will remain vigilant. I expect every one of us who's sorties to return alive. Everyone nodded. With everyone's morale raised high, Yang Kai nodded slightly, signaling to Feng Ying. Feng Ying stepped forward and handed out a jade bottle to each squad member. While she was distributing the pills, Yang Kai explained, "These are purifying Black Ink pills that were developed a few years ago. I believe I don't need to explain much about the effects of these pills. Everyone knows that if you are accidentally invaded by Black Ink strength, you must take this pill as soon as possible to ensure your safety. Of course, you can also use the universe transference law to return to dawning light. The purifying light can also disperse Black Ink strength, but we can't always account for sudden accidents. If you are unable to activate the universe transference law in time and become invaded by Black Ink strength, this purifying Black Ink pill can be used to save your life." Although the materials to refine purifying Black Ink pills aren't particularly rare, there aren't many alchemists inside the pass who can refine this pill, so the supply is limited. Each of you will receive 2 pills, and each one of them is extremely rare and precious. While Yang Kai was explaining, many members were examining the jade bottles in their hands. They had naturally heard of the purifying Black Ink pill before. When it was first developed, it had caused quite a stir in Blue Sky Pass. The corruption of Black Ink strength had always been a thorn in the human race's side that could never be removed before Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai's appearance had brought the purifying light that could dispel Black Ink strength, which had played a huge role in the last war against the Black Ink clan, greatly reducing the human race's casualties. Be that as it may, the purifying light was sealed inside the purifying Black Ink battleships, so it was necessary to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying Black Ink battleships to be treated. Because of the importance of the purifying black ink battleships, they were usually placed inside the pass or in the rear of the battlefield. As such, once one used the universe transference law to return to a purifying black ink battleship, they would need to travel a great distance to return to the battlefield. Furthermore, when they used the universe transference law, they couldn't be disturbed for several breaths. But the purifying black ink pill was different. They could take the pill even if they were locked in battle against a black ink clansman, thus, they would not need to disengage and find a safe spot or rush back to the battlefield after they were treated. It could be said that the purifying black ink pill and purifying light both had their own pros and cons. With the combination of both though, the problem of the black ink strength corruption had been almost completely solved, allowing the humans to relax and fight against the black ink clan without restraint. After ensuring that every member of the squad was given their purifying black ink pills, Yang Kai raised his hand and ordered, "Move out." Ordering so, he took the lead and flew out, closely followed by the rest. When Yang Kai led his squad to the west gate of Blue Sky Pass, hundreds of other open heaven realm masters were already gathered here in groups of 10 or so. Clearly, all of them were members of squads. Seeing Yang Kai's arrival, many people came up to greet him. These people had either received Yang Kai's life-saving grace or had heard of him. Yang Kai naturally responded and greeted them one by one. There were also some arrogant fellows who nitpicked at them from afar, but none of them came forward. The main reason was that Dawn's squad was too eye-catching. Compared to the dozen or so members of their squad, Dawn had over 30 people, 6 of whom were 7th Order Masters. Other squads only had 3 7th Order Masters at most. Dawn's squad's lineup made many squad leaders drool. A moment later, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the Western Army commander, Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang's dignified gaze swept over them before he spoke. The mission this time is to gather intelligence. If you are outnumbered or think you can't defeat the enemy, avoid engaging the Black Ink clan. Suddenly, one of the squad leaders grinned and asked, "What if we can?" Zhong Liang glared at him, obviously blaming him for speaking out of turn, but he still responded, "If you can wipe them out, you should naturally thrash those bastards." Everyone immediately burst into laughter, dispelling the tense atmosphere before the expedition. Zhong Liang continued, "The Black Ink clan also has scouts, so be careful and avoid them. If you find any traces of the Black Ink clan army, report back immediately." After he was finished speaking, he raised his hand and shouted, "Open the gates." At the West Gate Spirit Array barrier, the Array Masters changed their hand seals and opened a gap. A solemn expression took over Zhong Liang's face as he cupped his fist and shouted, "This Zhong wishes all of you a prosperous martial Dao and a triumphant return." Hundreds of soldiers cupped their fists in return before rushing out of the exit under the leadership of their squad leaders, painting a spectacular scene. Outside the pass, the squad leaders summoned their warships one after another before their respective squads boarded them. After everyone had boarded, the warships left streaks of dazzling light as they scattered in all directions. On the Dawn squad side, Feng had also taken out Dawning Light. The squad members skillfully boarded the warship and took to their respective positions. Yang Kai, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Dawning Light, couldn't help but furrow his brow and ask, "Senior sister, did you spend your military merits to modify Dawning Light again?" The last time Yang Kai had gone to Inyang Pass for a mission, so he had handed Dawning Light over to Feng for safekeeping. By the looks of it, Dawning Light had undergone a lot of modifications and had become even more powerful. Especially the spear artifact at the front section of Dawning Light. It was incomparably large and radiating an extraordinary aura. At a glance, it was quite obvious that it was the work of some artifact refining Great Grandmaster. If this thing was activated with the power of the array, its might would definitely be quite fearsome. It could even pose a threat to a Black Ink clan territory lord. If it was powered by the 7th Order Masters of Dawn, they might even be able to put up a fight against a territory lord. Feng agreed with a nod, "That's right, only a stronger Dawning Light can ensure the safety of its squad members. The upgrades are worth their price." Yang Kai helplessly sighed. You're about to break through to the Eighth Order, so you should at least leave some military merits to exchange for cultivation resources. I also heard that you could use the military merits to exchange for some pointers and insights from the Eighth Order Division commanders. Senior sister, you should be a little more selfish. Fengming smiled and waved her hand. I've made my preparations already, you don't need to worry about me breaking through to the Eighth Order. Besides, the military merits spent on modifying Dawning Light were yours. In any case, you have a lot of military merits. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her as he laughed. Fine, fine. After the two boarded the ship, the Open Heaven Realm Masters responsible for controlling Dawning Light poured their energy into the spirit array. The next moment, the warship shot out into the void, leaving behind a dazzling streak of light. Martial Peak, Chapter 5132, Venturing into the Depths. Dawning Light eventually stopped in their designated area. This place was already quite far from Blue Sky Pass, and even a Seventh Order Master like Yang Kai would take about 10 days to return if he flew alone. This place was basically the limit of Blue Sky Pass's universe array's range. This distance was extremely suitable for scouting. If they discovered the Black Ink Clan army, they could instantly return to Blue Sky Pass, allowing the humans time to make preparations. Even if they encountered any danger, they would still have a chance to use the universe transference law to escape. It could be said that they could safely fight or retreat from this location. Yang Kai landed Dawning Light on a universe fragment before ordering his squad members who were proficient in spirit arrays to set up some concealment and defensive arrays. This way, even if the Black Ink Clan were to pass by, as long as they didn't carefully investigate, they would likely miss them. This place was now the temporary headquarters of Dawn Squad. This arrangement could be considered perfect. They could secretly hide here and monitor the movements of the surrounding forces. In fact, this mission wasn't too dangerous. All they needed to do was investigate the movements of the Black Ink Clan army. Be that as it may, Dawn was different from the other squads. Not only was the arrangement of its members luxurious, but Dawning Light was also special. Dawning Light also had the universe array personally arranged by Yang Kai, as well as some purifying light sealed within its hull. Strictly speaking, Dawning Light was equivalent to a smaller-scale purifying black ink battleship. Dawning Light provided Dawn with a far greater degree of mobility and freedom. It exponentially increased their range of activity. Other squads simply could not match this. After completing some basic arrangements, Yang Kai handed down a series of orders, having the 7th Order Masters in the squad lead 2 or 3 6th Order members further in different directions. This way, if the Black Ink Clan army were to mobilize in this region, they would be able to discover them sooner. No one had any objections, so the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each chose 2 or 3 aides and dispersed. Dawning Light's side still needed someone to stand guard, someone powerful, so Bai Yi was left in charge. With someone as strong as Bai Yi assuming command, along with the other Dawn Squad members and Dawning Light itself, so long as they did not encounter a large number of powerful Black Ink clansmen, dealing with them would not be a problem. Yang Kai himself then led Miao Fei Ping and ventured in a certain direction. As his main objective was scouting, Yang Kai didn't choose to just rush ahead as fast as he could. If he did that, he would just be painting a target on his back. Only by flying at a moderate pace could he conceal his presence. There were only 2 inconspicuous figures in this vast void, so if one didn't carefully search for them, they wouldn't be noticed. Are you nervous? Yang Kai looked at Miao Fei Ping, who had a mix of anxiety and excitement on his face ever since they left Blue Sky Pass. It had been over 10 days since then, but he still wore the same expression. It wasn't clear what Miao Fei Ping was thinking, but when he suddenly heard Yang Kai's question, he quickly replied, "No, I'm not nervous, but I'm curious about one thing. Some of the senior brothers told me that the Black Ink Clan is full of strange creatures. Disciple is very curious about what the Black Ink Clan looks like." Yang Kai chuckled, "Just as your senior brother said, there are all kinds of strange creatures among the Black Ink Clan. Yang Kai had taken out Miao Fei Ping from his small universe to advance to the open heaven realm, and it had only been a year or so since then. So, the latter's understanding of the Black Ink battlefield, the Great Passes, and even the Black Ink clan was extremely limited. Although Miao Fei Ping had fought many people in Void World over the years, all his opponents were human. Naturally, he was a little unsettled after being thrown into this kind of battlefield to fight against an alien race, especially after listening to some information about the Black Ink clan from his senior brothers in the squad. He imagined that all of the Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms and were extremely sinister and violent. "Martial uncle," Miao Fei Ping humbly asked, "the senior brothers said that if those from the Black Ink clan and those from the human race are in the same order, the Black Ink clansmen are generally somewhat weaker than us. And the lower the cultivation, the more obvious the gap is that really so?" And Yang Kai slightly nodded his agreement. The reason why there is such a difference is because the way the two races grow is different. Our growth is a result of many years of accumulation and hard cultivation, but the same is not true for the Black Ink clan. They are born from the Black Ink nests, and as long as they have enough resources and time, they can continue to grow endlessly. Although their growth does require a certain amount of time and experience, in general, it is much shorter than the time required for humans to grow. Essentially, they rely on external forces to increase their strength. Miao Fei Ping suddenly came to realize, then their foundation should be unstable, right? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "You can think of it that way, but it's not comprehensive. The gap between the two races' masters in the same realm grows smaller with the increase in strength. For example, the gap between a royal lord and an old ancestor is basically non-existent, while the gap between an 8th Order Division commander and a territory lord isn't very large. Of course, if they were to fight one-on-one, any 8th Order Division commander would have the advantage over any territory lord." Miao Fei Ping became very concerned. Although that's the case, the Black Ink clan has Black Ink nests, and from the moment they are born, their strength is comparable to the open heaven realm masters of the human race, so how will we be able to eliminate all of them? Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Who told you that the Black Ink clan members are as strong as open heaven realm masters since birth? Isn't that so?" Miao Fei Ping was greatly surprised. Yang Kai shook his head in response, "Of course not." He had more say in this matter than anyone else. After all, no one had spent as much time among the upper echelons of the Black Ink clan or had a deeper understanding of the Black Ink nests than him. The Black Ink clansmen we encounter on the battlefield are at least low-rank Black Ink clansmen. They are equivalent to our low-rank open heaven realm masters and are basically used as cannon fodder by the Black Ink clan. Every time the Black Ink clan army goes out, low-rank clansmen make up the majority of their forces on the battlefield. Any human master can easily wipe out a large number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen with a single move. But after the deaths of these low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink strength in their body will disperse and condense into Black Ink clouds, which create an advantageous battlefield for the Black Ink clan. In contrast, humans are quite cautious of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds. Even so, we have no choice but to kill these low-rank Black Ink clansmen. When the two races fight, they will take the vanguard and charge at us, so if we don't kill them, they will charge into our formations. So, their cannon fodder tactic is extremely effective. Miao Fei Ping lightly nodded and listened attentively. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen are stronger than the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to our mid-rank open heaven realm masters. They can be considered as the backbone of the Black Ink clan's army. Although they might not be a majority, like the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, their numbers are definitely not small. They pose the biggest threat to the human race. Miao Fei Ping asked in surprise, "Aren't the greatest threats to the human race the feudal lords and territory lords?" Yang Kai nodded with his assumption before explaining, "Feudal lords and territory lords are indeed powerful, but how many territory lords do you think there can be on a single battlefield? They are often the deciding factor in battle, so they do not act recklessly. As for feudal lords, there are many of them, at least more than 7th Order humans, but feudal lords cherish their lives dearly. It's not easy for them to become feudal lords, so none of them want to die. They may be brave and fierce in battle, but only if the wind is blowing in their favor. Once things turn south, they run faster than anyone else. So, that's the case. Miao Fei Ping was absorbed in his thoughts. These are the ones that you can see on the battlefield, but the Black Ink clan actually has many lower-ranking clansmen who are known as Black Ink serfs. Black Ink serfs? Those who have just been born in the Black Ink nest and cannot even be classified as low-rank Black Ink clansmen are called Black Ink serfs. They are equivalent to the human cultivators before they reach the open heaven realm. These Black Ink serfs aren't of much use even on the battlefield, so they are never brought to war by the Black Ink clan. Basically all of them stay in the various territories of the Black Ink clan and absorb ambient Black Ink strength to strengthen themselves. No human could surpass Yang Kai in terms of the understanding of the Black Ink clan. After all, no one had been able to disguise themselves as a Black Ink disciple and live in the Black Ink clan's territory for so many years. Even other Black Ink disciples who were saved later rarely knew much about the Black Ink clan, as during their time, they were treated as servants and slaves, never trying to gather intelligence for the human race. It seems that the growth of the Black Ink clan is not easy, Miao Fei Ping sighed. Why do you say so? Miao Fei Ping explained, Martial uncle, you see, the Black Ink clan must first be born from the Black Ink nests, becoming the weakest Black Ink serfs. And when they somehow grow into a low-rank Black Ink clansman, they are dragged to the battlefield to serve as cannon fodder. Perhaps they survive long enough to grow into a high-rank Black Ink clan after experiencing a few life-and-death situations, but even if they grow into a high-rank Black Ink clansman, if they are down on their luck, they might lose their lives on the battlefield at any moment. If they are lucky enough to survive many wars, they will finally have a chance to become a feudal lord. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. That's right, but does that mean that our growth as humans is easy? Which open heaven realm master hasn't walked a thorny path and painstakingly cultivated before they could reach their current realm? Forget about others, you yourself have gone through much trouble to reach here, haven't you? Miao Fei Ping respectfully replied, Martial uncle is right. He then asked again, Martial uncle, where are we going? Yang Kai stated, don't ask, just follow me. And Miao Fei Ping obediently responded. With dawning light as a transit point, the Dawn Squad's range of activity was much larger than the other squads. It could be said to be twice as large or even more. Naturally, this made them even more suitable for scouting missions, as they could venture deeper and obtain more information. Of course, Yang Kai also had another plan. Since Miao Fei Ping had just arrived here, he knew nothing about the Black Ink clan. So, Yang Kai wanted to find him a few suitable opponents to practice with so that he wouldn't become flustered on the battlefield. Although Miao Fei Ping would not be directly engaging the Black Ink clan owing to his 6th order cultivation, mostly remaining inside Dawning Light to power spirit arrays to kill the enemy, it did not hurt having a few exchanges with the Black Ink clan and understand their characteristics a little. On top of that, Miao Fei Ping had just advanced to the open heaven realm not long ago, so he needed to fight to properly consolidate his cultivation. It had been 100 years since the last war between the two races in the Blue Sky Theater, and the Black Ink clan had been showing signs of deploying troops recently. In light of this, it wouldn't be difficult to find a few Black Ink clansmen to practice on. The reason they hadn't met one before was because the scattered Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to casually approach the Great Pass. But now, they were basically in the territory of the Black Ink clan, so it was natural to run into them. As expected, Yang Kai found a suitable target less than a day later. His powerful divine sense allowed him to detect the approach of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. There were several hundred of them, and their leader was a feudal lord. Martial Peak, Chapter 5133, Practice. That's the Black Ink clan. Hiding on an inconspicuous asteroid, Miao Fei Ping's eyes widened as he stared at the group of Black Ink clansmen flying across the void before his eyes, thinking to himself, it's just as the senior brothers said, the Black Ink clan is filled with all kinds of strange creatures. He saw giant figures in the group of several hundred Black Ink clansmen, some of whom were humanoid, but most had parts that looked like they were from monster beasts. To his surprise, there were some black ink clansmen who looked exactly like a monster beast. However, no matter what form they took, the bodies of these black ink clansmen were all surging with black ink strength. The places they passed by were stained with black ink strength, as if they left spilling ink that could not be removed. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but gulp as he turned to look at Yang Kai. There were quite a lot in this black ink clan team, so he didn't know how Yang Kai was planning on dealing with them. Was he going to attack them or wait and watch? Had Miao Fei Ping been alone, he probably wouldn't have been able to conceal his aura at this close a distance and might have been discovered by the black ink clan. However, with Yang Kai by his side and with his help, his aura had been completely concealed. Furthermore, as there was a certain distance between them, the black ink clan didn't notice two pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. This should be a feudal lord's private troops, Yang Kai whispered. From his observations, he could clearly tell that there were 4 or 5 feudal lords in this group of several hundred black ink clansmen, while the rest were high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. This was in line with the intelligence he had obtained about black ink clan fiefs Jianghu had shared with him. Where are they going? Miao Fei Ping asked, a little puzzled. Judging by the direction this black ink clan army was heading, they weren't traveling towards Blue Sky Pass. They should have received some kind of order from this region's territory lord to assemble with the other feudal lord forces before attacking Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai explained. Miao Fei Ping understood. Martial uncle, I heard from the senior brothers that each territory lord has dozens to a few hundred feudal lords under their command, is that correct? This piece of information was brought back by Yang Kai and had long since spread throughout the various great passes, so it wasn't strange for Miao Fei Ping to have learned about it from the other members of Dawn's squad. Yang Kai affirmed, nodding, correct. Miao Fei Ping was slightly surprised. In that case, a territory lord can easily gather tens of thousands of troops during a battle. The feudal lord's troops in front of him numbered in the hundreds, so if there were 100 or 200 such troops, naturally, the total would easily surpass 10,000. Yang Kai nodded again. If not, where do you think the millions of troops during the Black Ink clan sieges come from? It comes from the gathering of all these feudal lord troops. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but gasp in shock. How many soldiers were there in each of the great passes? Forget about the other great passes, just Blue Sky Pass only had some 30,000 cultivators in total. It was probably the same for other great passes too, but the Black Ink clan had an army of at least 1 million strong in every theater. Although he knew that most of the Black Ink clan army was composed of cannon fodder made up of low-rank clansmen, the difference in numbers was still too great. For a time, Miao Fei Ping found it difficult to imagine just how the human race had managed to resist the Black Ink clan for so many years. If Yang Kai wanted to, he could have charged forward and killed this army of Black Ink clansmen, but as he had Miao Fei Ping accompanying him, it wasn't convenient for him to act. After all, he couldn't protect Miao Fei Ping in such an environment. As such, after watching the feudal lord's troops leave and noting their direction, Yang Kai gently patted Miao Fei Ping's shoulder. Let's go. Miao Fei Ping quickly followed after him. Soon, he discovered that Yang Kai was moving in the opposite direction of the feudal lord's troops. He was quite sharp and guessed where they were going. Martial uncle, are we going to that feudal lord's fief? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Why do you think so? Miao Fei Ping replied, the feudal lord's troops came from this direction, so his territory must be in this direction. Since martial uncle hasn't changed directions, do you want to take advantage of his absence to storm the enemy's den? Yang Kai stated meaningfully, not me, you. Me? Miao Fei Ping was beside himself in shock. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and grinned, looking towards a direction. Just our luck, there are 2 Black Ink clansmen alone, go practice with them first. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed Miao Fei Ping's collar before tossing him forward while he was unprepared. Miao Fei Ping let out a strange cry as he was instantly thrown far away. By the time he managed to stabilize himself, the 2 Black Ink clansmen in front of him were staring at him with shock and ferocity. Human. Sixth Order. Corrupt him. After a brief exchange, the two Black Ink clansmen attacked Miao Fei Ping from both sides. Miao Fei Ping's face went pale in fright and he quickly summoned his long sword as he mobilized his strength, creating a sword curtain to ward off the attackers. As soon as they clashed, Miao Fei Ping fell into a disadvantageous position. He discovered that these two were high-rank Black Ink clansmen, and each of them was comparable to a sixth-order human master. Miao Fei Ping believed that he could easily take care of either of them in a one-on-one fight, but with both of them attacking him together, it would be difficult for him to handle. After all, he had just advanced to the Sixth Order and had only been an Emperor realm a year ago. As such, he wasn't very proficient in utilizing his open heaven realm strength yet. The two Black Ink clan masters didn't employ any tactics, they just kept bombarding him with secret techniques using their Black Ink strength, aiming to overwhelm him. What caused Miao Fei Ping even more pressure was that the Black Ink strength was actually invading his small universe, forcing him to divert some of his attention and strength to resist its corrosion. No matter what others had told Miao Fei Ping about the Black Ink clan, facing them firsthand was far more informative than any evaluations he had heard before. Miao Fei Ping finally understood what kind of enemies the human race had been fighting for countless years. He couldn't sense his martial uncle's aura, nor could he find his figure, but he knew that his martial uncle was definitely hiding somewhere close by, so he knew that his life was not in danger. Thinking so, Miao Fei Ping became more daring. Taking advantage of one of the Black Ink clansmen's mistakes in coordination, the sword in Miao Fei Ping's hands flashed as he rushed forward, his figure wrapped in sword light. His momentum was unstoppable, as if he wanted to perish together with this Black Ink clansman. The targeted Black Ink clansman was shocked. He had never imagined Miao Fei Ping would suddenly become so fierce, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Unable to react in time, he was stabbed in the head by the sword and died on the spot. However, the other Black Ink clansman's attack was already upon Miao Fei Ping, who was now completely powerless to defend himself. The sudden death of his companion had enraged this Black Ink clansman, so he didn't show any mercy. A Black Ink disciple might be precious, but he still needed to be alive to enjoy having him. Basically, he was not completely sure that he would be able to corrupt Miao Fei Ping without his companion's help. Since he was not 100% certain, he could only send Miao Fei Ping to his grave. However, the space around him suddenly solidified, causing his massive body to freeze on the spot. Although it was only a brief moment, he had missed the opportunity to kill his opponent. Miao Fei Ping had already steadied himself and the sword in his hand glowed with an exquisite aura as his figure moved, flying up and down around the Black Ink clansman, drawing blood with every strike. He knew that his martial uncle must have secretly taken action just now, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block the attack of the second Black Ink clansman. Be that as it may, his martial uncle clearly had no intention of interfering further, and this was exactly what he wanted. Flowers grown in a greenhouse could not withstand the harsh winds and rain of the outside world and were destined to not live long. Only after experiencing real storms would they be able to thrive. Although he was only a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Miao Fei Ping's confidence had greatly increased after his first kill. Moreover, he was quickly adapting to his strength during this life-and-death struggle. As such, an incense stick after the death of the first Black Ink clansman, the second followed in his companion's footsteps. Miao Fei Ping stood in the void with his sword in hand, his face slightly pale and his aura a little unstable. Killing two high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were comparable to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was quite exhausting, and it took a clear toll on him. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and lightly nodded his acknowledgement, "Not bad." Miao Fei Ping withdrew his sword and humbly stated, "Martial Uncle is too kind. If it weren't for Martial Uncle secretly taking action, this disciple would have already died. However, Martial Uncle, this disciple seems to have been invaded by Black Ink strength and is unable to suppress it." "I know," Yang Kai slightly nodded. Miao Fei Ping's entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of Black Ink strength and the dark look in his eyes could not be hidden. "There's no need to suppress it, just open yourself and allow it in." Miao Fei Ping was slightly startled, but he still complied. In less than a dozen breaths of time, Miao Fei Ping suddenly let out a shout before thrusting his sword at Yang Kai with a flick of his wrist. Yang Kai smiled lightly and caught the long sword between his fingers. Miao Fei Ping roared as he tried to pull his sword back, but it didn't budge in the slightest. He decisively let go of the sword and rushed forward like a madman, punching at Yang Kai, fist images blotting out the void before he even reached his target. Yang Kai simply waved his hand and the fist shadows filling the void disappeared like the moon's reflection in the water. Surprisingly, Miao Fei Ping had disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He had already fled into the distance the moment he swung his fists. His speed was extremely fast. It appeared his fierce attack was just a cover for his escape. Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Smart choice." Be that as it may, trying to escape from him was destined to be futile. Yang Kai used his space principles, and under the effects of near-distant horizon, Miao Fei Ping suddenly froze in place, seemingly unable to escape even half a step further. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to Miao Fei Ping's back. His palms glowed with two different colors before he brought them together, releasing a burst of purifying light. Under the purifying light, the black ink strength started dispersing with sizzling sounds as Miao Fei Ping's expression changed from pain to calm. When the black ink strength was finally dispersed completely and Miao Fei Ping regained his sanity, he found that his clothes were drenched in sweat. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping had a look of lingering fear on his face, like "I've awoken from a bad dream." Yang Kai nodded, "Every black ink disciple says so when they wake up. Remember this feeling, this is what it's like to be corrupted by black ink strength. In the black ink disciples' hearts, the black ink clan is supreme, and the human race is nothing to them." Miao Fei Ping broke into a cold sweat. "Disciple will remember this lesson well. In the future, I will definitely not let myself be corrupted into a black ink disciple and become a slave to the black ink clan." Pausing for a moment, he apologized, "Disciple was disrespectful to martial uncle just now, please forgive me." Yang Kai waved off in response, "It would have been stranger if you hadn't attacked me." Martial Peak, Chapter 5134, Instant Kill. The two of them continued on their way. The feudal lord's fief wasn't far away. A dark and gloomy universe world appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision a day later. This universe world wasn't big, but the entire world was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, which happened to be particularly dense in one spot. Through the obstruction, one could vaguely see a black ink nest standing in that direction. There were many black ink clansmen near the black ink nest. Yang Kai led Miao Fei Ping straight towards the black ink nest. Before reaching the black ink nest, Miao Fei Ping took out a purifying black ink pill and stuffed it into his mouth, holding it under his tongue so that he could crunch it at any moment, after receiving Yang Kai's signal. Although Yang Kai could cure him with purifying light, Yang Kai had his own plans. He couldn't take care of Miao Fei Ping all the time, so preparing a purifying black ink pill in advance was the better choice. Yang Kai didn't try to hide himself. He broke straight through the thick black ink clouds and crashed into the ground near the black ink nest as if he had fallen from the sky. His powerful landing sent the ground quaking. The impact caused the surrounding black ink clansmen to be blown away while the weaker black ink serfs even suffered heavy casualties. The two feudal lords who had been guarding this fief noticed this and immediately flew out from their respective residences. These two feudal lords were not necessarily the masters of this place. The Black Ink clan might have many feudal lords, but not all of them actually had their own fiefs. At most a few dozen feudal lords had the qualifications to own their own fiefs under each territory lord. The feudal lords who owned these fiefs were undoubtedly rich and powerful. Those without fiefs would either find a place to live in the territory of some territory lord or seek refuge with those with fiefs. This way, they could become stronger using the black ink strength spilling from the black ink nest. Such a situation was common in the Black Ink clan, so a mature feudal lord's fief did not just have one feudal lord. Of course, the master of a black ink nest would always be the one who hatched it. When the two feudal lords guarding the black ink nest rushed out and spotted Yang Kai and Miao Fei Ping, they were stunned. Humans. Humans are actually here. What's going on? Although it wasn't as if the humans had never attacked the Black Ink clan's territory before, every time the humans did so they had sent a massive army, never just two of them. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai and Miao Fei Ping, these two feudal lords worried that the human army had arrived. However, after carefully examining their surroundings, they failed to find any traces of other humans. There were just these two. The feudal lord on the left immediately shouted, "You arrogant humans, how dare you disdain us?" The one on the right was relatively quiet, but his movements were as swift as the wind. As his companion shouted, he rushed towards Yang Kai and Black Ink strength surrounded his giant palm as he ruthlessly slapped down. Miao Fei Ping hurriedly dodged. Although he had killed two high-rank Black Ink clansmen, he knew that this kind of battle was not something he could interfere with. After fleeing 1,000 meters, when Miao Fei Ping looked back, what he saw next shook him to the core. He saw his martial uncle holding a spear in one hand, while its other end was stabbed into the feudal lord's head. The imposing feudal lord happened to be completely stiff and a look of disbelief had blanketed his face. With a flick of his spear, the feudal lord's head exploded into mist as his massive body fell to the ground, blood gushing out from his severed neck like a fountain. An instant kill. Miao Fei Ping couldn't believe his eyes. A feudal lord had been instantly slain by his martial uncle. He didn't even notice his martial uncle using some mighty secret technique, as if just a casual spear thrust had deprived the Black Ink clansman of his life. The feudal lord, who he thought was strong and imposing, was as weak as a chicken in front of his martial uncle. On the way here, the members of Dawn's squad had told him that their squad leader's strength was far superior to an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had even cooperated with others to kill territory lords. But hearing it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was completely different. Miao Fei Ping finally understood the gravity of this evaluation. His marital uncle wasn't just stronger than normal, his strength was simply unparalleled. In terms of order, a feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th Order human. Although they would be somewhat weaker than a 7th Order master under normal circumstances, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord. Even so, this feudal lord was instantly killed by his martial uncle. Just what kind of height has martial uncle's combat strength reached? Miao Fei Ping had no idea, but he couldn't afford to think too much about it at this moment. Many Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards him, so he summoned his sword and activated his movement technique, turning around and charging at them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clansmen attacking him weren't very strong. Even if there were high-rank clansmen among their ranks, their strength was only equivalent to a 4th Order or 5th Order human master. With his current 6th Order Open Heaven Realm foundation, even if Miao Fei Ping were to fight one against many, he was barely able to hold out. Of course, if the battle dragged on, it would be difficult to say what the outcome would be. It wasn't surprising for such a situation to occur. Most of the forces capable of fighting in this territory had been taken away by the master of this fief, so the ones left behind were naturally younger, or weaker, so how strong could they be? He understood his martial uncle's intentions. Obviously, Yang Kai wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen him and familiarize him with the battle against the Black Ink clan so that he wouldn't falter or become flustered on the real battlefield. This was a rare opportunity, so Miao Fei Ping treasured it greatly. Furthermore, he didn't want to disappoint his martial uncle's expectations, so he put his heart into it, attentively applying everything he had learned in his life. On the other hand, when Yang Kai killed the charging feudal lord with a single thrust, it shocked the other feudal lord to the core. After becoming a feudal lord, their understanding of the human race was no longer something that those cannon fodder could compare with. He had participated in the siege of Blue Sky Pass several times and had witnessed various 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' methods and secret techniques on the battlefield. However, there had never been a 7th Order Master who gave him such an ominous feeling. This must be one of those seventh-order human elites, and judging from the casual way he killed his comrade, probably only a territory lord could take him down. Therefore, after seeing his companion die, this feudal lord decisively released a burst of black ink strength before transforming into 7 or 8 identical figures that rushed out in all directions. One of them even rushed straight towards Yang Kai, wanting to stall for time. Yang Kai looked around, slightly taken aback. The secret technique of this feudal lord was quite interesting. It was obviously derived from some kind of escape technique of the human race. In fact, many of the Black Ink clan's tactics and secret techniques could be traced back to the humans. After all, during the countless years of war between the two races, the Black Ink clan had been learning and improving. If it were any other seventh-order master, he or she might not have any idea what to do in the face of this escape technique. But unfortunately, this kind of trick was useless against Yang Kai. With a flick of his spear, Yang Kai dispersed the figure that was pouncing towards him. The figure immediately transformed into a thick wave of black ink strength that enveloped Yang Kai, attempting to corrupt his small universe. Be that it may, Yang Kai didn't care about this kind of attack at all. A golden vertical eye suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation immediately allowed him to see through all illusions. Most of the figures were created using black ink strength to divert Yang Kai's attention, but only one of them was the true body of the feudal lord. This feudal lord's secret technique wasn't bad, but he had not perfectly mastered it, so his flaws became obvious under the demon eye of annihilation's gaze. Space principles surged and a certain figure suddenly froze before an extremely dangerous aura shot towards it from behind. The feudal lord hurriedly looked back and was frightened out of his wits. Much to his surprise, the human was still standing in the same spot, but had hurled the long spear in his hand at him. The long spear seemed to ignore the limits of space and arrived instantly at its target. To his dismay, the feudal lord discovered that no matter how he tried to dodge this attack, he was unable to. The spear seemed to have locked onto him. In his panic, he roared as a tangible sound wave swept out in all directions. It seemed to have some kind of repulsive effect, but the spear still did not slow down at all and easily broke through his black ink strength defenses, leaving a hole in his chest. The feudal lord went stiff, as if struck by lightning. The next moment, the long spear flew back into Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai did not even spare the feudal lord a glance and just walked towards the black ink nest. Yang Kai's contemptuous attitude made the feudal lord feel both sad and angry. He raised his hand, trying his best to grab Yang Kai, but as soon as he used his black ink strength, his entire body exploded into a blood mist, leaving not even his bones behind. The two feudal lords had only taken a single attack from Yang Kai each before dying on the spot, a testament to the latter's great strength. Although Yang Kai could also do this over 20 years ago, it was even easier for him to do so now. After returning from Yinyang Pass and entering retreat for so many years, not only had his cultivation improved, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the Spear Dao and the Dao of Space. Now, he was able to integrate these two grand Daos into a single spear strike. When he attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear, space around it froze, making it impossible to avoid. This was the biggest reason why the two feudal lords were so vulnerable. His comprehension of his own grand Daos allowed Yang Kai's combat strength to rise to a whole new level. Once the two feudal lords who had remained behind in the fief died, the remaining Black Ink clansmen fell into a panic. Although there were still some who were attacking Miao Fei Ping, most of the Black Ink clansmen were now fleeing as fast as they could, afraid that they would be buried together with the feudal lords if they were too slow. Yang Kai casually killed some of them who were in his way, but didn't pursue the ones who fled. These lower Black Ink clansmen were simply too massive in number, so he could not kill them all in short order. There was no need to waste time here. His goal was the low-rank Black Ink nest. The Void Dao Temple had already been founded for over 100 years, and all of the talented seedlings in Void World had been sent there to cultivate. In the future, these people would definitely be able to break through to the open heaven realm and become a force that would resist the Black Ink clan. Miao Fei Ping's performance was undoubtedly excellent. Although he had only come into contact with the Black Ink clan for a short time, he had become familiar with how to fight them after killing the previous 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen and was now chasing after the fleeing low-rank Black Ink clansmen. However, circumstances and environment affected one's temperament greatly. Perhaps the disciples of the Void Dao Temple were talented in terms of cultivation, but if they really faced the Black Ink clan, it was difficult to say how each of them would fare. Perhaps many people would be intimidated when they first came face to face with this kind of fiendish and hostile alien race. So, how could they have the courage to fight them? Yang Kai wanted to let them familiarize themselves with how to fight the Black Ink clan while they were still in their early growth period, so that when they advanced to the open heaven realm, they could directly enter the war on the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 5135, Making a Comeback. Since Yang Kai wanted these young disciples to familiarize themselves with how to fight the Black Ink clan, he naturally had to have some kind of control over the situation. The Black Ink clan was born from Black Ink nests, so Yang Kai figured all he needed to do was get his hands on one. Yang Kai now only hated himself for not having enough foresight and simply destroying so many Black Ink nests in Mu Guang's royal domain. Fortunately, he could still salvage the situation. The reason he had come to this area under the Black Ink clan's control was because he had set his eyes on this Black Ink nest. As for whether he could take it into his own small universe, Yang Kai wasn't certain. Back then, he had personally witnessed Jianghu hatching a Black Ink nest and had some understanding of its various characteristics, so, he knew that it would be difficult to implement this plan. There were still some Black Ink clansmen inside the Black Ink nest, but Yang Kai quickly cleaned them up. He then opened his small universe, allowing the Black Ink nest to devour his world force. Then, using the Black Ink nest's will as a medium, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly entered a strange space. This space was formed by the will of this region's territory lord Black Ink nest, and at this moment, there were no less than 30 consciousnesses gathered in this space. These consciousnesses were surging, obviously communicating with one another. The Black Ink clan of the Blue Sky Theater had not experienced the tragedy in Mu Guang's royal domain, so they were completely unaware of what would happen next. So, when Yang Kai used his spiritual energy to attack them, they didn't even have time to react. The consciousnesses were destroyed in an instant. After all, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was on par with a territory lord's, meaning none of these Black Ink clansmen were a match for him. When the commotion started, the remaining consciousnesses immediately sensed that something was wrong and naturally pushed their strength to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not fear this counterattack. The situation he had encountered in the Mu Guang's royal domain could not be compared with what he was experiencing now. At that time, He Yuan's will had also been lying in ambush for him, together with over 30 feudal lords, but in the end, He Yuan failed to kill him and his soul had even been severely wounded, forcing him to retreat. If it weren't for this, He Yuan wouldn't have been chased down by a mere 7th-order human master. As a result, after Yang Kai's rampage, the consciousnesses here suffered heavy casualties, and as many as 8 feudal lords had their consciousnesses destroyed, with those of several other high-rank Black Ink clansmen were also wiped out. The destruction of these consciousnesses also signified the fall of these Black Ink clansmen. The surviving consciousnesses realized that something was horribly wrong and no longer dared to remain. They quickly scattered like birds and beasts in a wildfire, only thinking of escaping. Yang Kai was unable to chase them all down and could only helplessly sigh as they fled. Destroying the consciousnesses of a few feudal lords was just a matter of course, but that was not Yang Kai's original plan. After a while, he withdrew his consciousness and exited the Black Ink nest. His divine sense surged like a tide as he probed the foundation of the Black Ink nest. The Black Ink nest in front of him was thousands of meters tall, like a giant flower bud planted in the ground. It was the typical size of a fully mature low-rank Black Ink nest, but under Yang Kai's investigation, he realized that its foundation stretched far further. The entire universe world was enveloped in the power of this Black Ink nest. If the Black Ink nest before him was like a giant tree, then its roots were spread across the entire world. If Yang Kai wanted to take this black ink nest into his small universe, he would have to take this entire universe world. This universe world was not big, but even Yang Kai was unable to take it into his small universe. He already knew this would be the case though and had no intention of taking away the entire black ink nest. As space principles surged and the void shattered, the roots of the black ink nest were severed one by one, and with the black ink nest as a center, an area with a radius of over a dozen kilometers was excised from the universe world. The next moment, a gateway opened as Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the landmass with the black ink nest on it, forcefully dragging it into his small universe. This sudden change quaked the entire universe world. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his small universe, but almost immediately, a disappointed look appeared on his face. He had indeed moved the entire black ink nest into his small universe, but perhaps because its roots had been cut off, or perhaps because of some other reason, the black ink nest began to show signs of withering. Even when Yang Kai poured his world force into it, the black ink nest showed no signs of devouring it. This was unusual, as black ink nests devoured world force almost instinctively. The world force was a powerful tonic for the black ink nest, but since it was not even devouring a bit of world force, it undoubtedly meant that it had ceased functioning and was doomed to die. In fact, after the entire black ink nest was pulled into his small universe by Yang Kai, it started collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than the time one takes to drink half a cup of tea, it completely withered. This situation caused Yang Kai to frown. It seemed that taking a black ink nest wasn't going to be an easy task. But if he could obtain an unhatched black ink nest, he might be able to hatch it in his small universe. There wouldn't be any problems then. Be that as it may, unhatched black ink nests were extremely precious even to the Black Ink clan, so how could Yang Kai obtain one? Unless he could find a mid-rank black ink nest and provide it with a massive quantity of materials, it was impossible to get an unhatched nest. However, this place was not Mu Guang's royal domain, so searching for and entering a mid-rank black ink nest would be extremely risky. The reason Yang Kai had been able to stir up so much chaos in Mu Guang's royal domain last time was firstly because the bulk of the Black Ink clan army was engaged in battle with the human army, and secondly, the Enyang Pass old ancestor had made a move and forced all the remaining territory lords who had stayed behind to rush to the royal lord's aid, leaving just He Yuan to deal with Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai heavily damaged He Yuan's soul, he basically had free reign. The right time, right place, and right conditions made it possible for Yang Kai to act recklessly in Mu Guang's royal domain without anyone to stop him. If even one point was different, he would not have been able to act so brazenly. Even so, in the end, he was unable to destroy more than 10 mid-rank Black Ink nest. In the Blue Sky Theater, the Black Ink clan army was currently gathering, so there were definitely territory lords guarding this place. If Yang Kai tried to wreak havoc, he would attract the attention of those territory lords. Not many territory lords needed to take action, just 2 would be enough to threaten him. Once 2 territory lords came at him, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai could not bear such a risk, therefore, he didn't insist on sticking to his plan of plundering a black ink nest after this attempt failed. There was still time before the young talents in his small universe matured, so he was in no rush for now. It wouldn't be too late to think of a solution later. Miao Fei Ping had already returned with his body covered in multiple wounds. Apparently, he had killed many Black Ink clansmen in this short period of time. His appearance might have been miserable, but he was still filled with zeal and vigor. Furthermore, because of the purifying Black Ink pill, he didn't have to worry about being corrupted by Black Ink strength for a short time. Martial uncle, since the Black Ink clan has fled, should we pursue them? Miao Fei Ping asked eagerly. Obviously, he still did not have enough of the slaughter. There's no need for that, they're all low-rank Black Ink clansmen. It's useless to kill them, we will only be wasting time, Yang Kai indifferently replied. Oh, then where are we going? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before turning his eyes in the direction they had come from. you should return to Dawning Light to rest. What about Martial Uncle? Miao Fei Ping asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm going fishing. Fishing? Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. Nonetheless, Yang Kai didn't pay any heed to it and just stuffed something into his hand. Take this with you, don't put it into your space ring. Miao Fei Ping grabbed it and found that it was a bead, but he had no idea what it was for. So, he asked, Martial Uncle, what is this? A space beacon. With this bead, I can send messages back to you at any time. Miao Fei Ping nodded before carefully pocketing the space beacon. Go. Yang Kai waved at him. Miao Fei Ping stated, cupping his fist, Disciple will go now, Martial Uncle. Please be careful. While speaking, he activated the universe transference law. The next moment, a giant spirit array glowed beneath his feet before his figure disappeared with a blinding flash. By the time he reappeared, Miao Fei Ping had already returned to Dawning Light. Walking out of the universe array, Bai Yi, who had already sensed the movements, immediately came forward to meet him. However, after seeing Miao Fei Ping alone, she couldn't help but ask curiously, where's squad leader? Miao Fei Ping scratched his head. Martial Uncle said he was going fishing. Fishing? Bai Yi was puzzled, fishing for what? Miao Fei Ping shook his head, I don't know either, Martial Uncle didn't explain in detail and only told me to return here. Bai Yi slightly furrowed her brow. She faintly felt that Yang Kai was going to cause trouble again. However, since Yang Kai didn't say anything, he probably had his own considerations. Seeing Miao Fei Ping's miserable appearance, she couldn't help but ask, did you run into the Black Ink clan? Miao Fei Ping immediately replied in an excited tone, Martial Uncle brought me to take a low-rank Black Ink nest. Speaking of this, he was quite enthused. This was the first time he had gone on a mission with his Martial Uncle, yet he had accomplished such a great feat it was not something just anyone could easily encounter. As expected, the other squad members also became interested after hearing this and began asking questions. Miao Fei Ping didn't try to hide anything and told them everything about his short trip with Yang Kai, causing all the squad members to look at him with envy. When they heard that two feudal lords were unable to resist the might of Yang Kai's spear and were instantly killed, all the remaining squad members felt their spirits soar. Having a powerful squad leader was extremely important on the Black Ink battlefield. Whether it was the success rate of the mission or the survival rate on the chaotic battlefield, a powerful squad leader greatly increased these chances. The squad leader was the core of the entire squad, and also the basis for human squads to work together on the Black Ink battlefield. While Dawn Squad's members were getting all excited, Yang Kai's lonesome figure flickered as he sped through the void in the direction of the feudal lord troop he had discovered earlier. Being alone, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples. He used space principles as his figure flickered across the void. In less than half a day, Yang Kai found a large group of Black Ink clansmen gathered on a giant universe fragment. Standing and observing from afar, Yang Kai found that there were more than 100,000 Black Ink clansmen gathered on this universe fragment. This place could basically be considered the periphery of the Black Ink clan's territory, not far from the human race's territory. With so many Black Ink clansmen gathered here, the situation was quite obvious. This should be one of the mustering points of the Black Ink clan army. The feudal lords had converged here with their troops under a territory lord's orders, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a large group to be assembled together. The Black Ink clan had indeed become restless. Nearly 100 years of rest and recuperation had given them plenty of time to recover from their losses suffered in the last war. Since they had gathered an army here, it was obvious that they were planning to stage a comeback. Martial Peak, Chapter 5136, Fishing. Over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen were gathered on a universe fragment. It was quite a magnificent sight. Not only that, but Black Ink clansmen kept coming from all directions in groups of hundreds to thousands. Obviously, each group was a feudal lord leading his troops. There was no doubt that this place was one of the rally points of the Black Ink clan army. And judging by the scale of the Black Ink clan army in front of him, it was definitely gathered under the command of several territory lords. In fact, Yang Kai could faintly sense that there were at least 5 territory lords in this army even from this distance. Of course, this was not the entirety of the Black Ink clan army. Armies were definitely being gathered at other places even now. Every time the Black Ink clan attacked, it had millions of soldiers in its army. If they didn't have so many, the humans wouldn't have to fight so hard. As a scout, Yang Kai naturally carried out his mission faithfully. Very soon, he sent a jade slip detailing everything he had seen back to Dawning Light via the space beacon, and with Dawning Light as a relay point, this information was sent back to Blue Sky Pass, allowing the army commanders to obtain the information right away. Yang Kai remained completely still, paying close attention to the movements of the 100,000-strong Black Ink clan army. Since there was such a large rally point here, there wouldn't be a second one nearby. The other rally points of the Black Ink clan army would be the other scouting squad's concern. The size of the army continued to increase with time, gradually approaching 200,000. If one territory lord could gather 20 to 30,000 soldiers, the number of territory lords gathered here would be close to 10. This was also in line with the current situation. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a siege, at least 4 armies would attack from 4 different directions at the same time, forcing the human race to defend the Great Pass in all cardinal directions. Any negligence in any direction could lead to a complete loss. Gradually, fewer and fewer Black Ink clansmen arrived. Apparently, most of them had already gathered. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan army didn't seem to have any intention of immediately setting out and instead remained stationed on the universe fragment. Yang Kai presumed that they were waiting for the other armies to act together. Although there were over 200,000 of them, if they were to attack the Great Pass with just this much force, they would not be able to cause any real damage. As such, the Black Ink clan had to prepare all of their forces and attack from all sides in order to overwhelm the humans. After sending the last message to Dawning Light, Yang Kai flew out of his hiding place, heading straight for the universe fragment. After observing for some time, Yang Kai concluded that the size of the Black Ink clan army at this rally point wouldn't increase much further. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they attacked Blue Sky Pass, hence, there was no need to continue observing. He didn't try to conceal himself, so the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment soon discovered his tracks. The streak of light cutting through the void was extremely eye-catching, so it immediately sent the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment into an uproar. Some of the impatient feudal lords had already rushed out, leading their subordinates straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, quickly turned around and fled, acting like a human cultivator who had accidentally run into the Black Ink clan army and was fleeing in panic. How could the pursuing Black Ink clansmen let this matter go so easily? They chased after him like a shadow, hot on his tail, soon disappearing together with Yang Kai. Many Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment saw this scene from afar, but most of them remained indifferent, while a few of them even sneered. In their opinion, things were not going to end well for the human cultivator who had rashly ventured here alone. However, what surprised them was that the seemingly lost human cultivator once again flew towards them after half an hour or so, leaving a dazzling trail as he cut through the void. It was quite eye-catching. On the other hand, the several hundred Black Ink clansmen who had chased after him were nowhere to be seen. This shocked the Black Ink clansmen who witnessed this scene. They were unable to understand how this human had managed to escape unscathed. And where did their fellow clansmen who had pursued him go? What was even more hateful was that when the human came over, he would first fly straight and then saunter left and right like he was enjoying the view. His movements had a thick sense of provocation. How could they tolerate this? In the blink of an eye, an army of several hundred Black Ink clansmen surrounded the human under the leadership of their respective feudal lords. Just like before, the human fled, while several Black Ink clan teams gave chase, gradually disappearing into the distance. At a certain spot on the universe fragment, a territory lord stared deeply in the direction Yang Kai had fled in, the human race must have set up some kind of ambush over there. These idiots are probably dead. The territory lords weren't fools. Yang Kai had tried to provoke them at close range twice, so how could they not see through his intentions? Another territory lord coldly snorted, the humans have become quite bold recently. They wouldn't have acted like this in the past. What gives them the confidence to dare come here and provoke us like this? Another territory lord added, regardless of the reason, the humans seem to have undergone great changes in the last 100 years. You should have heard the news of what happened at Mu Guang's royal domain, right? A territory lord agreed with a nod. I heard that the human race has developed something called purifying black ink pills that can dispel the corrosion of black ink strength. That is not good news. However, this also explains why there haven't been any new black ink disciples for so long. Although the human race's purifying black ink pills are troublesome, their disadvantage in numbers will never change. For the human race to dare set up an ambush so far outside their pass in these conditions is extremely stupid. You mean, one of the territory lords thoughtfully looked at him. The territory lord who had just spoken chuckled, unlike my Black Ink clan, if any of the human cultivators were to die, the humans would feel the loss. Since they dared to set up an ambush outside the pass, we might as well beat them at their own game and try to eat them up. But do you know how many masters the human race has there? The territory lord stated, this place is about a dozen days away from their great pass, so how many people could the humans have sent here? And since our Black Ink clan army is preparing to attack, they are definitely preparing to defend as well. Even if they have sent a team to ambush us, it shouldn't be too big. If I've to guess, there should be a number of elites, but would our army of 200,000 not be able to handle such a small number of people? Many territory lords were moved by his words. Even though it should only be a small team of human masters, if they could really kill these masters here, it would be enough to make the humans' hearts bleed for a long time. In fact, after every war between the two races, the casualties on humanity's side might not even be as great as this. Furthermore, just as the territory lord had said, since the humans dared to set up an ambush outside the pass, they must have sent quite a number of elites. If they took this opportunity to eliminate them, the humans would suffer a huge loss. There must be an 8th Order Division commander among them. If we can kill 1 or 2 8th Order humans, we'll have avenged the royal lord and cleansed ourselves of our most recent shame. All the territory lords nodded in agreement. One of the territory lords stated, if we are really going to take action, we need to figure out the position and strength of the human ambushers. Any volunteers? A short, humanoid-looking territory lord stood up and smiled, taking the initiative to volunteer. I'll go. One of the territory lords added, nodding, you're perfect for this job. That human should not have gone far, so you'll be able to catch up to him without much effort. However, you must be careful not to fall into a trap. Rest assured, how could this lord die before the humans are destroyed? Saying so, he soared into the sky. Who knows what kinds of secret technique he cultivated, but his territory lord aura had been suppressed to the extreme. Coupled with his humanoid form, it would be difficult for ordinary people to find him. He was really fast. After chasing the fleeing human for a while, he soon felt violent energy fluctuations coming from the front. Obviously, someone was fighting up ahead. Combined with the previous scene, this territory lord had already guessed this would be the case and immediately restrained his aura further to stealthily approach the battlefield. A moment later, when he finally arrived at the periphery of the battlefield and gazed ahead, he couldn't help but stare in shock. All the territory lords had come to the conclusion that the humans must have set up an ambush, otherwise, they could not explain why the several hundred troops that had chased after the human had disappeared so quickly. He had chased after the human because he wanted to check up on the position and size of the humans lying in ambush so that he could formulate a corresponding strategy. But he did not find a human ambush. Rather, it was just that one human who had lured the Black Ink clan troops away before killing everyone who chased him with his spear. This human might have been alone, but he was like a reaper of death, slaughtering the feudal lord troops like they were nothing. How could this human be so strong? The territory lord clearly saw a feudal lord quietly approaching this human from behind, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but in the end, he was pierced by a spear before he could even react. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, nearly 30% of the feudal lord troops had been killed. The human was covered in blood and radiating intense killing intent, but the blood was all black. The long spear in his hands had reached the acme of perfection. Every time he thrust out, the lives of several Black Ink clansmen would be reaped. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he had finished all of them. This person is definitely an elite among elites of the human race. For a moment, the territory lord couldn't help but have an intent to kill. This human couldn't be allowed to grow anymore. He was already so strong in the 7th order, so if broke through to the 8th order, none of the territory lords could resist him. But just as he was about to act, he couldn't help but recall his mission. He still had not discovered the location and number of the human race ambushers, and rashly attacking this human would only alert the enemy. Furthermore, he could not figure out what was going on in this human's mind. Since he had lured out a few feudal lord troops, why was he fighting them alone instead of surrounding them? Does he think that he alone can take care of this, so he decided not to lure the enemy any further? With this thought in mind, the territory lord withdrew his killing intent and turned his eyes towards the distance. A moment later, he silently retreated just as he had silently arrived. On the battlefield, Yang Kai's spear was dancing like a dragon. Suddenly, he relaxed as the feeling of being secretly observed by someone finally disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5137, A Big Fish. When Yang Kai parted ways with Miao Fei Ping and said he wanted to go fishing, he really meant to go fishing. As a scout, Yang Kai had already completed his mission. He had basically figured out the location and deployment of the 200,000 Black Ink clansmen in this region. After he had sent their location to Blue Sky Pass, the higher-ups would naturally make plans to deal with them. His original plan was to lure some of the Black Ink clansmen out and kill them. Although alone, he could only kill a limited number of them and it would not affect the overall situation, it was still better than doing nothing. But after seeing over 200,000 Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai formulated a bigger plan. If he kept provoking them, maybe he could lure this Black Ink clan army into attacking in advance. In that case, this Black Ink clan army would definitely be separated from the other forces, which would be quite advantageous for Blue Sky Pass. However, the chances of this happening weren't high. The Black Ink clan weren't fools. After besieging the Great Passes so many times, they knew that they couldn't accomplish much just by relying on this army alone. So, they had been waiting for the other armies to gather so that they could advance together. Only by doing so would they be able to put pressure on Blue Sky Pass. Be that as it may, it was still worth trying. If he couldn't achieve it in one try, he could give it couple more tries. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal, he could still take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate some of the Black Ink clansmen and relieve some pressure on the battlefield. With his mastery over the Tao of space, and Blue Sky Pass being just behind him, Yang Kai could fight or flee at will. Even if a territory lord took action, he could escape at any time he wanted. The first attempt at luring the enemy had undoubtedly been a success. He drew off a troop of several hundred Black Ink clansmen, out of which 3 were feudal lords. The rest were all high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, not enough to threaten him. The second time, the number of Black Ink clansmen he had lured was quite high, almost 2,000 in total. Nonetheless, the situation was still under his control. Even if he couldn't kill them all, it didn't matter. But right as he was about to begin his slaughter, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he was being watched from the shadows. This immediately made his heart clench and he silently split his attention to guard against any unexpected situations. He didn't know where this spy was hiding, but since he was able to evade his detection, the opposite party had to be a territory lord. They couldn't hold back, huh? Yang Kai was a little taken aback. Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Since this territory lord was hiding in the shadows, Perhaps he wanted to make a move on Yang Kai. Nonetheless, as long as he made a move, he would definitely show some signs, which would allow Yang Kai to escape in time. So, Yang Kai pretended to not have noticed even though he had. He continued to slaughter more Black Ink clansmen while giving the impression that he was prepared to leave as soon as things turned south. To his surprise, the feeling of being watched soon disappeared. What are they planning? Since I was distracted, why did he not attack and instead left so quickly? Yang Kai could not understand what the Black Ink clansman observing him was planning, but he could not care less about it at the moment. With the territory lord gone, he became even more unscrupulous. Many of the 2,000 Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered by Yang Kai, while a handful managed to escape. Yang Kai had also suffered some injuries. After all, it was hard on him to fend off so many all alone. However, his injuries weren't serious and he recovered after half a day of rest. While Yang Kai was recuperating, a ghost-like figure slowly flew by the place where Dawning Light was hiding. This figure was none other than the territory lord who had volunteered to scout for the human ambush. Dawning Light's concealment was quite good. Owing to the advantageous terrain and powerful concealment arrays, and with the void being so vast, even if a territory lord passed nearby, he might not be able to discover anything if he didn't carefully investigate. Along the way, this territory lord had noted about 80 to 100 shattered universe fragments, but he only did a quick inspection, so how could he have discovered anything? Coincidentally, just as he was preparing to investigate further, several large ships flew over from the direction of Blue Sky Pass. The territory lord immediately stopped and carefully observed. After a short while, his expression changed as he hurriedly flew back the way he came, only stopping when he was at a safe distance. He could not judge the exact situation from afar, but he was certain that the human race was laying an ambush. How cunning! The territory lord cursed in his heart. Although he still had not found the exact deployment of the humans, he didn't dare to approach them at this moment because he could sense a familiar aura from the lead ship. The territory lords and Eighth Order humans were quite familiar with each other after having fought for so many years. So, this territory lord was able to determine the identities of the enemy even from a great distance. A big fish. The territory lord was overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the camp to deliver this news. At the same time, Bai Yi, Feng Ying, and the others also noticed the movements and hurriedly flew up to check it out. They were all quite surprised when they saw several warships flying towards them. A short while later, the ships arrived at Dawning Light's location before a figure jumped down from the lead ship. Feng Ying stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Martial Uncle." Zhongliang slightly nodded before he started looking left and right, "Where's young boy?" Feng Ying replied, "Squad leader is still out scouting for information and has yet to return." Zhongliang snorted, "I knew that brat would be up to no good. What bullshit information gathering, he must be off getting into all kinds of trouble." Feng Ying didn't know how to respond to this, so she chose to remain silent and turned her attention towards the figures coming down from the ships. Slowly, her expression became solemn, "Martial Uncle, you." She couldn't help but be shocked, because the figures coming down from the ships were all 7th Order and above masters. Other than the army commander Zhongliang, there were also over a dozen 8th Order division commanders. Feng Ying originally belonged to the Western Army, so how could she not recognize the division commanders of the Western Army? Is the Western Army really going all out? In addition to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were nearly 1,000 7th Order Masters. Zhongliang chuckled, "We didn't have such conditions in the past. Except for the attacks launched under the old ancestors' leadership, all we could do was passively defend inside the pass. It was quite frustrating, but now that things are in our favor, we naturally have to give the Black Ink clan a big surprise and vent all our frustrations." Saying so, he suddenly took out something and threw it. The object resembled a ball of chiffon that suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire universe fragment. Feng Ying immediately felt as if a mysterious force had enveloped the entire universe fragment, isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, even if someone were to observe from the outside, they wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside this place. Afterwards, everyone scattered about, searching for an empty spot. Immediately afterwards, portals to small universes opened one after another. Even Zhongliang opened a portal to his small universe. Soon, figures emerged from these portals one after another. Feng Ying, Bai Yi, and the others were all dumbfounded. The other members of Dawn were also tongue-tied. In the blink of an eye, roughly 8,000 people had appeared on the universe fragment. Furthermore, these people immediately converged with their respective squads and started setting up spirit arrays in a skillful manner, concealing their auras. Feng Ying's brow twitched as she stared blankly at this scene unfolding before her eyes. She could not help but ask, "Martial Uncle, has the entire Western Army been mobilized?" At first, she thought that only the 7th and 8th Order Masters of the Western Army had come, but to her surprise, the entire Western Army was here. Blue Sky Pass only had about 30,000 soldiers, that's all. And when they were divided into various armies, each one made up between 8,000 and 9,000 soldiers. The number of soldiers gathered on this universe fragment was almost the same. Zhongliang stated in a heavy voice, "How could it be so easy to take down an army of over 200,000 Black Ink clansmen? It would take an army to end this battle quickly, but if we win, our Western Army would have made a great contribution." Feng Ying could only sigh, "Martial Uncle, you are really amazing." Zhongliang proudly smiled, "Of course." However, she didn't know that in order to grab this chance from the other 3 army commanders, Zhongliang was nearly beaten to a pulp. In the end, it was the old ancestor who stepped in and gave the final verdict, allowing this good opportunity to fall into the Western Army's hands. But if he wanted to devour this army of 200,000 enemies, there was a prerequisite. And that was that the Royal Lord should not be anywhere nearby. Even if the Western Army had the ability to defeat the Black Ink clan army of 200,000, they would still suffer heavy casualties if the Royal Lord made an appearance. Because of this, the old ancestor had personally set out to investigate the current whereabouts of the Royal Lord to implement this plan. Contact Yang Boy somehow and ask him about the situation there. If the Black Ink clan army moves, tell him to immediately report. Zhongliang ordered. Feng Ying accepted the order, "Yes, Martial Uncle." Zhongliang wasn't worried about not being able to ambush the Black Ink clan army. If the Black Ink clan wanted to attack Blue Sky Pass, they would have to pass through this area. Even if there was a slight change in their route, they would not deviate too far, and so long as they passed through here, the Western Army had the confidence to devour them all. Naturally, Yang Kai was completely oblivious to Blue Sky Pass' grand plan. At this moment, he was considering whether to join up with Dawn or continue to act alone. In the last battle, he had killed over 1,000 Black Ink clansmen, while less than half had fled back. Presumably, the Black Ink clan army was already aware of his abilities, so if he were to provoke them again, he might not be able to gain anything. Also, the fact that a territory lord had secretly been spying on him made Yang Kai a little uneasy. Nonetheless, Yang Kai soon made up his mind. He decided to continue provoking them. It would be great if he could enrage the 200,000-strong army into attacking Blue Sky Pass in advance, but even if he could not, it was not a big deal. Even if the territory lords made a move, he could use the space beacon to return to dawning light in an instant. At the very least, he would have reaped something, thought Yang Kai. However, by the time he arrived at the place where the Black Ink clan army was stationed, the situation had changed far beyond his expectations. At this moment, the giant universe fragment was shrouded in thick black ink clouds, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. What the hell is the Black Ink clan doing? Yang Kai was filled with confusion. These black ink clouds were obviously created by the Black Ink clan on purpose. Had it been there before, it could be said that the territory lords were trying to conceal their troop numbers, but since he had already obtained intelligence about the Black Ink clan army, it was pointless to conceal it further. Isn't this equal to taking off pants just to fart? Is this really necessary? Yang Kai couldn't guess the Black Ink clan's intentions, so all he could do was continue provoking them. That human really came again. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen immediately reported to their higher-ups, thus, the territory lords quickly learned of this. Follow the plan. The humans have been treating us like idiots, let's teach them a harsh lesson this time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5138, A Little Strange. Yang Kai had thought that his little provocation wouldn't have much of an effect. After all, his strength had been exposed, so no matter how stupid the Black Ink clan was, they wouldn't fall for it again and again. The Black Ink clan might have even laid some kind of ambush here for him. Furthermore, the territory lords might also make a move. But contrary to his expectation, his provocation actually succeeded this time as well. A few feudal lords rushed out from the universe fragment with their troops and chased after him. Just like last time, when Yang Kai reached a suitable position, he turned around and began fighting with the 2,000 or so Black Ink clansmen. Nonetheless, he never lowered his guard. According to his estimate, a territory lord should be hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to him. So, he had to be on guard against possible sneak attacks from tricky directions. Just as Yang Kai was luring feudal lords' troops away, the 200,000-strong Black Ink clan army hiding in the Black Ink clouds on the universe fragment split into three forces under various territory lords, rushing towards Dawning Light's location from different directions. The Black Ink clan was planning to launch a surprise attack on the enemy forces. The Black Ink clan had a total of 4 armies prepared to besiege Blue Sky Pass with nearly 1 million soldiers in total. This was just one of those 4 armies. Although it was not yet time for them to act, the temptation of the humans lying in ambush on the universe fragment was simply too great. Not to mention anything else, that one person among the ambushers was sufficient for these territory lords to take some risks. Furthermore, after their recent discussion, they had come to the conclusion that there would not be that many humans lying in ambush as this place was quite far from Blue Sky Pass. 200,000 Black Ink clansmen and over a dozen territory lords would be more than enough to squash them. So, according to them, there wasn't much risk involved. They could still move together with the 3 other armies after eliminating these humans. Wu Ying, are you sure Zhongliang is also there? Along the way, one of the territory lords asked. The one called Wu Ying was the territory lord who had volunteered to investigate the human race's ambush. Hearing this, he immediately gnashed his teeth as he rebuked, "How could I mistake Zhongliang's aura? That old dog severely wounded me back then. I almost lost my life. I would recognize him even if he is reduced to ashes." The territory lord, who had just asked the question, nodded and continued, "Good. In that case, we've caught a big fish this time. Zhongliang is the army commander of the Western Army and holds a high position. If he dies, the morale of Blue Sky Pass will definitely plummet. Perhaps we can capture Blue Sky Pass this time." Wu Ying fiercely stated, "I want to kill him myself." "Don't worry, you will get your chance." Something's wrong. Yang Kai keenly felt this during the battle. This was the 3rd time he had lured the snakes out of their hole. The first time he had done so, he had managed to kill hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. The feudal lord troops were simply unable to escape from him. The second time, he was unable to kill all of them as there were just too many and he had no choice but to let a portion of them go. The third time, he was able to lure the same number as he had lured the second time. At first, he had thought that a territory lord was hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack him, but after killing so many Black Ink clansmen and deliberately showing a few flaws, he still didn't encounter any sneak attacks. He didn't even notice the aura of any territory lords. Was there no territory lord here from the start? This wasn't the most puzzling thing though. What made Yang Kai even more confused was that these Black Ink clansmen were actually fighting him to the death. This was very unusual. The Black Ink clansmen here were clearly in a panic after witnessing their fellow comrades being mercilessly slaughtered, and ordinarily, this would be the time for them to escape, but not a single one of them fled. After some time, Yang Kai managed to kill nearly half of the 2,000 Black Ink clansmen. If the remaining half didn't flee, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Yang Kai faintly felt that he had fallen into some kind of trap, but he could not worry about it at this point. Since there was no territory lord hiding nearby, he simply started a bloodbath. After another hour or two, only 100 or so Black Ink clan soldiers remained. These Black Ink clan soldiers were extremely terrified and moved as far away from Yang Kai as possible whenever he approached. Nonetheless, none of them showed any intention of escaping. Suddenly, a boiling sword intent appeared not far behind Yang Kai. The next moment, a sword cry reverberated through the void as a figure clad in sword aura came rushing in, shredding every Black Ink clan soldier in its path into pieces. The sword aura suddenly split into several directions before converging the next moment, killing or injuring most of the Black Ink clansmen. When the figure wrapped in sword aura rushed towards the last feudal lord, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Keep him alive." Yang Kai had deliberately not killed this feudal lord, so how could he allow someone else to kill him? Fortunately, Feng Ying's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately changed directions and slaughtered the remaining small fries after Yang Kai's shout. By the time she turned around, Yang Kai had already used space principles to imprison the wounded feudal lord. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai turned to Feng Ying. Feng Ying instead asked back, "Why can't your space beacon transmit messages in reverse?" "Martial Uncle Zhongliang asked me to ask you about the situation here, but since I couldn't reach you, I had no choice but to come here personally." Yang Kai was stunned. "You sent me a message?" "I kept the space beacon in my space ring, so naturally you couldn't reach me." After sending the last message, he had put away the space beacon because he was afraid that someone would send him a message, which would expose his whereabouts. He had never thought that Dawn Squad would really want to contact him. "Did something happen?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Feng Ying shook her head, "Nothing like that." "What about here?" Yang Kai replied, furrowing his brow, "It's a bit strange." Saying so, he turned to the imprisoned feudal lord and asked, "What are you plotting?" The feudal lord was imprisoned and unable to move. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, and if it weren't for Yang Kai intentionally keeping him alive to extract information, he would not have survived till now. Although he was captured though, he just sneered and kept his mouth shut. "If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death, otherwise I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death," Yang Kai warned. The feudal lord turned away his head. The expression on his face said that he was prepared to die. Yang Kai pushed his spear into the feudal lord's chest, gently stabbing it in, avoiding his vitals. The Black Ink clansman's face twisted in pain as he roared, "Black Ink Eternal." Yang Kai frowned. It had been a long time since he had heard these words. Judging by the feudal lord's attitude, it was impossible to get anything from him. This feudal lord knew that he would not survive, so he stubbornly kept his mouth shut. What's more, he had no idea about the higher-ups' plans. He was just following orders to restrain Yang Kai here at all costs. Yang Kai tried several other methods, but the feudal lord still remained silent. Yang Kai knew that he could not get anything from him and decided to finish him off. Although he could not get anything, the feudal lord's reaction gave him an eerie feeling. These Black Ink clansmen clearly knew that they were no match for Yang Kai, but they had still chosen to fight to the death, seemingly stalling for time. Right then, Yang Kai seemed to have realized something and immediately shouted, "Damn it!" Saying so, his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. Feng Ying anxiously shouted, "Squad leader." But Yang Kai had already disappeared from sight. All she could do now was follow the residual fluctuations of space principles and chase after him. Yang Kai soon arrived at the periphery of the universe fragment where the Black Ink clan army was stationed. The universe fragment was still shrouded in black ink clouds, making it impossible to see the situation inside. When he first saw these clouds, he found it a bit strange. Why would the Black Ink clan waste so much effort to create these black ink clouds? But if they were using it to conceal the movements of their army, it would make sense. If his guess was correct, then this universe fragment was probably empty. The territory lords had sent 2,000 Black Ink clansmen to occupy him, while covertly mobilizing their forces. The Black Ink clan was not stupid. Although he had some guesses, Yang Kai still wanted to personally verify them, so he dove straight into the black ink clouds. The facts proved that his guess was right. There really wasn't a single Black Ink clansman on this universe fragment. The 200,000 strong army stationed here had disappeared. Presumably, the Black Ink clan army had set out just after he left. Is it because they had discovered a human scout and wanted to take Blue Sky Pass by surprise? Fortunately, things are not that bad. I can instantly return to Dawning Light and report this back to Blue Sky Pass. Just as Yang Kai flew out of the universe fragment in a hurry, he ran into Feng Ying, who was chasing after him. Yang Kai hurriedly ordered, "Quickly return to Dawning Light, the Black Ink clan army has already set out." Saying so, Yang Kai took out his space beacon and activated it, disappearing the next moment. Feng Ying didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai had disappeared on her again. She immediately stomped her foot in anger, that impulsive bastard. Left with no choice, she could only activate the universe transference law and return to Dawning Light as well. On the universe fragment where Dawning Light was concealed, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared next to Miao Fei Ping. The moment he appeared, he hurriedly shouted, "Fei Ping, quickly return to Blue Sky Pass and inform the army commanders that the Black Ink clan's 200,000 strong army has started moving." Martial Uncle Zhong, why are you here? What's everyone doing here? Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, staring at the figures around him. He was unable to comprehend what was happening. Zhong Liang asked, furrowing his brow, "You didn't meet Feng Ying?" "I met her. She should be back soon," Yang Kai subconsciously replied. While they were talking, Feng Ying walked out from Dawning Light's cabin, obviously having teleported back through the universe array. However, she arrived a few breaths later than Yang Kai. What's going on? Upon looking around, Yang Kai noticed that there were 8,000 people on this universe fragment, preparing for battle. Although everyone was silent, there was a murderous aura lingering in the air. This sight caught Yang Kai by surprise. Is this the entire Western army? Feng Ying explained, angrily glaring at him. When Martial Uncle learned that there were 200,000 Black Ink clansmen gathered here, he led the Western army here to ambush them. He plans to eliminate one of the Black Ink clan armies before the battle to reduce the pressure on the Great Pass. Why didn't you tell me this? Yang Kai looked at her. Feng Ying rebuked him with a glare. Did you give me a chance to speak? Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his nose in embarrassment. It was a mess caused by him. Zhong Liang asked, "Is there any movement on the Black Ink clan side?" Yang Kai quickly reported, "I don't know where the Black Ink clan army has gone, but this junior's actions must have made them cautious. The Black Ink clan used black ink clouds to conceal their movements. I don't know their current location." Martial Peak, Chapter 5139, Delivering Themselves. They're gone. Zhong Liang was speechless. The Western army had come here with such great fanfare, but now the Black Ink clan army had disappeared. What the hell? If I returned empty-handed, wouldn't I be laughed to death by Ding Yao and the other old farts? Right then, he suddenly turned his head, looking towards a certain direction in the void. Not just him, but all the other 8th Order Division commanders also sensed something and looked around. Yang Kai also seemed to have sensed something, but at the end of the day, his foundation wasn't as deep as the 8th Order Division commanders, so his perception wasn't as strong. Feng Ying was confused, seeing this, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhong Liang happily clapped his hands. "They didn't run away, they actually delivered themselves to us." Interesting. An 8th Order Division commander nodded lightly. They split up into 3 groups. Are they trying to surround this place? Another 8th Order raised his brow. Judging by the way they are acting, it seems they are aware of our ambush. Since they know there's an ambush here, why are they being so rash? The Eighth Order who had spoken earlier postulated, perhaps they only know that there is an ambush, but they don't know the extent of our deployment. Maybe they think that their army of 200,000 is enough to take us down. I think that's the case, otherwise, there'd be no reason for them to willingly fall into this trap. Yang Kai's expression changed as he reported, Marshal Uncle Zhong, not long ago, when I was in a skirmish with the Black Ink clan, I vaguely felt a territory lord spying on me, but that territory lord didn't do anything and soon disappeared. This junior was still puzzled, but now that I think about it, that territory lord must have come here to investigate and noticed something. Zhong Liang nodded in agreement. We are 10 days away from Blue Sky Pass, a considerable distance by all accounts. The Black Ink clan would have never thought that we would have sent so many people here. They must be thinking that even if there is an ambush, there wouldn't be too many of us, which is why they are acting so rashly. He chuckled happily. In any case, this situation is advantageous to us. Since the Black Ink clan wants to see hell so badly, how can the soldiers of our Western Army not grant their wishes? Division commanders, have the squads on standby. When I give the order, you will attack the enemy with me. All the Eighth Order masters readily accepted the order before dispersing. While they were speaking, the 3 groups of Black Ink soldiers had already arrived by the universe fragment and very soon, finished surrounding it. The Western Army soldiers on the universe fragment had naturally noticed this and this surprised them. They were here to ambush the Black Ink clan army, yet, suddenly, it looked like they were surrounded. Be that as it may, they were not afraid. The Western Army deployed more than 8,000 troops for this operation. The Eighth Order division commanders alone numbered over a dozen. Although the Black Ink clan occupied the advantage in overall numbers, most of them were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. The human masters had nothing to fear. Realizing that a great battle was about to break out, all of them palmed their fists in excitement. In their eyes, the Black Ink clan army of 200,000 was just a pile of military merits up for grabs. Is this the place? On the deck of a large ship, a territory lord looked down at the universe fragment while standing at the bow. Wu Ying, who was standing beside him, affirmed with a nod, this is it. The territory lord carefully looked around before lightly nodding. There are indeed traces of spirit arrays, which only humans use. It seems they are all hiding inside. Apparently, they are too afraid to show their faces. Wu Ying slightly furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. There were no spirit arrays when I first came here, so how come there are arrays here now? The territory lord, who had just spoken, sneered. The humans are like that, they like to rely on external forces, but this is not Blue Sky Pass, so how powerful can hastily arranged spirit arrays be? With our army of 200,000, we can break them with a snap of our fingers. Pass the order. We should end this battle quickly so as to avoid delaying the attack on Blue Sky Pass. Wu Ying nodded, and just as he was about to send a message to the territory lords of the other 2 groups, the universe fragment below glimmered. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the barrier that was covering the entire universe fragment in their direction before a large battalion rank warship charged out from inside. A figure stood at the head of this warship with his hands behind his back, staring ahead with a cold gaze. That sharp gaze immediately caused Wu Ying's old wounds to ache. He was all too familiar with that figure. It was none other than Zhong Liang. Wu Ying was extremely taken aback by the fact that the humans actually took the initiative to attack, but soon, his surprise turned into shock as he looked closely behind the battalion rank warship. Smaller, but more maneuverable squad rank warships appeared one after another. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. In an instant, an enormous number of squad rank warships and battalion rank warships filled his vision as the auras of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spread across the void. Wu Ying was shocked. Have the humans gone crazy? The number of human ambushers on this universe fragment far exceeded his expectations. After having fought the humans so many times, Wu could instantly tell from the size and number of these warships that the humans had mobilized an entire army for this operation. Blue Sky Pass only had a total of 4 armies, and one of them had come all the way here? Were the humans not worried that they would not be able to return to Blue Sky Pass if they got tied down? Regardless of what his thoughts on the matter were, Wu had no time to ponder on them right now, because Zhongliang's figure swiftly rose from the ship and shot straight towards him, leaving a streak of light in his wake. Before he even arrived, he fired a fearsome divine ability at him. Wu and the territory lord beside him both turned pale in shock and quickly dodged. They could dodge, but the ship they were standing on couldn't. It was directly smashed to pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen aboard suffered heavy casualties. One after another, figures rushed out from the human army, all of them in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. The next moment, bursts of world force swept through the void as each territory lord was targeted. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering battle had broken out and the shockwaves from the clash instantly killed many of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. Immediately after the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters engaged the enemy, the warships began firing dazzling beams of light straight into the Black Ink clan camp. Each beam warped space along its path, and every Black Ink clansman that was even close to the attacks were either reduced to mist or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan had suffered huge losses. Wu was in an extremely tight spot as he suddenly found himself fighting 3 Eighth Order human masters by himself. He was already not an opponent of Zhongliang alone, but now there were 2 others with Zhongliang. He fell into mortal danger after just a few breaths. There was not that big of a gap in the strength between the average Eighth Order master and an ordinary territory lord. Even if an Eighth Order master was slightly stronger than a territory lord, this gap was still limited. Only a selected few had the prowess to kill a territory lord alone. These people were all top Eighth Order masters. Originally, the number of territory lords was about the same as the number of Eighth Order masters on the human race side, with the Black Ink clan generally having a few more. But the Black Ink clan army of 200,000 had split into 3 groups in order to completely surround this universe fragment. Correspondingly, the dozen or so territory lords had split into 3 groups, leaving just 5 or 6 territory lords in each. They mainly did this to prevent the humans from escaping. But contrary to their expectations, the distribution of their forces had become the biggest flaw in their encirclement, giving the humans an opportunity to take them down one by one. The Western Army had convened its entire force and commenced the attack without warning. Wu Ying's group was the first to bear the brunt of this assault, and it was already in full swing before the other 2 groups could even react. Right now, the Western Army was facing only 70,000 or so Black Ink clan soldiers. Although the other 2 groups of Black Ink clansmen were rapidly moving to assist, it would still take them some time to arrive. The Western Army was clearly planning to slaughter as many as possible in this short time where they held the absolute advantage. All the territory lords were fighting one against many battles, and Wu Ying's situation wasn't even the worst, fighting 3 Eighth Order masters. For instance, the one who was standing beside him just now was actually fighting 5 Eighth Order masters alone. For a moment, Wu wondered whether he should be thankful that his luck wasn't the worst. Obviously, the humans had attacked with full force in order to finish off a few territory lords and decide the trend of the battle. The battle had already broken out, and naturally, this had not gone unnoticed from the other 2 Black Ink clan groups, but even though they responded immediately, it would still take them a dozen breaths to arrive and provide assistance. A dozen breaths was enough to decide life and death. Suddenly, one of the Black Ink clan territory lords' auras vanished. From the corner of his eye, Wu watched the giant figure of his comrade, who was fighting 5 against 1, sway and fall. His head was nowhere to be seen and black blood was gushing out of his neck. His comrade may be dead, but he simply didn't have the time to grieve, because under the siege of the 3 Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters led by Zhongliang, he too was in imminent danger. In the distance, some of the territory lords who had a good relationship with Wu were rushing over to try to help, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Wu also tried his best to move in their direction, but every step he got closer came at the expense of several serious injuries. After just 3 steps, Wuing felt his body lighten and the world spin around him. The concealment technique he had been relying on to survive on the battlefield was completely useless here. The humans are truly treacherous. Turmoil was the best portrayal of the current Black Ink Clan army situation. They had tried to besiege the human race's ambushers, and every territory lord felt that they would be able to make a great contribution today. After all, there was a big fish like Zhongliang among the ambushers. But at the last moment, they realized that the fish they were after was actually a giant shark. The Black Ink Clan army was caught completely off guard and had lost 3 territory lords in less than a dozen breaths. They were finally able to prevent any other territory lord from dying after the other 2 teams joined the battle. As the humans were already prepared, and the Black Ink Clan had been taken by surprise, the momentum of the battle had already been set. Now, all that was left was to see how many of the 200,000 could escape. Still, fleeing from the fully prepared Western army was not an easy task. It was quite easy to be injured and even lose their lives in such situations. The territory lords were well aware of this, so they didn't immediately think to flee. Instead, they ordered the various feudal lords to gather as many forces together as possible while they were battling with the 8th Order Masters. A fleet of squad rank and battalion rank warships quickly appeared on the battlefield, each of them protected by several 7th Order Masters. On the warships, the glimmer of spirit arrays activating lit up the void. Every time an array was triggered, it would reap the lives of many Black Ink Clan soldiers. Needless to say, the low-rank Black Ink Clansmen were nothing more than cannon fodder in every battle between the Black Ink Clan and the human race, so they suffered the most casualties as they were unable to resist the might of the human warships. Although the situation of the high-rank Black Ink Clansmen was better, it wasn't by much. The entire void seemed to have transformed into a millstone of flesh and blood, constantly grinding away the lives of the Black Ink Clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5140, Black Ink Clan Siege. Dawning light sailed through the battlefield. Yang Kai, Feng Ying, and several other 7th Order Masters floated around the warship, each of them using their respective divine abilities to kill the surrounding enemies. Bai Yi stood at the prow, shooting down feudal lords at will. From time to time, she would even harass the territory lords who were fighting with the 8th Order Masters, causing them great frustration. A 7th Order human who was proficient in archery was a great deterrent on the battlefield, especially for those territory lords who were caught in the heat of battle and had to divert some of their attention to guard against Bai Yi's sneak attacks. Their strength was already inferior to the 8th Order humans, and now they had an extra concern while locked in battle. Yang Kai did not try to hit the territory lords when they were down, instead focusing on the feudal lords, which gave him brilliant results. Which feudal lord could block his spear? Furthermore, Dawn's configuration was incomparable with any ordinary squads. Not only were there more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but Dawning Light's capabilities were far superior to other squad rank warships. Wherever Dawning Light passed, it instantly emptied a large area of Black Ink Clansmen. The great battle entered a fever pitch soon after it began. The Western Army wanted a quick, decisive victory, so they did not hold back in the slightest. Although they were far away from the support of Blue Sky Pass, the Black Ink Clan army was caught by surprise by the Western Army and was dealt a heavy initial blow that they were unable to recover from. It was obvious they could not hold out much longer. Even though the territory lords knew that a disorderly retreat at this time would increase their casualties, if they did not flee, there was a great possibility that the entire army would be destroyed. If they could sacrifice their 200,000 troops for some human lives, then it would not be considered a total loss. However, all the 5th and 6th Order humans were hiding in their warships and would remain safe until their warship was destroyed. Meanwhile, although there were some 7th Order Masters roaming the battlefield, they did not move far from the protection of their own warships and would retreat to safety as soon as things became dangerous. Many Black Ink Clansmen were killed or wounded in a fierce battle that lasted half a day, while the casualties on the human side were quite low. In such a situation, the choice was clear. Since the Black Ink clan army had been defeated and was retreating, the humans naturally would not let this good opportunity go to waste. Under the leadership of the many Eighth Order masters, they began chasing down and eliminating as many Black Ink clansmen as possible. They did not stop until 2 days later. The result of the battle was spectacular, but it was impossible to know the exact numbers. The Black Ink clansmen who escaped shouldn't have numbered more than 50,000, which meant that at least 150,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this engagement. Although it was not a total annihilation, it was still an enormous success. Among the 150,000 Black Ink clan casualties, less than half were killed in the initial battle while the majority were slaughtered as they fled. 150,000 casualties was not a big deal for the Black Ink clan though, as each time they laid siege to Blue Sky Pass with a huge army numbering in the millions. 150,000 troops worth of losses would not impact the overall situation much, only alleviate some of the pressure on the humans in the initial stages of the war. What was hard for the Black Ink clan to accept was that in this battle, they had lost 4 territory lords. 3 of them were killed by the Eighth Order masters at the beginning of the battle, and the 4th was killed during the subsequent battle. This was the loss that really hurt the Black Ink clan. As long as there were Black Ink nests and available resources, they could easily replenish their 150,000 lost troops. However, 4 territory lords were not so easy to replace. It took a very long time to cultivate even 1 territory lord. In the past, every time the 2 races fought, there would be very few fallen territory lords. Almost all the dead were the Black Ink clansmen under the territory lord rank. Thus, it could be said that the Black Ink clan suffered heavy losses this time. Warships of different sizes stopped in the void as the Western Army soldiers abided by the order to halt their pursuit. Firstly, continued pursuit of the Black Ink clan would not change the results of the battle significantly. Secondly, they had to guard against being ambushed by the other Black Ink clan armies. After all, if they were to be led into a trap by another fleeing Black Ink clansman, they would be at serious risk so far from Blue Sky Pass. Thus, the Western Army decided to stand down and accept their victory. The 200,000 Black Ink clan army had basically been beaten half to death, and the remaining stragglers could only rally together with the other armies. The Western Army's losses were negligible by comparison. Not many fell during this battle as the warship's all-encompassing protection allowed them to remain safe during critical situations. However, it was inevitable that the Western Army still incurred numerous casualties in such a large engagement. All squads regroup. We're heading back to Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang gave an order that echoed across the void. All abided by the order, and one by one, the squad leaders and battalion commanders collected their warships by placing them into their small universes. Then, huge flashing arrays of light appeared at the feet of the Western Army officers and soldiers one after another. Each flashing light represented an open heaven realm master returning to Blue Sky Pass through the universe array there. The withdrawal was large, but orderly. More than 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master guarded the 4 directions, while those in the 5th Order were the first to transport back to the Great Pass, followed by those in the 6th Order, and then the 7th Orders. Batch after batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters used the Universe Transference Law in a spectacular scene. In the past, before Yang Kai had arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, Blue Sky Pass did not dare to let their troops use the Universe Arrays at will, even though they possessed them. If a Black Ink disciple infiltrated the Universe Array, then there might be serious consequences. Things were different now that they had purifying light sealed in each Universe Array. Even if a Black Ink disciple managed to sneak in, they would be instantly purified. Thus, there was no risk of being infiltrated via the Universe Array like before. Not to mention that before this battle began, everyone had received a purifying Black Ink pill for safety. Now that there was a way to resist invasion by Black Ink strength and a swift method to withdraw from the battlefield, the humans would naturally have the means to take the fight to the enemy. This was also the first time in countless years that the human race conducted this kind of action. It was considered a bold attempt with better-than-expected results. With the success of this initiative, there would surely be more such battles in the future. The Black Ink clan no longer held the initiative to wage war. Once all the Western Army soldiers had regrouped at Blue Sky Pass, the remaining 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each activated the Universe Transference Law. With the return of the Western Army soldiers, the victory of the battle quickly spread throughout the Inner Sanctum, and the entire Blue Sky Pass was in high spirits. However, this was not the end of it. The Black Ink clan countered with another 3 200,000-strong armies that approached from 3 different routes. Perhaps they had already learned what happened to the army that had branched out and lost their men. Either way, within 2 days of the Western army's return to the pass, human scouts from afar reported that the enemy armies were advancing towards Blue Sky Pass. The entire Blue Sky Pass had been in a state of readiness for battle for countless years, so everyone knew exactly what they needed to do. This time, however, Blue Sky Pass had a pleasant surprise in store for the Black Ink clan army. Half a month later, the 3 Black Ink clan armies finally arrived at the 1,000,000 kilometers mark outside the pass. The gathering heads looked spectacular from afar, and with Black Ink strength emanating from them, it was as if a dark storm cloud was rolling in. However, the Black Ink clan did not attack immediately. After 2 or 3 days of gathering, they finally divided their forces into 4 groups and surrounded Blue Sky Pass from all 4 cardinal directions. The Black Ink clan army surrounded the Great Pass just as they had for countless years. The Black Ink clan could not be blamed for using the same tactics as usual. With a huge army numbering in the hundreds of thousands gathered in one place, there was really no need for original thinking. If they split up further, that would only provide the humans the opportunity to pick them off one group at a time. The troops were divided into 4 groups so that the humans could only deal with them head-on. In terms of numbers, the humans were always at a disadvantage. The 2 or 3 days of delay was most likely due to reorganizing the troops. The 3 armies were similar to the original army that fled and had about 200,000 troops each. The original 4th Army was beaten half to death and could not just rely on the 50,000 or so remnants to organize a counterattack. It would be suicide if they tried. They had no choice but to divide part of the 3 groups into 4 so that they could have an effective siege. With nearly 700,000 troops, it was still not the smallest number of troops the Black Ink clan had used to surround their enemy. There had been times when their numbers had been much smaller. After all, most of their troops were just cannon fodder, used to absorb the opening blow and create a favorable battlefield for the stronger Black Ink clansmen. When the Black Ink clan got into position, they did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked Blue Sky Pass. An endless number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen attacked from all 4 directions towards Blue Sky Pass, shouting and screaming with no regard for their lives. Once they reached a certain distance, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen used their powers to attack Blue Sky Pass. However, their attacks were destined to be futile. The entire Blue Sky Pass could be considered a massive mobile palace artifact. Through the countless years of operation by the humans, there were countless shield and barrier spirit arrays arranged to deal with the Black Ink clan's attacks. This was not only true for Blue Sky Pass, but for every Great Pass. The walls of the Great Pass were unfazed by the low-rank Black Ink clan's secret techniques. The walls of Blue Sky Pass were protected by an outer layer light barrier, and the attacks only created ripples on its outer surface. The Black Ink clan was not discouraged and kept attacking. It took energy to maintain such a barrier, and one of the tasks of the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, who were just cannon fodder, was to consume the power of the humans. 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. When the Black Ink clan was within 50,000 kilometers of Blue Sky Pass, huge pillars of energy suddenly surged from the walls. As those pillars of energy blasted into the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, it was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Blasting out attacks of different shapes and sizes. Under the terrifying bombardment, large numbers of low-rank Black Ink clansmen instantly turned into dust. At 50,000 kilometers, they were basically right under the nose of Blue Sky Pass, and the secret techniques from any 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the support of offensive arrays could reach such a distance. So every time the Black Ink clan cannon fodder attacked, many would be killed at this 50,000-kilometer line. Martial Peak, Chapter 5141, Facing the Enemy. When troops of the Black Ink clan died, the Black Ink strength that escaped from their corpses would fill the void. When it reached a certain density, it would turn into black ink clouds. Such an environment caused great trouble to the human race. While the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hide in their warships and rely on them for protection, the 7th Order Masters had to roam around the battlefield to make the best use of their strength to kill the enemy. When the battlefield was filled with black ink strength, they had to utilize their own strength to resist its corrosive effects. The Black Ink clan could also hide among the black ink clouds to launch sneak attacks. This was the biggest effect of the cannon fodder. Their deaths not only created a lot of potential problems for the humans, but they also provided better conditions for the Black Ink clan army to fight in. However, now that Blue Sky Pass not only had purifying light, but also purifying black ink pills, it was hard to say if the Black Ink clan cannon fodder strategy would work this time. Senior brother, your aim is off. You should target the denser crowds to kill more of the Black Ink clan, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said on the western wall of Blue Sky Pass. In front of him, Yang Kai sat within a grand array that had a giant crossbow-like artifact installed in it. His stirring world force began to calm down slowly. Yang Kai did not need to participate at this point. After all, this was only the early stages of the battle, as each Black Ink clan siege would generally drag on for a long time. Additionally, he had only just returned from a battle with the Western Army and should be spending this time recuperating. A master like him would only be required when the real battle began. The Black Ink clan attacked Blue Sky Pass with cannon fodder to create a favorable battlefield, and the humans responded from behind Blue Sky Pass shields. Such a fight would last at least a month or two until the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder was exhausted. Only then would the main enemy force attack. At that time, it would be difficult for Blue Sky Pass shields alone to resist the assault. They would need to go out to meet the enemy directly on the battlefield. Then it would become a back-and-forth fight for years to decades until the Black Ink clan could not handle it anymore and retreated. However, considering his current artifact refining mastery, which had recently reached the Grand Master rank, Zhong Liang had positioned Yang Kai at the western wall. Numerous artifacts, which were used as array cores, were set up here. When used in high-intensity battles, wear and tear became obvious. This would then require artifact refiners to maintain and repair them, while array masters had to be on standby to coordinate with them. Yang Kai was now stationed on the western wall and was performing repairs on a large artifact known as a Scattering Feathers crossbow. This artifact was specially made for such a battlefield scenario and needed to be paired with an appropriate spirit array to fully utilize its strength. Of course, it was possible to use this giant artifact all on its own, but even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai would find it hard to bring out its full power in a battlefield setting. Thus, it was not quite the same as the normal artifacts used by a cultivator. The array masters used this Scattering Feathers crossbow as an array core for a grand array that defended this section of the wall. Yang Kai simply poured his own power into the grand array to stimulate the power of the Scattering Feathers crossbow. There were artifact refiners and array masters assigned to each section of Blue Sky Pass walls at regular intervals, all of them on standby to repair and maintain them. That was how each of the artifacts were kept functioning during battle. This arrangement had the advantage of allowing lower-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exert the killing power of high-rank Masters. In short, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if he operated the Scattering Feathers crossbows. This was the same principle as the artifacts placed on warships, where 5th Order and 6th Order humans could combine their might and launch attacks on par with 7th Order Masters against the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, and an extremely powerful one at that, but this was the first time he operated this artifact, so he had to get used to it, and the best way to do so was to fire it. With Yang Kai operating it, this Scattering Feathers crossbow could launch an attack comparable in power to his Golden Crow casts the Sun, which was quite astonishing. The array master behind Yang Kai was called Lu Xing. He knew who Yang Kai was, but Yang Kai did not know him. This wasn't a surprise though, as, by now, Yang Kai was universally known throughout Blue Sky Pass. As an array master, Lu Xing had never been involved in a head-on clash with the Black Ink clan. Each time the Black Ink clan attacked, he was responsible for the maintenance of this section of the wall. Artifact refiners, alchemists, and array masters were never allowed on the battlefield because, not only were their skills extremely valuable, but they had often immersed themselves in their respective Daoists and were not proficient in fighting. Thus, they were not that useful in combat. Lu Xing was thrilled to learn that he would be working with the famous Yang Kai to maintain this section of the wall. He secretly told himself that he would do his utmost to assist senior brother Yang to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen as possible. He observed that Yang Kai's attack had gone off the mark, and immediately gave his opinion. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and as Lu Xing suggested, he adjusted his aim down a bit, and then pushed his own power into the artifact. The grand array hummed, condensing power into the scattering feathers crossbow, causing it to shine brightly. Yang Kai did not rush to attack, wanting to test the limits of this weapon. As world force continued to pour into the grand array, the crossbow glowed brighter and brighter, and the energy arrow soon became as bright as the sun. Lu Xing turned pale as he said nervously, "Senior brother, hold back a little, the grand array is about to reach its limit." Yang Kai did not know that the grand array was about to reach its limit, however, he could tell that the scattering feathers crossbow was beginning to strain under the energy he channeled into it. It was not surprising that this would happen when a cultivator poured in too much world force. Furthermore, with the additive effects of the grand array, the power of the cultivator would be significantly enhanced. Yang Kai's divine sense locked onto the place where the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder had gathered in the largest number in front of him, and, as he was about to launch his attack, Yang Kai suddenly he had a bout of inspiration and he lifted his hand slightly. The array buzzed and the void shook, a dazzling light shot out, flying some 100,000 kilometers away. Lu Xing thought that Yang Kai had missed again, and this time it was even more outrageous than before, but when he looked up, he saw the stream of light had reached the rear of the approaching Black Ink clan army before exploding into thousands of rays of light, just like a peacock opening its tail from afar. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Lu Xing might not be able to see the effect of the strike due to his limited strength, but Yang Kai could see clearly the full effect of the scattering feathers crossbow. Not only did he manage to fire the weapon to the 100,000 kilometer mark, he managed to cause some casualties to the unsuspecting Black Ink clan army. At least 100 low-rank Black Ink clansmen were turned into dust by that attack and even more were injured. The scattering feathers crossbow was meant to be an area of effect weapon, and it suddenly struck the rear of the Black Ink clan army, which no one was prepared for. This artifact was more powerful than an ordinary full-powered attack from him, making it worthy of being an all-round weapon used for both offense and defense. With such artifacts, the human race didn't need to worry that the Great Pass would fall. However, such a move was only effective for the first strike and its effect was also limited. When repeatedly done, the Black Ink clan would be able to guard against it, not to mention the distance his attack had to travel to hit its target made it easier to dodge for those paying attention. Additionally, launching such powerful attacks would wear down the scattering feathers crossbow and damage it in no time. Yang Kai just wanted to test where the limits of this array artifact were. Dawning Light was also equipped with a scattering feathers crossbow, but he was always roaming around the battlefield to kill the enemies while the squad's 5th Order and 6th Order members were the ones who operated this artifact. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai once again poured in his power. Lu Xing watched with trepidation as Yang Kai began channeling his energy, however, he did not do anything unconventional this time. He aimed the weapon and attacked the tidal wave of Black Ink clan cannon fodder coming in front of him. One after another, giant bolts of light cleared an area of the void without stopping. Lu Xing was deeply impressed. He had seen people manipulate this artifact before, but they fired far less rapidly and with far less force than Yang Kai. He had finally seen for himself the reason why Yang Kai was so legendary. The high intensity of the fight lasted for 3 days and nights. The Black Ink clan cannon fodder seemed to be inexhaustible, so no matter how many were killed, more would show up. Furthermore, black ink cloud began to block his view. Yang Kai had stopped for a moment. The Grand Array formation and scattering feathers crossbow needed to cool down and be repaired. Additionally, he had expended his energy and required some time to restore it. The good thing was that there were many grand arrays and artifacts arranged on the walls, thus, they could take turns to rest and conduct maintenance on some while others were still active. Thus, the intensity of the bombardment would not drop. After more than 20 days of fighting like this, the wave of cannon fodder finally came to an end. Almost all the cannon fodder that was put into the battlefield was dead. This was the standard tactic of the Black Ink clan. They had an endless supply of cannon fodder and could sacrifice them without any concerns. Creating a favorable battlefield with the death of some cannon fodder was well worth it. Furthermore, in the days to come, the Black Ink clan would continue to send a steady stream of troops against Blue Sky Pass, including a large number of cannon fodder which had been sent from the Black Ink clan's territory as reinforcements. Such attacks would continue throughout the duration of the war. In between, it would be time for Black Ink clan's main forces to enter the battlefield. The void was silent as Black Ink strength accumulated and Black Ink clouds enveloped Blue Sky Pass. The movement of the Black Ink clan army was not visible from 100,000 kilometers away anymore. From past experience, the humans knew that the main force of the Black Ink clan had begun to move, but they could not track them as they were still too far away. The human soldiers gathered to prepare for the impending attack. Before they encountered the Black Ink clan main force, they would continue to use the artifacts on the walls to launch harassing attacks. They were not just for eliminating the Black Ink clan cannon fodder, but also a strong weapon to fight the Black Ink clan main force. A sense of anticipation permeated the entire Blue Sky Pass. At the West Gate, squads were assembled, and Dawn was among them. Yang Kai had left his position on the wall days ago, leaving others to operate and maintain the scattering feathers crossbows. As they waited, they suddenly felt a wave of energy surging in from all directions and the whole Blue Sky Pass hummed loudly. Blasts of light from array artifacts were constantly sent out in all directions from the walls. The battle had begun. Martial Peak, Chapter 5142, Snatching. Large-scale army combat was not new to Yang Kai. He was once involved in a Blue Sky Pass battle 100 years ago, and more recently at Inyang Pass. The key point was to work with one's own squad, as well as other squads, and try not to be surrounded by too many enemies. Fight and kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen while constantly remaining on the move and not charging out recklessly on your own. In terms of numbers alone, the humans were always at a disadvantage, but they could win by relying on their flexibility, and their carefully designed warships. The foundation of the human race's ability to survive so long was that they knew how to advance and retreat when needed. This was the first attack by the main force of the Black Ink clan army, and the two sides engaged in a fierce melee in the 100,000 kilometer zone around Blue Sky Pass for half a month before respectively withdrawing. The Black Ink clan lost a lot of troops and retreated beyond the 100,000 kilometer mark to regroup, while the humans returned to the pass to rest and recover. The territory lords did not fight this time and only watched from afar. Likewise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not participate. Each of these top masters had their own opponents, and if they rushed rashly into the battlefield, they would only give the enemy the opportunity to find an opening for a breakthrough. The two sides had fought for countless years and neither was stupid, which was why the previous ambush that killed 4 territory lords was a rare achievement for Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the void, 2 powerful wills were engaged in a heated confrontation. One from Blue Sky Pass and one hiding somewhere behind the Black Ink clan army. These 2 wills were from the Old Ancestor and the Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had naturally come to the battle. If he did not come, the Old Ancestor could act unconstrained and kill the territory lords at will. Thus, each time the Black Ink clan army surrounded the pass, the royal lord would sit at the back of the army and act to constrain the human old ancestor. These two were also old enemies who had fought each other numerous times, so they knew each other's methods very well. However, generally speaking, these two would not fight directly. Their respective presence only served as a deterrent. They only utilized their wills to confront one another while making their intent clear: if you dare to come out to the battlefield, there will be bloodshed. It was very rare that the two would actually engage in a bitter battle. At their cultivation realm, it was almost impossible that one could kill the other, so a battle would only result in both of them being severely injured. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it was for them to heal from injuries. Thus, they would rather sit back and face each other from afar. The first major attack on Blue Sky Pass did not have the desired effect. However, the Black Ink clan was not discouraged. They had learned of the resilience of the human race countless times. If it was really so easy to break through the human defenses, they would suspect that there would be some form of trap waiting for them. After recuperating for a while, the battle resumed. However, it was not as intense as the first battle. Only small groups of troops fought in minor skirmishes. After that, it was basically a small fight once every 5 days, then a big battle once a month. This gave the humans plenty of time to restore their strength. The squads who were not involved in the battles could rest and recuperate while holding their positions. Yang Kai led Dawn out several times, participated in many battles with the Black Ink clan, and killed numerous enemies. 2 years later, the Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clouds outside of Blue Sky Pass began to diminish significantly. After all, no amount of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds could survive the clash of a large group of Open Heaven Realm masters and powerful Black Ink clansmen. As usual, it would not take long for the Black Ink clan to send another large number of cannon fodder and reinforcements to repeat their previous actions. However, there would generally be a big clash before that happened. Blue Sky Pass had been waiting for this battle. Zhong Liang, the overall commander of the operation, summoned all the leaders to the main conference hall. All the division commanders, battalion commanders, and even squad leaders were gathered on his orders. With everyone's attention on him, Zhong Liang swept his gaze around as he spoke solemnly: in 3 to 5 days, or at the latest, half a month, the Black Ink clan will definitely launch a strong attack. We have waited for this battle at Blue Sky Pass for 2 years. This is the situation we painstakingly prepared for, and we must finish it in one decisive blow. Over the years, you must have heard many discussions that happened within the inner sanctum. Everything we've been arranging has been for this moment. If we win this battle, Blue Sky Pass will have 1,000 years of peace. It is incumbent on everyone to fight as hard as they can. Those who do not give their all, I will personally cut down. In this battle, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would handle the territory lords, while the battalion commanders and squad leaders would each provide support while clearing out the weaker opponents. Zhong Liang straightened his back and declared, I expect everyone to follow my orders and not try to show off. Don't think that because you've killed 1 or 2 territory lords, they have suddenly become easy to kill. A group of people looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai awkwardly coughed, Why are you looking at me? He was standing among a group of squad leaders and wondered why Zhong Liang specifically mentioned this and targeted him. A squad leader next to him chuckled lightly, Who else in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, besides you, has killed a territory lord? Yang Kai muttered, I didn't intend to. There were circumstances, mixed with some opportunities that I just happened to grasp. Zhong Liang glared at him from above, What did you say? Louder. My hearing is impaired. I can't hear clearly. Yang Kai braced himself and said loudly, Army Commander, I would like to ask, how can you be sure that the territory lords will act this time? For the past 2 years, they have been content to sit back and watch. Zhong Liang growled, It's exactly because they haven't done anything for the last 2 years that they are definitely going to fight this time. The Royal Lord sits as their absolute commander. Now that the Black Ink clan losses are significant, it is even more important for these territory lords to enter the battlefield, even if it is just for appearances. Otherwise, why would they even be here? For sightseeing? Junior understands, Yang Kai responded loudly. Shut up if you understand. Zhongliang reached out and pointed at him. If I find out later that you jumped out to try to block a territory lord, I'll make sure you get the punishment you deserve. Yang Kai nodded obediently and shouted, Junior will obey your orders. Zhongliang was satisfied with Yang Kai's response. He then raised a hand and rays of light shot out from it. One ray was sent to each squad leader and battalion commander. Each of you familiarize yourselves with these and make your preparations, but remember that the situation on the battlefield can change rapidly. Do not force yourselves if you can't do it. Even if you can't use this time, there will be a next time as long as you survive, understand? Yes. Everyone answered loudly and immediately dispersed to their respective homes. Zhongliang distributed 2 items to the 7th Order leaders, a jade slip and a jade pendant. The jade slip was clearly marked with a location outside of Blue Sky Pass, while the jade pendant was a control jade. This was Blue Sky Pass special surprise for the Black Ink clan army. Zhongliang was right when he said that if this operation was successful, Blue Sky Pass would not see a big war for the next 1,000 years. Thus, everyone took it very seriously. It took Yang Kai only 2 days to refine the control jade. Obviously, the other squad leaders and battalion commanders were not too far behind. Everything was ready for the Black Ink clan army to attack. The wait was torturous, but the situation was just as Zhongliang had anticipated. 10 days later, the Black Ink clan came out in force, and this time, the territory lords, who had been watching for more than 2 years now, finally joined the battle. They could not help it. In the 2 years of fighting, the Black Ink clan army suffered a lot of losses. The royal lord was still their commander and the territory lords could not continue to loiter in the rear. Even though they knew that they could not take down Blue Sky Pass with their current force, they still had to put in the effort to gain something from this. Naturally, they held no expectation to take Blue Sky Pass in this battle, they only aimed to inflict more damage to the humans, while the follow-up Black Ink clan reinforcements were on the way. It would not take long for their fallen troops to be replenished. Afterwards, they could continue to chip away at the humans' defenses and wear down their strength. The fighting was fierce and intense. However, this time the battle was obviously different than before. Previously, the squads of the Western Army did not have a fixed position on the battlefield and basically roamed around freely within a certain range. They would proceed to wherever there were more Black Ink clansmen to kill. This time was different though. On close observation, one could see that a squad was fixed in a certain area of the battlefield. They would not move out of their assigned region as they fought against the Black Ink clan army. Not only the squads, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began to lure their opponents to specific areas. Yang Kai led Dawn to cut through the battlefield, using the Tao of Space to imprison the void and encircle a large area of space. In this area, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen, with the bulk of them being high-rank clansmen together with a number of feudal lords. These 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen were much more experienced and stronger than the initial Black Ink clan cannon fodder. This was natural, after all, the cannon fodder was all dead, and after more than 2 years of fighting, the number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen had decreased drastically. Yang Kai was not satisfied and pushed his space principles to the limit, encircling more and more Black Ink clansmen. Dawn's strength and domineering attitude finally caught the attention of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen, who were going towards them. There were many similar squads who operated like Dawn, but each had their own way of doing things. Each squad had a large number of Black Ink clansmen gathered around them. The situation was going well, but a few people had some comments. "Brother Yang, why are you snatching so many?" The leader of a nearby squad suddenly sent a message via divine sense, sounding annoyed. This could not be helped. There was a group of Black Ink clan that was heading for his squad, but they were trapped by Yang Kai's space principles and immediately drawn towards Dawn. Yang Kai smiled back and said, "Dawn has more people, so we have to kill more." The squad leader was dumbfounded. "These are just small fry. Brother Yang, even if you want to eat the meat, at least share some soup." Yang Kai ignored the request and did not even respond to his request. The squad leader yelled furiously, "You scoundrel! How can you be so selfish?" The lights on Dawning Light flashed wildly. Even though the team members used the warship to dodge flexibly, there was no way to avoid all the attacks of thousands of Black Ink clansmen. With so many secret techniques hitting Dawning Light's shields, they faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Miao Fei Ping reported nervously, "Martial Uncle, the protective array won't last much longer." There were too many Black Ink clansmen around Dawning Light, including many attacking feudal lords. Although Dawning Light's performance was excellent, it could not withstand the intense bombardment of so many enemies. Miao Fei Ping began to sweat as the Black Ink clansmen closed in. Martial Peak, Chapter 5143, 100-Year Plan. How much longer can it last? Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping immediately replied, 10 breaths at most. After 10 breaths, the protective array would be broken, and Dawning Light would have no protection at all. His more than 30 squad members would be exposed to the Black Ink clan's attacks, and it was difficult to say if they could survive such an onslaught. Understood. Yang Kai replied, and instead of expanding the battle further, he quietly fished out the control jade, silently pushing his power in preparation to activate it. Yang Kai was not the only one who did this, all the other squad leaders did the same. Above the battlefield, the royal lord hid in a Black Ink cloud and looked down from above. As a royal lord, his senses were extremely sharp. He could sense that the human's behavior was a bit unusual. The other Black Ink clansmen may not have noticed it since they were too focused on their own fights, but he did. After all, he had an overview of the whole situation. The human squad seemed to be splitting the battlefield. Since the beginning of the battle, the humans avoided moving around and did not seem eager to kill the enemy. This was very different from previous battles. The humans must be up to something. The royal lord had a bad feeling about the situation and felt that the humans had some kind of scheme. Every Black Ink clansman had experienced how sly and cunning these humans were at some point in time. He was not worried about himself. Before absolute power, all plots and schemes were futile, however, he could not act at will. The aura of the old ghost from Blue Sky Pass was locked on him. If he struck out, he might show an opening and would be hit hard by that old ghost. At their realm, it would be a huge problem if that happened, therefore, he could not give the human old ancestor this opportunity. Still, what are the humans up to? The answer would soon be revealed. Just as Dawning Light's shields were about to fail, a divine sense transmission in the battlefield exploded in the ears of every human, now. It was Zhong Liang's voice. Yang Kai, who had been prepared for this, did not hesitate. He pushed the power of the jade in his hand, and it shone with a profound light. The light shot into empty space and dissipated, however, immediately afterwards, a huge black hole suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. In that area, whether it was Dawn or the Black Ink clansmen, none of them had time to react. The black hole enveloped the surrounding area, and although the Black Ink clan noticed something bad was happening and wanted to get away, they could not overcome the powerful suction force. The black hole expanded to its limits in just 3 breaths of time. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it collapsed in on itself and disappeared. Also disappearing was Dawn's squad and the 3,000 or 4,000 Black Ink clansmen nearby. This not only happened to Dawn, but to every human squad on the entire battlefield outside Blue Sky Pass. Such scenes repeated one after another. Black holes appeared rapidly, expanded, and then disappeared with all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. As soon as these black holes appeared, the royal lord knew exactly why he felt so uneasy. The humans actually laid a large number of traps outside Blue Sky Pass. The origin of these traps was the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens left behind after the death of the humans' open heaven realm masters over the years. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens expanded into huge black holes when they were suddenly opened, and perhaps because of spirit arrays, they collapsed back and sucked in all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. The Royal Lord could never have imagined that something left behind by a dead person could still have such an effect. The Black Ink clan had never encountered such a tactic before, so it was certain that this was something new that the humans set up in the last 100 years. But if the humans could do something like this, why hadn't they done so before? Why wait until now? The Royal Lord could not figure it out. He only knew that he could still not act right now, even though the losses were most likely going to be catastrophic. With his strength, he was capable of stopping this. From the appearance of the huge black holes to their disappearances, a few breaths of time would pass. Those who were caught were powerless to resist, but the Royal Lord could have saved them. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, the human old ancestor was intensely focused on him, like a predator that could lash out at any moment and deal him a fatal blow. Thus, he could only watch as the army under his command was devoured, one by the numerous black holes. Humph! In the inner sanctum, the old ancestor snorted in displeasure. The Royal Lord was truly tolerant. He would rather watch the Black Ink clan army suffer than risk his safety. However, the overall situation had been decided. Blue Sky Pass would definitely usher in a long period of peace, and in the meantime, the Black Ink clan could only cower in a corner. The original battlefield suddenly became empty after the sudden appearance and collapse of the black holes. There were some lucky Black Ink clansmen who did not get caught, of course, but they were left confused and disoriented, not sure what to do now. Without waiting for them to figure it out, powerful secret techniques and artifacts shelled them from the four walls, causing them to scurry for cover. Dawning light quietly hovered in the air while the thousands of Black Ink clansmen that were gathered up by Yang Kai's space principles had disappeared. However, Yang Kai knew that all those Black Ink clan troops were in this sealed world, just scattered about. All Dawn needed to do was to find them and kill them one by one. Is this a universe cave heaven? Feng looked around and began to ponder. Yang Kai nodded lightly, it's a universe cave heaven. I don't know which senior left it. Feng understood, the 100-year plan is finally being used, huh? Is this what you guys were gathering for? The content of that gathering held by Zhongliang was not revealed to Feng and the others. The existence of such an important plan involving the peace of Blue Sky Pass for the next 1,000 years had to be kept a tight secret. Feng certainly understood this. Nonetheless, the existence of these traps was well known. After all, the inner sanctum had spent 100 years and a lot of resources creating them. Every universe cave heaven and universe paradise that could be used had a large number of spirit arrays arranged inside. Even then, it was still impossible to suck in all the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Not only that, but each universe cave heaven and universe paradise also had a spirit array at its entrance, which would send the Black Ink clansmen being pulled into random locations. In other words, besides Dawn, which remained together, the Black Ink clan that were brought in were scattered all over the place. Not only here, but also in the other universe paradises and universe cave heavens. Thus, this gave the human squads the opportunity to kill them off, one by one. After being pulled into such a space, the Black Ink clansmen's fate was already sealed. It was time to hunt. Yang Kai pushed his power into the jade in his hand. With the power of the control jade, he looked in a certain direction and said, "There are many Black Ink clansmen gathering over there." Upon hearing this, the team member in charge of Dawning Light immediately made a slight adjustment to their heading and sailed the ship in the direction Yang Kai had indicated. Although the Black Ink clansmen were randomly distributed within this universe cave heaven, there would always be some that were lucky enough to quickly gather together. This was also because Yang Kai had rounded up some 4,000 Black Ink clansmen this time. Right now, there were several dozens of black ink clansmen gathered together in the spot Yang Kai pointed out. They were naturally confused when they suddenly appeared in such a strange place and could not understand what had happened. One feudal lord vaguely guessed that this place should be a small universe that was left behind when an open heaven realm human died in the past. He was thinking that no matter what had happened, he should gather more of his clansmen first. Only if he gathered enough power would he have a chance to break out of the humans' plot. At that moment, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. To his horror, he saw a human warship speeding towards them. The feudal lord was shocked as he yelled, "It's that human squad." On the battlefield, battles were mostly dominated by human warships. Now that both humans and their warship had been sucked into this place, it spelled their doom. Hundreds of black ink clansmen on the battlefield would find it hard to defeat a human warship, so now there were only a trivial few dozen of them. They would certainly be like appetizers served up on a platter. The feudal lord was quick to understand what was going to happen, so as soon as he saw dawning light, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. But, how could he escape? Dawning light's speed had been pushed to the limit in order to ruthlessly kill all the nearby black ink clansmen as soon as possible. Before the warship even arrived, powerful attacks were launched and the black ink clansmen fell in droves. The feudal lord was still running wildly when he suddenly felt a figure flash by his side. He turned his head to look and saw a human youth looking at him with a smile, who then said, "Die early and you'll be reborn early, why struggle so much?" As he spoke, the youth summoned a long spear into his hand and with a simple thrust, it swept towards him. The feudal lord was frightened to death and wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he could not avoid this spear tip as it seemed to seal off the space around him as it approached. The huge figure exploded mid-air into a bloody black mist. Yang Kai then dashed back and pointed in another direction, that way. With the control jade in his hand, the black ink clansmen hiding in the universe cave heaven were like fireflies in the dark night, unable to hide from his detection regardless of how much they tried. Dawn swiftly hunted down and killed the scattered enemies, meeting little to no resistance. If the 4,000 black ink clansmen that were swept into this place could gather together, it would be difficult for the dawning light to deal with them. However, now that these black ink clansmen were scattered, even if some managed to regroup, there were not many of them. Thus, it was difficult for them to resist Dawn's assault. One by one, the black ink clan fell, with dawning light almost never stopping, simply killing as it flew around. This universe cave heaven was not small in area, but it only took Dawn an hour to ruthlessly slaughter all the black ink clansmen that were rounded up by Yang Kai. During this time, the auxiliary killing and trapping arrays that Blue Sky Pass had set up in advance in this universe cave heaven were not even used, otherwise, it could have been even easier. After using the power of the control jade to search the entire universe cave heaven and ensure that there were no more black ink clansmen left, Yang Kai opened up the portal and led Dawn out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5144, There's a Big Fish Inside. After leaving the universe cave heaven, the members of Dawn looked around and saw that the entire battlefield was empty and silent. In fact, except for their squad, no one else was around. This situation was to be expected though. Although the traps had been triggered, there would always be some enemies that got away. However, the walls and offensive artifacts were not for show and the remaining black ink clansmen were too few to meaningfully attack Blue Sky Pass. If they stayed on the battlefield, they would become nothing more than target practice, thus, the only option for them was to escape. Dawn was very fast in eliminating those that were sucked into the black hole with them. The other squads were still in the midst of killing their enemies, so they were not out yet. Yang Kai quickly took over the control of dawning light and sailed it in a certain direction. They soon came to a spot in the void, and after a brief survey, he waved his hand and manipulated space principles. Ripples passed through the void and a portal emerged before he drove dawning light through it. This was a universe paradise where a 15-man squad from the Western Army's 4th Division, Sky Battalion, was hunting the black ink clansmen caught up in this place. The squad leader was not as bold as Yang Kai, and it was impossible for the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked into this place to be anywhere close to the 4,000 Dawn had faced. After all, the more Black Ink clansmen that were sucked in, the more pressure they would be under. Thus, the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked in was trivial, probably less than 1,000 in total. The Black Ink clansmen were scattered all over the universe paradise though, and the 15-man squad were able to hunt with their warship, so there was no risk. After more than an hour of hunting, about half of their targets had been killed, and now this squad was about to face a tough fight. The size of a universe paradise was naturally no match for a universe cave heaven. So, although only about 1,000 Black Ink clansmen were sucked in, these enemies were still somewhat tricky to wipe out. They were scattered not far from each other, and within an hour, more than 200 of them had gathered in one place, including 3 feudal lords. Among the 15-man squad, there were 2 7th-order masters while the rest were in the 5th and 6th order. With their warship's abilities, it was not impossible for them to take on these 200 Black Ink clansmen, but there would certainly be some risk. After all, in order to ensure that the plan worked, each squad warship had suffered varying degrees of bombardment before the trap was sprung, and its protective array had been damaged already. Thus, the squad leader of this squad chose a more cautious approach to battle, which allowed these 200 Black Ink clansmen to rally together and pursue them. Nonetheless, in the direction the squad was heading, there was a grand array set up by Blue Sky Pass, and with the power of the grand array, it would be much easier to eliminate these 200 Black Ink clansmen. In fact, each universe cave heaven and universe paradise had several grand arrays arranged for this exact purpose. Dawn was extremely powerful, and had numerous 7th-order open heaven realm masters, so it didn't need to rely on spirit arrays when it hunted down their targets. However, not every squad was as lucky as Dawn, and not every warship was a match for Dawning Light. As the grand array got closer and closer, and the pursuing Black Ink clansmen were about to fall into the trap, a blinding light suddenly shone from up ahead. The squad leader was shocked and thought that they were under attack, but when he stared forward, he saw another warship. It was a warship that was very different from the usual warships. Instantly, the squad leader reacted and cursed, "Damn thieves, did they come here to compete for kills?" The next instant, a violent energy wave burst from behind them, and the Black Ink clansmen, who were chasing after them, screamed in agony. "It's Dawn!" Some members of the squad reacted. Dawning Light was incredibly easy to identify, being much bigger and more powerful than standard squad warships. It was a warship envied by many. It must have cost an enormous amount of military merits to build. "Squad leader, what do we do?" someone asked. The corners of the 7th-order squad leader's brow twitched as he growled through gritted teeth, "Turn us around. Attack." A short while later, the dust settled. The 2 squads were gathered in one place, and the 2 warships were hovering side by side in mid-air, with a sea of bodies and blood below them. The squad leader looked at Yang Kai helplessly as he protested, "Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Never mind that you had snatched our prey on the battlefield, now you even came over here to rob us of our kills? Can't you leave some soup for us?" Yang Kai replied with annoyance, "Senior brother, Dawn came to help you kill the enemy, but not only is senior brother unappreciative, you're even complaining now?" The squad leader was annoyed, but he did not know what to say in response. Although they could have killed their enemies without Dawn's help, it would not have been easy, but after receiving their assistance, they did not even thank them and instead criticized Dawn. The squad leader continued, "Brother Yang, why have you all come here? Have you finished killing the Black Ink clansmen on your end?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "We disposed of that trash long ago. As for why we came here, all the portals of the universe paradises and universe cave heavens were found and opened by me, so I can enter them wherever I want." "I forgot about that," the squad leader slapped his forehead. The entire plan Blue Sky Pass set up over the last century was only possible because of Yang Kai. Thus, he knew all the positions of all the hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Yang Kai asked, "Senior brother, how many Black Ink clansmen are there in this space?" let's cooperate to kill them. The squad leader waved his hand and replied, there are not many left, just a couple of stray dogs. I don't need Brother Yang's help. I saw a few squads that drew in a significant number of enemies though. Perhaps they are in a bitter fight for their lives. They are the ones who need a team like Dawn to back them up. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded, if that's the case, then I'll leave you to it. Good hunting. The squad leader hastily cupped his fist. After seeing Dawn leave, the squad leader sighed, we're both in the 7th order, but the difference is too great. He had witnessed Yang Kai cut down a feudal lord with only a few moves. It was impossible for him to do the same, so he could not help but feel inferior. He was determined that after this battle, he would enter retreat and intensely cultivate. He knew that he could not reach Yang Kai's level of strength, but he should at least try not to fall too far behind. A member of his squad asked, Squad leader, there should be a lot more Black Ink clansmen out there, right? Dawn is so powerful, why didn't you let them help us kill the enemy? Squad leader glared at him and replied angrily, if I did that, what would be the point of us being here? To pick up the crumbs they left behind? Relying on his mastery over the Tao of space, Yang Kai was able to easily find the hidden portals on the battlefield. After all, he opened them all by himself and knew the century-old layout of Blue Sky Pass. However, not one team welcomed them, and they would often politely ask him to leave after an initial battle. Aboard Dawning Light, Miao Fei Ping was scratching his head as he asked, Martial Uncle, why are we being treated like pariahs? No one welcomes us. Chi Tai Chu slapped him on the back of his head, you brat. Do you have to ask such an obvious question? Yang Kai said with a grin, of course no one likes us robbing their military merits. The way the inner sanctum set up the traps ensures that all squads are able to handle the enemies that they sucked in. It does not matter if we help them or not. This is different from the previous battles and is a good opportunity for each squad to harvest military merits, thus, they naturally don't want other squads to intervene. They also don't want people to think that they are not strong enough and be ridiculed for nothing. Miao Fei Ping suddenly realized and then asked, so, do we continue? Of course we do, Yang Kai nodded, we are not robbing military merits, we are just inspecting the battlefield. If they don't need our help, we will withdraw and go elsewhere. If they need our help, they will ask for it. Fei Ping, you have to remember that in this Black Ink battlefield, every battle-hardened soldier has their own pride. They can be ungrateful, but we can't just stand by and not help. Miao Fei Ping nodded and replied, Junior understands. As he was talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked in a direction where there seemed to be an abnormal space principle fluctuation. He immediately pushed Dawning Light in that direction and soon arrived at a certain spot. He focused his eyes, only to see that the void in front of him was like a mirror with a crack in it. From the crack, there was actually the aura of a world flowing out. He reached out towards the crack and manipulated space principles, penetrating the world barrier to explore the details inside. Moments later, his expression changed, and he shouted, Brother Shen, stay here. If any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appears, ask him to come here immediately to blockade this place. Everyone else, follow me inside. Shen Ao nodded and left Dawning Light to stand quietly in the void. Feng Ying asked hastily, what is it? Yang Kai opened the portal carefully using space principles, and said through gritted teeth, there's a big fish inside. Everyone in Dawn looked astonished. The big fish that Yang Kai mentioned must be a territory lord. They never expected that there would be a territory lord inside. Blue Sky Pass had been arranging these traps for 100 years with the Great Pass at the center, splitting the battlefield into two distinct regions, the Inner Circle and Outer Circle. In the Inner Circle, there were Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens which required one squad each to take control over. Furthermore, the control jades were used to pull only a certain number of Black Ink clansmen inside to be hunted. At the Inner Circle, there shouldn't have been any territory lords, so the safety of the squads could be assured. The outer circle of the battlefield was meant for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. There were Universe Cave Heavens specially prepared for Territory Lords there as well, and the inside was arranged with very powerful spirit arrays that would be enough to threaten these enemy masters. No one had expected that a Territory Lord would slip into the inner circle. Yang Kai did not know which squad was so unlucky as to encounter this Territory Lord, but it was obvious they were not in a good situation. As they spoke, the portal was opened and dawning light entered like a streak of light. Yang Kai closed the portal again with a wave of his hand, but the cracks in the world barrier could not be smoothed out no matter what. In fact, the cracks were continuing to increase in size, a sign that the universe paradise would not hold up for long. As dawning light appeared in this universe paradise, it immediately became like a leaf in a violent storm under the violent surges of energy. The thick black ink strength rushed around them and the protective barrier began to flash wildly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5145, Zhou Xing. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship and looked up, only to see a ragged warship in front of him fleeing in their direction. A huge black ink cloud was chasing after the failing warship and it was rapidly closing in. The whole universe paradise was filled with a strong sense of foreboding. Inside the black ink cloud was a particularly fierce aura. It was obviously a territory lord and hundreds of black ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. A black ink clan's secret technique blasted out from the cloud, hitting the fleeing warship in front of dawn, causing great damage. Dawning light arrived just in time to witness the territory lord attack. A huge palm emerged from the black ink cloud and tried to grab the fleeing warship. On the warship, the human cultivators struggled to counterattack, but with little effect. The difference in strength was so great that they were helpless to repel the territory lord's attack. Seeing that the big dark hand was about to grab the warship, a 7th Order Open Heaven standing at the stern of the warship suddenly roared, "Rise!" As he roared, a grand array was activated, and in an instant, it wrapped around the pursuing black ink clansmen. The warship did not stop, but ran straight towards the portal. The grand array could not trap a territory lord for long, but it might be enough to delay him long enough for the squad to escape this universe paradise. Then, they saw dawning light rapidly approaching. Feng shouted, "Junior brother Zhou." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had just activated the spirit array, looked at them and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister Feng, what are you doing here?" Feng said, "Junior brother Yang noticed something unusual here, so he brought us here to have a look." "Why is there a territory lord here?" The junior brother Zhou looked annoyed as he replied, he was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, concealing his aura. Clearly, he had some ill intentions. He was caught unaware, and pulled into this place before realizing what was happening. "Which territory lord is he?" Yang Kai asked. The junior brother Zhou replied, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Zhou Xing." Regardless of which great pass theater they were in, 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords were rare, with there generally being several dozen on each side. The number of Territory Lords was always higher, but not by a wide margin. The two races had been fighting each other for so many years, so the identities and characteristics of the top masters had been exposed a long time ago. Thus, the humans had some knowledge of all the territory lords they faced. Yang Kai silently recalled all the information the Inner Sanctum had published on the Blue Sky Theater territory lords. Among all of them, Zhou Xing's strength was not the strongest. He was at most ranked in the middle somewhere, much worse than He Yuan for example. Zhou Xing's greatest skill was his ability to suppress his own aura. He could perfectly disguise himself as a feudal lord and hide within the regular Black Ink army. This skill allowed him to easily avoid the 8th Order Master's eyes, and by doing so, he could seek opportunities to conduct sneak attacks on high-value targets. In all the years of war, several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been seriously injured by Zhou Xing's sneak attacks. This time, he hid in the Black Ink clan army, disguised as a feudal lord, obviously with malicious intentions, but ended up being trapped here by this squad. It was yet to be determined if it was his bad luck or the squad's misfortunes. Junior brother Zhao was killed by him. Subsequently, we relied on the various grand arrays to survive until now. Junior brother Zhou's face was full of grief. It was inevitable that they suffered losses when they encountered a territory lord. Junior brother Zhao was one of the 2 7th Order masters of this squad. How much time do we have? Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang, you know that the spirit arrays arranged in this universe paradise were not designed to deal with territory lords, not to mention that Zhou Xing has many helpers with him. The grand array will be broken in a dozen breaths at most, reported junior brother Zhou. Are there any other grand arrays available? No. Junior brother Zhou shook his head, we've used up all 3 spirit arrays. If not for those 3, I'm afraid none of us would have survived till now. Brother Yang, we need to go. Once Zhou Xing breaks free, it will be too late for us to escape. Yang Kai looked ahead and said firmly, when we came in, there were no 8th Order masters available outside, so they must all still be fighting with the other territory lords. If we leave now, Zhou Xing will surely follow us, and there will be no one to tie him down once we get outside. Junior brother Zhou asked, what does brother Yang intend to do? Yang Kai said as he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, hold him back. Soon, there will be an 8th Order master available. Even if he ultimately manages to break free from here, there will be someone outside to take care of him. Junior brother Zhou did not hesitate and immediately agreed, good, we'll do as brother Yang suggests. He also knew that Yang Kai was powerful and Dawn's squad was very strong. His squad alone had no chance to win against a territory lord, but together with Dawn, though they might not be able to kill such a master, holding him down should not be too much of an issue. As they discussed, the grand array began to crack. Yang Kai shouted, leave Zhou Xing to me and take care of yourselves. There's no need to kill all of them, just delay them as long as you can. Immediately after, he lunged straight towards the enemy. The grand array shattered, and Zhou Xing roared angrily from within the black ink cloud. He was furious that a trivial human squad tried to toy with him with these few spirit arrays. The impudence! He resolved to kill these humans ruthlessly in order to soothe the rage within him. Since the humans now had purifying black ink pills, Zhou Xing knew that he could not corrupt them with black ink strength, thus, he could only kill them. However, just as he was about to act, a dazzling light rushed towards him. Zhou Xing looked up and was momentarily bewildered. He began to wonder how this universe paradise suddenly had a small round sundae. Above the sun, was a 3-legged bird squawking away. The small sun was even traveling towards him at a high speed. Behind the small sun, there seemed to be a figure that glowed with a dazzling light. Suddenly, he realized that it was not the sun, but some secret technique cast by a human. Even a territory lord as strong as Zhou Xing could feel the threat posed by this secret technique and knew he would suffer if he took it head-on without defending himself. Therefore, Zhou Xing raised his hands and the dense black ink clouds gathered to form a barrier to block the direction where the small sun was coming from. Violent sounds erupted as rampaging energy waves swept over Zhou Xing's body. The black ink cloud thinned noticeably under the blazing energy that was hot enough to incinerate everything in its path. However, he was a territory lord, so although Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun was powerful, it could not harm the former in any way. On the other hand, the black ink clansmen around Zhou Xing died immediately. Before Zhou Xing could compose himself, a curtain of spear shadows enveloped him, causing black blood to splash out and drawing a roar from Zhou Xing's lips. At the same time, the 2 warships launched a volley of attacks from their offensive arrays. The black ink clansmen were instantly thrown into confusion. Under the leadership of Zhou Xing, they had continued to chase down the human warship until they had nowhere else to run, so how could they now turn around to attack them? However, moments later, the territory lord saw what was happening. Originally there was only 1 warship, but now, there were 2. Apparently, reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, the warship that arrived was significantly larger and more powerful. The black ink clansmen, in spite of suffering many casualties in the initial attack, remained undaunted. Led by several feudal lords, they used their secret techniques to counterattack, forcing the two warships to weave and dodge. Both the warship of junior brother Zhou and Dawning Light were damaged in the previous battle, particularly their shields, which had been seriously drained. Thus, they were focused on not being hit again. This gave the Black Ink clansmen a respite, as hundreds of them, led by the feudal lords, began to bombard the warships relentlessly. The two warships were forced to constantly maneuver around, reducing the intensity of their attacks greatly. On the other hand, Zhou Xing took hundreds of wounds to his body in a very short time. He tried to dodge the attacks but was unable to do so effectively. He was being attacked by Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art enhanced by his space principles, so dodging at such close range was all but futile. The pain caused Zhou Xing to become increasingly furious, and he responded ruthlessly. Since he could not dodge, he gave up trying and attacked instead. In his fury, he threw a punch forward with all his strength. He wanted to trade wound for wound. He could sense that the human attacking him was only a seventh-order master, and since he was a territory lord, if he traded wounds with his opponent, he would eventually come out on top. His punch was very effective, as the seventh-order human was blown far away, coughing up blood in mid-air. Zhou Xing continued with another punch to deliver another painful blow to his attacker. The other party's body suddenly flickered, then disappeared. Zhou Xing's punch hit nothing but air, causing him to be thrown off balance. Just as he was wondering where his target went, he felt a murderous intent coming from his side. Turning his head to look, the seventh-order master who had disappeared moments ago appeared right next to him somehow. The human spear was thrust out sharply with a small round sun at its tip. Zhou Xing was taken aback but swiftly responded by throwing out his fist. The small sun was annihilated, but Zhou Xing was also forced backwards, his fist scorched as he grimaced painfully. Although he was injured, his enemy was in a far worse state, spewing more fresh blood as he flew backwards for a second time. The difference in their raw strength could not be compensated for by bravery and persistence alone. Yang Kai had killed a territory lord previously, however, he managed to kill Zhu Feng only because Bai Yi joined forces with him. Both he and Bai Yi were seriously injured in that battle though, despite Zhu Feng having been seriously wounded from the start. Even back in Mu Guang's royal domain, Yang Kai was only able to chase after He Yuan and fight with him because the latter's soul was badly injured. Although Zhou Xing was not as strong as He Yuan, or even Zhu Feng, he was currently at full strength, thus, Yang Kai's current might was insufficient to kill him. The good thing was that he only needed to stall for time and not really fight Zhou Xing to the death. A few injuries were not a big deal as long as they did not damage his foundation. Focusing, Yang Kai kept up his attacks and fought back and forth with Zhou Xing. Of course, he was frequently on the receiving end, but with his space principles, it was impossible for Zhou Xing to kill him with a single blow. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, only one of the two warships was left. Junior brother Zhou's warship was badly damaged from the start, and now that it was being attacked by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, after taking several hits, it finally could not hold on and burst apart. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5146, One Battle to Settle the War. Before the warship was destroyed, all the squad members transferred over to Dawning Light, relying on Feng Ying and the others to cover them during the evacuation. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The two squads converged on Dawning Light, but their overall strength did not increase. The reason was that all the artifacts and arrays on Dawning Light were being actively used by their regular personnel. The additional hands allowed them to rotate more frequently to rest, but did not enhance the instantaneous lethality of Dawning Light. Now, the whole Universe Paradise's situation was not looking good. This Universe Paradise was left behind after the death of a seventh-order human master, so although it had become an independent sealed world now, it had its limits. Before dawn entered, there were already cracks in the world barrier of this Universe Paradise caused by the fallout of Zhou Xing's attacks. It was because of those cracks that Yang Kai could peek inside and detect that there was a territory lord within. That led to Yang Kai deciding to enter with Dawn to render aid. Now that Yang Kai and Zhou Xing were engaged in a fierce battle, the violent energy surges caused the entire universe paradise to become increasingly unstable. Little cracks could be seen all over, and this universe paradise would collapse soon. If they remained within the universe paradise when it collapsed, then it was very likely that they would be pulled into the void. When that happened, there was no telling where they would end up. It was with this in mind that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be sent into the Universe Cave Heavens, which were more stable. This way, the Eighth Order Division Commanders and Territory Lords could fight for a longer time without worries. If they were in Universe Paradises, they would collapse not long after they started fighting. This Universe Paradise was facing the risk of collapsing at any moment. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and was not afraid of the impending collapse. Even if he was really sent to the void, he would be able to find his way back fairly easily. There was even a chance that he could exile Zhou Xing to the void and simply leave him trapped there to die alone. However, there were still 2 squads here, so he couldn't do that. Thus, after a few more exchanges with Zhou Xing, Yang Kai immediately dashed towards Dawning Light while using the divine sense to send a message, "Go. Now." After such a long delay, the situation outside should have been settled, thus, there should be a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters available. Dawning Light had taken up position near the portal, so when Yang Kai's order came, junior brother Zhou immediately took out his control jade and shot a light into the sky. The portal opened and Dawning Light sped out, followed closely behind by Yang Kai. The hundreds of Black Ink clansmen who were following Dawning Light saw this and followed after, with Zhou Xing being the last to leave before the portal closed again. However, before Zhou Xing could stabilize himself, a bright light came down on him, instantly destroying all his defenses and inflicting a huge wound on his body. Zhou Xing roared in pain and anger, turning his head to look at who had attacked him, only for his eyes to shrink as he shouted, "Zhongliang." Not only was Zhongliang there, but also Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. The 3 of them surrounded him in a triangle. Zhou Xing's heart sank into the abyss as he knew there was no escape for him. These 3 army commanders were all peak Eighth Order Masters. When the human squads took action, these 8 Order Masters used their own control jades to pull a territory lord into their respective universe cave heavens. Even though their strength was greater than the Black Ink clan territory lords, it was impossible to kill their opponent so quickly in a fair fight. However, Blue Sky Pass had arranged multiple spirit arrays in these universe cave heavens, which gave the 8 Order Masters a significant advantage. Those spirit arrays all cost an enormous amount of resources and were arranged by the array Great Grandmasters, so any territory lord who fell into them would see their strength suppressed. With their superior strength, geographical advantage, and the assistance of several spirit arrays, it was not surprising that Zhongliang and the others killed their opponents in short order. The 3 of them had just emerged from their respective universe cave heavens when they were informed by Shen Ao of what had happened. The only reason they didn't force their way in was they weren't certain what kind of repercussions that would cause for those inside the universe paradise. When Dawning Light and Yang Kai appeared, followed by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, the 3 army commanders swiftly slaughtered the mixed fish before turning their attention to Zhou Xing. The strength of this territory lord was considered average at best, so how could Zhou Xing be a match for the 3 army commanders? Zhongliang and the other 2 of them did not even utter a word before using their respective secret techniques to attack Zhou Xing from all sides. Not far away, Yang Kai and others watched from afar aboard Dawning Light. Not only them, but many other squads, who had already cleaned up their opponents, observed the show. These squads had shown up one after another, surrounding the whole battlefield layer after layer. "Zhou Xing is doomed," Feng Ying said softly. Under the combined attacks of 3 army commanders, even the strongest territory lords would not be able to survive, so Zhou Xing's fall was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai's attention was not on Zhou Xing and the 3 army commanders though, but instead focused on somewhere far away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, powerful explosions were taking place. For him to be able to sense the shockwaves this far away meant that the strength of those fighting was overwhelming. Outside Blue Sky Pass, there were no forces close to where the battle was taking place, thus, it was obvious the fight in the distance was between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It was unknown when and how the two began to fight. At least Yang Kai did not notice it before now. However, even 8th Order masters could not intervene easily in this kind of battle. Thus, Yang Kai also did not think of going to watch. The royal lord and old ancestor were old rivals, and this battle was likely to end in a mutual loss. Portals continued to open around them, and from those portals emerged the victorious squads. 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also appeared one after another, while some territory lords appeared immediately after them. It was not that these territory lords managed to kill the 8th Order Masters to get out of the trap. After all, there were spirit arrays arranged in the universe cave heavens to make it impossible for them to escape even if they killed the 8th Order Division commanders fighting against them. However, when the fight dragged on for too long, the universe cave heaven itself would become unstable, making a collapse imminent. Therefore, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had no choice but to open the portal to leave so as not to get caught up in the collapse. When that happened, the territory lord could naturally follow them out. Those territory lords who were lucky to have survived all immediately used whatever means they had to escape. They knew that after the humans had activated these traps, which took them 100 years to set up, the Black Ink clan was done for. Sticking around was akin to courting death, thus, they had to escape. It was only by escaping that they stood a chance to survive and recover from this disaster, therefore, they held no desire to fight anymore and only sought the opportunity to flee. Of course, those 8th Order Heaven Realm Masters who failed to kill their respective opponents inside their assigned universe cave heaven would not let their prey go easily and continued to chase them across the void. Under the attacks of the three army commanders, Zhou Xing was only able to last less than a half cup of tea's time before Ding Yao smashed his head with his fist. More and more squads emerged from different portals, largely intact. Thankfully, junior brother Zhou Squad's unlucky encounter was a unique case. Also appearing were many lone 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, appearances of which meant the fall of a territory lord. It was a glorious result. The human race had been resisting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the two sides had fought countless times, but never had there been such a decisive victory. They could see that about 20 territory lords had been killed, and that was not counting those who were still fighting and had not shown up. There would certainly be more as time passed. In the past, killing more than 20 territory lords in one battle was simply unimaginable. The most territory lords that had been killed in a single battle was 5, and that was at the cost of 2 8th Order Division commanders. Considering the strength of the territory lords, while it wasn't too difficult for the 8th Order Masters to defeat them, killing them was a much more difficult task. If not for the universe cave heaven traps, which had been set up in advance, how could Blue Sky Pass achieve such overwhelming success? Yang Kai was also overwhelmed. When he first helped Blue Sky Pass find the portals for the Universe Paradise and Universe Cave Heaven, he knew that they could give Black Ink clan a nasty surprise, but he did not expect it to be to this magnitude. If Blue Sky Pass had such great success, then Inyang Pass would also have good results. After all, he also helped them to open up the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises around their great pass. Even so, the news of this enormous defeat would certainly be circulated around the Black Ink clan. Thus, it was unrealistic for Inyang Pass to expect results of this magnitude. With so many territory lords killed, there were naturally hundreds of times more dead and injured weaker Black Ink clansmen. One battle had changed the entire course of the war. The Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater had suffered an enormous defeat. What awaited Blue Sky Pass was a period of peace for at least 1,000 years or more, during which the Black Ink clan would not be able to attack. However, was this enough to satisfy Zhong Liang and the other higher-ups? This was the best opportunity for them to add insult to injury to the Black Ink clan. Thus, 2 days later, Blue Sky Pass gathered 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 20,000 troops led by several army commanders to advance deeper into the void towards the Black Ink clan's territory. Blue Sky Pass did not go all out this time, still leaving behind a large contingent to watch over the Great Pass. Additionally, there were some Universe Cave Heaven fights that had not yet concluded that required a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to watch over. 38th Orders and a 20,000-strong army was almost half of the combat strength of Blue Sky Pass. They could not take out more soldiers. Since Yang Kai had brought purifying light, Zhongliang and the others had been planning for this crusade. However, any foray into the enemy's territory was of great importance and would take time to prepare for. Now that the opportunity had come, they were eager to push back against the enemy, who was seriously weakened, and aim for the royal city. Naturally, Blue Sky Pass held little expectation that this campaign would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clan entirely. As long as the royal lord was not dead, the royal city would not fall. This was just a kind of experiment for the future. At the same time, it was also to establish a precedent and prove that it was possible to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. This was a long-established plan, however, except for the 8th Order commanders, no one below them in rank knew about it. Thus, after hearing about the crusade, numerous Open Heavens Realm Masters were very excited. The human race have been trapped in various great passes for years, and finally, they had the chance to launch a real counterattack. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5147, The Crusade. Blue Sky Pass had clearly planned this crusade for a long time. It was impossible to come up with such a plan in just 2 days. The expeditionary force was led by 2 army commanders, Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. 2 purifying Black Ink battleships were deployed along with about 1,500 warships of various ranks. The huge force set off from Blue Sky Pass as soon as preparations were completed. Dawn was also part of the expeditionary force, its squad members taking turns to operate Dawning Light while the ones off duty spent their time in their cabins to restore themselves. The damage to Dawning Light had been repaired by the array masters and artifact refiners before they departed Blue Sky Pass, so it was as good as new. However, for this crusade, they were not taking many array masters and artifact refiners with them, thus, if a warship got damaged, it might not be able to be repaired in short order. This crusade was very different from guarding the Great Pass. When backed by Blue Sky Pass, the humans could fight with confidence and without fear. Even if their warship was damaged, logistical support was close by. However, a crusade was not the same, as the supply lines and logistics to support the soldiers would be stretched out over a much larger area. If this matter was not addressed, it would become a major constraint for this crusade. However, this shortfall could not be satisfactorily resolved. If all the available array masters and artifact refiners were mobilized for the crusade, they would require a large contingent of soldiers to protect them, reducing the crusade's overall fighting capability. Meanwhile, this crusade was more of an attempt to make a statement rather than a concerted effort to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Half a month after the expeditionary force left Blue Sky Pass, it fought its first major battle with a Black Ink clan army of nearly 300,000. The 700,000 Black Ink clansmen that had previously attacked Blue Sky Pass were all basically dead or severely wounded, so these 300,000 were assembled from the Black Ink clan's reserves. This was the Black Ink clan's modus operandi, sending in wave after wave of soldiers to fight a protracted battle. Each time a siege happened at a great pass, the humans would have to endure many waves of attacks by the subsequent enemy reinforcements, and this time was no exception. However, the collapse of the Black Ink clan's main army on the front line was too sudden. Blue Sky Pass 100-year plan was a huge trap that sucked the Black Ink clan army into numerous universe paradises and cave heavens, where they were mercilessly slaughtered. The reinforcement army that came from the Black Ink clan did not get the news in time and was led by a sole territory lord as they flew towards Blue Sky Pass. When they encountered each other, the leading territory lord obviously was not aware of what had happened and was caught completely off guard. Of the 300,000 reinforcements, nearly 200,000 were cannon fodder while only 100,000 were high rank or above. Besides the lone territory lord, the strongest masters among the troops were the feudal lords. Such a lineup was no match for the elite soldiers of the expeditionary force. The territory lord quickly realized that something was amiss and immediately ordered all the low-rank cannon fodder to charge towards the expeditionary force while he fled at the first opportunity. He did not even bother about the rest of his 100,000 troops. It was another great victory for the humans. The 300,000 Black Ink clan army was overwhelmed. With no territory lords to lead and shelter them, there was no one to fight off the 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Thus, the warships just sailed forward in a straight line and mowed down the scattered Black Ink clansmen. They took just one day to defeat this reinforcement army. The expeditionary force then continued to advance undeterred, with its sights set on the royal city. Along the way, any Black Ink clansmen that they encountered were slaughtered. After another month, they arrived at the first territory controlled by a territory lord. This was one of the outermost territory lord territories, so the one assigned here was naturally not very powerful as he would be the first to bear the brunt of any human attacks. In fact, this territory lord's domain had been attacked by humans before. The last time the old ancestor led a large army to attack this territory, Yang Kai was living here with Nu Yen. According to the limited information available to Blue Sky Pass, the owner of this territory was named Go Wu. Go Wu was dead though, killed by an 8th Order Division commander of the Southern Army in one of the universe cave heavens outside of Blue Sky Pass. Thus, Go Wu's territory was leaderless. As the expeditionary force marched on, it was inevitable that news of their advance spread. However, they did not meet any real form of resistance. Even Go Wu's territory was essentially unprotected by the Black Ink clan. There were some Black Ink clansmen who were brave enough to attack the expeditionary force, but many realized that it was suicidal and simply fled deeper into Black Ink clan territory. It only took a few hours for the expeditionary force to capture Go Wu's home territory. Although they killed many, those were mostly serfs and low-rank clansmen. This was only to be expected. Most of Go Wu's forces were deployed to participate in the siege of Blue Sky Pass and were thus already dead. When those who were left behind saw the advancing expeditionary force, they naturally knew that whoever was sent to Blue Sky Pass had been annihilated. Thus, those that could immediately turned around and ran for their lives. The expeditionary force did not stop after they captured this area. Both Ding Yao and Zhong Liang knew that speed was of the essence, so only a small number of men were assigned to clean up the battlefield while the rest of the army continued on. The so-called battlefield cleanup was nothing more than plundering resources. It was just like what Yang Kai had done in Mu Guang's royal domain. A territory lord's home territory was the most prosperous place in every region. It usually had a lot of stores and cultivation resources that the expeditionary force would not want to miss out on. Yang Kai also stayed behind. However, he was not interested in plundering resources as they were not attractive to him anymore. The resources in his small universe were already inexhaustible to him. The reason he stayed was to acquire a sub-nest. Some time ago, he brought Miao Fei Ping to a feudal lord's territory and moved the low-rank Black Ink nest into his small universe, but it withered away soon after. It was obvious that a mature Black Ink nest could not be moved easily. It was like a big tree, so cutting its roots to move it would kill it. If he could get an unhatched sub-nest and nurture it in his small universe, it might be different. Feng also stayed and acted as his protector since Yang Kai was vulnerable when his consciousness was connected to the Black Ink nest. There would be trouble if a hidden Black Ink clansman jumped out and attacked him. Feng frowned as she watched Yang Kai enter the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The aura inside the Black Ink nest made her feel extremely uncomfortable and even a bit nauseous. If she did not have to stand guard for Yang Kai, she would never have gotten close to such a place. As Yang Kai walked along, he soon came to the central chamber. Yang Kai pondered and appeared hesitant to act. To be honest, although he had been inside Black Ink nests before, and had even taken advantage of their strange network to defeat many feudal lords by destroying their consciousnesses, he still did not understand how to hatch a subnest. After all, Jianghu never told him about it. Obviously, hatching a subnest was a function of a territory lord black ink nest and required a certain amount of resources, but as to the exact process, Yang Kai was clueless. In front of Yang Kai was the black ink pool, where black ink strength tumbled and surged as if it were an ominous beast. Yang Kai opened his small universe and used his own world force as a bridge to connect his consciousness with that of the black ink nest's consciousness to investigate a little. To his surprise, he did not enter the strange space this time. It was as if his whole body was one with black ink nest, and he could see the state of black ink nest as if it were his own. Yang Kai instantly understood that different locations of the black ink nest had different purposes. This place, where the black ink pool was located, was where the black ink clansmen would be bred and subnests created. To think it's this simple. With an idea in mind, Yang Kai immediately began to work, taking a large amount of resources from his small universe and injecting them into the black ink pool. The black ink strength inside the black ink pool tumbled more and more fiercely, and as the vast amount of resources disappeared, the abundant energy was greedily absorbed by the black ink nest. After a few moments, the walls of the chamber, which were fleshy, seemed to form a tumor. The tumor rapidly grew and the wall suddenly broke open, and a wet, beast-like black ink clansman came out, trembling. Pa. More tearing sounds rang out as the chamber's flesh walls soon hatched more than a dozen black ink clansmen of different forms. Feng felt a stinging chill as she watched all this. Although she knew that the black ink nest gave birth to black ink clansmen, no human had actually witnessed the process before. These black ink clansmen were not entirely hatched by Yang Kai. They had not been fully formed before he entered this place, and thus, had not hatched. After Yang Kai injected resources into the black ink pool, their development was accelerated and they managed to hatch. The newly hatched black ink clansmen were not much of a threat, not even qualified to be cannon fodder, so Feng flicked her long sword and the wave of sword chi killed them all on the spot. She then shouted, "Squad leader." Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw the situation around him, and immediately responded, "I'll change my approach." It was his first time trying to create a black ink nest, and he was not sure how to do it, so he accidentally hatched a dozen black ink clansmen. However, after he made some adjustments, the fleshy tumor wall no longer broke open, and no more black ink clansmen were born. Instead, the entire black ink pool was filled with rich power and stirred more and more. Feng felt that it was a pity for such a large amount of resources to be sacrificed to the black ink pool. Blue Sky Pass had only become affluent in the recent several dozen years, after Yang Kai introduced the void yin-yang mirrors. In the past, cultivation resources were very tight in every great pass, so they had to save as much as they could, whenever they could. She was used to living in poverty, so she cringed when she saw Yang Kai throwing away resources in such a manner. However, she also knew that Yang Kai had his own reasons. If he could get a black ink nest, it would definitely be of great use. The interoperability between the black ink nest and the black ink clan might even allow them to spy on the black ink clan without having to leave their own territory. It was not certain how many resources were put into the black ink pool, but after a few days, it suddenly trembled as the water swirled. Something was about to emerge from it. Feng looked over and a few moments later, a small and exquisite black ink nest emerged from the churning water. At the same time, Yang Kai also eased what he was doing and looked at the little black ink nest that spawned from the black ink pool. He exhaled gently when he realized that his efforts were not in vain. Martial Peak, Chapter 5148, The Limit. Although he had succeeded in obtaining a subnest, Yang Kai was not sure if it would work given the special connection between the territory lord black ink nests and the feudal lord black ink nests. Even so, he had to try it out to be sure. After putting the subnest into his small universe, Yang Kai did not rush to hatch it. He just temporarily placed it somewhere isolated. A little while later, he, along with Feng, left the place. "Squad leader, do you intend to destroy the black ink nest? Feng asked. Yang Kai nodded, of course, I can't leave it for the black ink clan to use. Feng flicked out her sword, sending out a flying slash that split the black ink nest in half in an instant. Rich black ink strength gushed out from the two halves and it began to wither away. Yang Kai kept checking up on the subnest in Small Universe, and after a moment, he could not help but sigh, I thought as much. The subnest that he had spent a lot of resources to obtain withered rapidly after the Territory Lord black ink nest was destroyed. Although he had expected this outcome, he still felt disappointed. It seemed that the connection between this mid-rank black ink nest and the low-rank black ink nests bred from it was unbreakable, and not even moving it to his small universe could isolate it. If the mid-rank black ink nest connected to it was destroyed, the low-rank black ink subnests would not be spared either. It was only when the mid-rank black ink nest was left in place, that Yang Kai would be able to preserve the subnest. However, this was obviously unrealistic. No matter how strong the expeditionary force was, they would not be able to fully eliminate all black ink clansmen around Blue Sky Pass. As long as the black ink clan here had not been completely annihilated, leaving any black ink nest around would only benefit the black ink clan. After composing himself, Yang Kai used his divine sense to check the area and ascertain that this place was already empty. His allies who had stayed behind to collect resources had already left. Thus, he and Feng Ying used the universe transference law to return to Dawning Light. For a time, the expeditionary force's momentum was unstoppable. As it marched on, the Black Ink clan was unable to form any effective resistance against its overwhelming power, and most fled before they even arrived. Half a year after the expeditionary force's initial sortie, they had captured 4 domains owned by territory lords. They had also destroyed 4 mid-rank Black Ink nests and swept clean several dozen feudal lord fiefs. This was when the expeditionary force advanced in a straight path. It had to be said that they could have achieved much more if they were willing to take some detours. After 6 months, the expeditionary force finally encountered a tough battle. 3 territory lord domains away from the royal city, the Black Ink clan once again gathered an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This army fought the expeditionary force with dogged determination. The Black Ink clan's counterattack became fiercer as the expeditionary force marched deeper into their territory. This human incursion was a huge insult to their pride. They had always been the ones to attack. This was the first time in countless years that the humans had attacked them so close to the royal city. These 3 territory lords' domains were all that was left before the humans could assault the royal city. It would be a great embarrassment for the entire Black Ink clan if their royal city was infringed upon. Although many territory lords died during the most recent siege of Blue Sky Pass, they were not totally annihilated. The original number of territory lords was greater than the number of 8th Order humans. Taking into account those who were not deployed, and those who had escaped from Blue Sky Pass though, there were at least 40 territory lords still alive. The Black Ink clan army, led by more than 20 territory lords, stood in front of the expeditionary force. The 2 sides fought nearly 100 battles in just 3 months. Each side incurred losses of varying degrees. The resilience and determination of the expeditionary force shocked the Black Ink clan, and many were killed in this defensive battle. Still, they continued to regroup, attack, and suffer over and over again without any hesitation. The Black Ink clan had a huge advantage in terms of location. Their reinforcements did not have to travel far, so they could easily gather together from all sides and even look for opportunities to surround the expeditionary force. The battle raged throughout this territory lord's domain, and it was so bloody that this vast stretch of the void soon turned into a massive grave for the Black Ink clan. It was not until a year later that the territory lord's domain was completely conquered. In that year of battle, more than 1 million Black Ink clansmen died. The nearby void was literally covered in thick black ink strength, and huge black ink clouds blotted out the sky. Other than the legions of Black Ink clan cannon fodder that were killed, 2 more territory lords had fallen in this year-long battle. As the remnants of the Black Ink clan retreated to the next territory Lord domain, and the expeditionary force continued to advance, it was only to be expected that the humans would be greeted by fiercer counterattacks and resistance. This was similar to the situation that Yang Kai encountered when he wreaked havoc in the Yinyang Theater. The deeper he went into Black Ink clan territory, the more concentrated the enemy resistance became. The expeditionary force set up a temporary camp on a massive universe fragment in the domain of the recently conquered territory Lord domain. The array masters arranged a massive grand array to isolate the surrounding Black Ink strength so that the soldiers could rest and recuperate. 38th Order Division commanders, led by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, gathered in one of the largest tents. Yang Kai was summoned and saluted before looking at the two men sitting in front. "What are your orders, seniors?" Ding Yao said, "How many universe arrays are needed to set up a direct link to Blue Sky Pass from here?" The universe array was an extremely convenient tool that allowed cultivators to use the universe transference law to return to it any time they wanted. As long as they were in the same world, there was, theoretically, no limit to the distance one could traverse. However, there were still limits to what individual cultivators could endure. This place was very far away from Blue Sky Pass. Even so, those from Blue Sky Pass could still use the universe arrays aboard the purifying Black Ink battleships to communicate with the expeditionary force. However, if a cultivator really tried to teleport back directly, not many of them would be able to survive the stresses of the transit through the void. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master faced the risk of instant death if they attempted it. Perhaps only the 8th Order Masters could safely accomplish this. Thus, there had to be a transit point set up using another universe array. Yang Kai was the only one capable of doing this, which was why the 8th Order Masters summoned him. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before answering, considering the endurance limits of those in the 5th Order, 2 should be enough. Ding Yao nodded and replied, as expected. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Isn't the expeditionary force continuing?" Ding Yao shook his head, "We can't. Although the Black Ink clan suffered huge losses, we've also suffered casualties. The expeditionary force soldiers need to take purifying Black Ink pills every time they fight against the Black Ink clan. After such a long crusade, the purifying Black Ink pill stock is running low. The warships have also suffered varying degrees of damage, which could not be repaired in the heat of battle. Additionally, there are other considerations, so this crusade has to stop here." Yang Kai understood all these issues and had also anticipated this happening sooner or later. In fact, those in the expeditionary force with a little bit of foresight were aware that they were at the limit of what they could do so far away from Blue Sky Pass. Casualties would begin to rapidly climb if the expeditionary force advanced any further. Additionally, the closer they got to the royal city, the more intense the Black Ink clan's resistance would become. Blue Sky Pass's forces could not bear such losses. Although the crusade was not completely successful, it was still a great victory for the humans to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. Privately, the soldiers were discussing when the expeditionary force would withdraw, but there were many different opinions and no definite conclusions. After all, only the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had the authority to decide such matters. A 7th Order Master like Yang Kai did not have the authority to discuss such matters with the 8th Order Masters. However, what Ding Yao said seemed to indicate that he did not intend to withdraw. If they were to withdraw, why bother arranging more universe arrays? Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked, "Sirs, do you intend to permanently occupy the ground we've taken and reduce the territory controlled by the Black Ink clan?" Liang Yulong smiled and said, "You're a quick one. We intend to hold our position here, expanding our territory while reducing the Black Ink clans. The expeditionary force has spent so much time and paid so much to gain such a large swath of territory, how could we give it up just like that? The expeditionary force will not move forward, but we will also not retreat. We will build a forward outpost here and repel any Black Ink clansmen that dare to enter its range. The Black Ink clan must be seething to have lost so much territory. Just by the losses of the Black Ink clan after the battles, it would take them over 1,000 years to rebuild their forces. As long as the expeditionary force is here though, there is no way the Black Ink clan can completely restore their foundation. Yang Kai was shocked by the boldness of these Eighth Order masters. By doing this, the Black Ink clan would surely have hard times ahead. Not only would they lose almost half of their territories, but all the resources of those territories would be denied to them. Without those resources, rebuilding their army would take twice as long. Thus, even if the expeditionary force was not as powerful as the whole of Blue Sky Pass, as long as they held their ground here, they would be able to restrict the restoration of the Black Ink clan in this theater. Yang Kai even predicted that the expeditionary force would continue to launch attacks from time to time in order to hamper the Black Ink clan's recovery efforts. When the time was right, assaulting and conquering the royal city was certainly a possibility. Such a glorious goal could not be accomplished overnight though and would take many years of effort. Compared to a direct attack on the royal city, this tactic was much slower, but it was more secure and assured. Furthermore, the current situation did not allow the expeditionary force to continue their march forward. Their logistics could not keep up and the soldiers of the expeditionary force needed to rest and recuperate just as much as the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass only had some 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers, so building a forward outpost here would spread its forces thin. On top of that, the universe arrays that needed to be set up between the two had to be guarded, which would consume more manpower. Even so, these were none of Yang Kai's concern as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be the ones working out the details. What he needed to do now was find suitable locations for the two universe arrays, and then link the expeditionary force and Blue Sky Pass together, to ensure that they could support each other rapidly. That was the reason the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned him to the meeting. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5149, I'll be back soon. A universe fragment inside a certain territory lord's domain, which was captured, became the forward base of Blue Sky Pass. Although the crusade was over for now, the Great War with the Black Ink clan would not stop anytime soon. The expeditionary force had advanced in a straight line, capturing any Black Ink clan territories along the way. However, those on either side of their advance could not be ignored. That meant that they had disregarded a lot of potential enemies, who were now technically behind their lines. If the expeditionary force were to withdraw, they would not need to pay attention to these enemies. However, now that they wanted to hold their position here and establish a forward base, they had to go back and clear out those territories. At the very least, the forward base had to be protected from a Black Ink clan siege on all sides. The Black Ink clan had lost a lot of resources and manpower in this battle, and with less than 40 territory lords left, which was basically half of their previous total, they had pulled back most of their forces to protect the royal city and no longer dared to move around freely. Thus, while the forward base was surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, they were mostly stragglers and weaklings. The humans only needed to spend a little time and effort to clear up all those Black Ink clansmen behind them. It was foreseeable that clearing the Black Ink clansmen between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base would be the next big task required of Blue Sky Pass. The forward base was soon bustling with activity. Several warships began to deploy to certain locations in the void and formed a defense perimeter. Then, a remote area was selected and several warships descended to ensure that it was safe. After a few moments of searching around, a depression in a mountain valley was identified. There were countless such places like this in the void and this valley was very well hidden, making it suitable for setting up a universe array. Obviously, even if the Black Ink clan were to pass by this place, they would not be able to find anything without intentionally searching for it. Furthermore, if the universe array was really set up here, it would be covered by spirit arrays and guarded by soldiers. Thus, if there was an attack, reinforcements would soon be able to come and provide support. The warships were led by Dawning Light, and 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Division commanders went along just in case they were needed. Yang Kai began arranging the universe array while the array masters who came along with him began to set up various spirit arrays around the mountain valley. Some for cover, some for protection, and various other kinds of support and auxiliary purposes. In the past, Blue Sky Pass did not have the number of resources necessary to engage in such an endeavor. After all, spirit arrays of this size and quality required a huge amount of resources. The more powerful the spirit array, the more resources were needed. In the past, Blue Sky Pass was so poor that it could not do these things, but now, it was different. Apart from the resources collected from their previous conquests, they could now easily mine more from the vast territory they had occupied. After the work was completed, everyone left their imprints on the universe array, and an 8th Order master and a battalion worth of soldiers stayed behind to guard it while the rest continued to the next location. Taking into account the capacity of those 5th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, only 2 universe arrays were required. A few months later, the second universe array was completely set up, connecting Blue Sky Pass to the forward base. Cultivators only needed to leave their imprints in each universe array and they could quickly move between the 2 places. Of course, this meant that all the soldiers had to first leave their imprints in the 2 universe arrays in transit to facilitate future use. The easiest way to do this was to have the 8th Order Division commanders leave their imprints first, then for them to shuttle the weaker cultivators back and forth between the universe arrays. An 8th Order Master's small universe was large enough to carry a large amount of Open Heaven Realms Masters, thus, all the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could quickly leave their marks on the new universe arrays. Still, this was not something that Yang Kai needed to think about, as it would be left to the 8th Order Masters to handle. After completing the second universe array, Yang Kai returned to Blue Sky Pass. This could not be helped. When Zhongliang, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, sent a message for Yang Kai to return, Yang Kai had already departed to set up the universe arrays. Thus, the message had not reached him until now. Yang Kai hastily returned to Blue Sky Pass and reported to Zhongliang, where he was then told about what had happened. Martial Uncle Lu has disappeared? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. The Martial Uncle Lu he was referring to was Luan of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was a Western Army Division commander, and due to their shared background, he had taken care of Yang Kai since he came to Blue Sky Pass. Although Luan was old, his cultivation was high, thus, Yang Kai could not understand how he had just disappeared. "Come with me," Zhongliang did not explain. He just waved for Yang Kai to follow him outside. Soon the 2 of them left the gates. The battlefield from the previous war had been cleaned up, and now the area outside Blue Sky Pass was empty. No one could have imagined from this scene that just 2 years ago the Black Ink clan army had come in full force and engaged Blue Sky Pass in a huge battle. When he arrived, Yang Kai was immediately drawn to a small crack in the void in front of him, and after a moment of observation, he could not help but frown. Zhongliang explained, "There was a universe cave heaven here, I don't know if you remember." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "I remember. All the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass were personally found and opened by him, and then filled with traps, thus, Yang Kai naturally had some memory of them." Zhongliang continued, "Your martial uncle Lu was responsible for this universe cave heaven. We do not know who his opponent was, but he was likely quite strong. Their battle was still ongoing when the expeditionary force departed, but 6 months after the expeditionary force departed, this universe cave heaven suddenly collapsed and a void crack formed. Thereafter, your martial uncle Lu and his opponent were nowhere to be seen." Yang Kai said with a frown, "Martial Uncle Lu and that territory lord must have been caught up in it and dragged into the void." Zhongliang nodded, "Exactly, that old fart is a stubborn one. Most likely, he was unwilling to let that territory lord escape, which is why they ended up in this situation. This void crack was quite spacious when it was first formed, so I went inside to investigate, but as you know, the void is incredibly chaotic and I became disoriented the instant I entered. I could not find any trace of your martial Uncle Lu, so I have no choice but to withdraw while I still could. After so long, and with the void crack here close to healing, I'm afraid that your martial Uncle Lu might never come back. I'll go in to find him." Yang Kai stepped forward. "Are you sure?" Zhongliang looked concerned. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This junior will be right back." Thereafter, he manipulated space principles and plunged into the small void crack. In the void, chaos and void turbulence raged. Yang Kai silently pushed his space principles to swim against the currents, leaving a trail of his aura behind along the way. At first, everything was calm, but as he swam deeper, disruptions in the turbulence began to appear. Yang Kai examined these traces carefully and realized that they should be remnants of a battle between masters. It was obviously the result of the fight between Martial Uncle Lu and a certain territory lord. Zhongliang had come in before and was confused at the sight, but to Yang Kai, these traces were the best clues to find his targets. Following the traces, he began to search for them. This section of void was extremely dangerous because it had been greatly disturbed, making it even more chaotic than normal, with no semblance of direction or time. In this damned place, one would never know where he was or how much time he had spent there. Perhaps one could spend thousands of years inside the void, only to emerge and find that but a brief moment had passed in the outside world. Changes within the void were highly unpredictable. Only someone like Yang Kai, who was well versed in the Tao of space, could find some kind of order in this damned place. Using space principles, he made use of his divine sense, and was able to monitor his surroundings as he searched. After an unknown span of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a disturbance and zoomed off in a certain direction. In no time, he came to a void turbulence and sensed a corpse floating and sinking into it. The corpse was covered with wounds and there was a fatal wound in its head. The expression on its face looked like it was glaring in disbelief before its death. It was the corpse of a black ink clansman. Yang Kai was relieved to see that this corpse was the territory lords who had fought against Luan. The fact that his corpse was here meant that Luan had won. After carefully identifying the territory lord's corpse, Yang Kai recognized that this guy should be one of the top 5 strongest territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater, on par with He Yuan from the Yinyang Theater. Now, it made sense why Luan, a senior 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, could not take him down quickly even with the geographical advantages. In fact, Luan did not have to be so determined to kill this territory lord. As early as when the plan was being implemented, Zhongliang and others had explained that if they could not win the fight quickly, then should escape before the universe cave heaven collapsed, otherwise, they would most likely be sucked into the void. Many 8th Order Division commanders did this, otherwise, there would not have been so many territory lords escaping that day. Luan apparently did not heed those orders though. He was willing to die to make sure that the territory lord did not escape. As a result, the two were sucked into the void. If this corpse was here, then obviously Luan should not be too far away, however, this whole place was directionless. Thus, if he got caught in one of the turbulent currents, there was no telling where he would drift to. Yang Kai continued his search, his divine sense extended to its limit. Yang Kai soon sensed a fluctuating life aura in the distance. This fluctuation was very unusual and obviously intentional to point out its location. Quickly reacting, Yang Kai smiled and flew through the void like a fish swimming upstream towards the unusual fluctuations. A short while later, Yang Kai came to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. With a grin, he called out, "Martial Uncle, sorry for the long wait." Martial Peak, Chapter 5150, The Hunt. Luan apparently also knew that Blue Sky Pass would send someone to find him. Naturally, this person had to be Yang Kai. After all, he was the only person who could freely transverse through the turbulent void. Luan had tried to get out of the void, however, even if he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could not find his way back through the chaotic space. Worse, he was injured after the battle with the Territory Lord and was far from his peak state. Thus, instead of blindly looking for a way out, he opted to sit and wait. After all, Yang Kai was sure to come and find him. Similarly, his sitting still also helped Yang Kai locate him. Finding Luan and returning was not hard for Yang Kai. When he saw the two of them appear, Zhongliang, who had been waiting outside, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Every Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a pillar in the human race's fight against the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, since the number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Great Pass was not large, each of their deaths greatly impacted the human race. Thus, he was gratified to see Luan was alright. Still, since Luan's injuries were not light, he quickly headed back to rest and recover. Meanwhile, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to the forward base with the rest of Dawn. The forward base had been nailed deep within the territory of the Black Ink clan. In this recent war, Blue Sky Pass had achieved extremely brilliant results. The huge losses of the Black Ink clan were enough for them to be unable to recover for at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, that timeframe was dependent on their ability to destroy Blue Sky Pass' new forward base. If Blue Sky Pass could gain a solid foothold and suppress nearly half of the Black Ink clan's territory here, then the Black Ink clan might not ever be able to recover to its previous strength. However, if the humans lost the forward base, their victorious outcome would be greatly diminished. Therefore, the existence of the forward base was critical to both sides. However, they could not just defend their current position. They had to take the initiative or they would eventually be pushed back. Blue Sky Pass deployed 20,000 soldiers from the previous crusade, but now more than 10,000 more have been deployed to provide support with the help of 2 transit universe arrays Yang Kai had set up. Currently, in Blue Sky Pass, only the most basic personnel were left behind. The rest had been moved outside. They had been passively defending for so many years, so when they finally had a chance to take the initiative, the decisions those at the top made were all bold and aggressive. Nonetheless, the movements of troops made sense. After all, there was no need to worry about Blue Sky Pass being attacked. Since they were now deep within the Black Ink clan's territory, the enemy would be too preoccupied with those forces close to their royal city to target Blue Sky Pass itself. The Black Ink clan could also not expect reinforcements from other theaters as each war zone had its own issues to deal with. It was no different for the humans, who could not send large-scale reinforcements to each other. Thus, for both sides, they were basically fighting an independent war. While Yang Kai was arranging the universe arrays, the soldiers at the forward base had been recuperating. After Blue Sky Pass's 10,000 reinforcements had arrived at the forward base, a slew of construction projects were implemented. One by one, squads patrolled around the forward base, clearing out any Black Ink clansmen in the area. Even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were moving, trying to use this opportunity to suppress the Black Ink clan as much as possible. Naturally, the Black Ink clan would not sit still and get attacked. Though they did not launch any large-scale battles, they continued with small-scale ambushes. In fact, almost every day, squads that ventured even a little far from the forward base would be ambushed by the Black Ink clan. The humans and the Black Ink clan had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years in the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base. It was just that this time, the humans had the absolute advantage, thus, such ambushes were all but meaningless. After all, most of the territory lords here would not dare to move easily. Furthermore, human squads had their warships, which held an absolute advantage when faced against a small number of Black Ink clansmen. In fact, if a squad found itself dangerously outnumbered, or facing a powerful, unbeatable foe, the warships possessed defensive spirit arrays which would protect them. In the worst-case scenario, there was still the universe array aboard the purifying Black Ink battleships anchored at the forward base, which enabled them to escape the battle if necessary. Thus, as long as they still had some luck, and the situation was not that dire, there was no need for them to fear for their lives. In the void, a warship flew back and forth as rays of bright light shot out from its hull. Unable to resist the powerful attack, the Black Ink clansmen burst into a mist of blood. Around the warship, several figures were moving around, eliminating whatever scattered Black Ink clansmen were present using their own secret techniques. Within a short time, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen were killed. Miao Fei Ping flashed and flew back to dawning light, looking indifferent, with no joy or surprise in his eyes. With the baptism of blood and war, he quickly matured and was no longer as helpless and nervous as he had been the first time he fought the Black Ink clan. Under normal circumstances, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him would not leave their warship to kill the enemy directly. He should stay inside the protective spirit arrays on the warship and use its offensive arrays to deal damage. However, today's battle was different from the usual. They encountered some scattered Black Ink clansmen, so there was leeway for the Sixth Order Masters to gain some direct combat experience. The Black Ink clan usually sent out massive armies, with powerful masters leading them. Thus, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who could not be considered weak, would find it difficult to survive in that chaotic battlefield. As a result, those below the Seventh Order were generally tasked with controlling their warships' arrays. Of the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen Dawn encountered today though, only one was a feudal lord, and he was swiftly killed by Feng Ying. Meanwhile, the rest scattered like sand. A few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but rush out of the warship to fight, and Yang Kai didn't stop them. Such skirmishes could be found everywhere in the void. The soldiers of the forward base also began to refer to this kind of mission as hunting. Furthermore, these hunts did not only occur with small groups of Black Ink clansmen. Sometimes, bigger hunts were organized where several squads would cooperate to deal large amounts of damage to the scattered Black Ink clansmen. As a result, the Black Ink clan began to worry that if this kept up, the human army would begin advancing towards the royal city again. With their situation being what it was, the Black Ink clan was forced to concentrate the vast majority of its masters into defending the royal city. Naturally, that meant that the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base had no powerful Black Ink masters at all. Squad leader, it's time, Feng Ying reminded Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, let's head back, we've been at it long enough. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of all soldiers, the forward base also established some rules, including time limits on each squad's hunt, and the range of activities that they could operate in. This was done out of fear that the soldiers would get carried away in killing the enemy, which might reveal openings and cause unnecessary tragedies. It had been half a year since Dawn last set out from the forward base, and the area they were active in had always been at the outermost reaches allowed by the rules. Naturally, it was because the further out they went, the larger the number of Black Ink clansmen there were. Half a year was the time limit stipulated by the forward base before they had to return. Beyond that, military merits would not be calculated, and there might even be penalties, such as sending them back to Blue Sky Pass. Naturally, such penalties were meant for the safety of the soldiers. After all, establishing a fortified position was a long-term plan. It was impossible to achieve this overnight, so it is necessary to ensure the integrity and combat effectiveness of the soldiers at the forward base. After half a year of battle, they would then rest for the next half a year, maintaining a balance. At Yang Kai's command, Dawn's members began using the universal transference law to return. In the end, Yang Kai was the only one remaining as he stored dawning light in his small universe. After that, he flickered and disappeared. Back at the forward base, where the universe array was, those from the dawn appeared, one after another. As soon as they appeared, they skillfully moved out of the way so as not to interfere with the transference of others who were also returning. Get some rest and cultivate. After half a year, we will gather again, Yang Kai gave the order and the crowd immediately dispersed. He then strolled towards the merit hall. Military merits obtained by hunting for half a year had to be registered, and Dawning Light had also taken some damage, so it needed to be sent to the refining hall for repairs. Yang Kai was traversing this familiar path at this point. It had been 10 years since the expeditionary force established the forward base, and every time he came back from a hunt, as the leader of Dawn's squad, he needed to fulfill these duties. Arriving first at the merit hall, registration of military contributions was recorded by Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such positions didn't involve directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, so they were usually filled by the cultivators with the lowest orders. Registration of military merits was naturally very smooth. All Yang Kai needed to do was provide evidence for the kills. Next, Yang Kai went to the refining hall and handed over Dawning Light. After that was done, he didn't need to worry about his ship anymore. He would just need to get it after half a year, when Dawn went out on its next hunt. The refining hall was now the busiest location in the entire forward base, however, this couldn't be helped. One by one, squads would go out, hunt down enemies, and then return with a damaged warship that needed repairs. Since there was a limited number of artifact refiners, the refining hall was always kept busy. In the past, when the Great Pass was under siege by the Black Ink clan, the artifact refiners would be so busy they did not even have the time to breathe, but after the siege ended, they would have time to rest. However, that was in the past. Since the forward base was established, artifact refiners were now busy round the clock, with no time for rest at all. When the forward base created the rules, limiting hunting to only half a year and a minimum of half a year of cultivating afterwards, they did not really take into account the artifact refiners' workload. After all, half a year was barely enough for an artifact refiner to fix up a warship. Although Yang Kai was now an artifact refining grandmaster, and he could patch up simple problems with Dawning Light, some of the damage was to its spirit arrays, and since he knew little about the Tao of Spirit Array, he had no choice but to ask for an array master to fix it, which was why he sent it to the refining hall. Just as he was about to walk back to where he stayed, he heard a divine sense transmission. He turned and then moved towards a particular direction. He quickly entered a grand hall, where the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, was talking to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. After briefly exchanging a few words, the 8th Order masters turned and left, while Ding Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." Ding Yao gave a light nod and said, "I have a task for you." Yang Kai looked solemn as he replied, "Please tell me. I need you to return back to Blue Sky Pass and pick someone up." "Pick someone up?" Yang Kai frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Pick who up?" "You don't have to know. You'll understand when the time comes." Yang Kai was a little displeased with this strange order and couldn't help but object, "Sir, wouldn't it be better for an 8th Order Division commander to act as a guard? I'm only in the 7th Order, so even if I want to store someone inside my small universe, I at most can only bring those in the 6th Order or below. How would I be of any help in this case?" Ding Yao glanced at him. "I don't need you to use your small universe to store this person, I just need you to show the way here. What's more, this person is in the 8th Order, so other 8th Order masters would not be able to store them either and would have to travel side by side." 8th Order? Yang Kai was surprised. "Since it's someone in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, I believe that person has enough strength to ensure his own safety. Why do I need to fetch them here?" Martial Peak, Chapter 51-51, Welcoming the Newcomers. "Stop spouting so much rubbish," Ding Yao glared at him and rebuked. "This person is a newcomer to the Black Ink battlefield. While it's true they are an 8th Order master, they aren't well versed in fighting. Since this person is someone who is still not used to the Black Ink battlefield yet, I've tasked you to be this person's escort." Someone new. Yang Kai's heart started to race. From the 3,000 worlds? Ding Yao nodded, "That's right." He then added meaningfully, "Perhaps there'll be someone you know. So, would you like to go?" "Yes, of course," Yang Kai responded decisively. If it was just picking up someone, it wasn't a difficult task. Though, it was still somewhat pointless for him to escort such a person all the way here, it would still be interesting to meet this newcomer. Since Ding Yao said that it might be someone he knew, Yang Kai was eager to meet them. Even if it wasn't an old acquaintance, more than 100 years had passed since he came to this Black Ink battlefield, so this was a chance to see if there were any new changes in the Star Boundary and Void Land after he left. Similarly, Yang Kai understood that the dispatch of an 8th Order Division commander for this kind of small matter was wasteful. After all, there were only a handful of people in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and each of them had their own important tasks which kept them perpetually busy. Thus, such matters were best left to those in the 7th Order. Even among those in the 7th Order, Yang Kai's strength was obvious to all. He was also the one who set up the new universe arrays, thus, it was certainly much more convenient to have him personally lead the way, which was probably the biggest reason why Ding Yao tasked him to do so. In that case, I'll leave this to you. Take note of the time. The newcomers should arrive in a few days. For now, get back to the pass. Ding Yao waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and turned to leave. First, he went back to the place where Dawn was stationed and told Feng Ying about his mission. He also informed her that he should be back in time for the next hunting mission. If not, she should just take the squad out without him, which Feng Ying agreed to. Since he had nothing to prepare before the trip to the pass, Yang Kai immediately activated the universe transference law. He focused on the universe array of Blue Sky Pass, and it was not long before light engulfed him starting from his feet. Usually, those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would find it impossible to directly teleport from the forward base to Blue Sky Pass as the distance was too great. The stress of transiting that far through the void would more than likely crush an ordinary 7th Order Master, hence the two universe arrays arranged between them to serve as waypoints. Since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, however, he could mitigate such effects. Space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai reappeared inside Blue Sky Pass. With the mission in mind, he directly headed to the Western Army's headquarters to greet Zhong Liang. Sir Ding asked me to come back to welcome a newcomer. Are they here yet? Zhong Liang shook his head and replied, not yet, but news has already arrived a few days ago. Well, as you know, it's not easy for those from the 3,000 worlds to come here, so just wait for the time being. Yang Kai nodded. Can you tell me who this is? People coming from the 3,000 worlds are all arranged by the cave heavens and paradises. We are only responsible for receiving them. We don't know exactly how many people are coming, or which sects they are from. Just that they will be sent over from the no-return pass. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but hold some anticipation. It seemed there was more than one person arriving, so he couldn't help wondering if there were any newcomers from the Star Boundary or Void Land among them. There were also a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Star Boundary and Void Land, thus, it would be normal if some were assigned to the Black Ink battlefield. However, neither the Star Boundary nor Void Land were part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, thus, according to long-standing practice, they were not eligible to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield. Although he had been in the Black Ink battlefield for over 100 years, and had also fought in 2 different theaters, even infiltrating the Black Ink clan's territory twice, Yang Kai still didn't know much about a variety of things. One such thing was how the 3,000 worlds assigned reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield. Since there was nothing for him to do, Yang Kai decided to ask Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang explained, basically every 100 years, the Cave Heavens and Paradises will dispatch some people to reinforce the Great Passes. The number of people sent varies, as a lot can happen in 100 years. Even so, as you know, every time we fight against the Black Ink clan, it will always result in casualties. Though not many, they accumulate over time. Eventually, if there are too many casualties, and few left to defend our lines, wouldn't the Great Passes fall? So, regular reinforcements from the Cave Heavens and Paradises are a necessity. This was also the reason why Yang Kai used to think that Cave Heavens and Paradises were not worthy of their reputations, as the forces they showcased in the 3,000 worlds did not seem as imposing as they should have been. One would expect the Cave Heavens and Paradises, with their extremely long histories and deep foundations, coupled with the long lifespans of cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, to slowly amass an enormous number of Open Heaven realm masters. However, when Yang Kai visited a few of them in the past, the number of Open Heaven realm masters he saw in the Cave Heavens and Paradises was not as numerous as he had anticipated. Now, everything made sense. After all, these top forces had been sending the vast majority of their strongest masters to the Black Ink battlefield over the years. The reinforcements will first be gathered at the no-return pass, then they will be dispatched from there to the various Great Passes. This is done to ensure the integrity of each Great Pass. The number of people dispatched to each pass will depend on the loss and demand of the Great Pass itself. Take this time as an example. Our Blue Sky Pass losses during the recent crusade were not small, so, there should be more reinforcements will be assigned to us. Furthermore, because of the forward base, there will be a need for many people with a variety of skill sets. This was the requirement of Blue Sky Pass, which we put forward to 3,000 worlds to meet. Well, I think news of what we have accomplished so far would make them feel gratified. Yang Kai nodded in understanding, thought for a while, and then asked, there should still be many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each cave heaven and Paradise's headquarters. Since the 3,000 worlds are essentially stable, why not transfer more of them to the Black Ink battlefield? That way, we'll be able to overwhelm the territory lords with superior numbers. It should not be that difficult to do, right? Zhongliang answered with a smile, it's not difficult, of course. The cave heavens and paradises have strong foundations and heritages, so it certainly won't be a problem to get a few more 8th Order Masters assigned here, but have you thought through what that would mean? Would there be any decisive change if we really did as you said? There is currently no way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, so what is the use of this small advantage? Before you brought us the purifying light, the human race was basically powerless to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Many had to sacrifice pieces of their small universes to protect themselves. We have fought against the Black Ink clan for so long, so what we want is not a small advantage to give us a more favorable position, but rather a way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan. Before we find a way to do that, maintaining the current balance is the best option. Yang Kai pondered over what he said before nodding in agreement. Zhongliang exhaled lightly, our crusade this time was not only an experiment, but also a campaign to provide hope. If what we are doing works out well, in the next 100 to 1,000 years, we humans will be able to continue to reduce whatever available territory the Black Ink clan has. Eventually, we will be able to find a way to completely wipe them out. This is definitely a long-term goal, and it might even take several generations to accomplish. Even so, we will do it. Zhongliang would have never said these things to other 7th Order Masters, but with Yang Kai, it was different. His arrival changed the whole landscape of Black Ink battlefield, and his contributions alone made him qualified to understand the plans of the higher-ups. When the day comes, all the top masters from the cave heavens and paradises will be sent to the no-return pass. At that time, what do you think will happen to the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai imagined the scene, where the hidden masters of the cave heavens and paradises all came out in force. The thought drew his imagination as he said, they'll be in for an unpleasant surprise. Inside the Grand Hall, where the hyperspace array was located, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as his heart started pounding. His conversation with Zhongliang made him understand one thing, since he was not in that high of a position, he failed to see the grand scheme of things. What he was thinking about was how to win the battles in front of him. Meanwhile, what those at the top were thinking about was how to win the war and completely annihilate the Black Ink clan. It was a distinct difference of perspective. It's not that he was short-sighted, after all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. He was the leader of a squad, and had been in the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, so he could not be called inexperienced. Even so, how could he possibly be compared to people like Zhongliang and the others who had been fighting this war for thousands of years? Thus, now, it was made clear. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises could not send more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gain an advantage over the Black Ink clan. They were just accumulating strength, preparing to give Black Ink clan a fatal blow when the time came. Blue Sky Pass Expeditionary Force had taken a crucial step in that direction. The crusade was a bold attempt to change the course of the war, and if all went well, one day in the near future, all the great passes would be able to form large-scale expeditionary forces and send them out to crusade. They would finally be able to suppress the Black Ink clan, until it was uprooted entirely. There are signs of activity, one of the people guarding the Grand Array suddenly shouted. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked ahead. He saw that the Grand Array, which had been silent for several days, suddenly lit up. It hummed gently, and there were obvious space principle fluctuations coming out of it. That was a clear sign that the Grand Array had been activated, which was what Yang Kai had been waiting for. The no-return pass was the only gateway to the 3,000 worlds, and it was also the transit point for those in the 3,000 worlds to enter the black ink battlefield. As such, a hyperspace array was arranged there which could connect to all the great passes. These were all set up by ancient great experts who were simply incomparable to today's cultivators. With the hyperspace arrays set up by such experts, ultra-long-distance teleportation could be done without worrying about one's life. However, the consumption of materials would be extremely large, thus, between the great passes, they tried not to unnecessarily send people over. In most cases, they would teleport some jade slips as a means to communicate with the other great passes. Under the gaze of the many cultivators guarding the Grand Array, a dazzling light suddenly filled their eyes. From it, a faint figure appeared. Yang Kai immediately felt an aura of someone in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, but to his surprise, this aura was faintly familiar to him. As the light faded, Yang Kai discovered that there were already at least 100 people standing on the Grand Array, many of them appearing dizzy and disoriented as they had obviously not recovered from the ultra-long-distance teleportation. Although the arrangements of the ancient great experts were enough to allow them to teleport here safely, there were still some drawbacks to doing so. Immediately, Blue Sky Pass men, who had been prepared ahead of time, stepped forward and all kinds of secret techniques were activated to help alleviate the sequelae of these 100 or so people. It took just a moment for the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to shake his head and focus his eyes. In the end, he was an Eighth Order Master whose strength was incomparable to the rest who still needed some time to recover from the dizziness. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, and saluted. Grand Master's noble bearing is still the same as ever, even after so many years. Ding Yao's words had been prophetic, as Yang Kai really knew someone who came here this time. He was a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai had dealt with him plenty of times. The first time was when he went to ask about refining array artifacts for Void Land's Grand Array. At that time, the proprietress took him to Grandmaster Ma Fan. Later, Ma Fan helped him improve the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. He even passed the Great Evolution Paradise's Good Fortune Divine Furnace to Yang Kai. Afterwards, many of the remnants from Great Evolution Paradise, led by Grandmaster Ma Fan, went to the Star Boundary to open a Dao Temple. They did this in an attempt to revive the former glory. Thus, they were old acquaintances. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-52, The Situation in the 3,000 Worlds. Ma Fan, who had recently broken through to the Eighth Order, was clearly a great grandmaster in artifact refining now. It should be said that those who were great grandmasters were all Eighth Order masters, equivalent to Dong Guo and Ping from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai was acquainted with. Young boy. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked surprised, clearly never having anticipated he would meet Yang Kai here of all places. More than 100 years ago, Yang Kai dove into a void corridor and never came back. Without any news, whether he was even alive or dead was unknown. Nonetheless, his disappearance and sacrifice were no secret in the 3,000 worlds. After all, many were present when he went to seal the void corridor. Furthermore, although the black ink battlefield could pass some news back to 3,000 worlds, matters related to Yang Kai were still only known to a few top officials within the cave heavens and paradises. Thus, Grandmaster Ma Fan was not aware that he was here. When he came to the black ink battlefield, he never expected to see Yang Kai. It was natural that upon seeing an old friend, they were both overjoyed. Suddenly, Grandmaster Ma Fan's face cramped up as he said, "Young boy, find me an open space, this old man can't hold them in any longer." Yang Kai wondered, hold them in? Hold who in? Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered, you don't think it's just us, right? There are more in my small universe. Yang Kai instantly understood what he meant. For those that were transported here, except for one Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Grandmaster Ma Fan, the rest were all in the Seventh Order. Since teleporting from the no-return pass to any of the great passes required a massive amount of resources, the high-rank masters would all store those in the mid-rank inside their small universes in order to save on consumption. The no-return pass had always done it like this. Since Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield through an unconventional method, he had no experience in this, thus, in his moment of elation, he forgot how people normally traveled through hyperspace arrays. After realizing his mistake, he quickly led the way. Not long after, they arrived at the square where Yang Kai had first stepped into when he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass. This was also where the first purifying Black Ink battleship had been built. The square was huge. During the non-war period, the soldiers liked to exchange pointers here, thus, this place was often full of people, but now, it was empty. After all, most of the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been moved to the forward base, leaving only a small contingent behind. In the meantime, everyone dispersed and kept a distance from the newcomers. Then their small universes opened, and from the various portals, numerous figures walked out, one after another. They were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai initially thought that there would not be too many newcomers arriving at Blue Sky Pass, a few hundred at most. However, when the hundreds of portals were opened, with Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters continuously pouring out, he realized that his initial assumption was wrong. Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe alone could accommodate more than 40 people, while others in the Seventh Order, whose small universes were not as large as his, could only hold a dozen or so people. After everyone came out, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were over 1,000 newcomers this time. That was a huge number. Furthermore, everyone here was in the Sixth Order and above. In other words, the cave heavens and paradises had sent at least 10 cultivators at or above the Sixth Order each, and that was not even counting the reinforcements sent to the other great passes. Which sect in the 3,000 worlds could do this? Which force had such an immeasurable heritage? Even in Void Land and the Star Boundary, how many Sixth Order or Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters were there now? In fact, even if the whole Void Land and the Star Boundary were hollowed out, they would not be able to provide such a force. This just went to show how powerful and deep the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises were. A stream of light suddenly shot over from somewhere in Blue Sky Pass before coming to a hover above the square. It was none other than Zhongliang. Everyone looked up, and Zhongliang nodded lightly before saying out loud, "You have come from afar. This is Blue Sky Pass, and this Zhong is the Western Army commander." Everyone saluted in unison, and Zhongliang returned the salute and continued, "You are from different cave heavens and paradises, and all of you were elites in your respective sects, but the Black Ink battlefield is different from 3,000 worlds. You need to remember that no matter which cave heaven or paradise you came from, after you set foot into Blue Sky Pass, none of that matters anymore. You are all Blue Sky Pass soldiers here, and we have only one enemy, the Black Ink clan. All those who are here now, and the ancestors who came before us, have sacrificed our blood, sweat, and even lives in this empty place to prevent the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. Countless have fallen on this battlefield for countless years, and the next one may be me, or it may be one of you, but as long as the cave heavens and paradises stand, the Black Ink clan will never step into 3,000 worlds. You are all from cave heavens and paradises, so before you left, the elders of your respective sects must have warned you about all of this. Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink battlefield have many things you will gradually need to become familiar with. This Zhong will give you one piece of advice now, and I hope you will remember it in your hearts: survive. No matter what, do not give up. I say this from the bottom of my heart, and truly hope you will keep it in mind at all times. Now, this Zhong still has responsibilities to attend to, so it is not convenient for me to remain here. Yang Kai, take them to register themselves and make preparations." "Yes." Yang Kai bowed. Zhongliang turned and left. It was not troublesome to register in Blue Sky Pass, but it took some time for over 1,000 people to go through this process. As the only Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the newcomers, Grandmaster Ma Fan was naturally the first to register. After receiving his identity token, he went to Yang Kai and handed him a jade slip. "This is what your wives had asked me to pass to you." Yang Kai reached out and took it solemnly. "Many thanks." Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. "It's understandable for someone young to be rather unscrupulous, but brat, you really have gone a little too far." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, without defending himself as he took the jade slip. He scanned it using his divine sense and his expression gradually softened. There was nothing really special in the jade slip, just a few words from his loved ones. The first one was written by Yu Ru Meng, the charm demon saint, then it was Xia Ning Chang, Shuiyu, Ji Yao, Chu Hua Shang, and Tao Ling Wan's turn. They each only wrote a sentence or two at most. Yu Ru Meng was as hot-tempered as ever as she snapped, "If you dare to die outside, I will take my sisters and have them all remarry." Little senior sister was much gentler. "Junior brother, you must take care of yourself when you are outside. The most important thing is to make sure you protect yourself." The seductress from Yinyang Cave Heaven was bold as usual. "If you are lonely outside, you can find a senior sister from Yinyang Heaven to discuss the Tao of Yin and Yang. Make sure you don't look for someone else from some other place, okay?" All this made Yang Kai smile and warm his heart. There were no messages from Su Yen, Zhu Qing and Shan Qing Luo in the jade slip. Obviously, they are still in the divine spirit ancestral land, and did not know much about what was happening in the outside world. After reading the jade slip over and over again, Yang Kai held it tightly to his chest and asked, "Great Master, how is the situation over in the 3,000 worlds?" Grandmaster Ma Fan casually remarked, "Things are as usual. Those who are unaware remain the same, calm and stagnant, but those in the know are all aware that there is currently a huge undercurrent surging under the seemingly calm surface. I don't really need to say much about other things, just the influence of your star boundary alone is huge. It is truly deserving of its reputation as an open heaven realm cradle. Countless geniuses have emerged from the star boundary over the years, and every cave heaven and paradise has gained a lot. In the eyes of those great forces not in the know, the top great forces are just expanding their influence and getting stronger. However, only those of us aware of the truth understand that everything is done in preparation for the war against the Black Ink clan. So, we need to cultivate more people with greater strength. Still, the one that gained the most is not the cave heavens and paradises, but your high heaven palace." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "How so?" Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "High Heaven Palace is the greatest native sect of the star boundary, and with how the great emperors there have turned the tide and saved the whole world not once, but twice, all natives of the star boundary recognize it. Many remain unaware, or simply cannot comprehend how great the cave heavens and paradises are, so in the end, High Heaven Palace is still the best place in their eyes, and many of them still choose to worship under its banner. With so many genius disciples having been taught by strong elders since birth, if this trend continues, after a few thousand years, your High Heaven Palace will be able to stand on equal footing with the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai smiled and said, "That's still a long way from now. Who can clearly say what will happen over such a great span of time?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded and said, "It is said that fate is full of uncertainties, and no one can say what will be until it is. If it was in the past, High Heaven Palace would definitely not be allowed to exist by the cave heavens and paradises. It's not that they are intolerant and greedy, but rather that so many excellent disciples could not be taken away by one sect. Each of them wants to cultivate more elite disciples to fight against the Black Ink clan. Even so, they will not move against your sect. After all, your wives are now direct disciples of various different powerful ancestors. Each of them has someone powerful standing behind them, giving them close relationships with several cave heavens and paradises. What's more, now that you, High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, have entered the Black Ink battlefield, and the higher-ups of High Heaven Palace are themselves aware of the real situation, no one wants to hinder its development, which has paved a smooth road for its growth." Yang Kai nodded happily. Before he set off from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield, several of his wives were indeed taken in as direct disciples of Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters. Among them, Shuiyu became a disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu. Yu Ru Meng became a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven's Mo Sha. Xia Ning Chang became a disciple of Divine Medicine Heaven's Ziyu. Ji Yao became a disciple of Great Battle Heaven's Pai Li. Meanwhile, Chu Hua Shang and Tao Ling Wan, needless to say, were part of Yinyang Cave Heaven and held strong positions within their sect. The reason why these Eighth Order Masters took them as disciples was not just due to their aptitude. After all, there were countless geniuses in their own cave heavens or paradises. Their aptitudes might be the same or even better than his wives, so the main reason why they took them on was because Yang Kai was going to sacrifice himself for the peace and stability of the 3,000 worlds. Thus, they wanted to give Yang Kai some form of reassurance. It was to indicate that even if something were to happen once he entered that void corridor back then, his wives would be taken care of, and by extension, High Heaven Palace and Void Land would be protected. In short, we old fogies will ensure your widows and sect are taken care of, so that may rest assured and go all out. This was also a kind of compensation from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, his wives were all talented enough to become direct disciples of these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After all, each of them had directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm and could thus be expected to reach the Eighth Order in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal strength and accomplishments in the Tao of Space were exceptional. On top of that, he possessed various unique methods which helped him survive. Since he came to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory, he had overcome plenty of difficulties and managed to live till now. Now that his wives in the Star Boundary had the backing of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, coupled with Yang Kai's previous efforts to seal up the Void Corridor alone, High Heaven Palace had the opportunity to grow and develop without interference. If not, with the cave heavens and paradises needing excellent disciples to send to the Black Ink battlefield, how could they possibly sit back and watch a small sect take up so many talents? It had nothing to do with avarice or envy, they simply had no choice as they held the responsibility of protecting the human race. In the face of such a noble goal, anyone or anything that stood in their way would be crushed to dust without the slightest hesitation. Now, knowing that everything in the Star Boundary was alright, Yang Kai could finally rest easy. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-53, Jianghu. Since the Star Boundary was well and good, and High Heaven Palace was thriving with strong momentum, what else could possibly worry Yang Kai? On the other hand, disciples of the cave heavens and paradises willingly shed their blood in the Black Ink battlefield as they waged war against the Black Ink clan for no other reason than a strong sense of responsibility to protect the 3,000 worlds. The situation of the Star Boundary and High Heaven Palace was enough to allow Yang Kai to rest easy. Actually, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. I wanted to settle down in the Black Ink battlefield first, and then find out where you were. I didn't think that you would be here. Say, young boy, you are something like a half-disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so why didn't you go to Yinyang Pass? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I didn't come here through the normal route, so Blue Sky Pass was the first great pass that I encountered. As a result, I settled here. Overall, against the Black Ink clan, it'll be the same no matter which great pass I go to. Grandmaster Ma Fan gave him a fixed look, then nodded, fair enough. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield, Grandmaster? You are a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, so even if you've made it to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, logically speaking, you didn't need to come here. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted, I don't need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to fight against the Black Ink clan, right? As long as I have the heart it is more than enough. Brat, what qualifications do you have to tell an old master like me that I need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to come here? Yang Kai scratched his head and could only laugh bitterly, Grandmaster, please calm yourself. Being asked to calm down only sent Grandmaster Ma Fan into a rage. Just because I was no longer part of the cave heavens and paradises this old master needed to ask their permission to come here. Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of them, and ever since I advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm I had repeatedly requested to be assigned to the Black Ink battlefield, but every single time they rejected me. Bastards! The Black Ink battlefield is not their backyard, so why not just let me come? Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He wouldn't have known about it if Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't mentioned it himself. However, he guessed that it was probably because of this very fact that Grandmaster Ma Fan always seemed unhappy with the cave heavens and paradises. But from another standpoint, were the cave heavens and paradises not trying to protect Grandmaster Ma Fan? After all, Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, and only this old man was still around, struggling to support it by himself. If he was sent to the Black Ink battlefield, then the whole legacy of Great Evolution Paradise would probably end with him. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan must have known how the cave heavens and paradises felt about this situation. However, anger does not listen to rational explanations. If you weren't allowed to come before, why did they let you come this time? Yang Kai asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, isn't Blue Sky Pass in dire need of artifact refiners? This old master may be sloppy, but artifact refining is my speciality. So, this time, a few of those old ghosts actually came to me and asked me to come and support this pass. Of course, I refused. Those bastards refused father here so many times in the past, yet they had the gall to ask me, their father, to come out here on a whim now? Who do they think I am, huh? How dare they? Yang Kai nodded like he was a chicken pecking rice and flattered, yes, that's how it should be, Grandmaster. It was right for you to refuse. But, Grandmaster, why did you change your mind? Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted and said, this father has a firm will, but I'm still no match for those old bastards when it comes to cunning. They kept using soft and hard tactics to get me to agree, and eventually, after thinking it through, I realized that Great Evolution Paradise now has no lack of worthy successors. So, I decided I should come over to join in on the fun. Yang Kai expressed his understanding, but was laughing secretly in his heart. This old man is certainly prideful. He wanted to come all along but refused out of pure stubbornness. However, now, it seemed that it is not a coincidence that Grandmaster Ma Fan was assigned to Blue Sky Pass. Due to Blue Sky Pass Crusade, they had an urgent need for a large number of artifact refiners. Furthermore, Ma Fan was extremely proficient in the Tao of artifact refining, thus, it was only natural that he was assigned here. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, half of the 1,500 reinforcements who had came to support Blue Sky Pass this time are proficient in spirit arrays, alchemy, or artifact refining. Those who are proficient in artifact refining actually account for 80% of those numbers. I have to ask, what happened in Blue Sky Pass? Did all its artifact refiners die or something? Why do you need so many to come and support you? Yang Kai laughed and said, spirit arrays, alchemy, artifact refining are all specialized professions. No matter which great pass, talents proficient in them are heavily protected and will not easily enter the battlefield. In fact, unless a great pass is destroyed, these masters won't die. No artifact refiners from Blue Sky Pass have died. The reason why we needed your help is because Blue Sky Pass launched a crusade recently, and we have now established a forward base deep within the territory of the Black Ink clan. Of course, it's still a distance away from a royal city, with 3 territory lord territories between them. Over there, soldiers have been engaging in skirmishes with the Black Ink clan on a daily basis, so warships are constantly being damaged. The original number of artifact refiners wasn't sufficient to keep up. A crusade? Grandmaster Ma Fan's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had already been registered, were interestedly listening in. They were not specifically trying to eavesdrop, but Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan's conversation was quite open, so it was natural for those nearby to overhear. After all, everyone here was at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Before they arrived, the elders of their sects had mentioned the situation of the Black Ink battlefield to them, thus, they had a general understanding of the status quo. But, as far as they knew, the armies of the Great Passes on the Black Ink battlefield were extremely passive and defensive. Every 100 years or so, the Great Passes would fall under siege. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for them to go on the offensive. Thus, when they just arrived at Blue Sky Pass, and heard a crusade had been made, it made them excited. After all, one would always get more passionate when on the attack than when passively defending. Senior brother, can you share more about this crusade? I'm new here, so although I know a little bit about it, it's just from word of mouth. I haven't seen it, nor participated in it. So, I'm really curious. A young man asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was from a handsome youth who looked like he came from a wealthy background and had a face as smooth as jade. He had a dignified appearance and wore a spotless white robe. Even amongst all those in the open heaven realm, he stuck out. He seemed so perfect that those around him, be it consciously or unconsciously, seemed to distance themselves, as if afraid of being compared to him if they stood too close. However, this man obviously did not let this bother him. There was even a hint of arrogance in his indifferent expression. Yang Kai was now in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and he had cultivated for many years, so his vision was quite sharp. Thus, as soon as he saw this young man, he understood that he didn't just look young, but was young. He was unlike most cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, who, because of their long lifespans, it was difficult to judge their age based on their appearance alone. Based on Yang Kai's estimation, this youth before him was only 200 or 300 years old. Yang Kai's face remained as usual, but his heart was slightly shaken. 7th Order at 200 or 300 years old? It's not an exaggeration to say this person is a favored son of heaven. For someone at his age to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, the only possible way is to directly ascend to the 7th Order. It's impossible for him to directly enter the 6th Order and then cultivate to the 7th Order in such a short time. It had to be noted that those who directly entered the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were basically precious seedlings who had the opportunity to become old ancestors in the future. Yang Kai had only met one such person so far, Luo Ting. He met her in Yinyang Cave Heaven Samsara Pavilion. However, at that time, Luo Ting he had already been in the 7th Order for thousands of years and she had broken through to the 8th Order shortly after, so her temperament was naturally very different from this man. At such a young age, to achieve such a cultivation, he certainly had every right to be arrogant. After all, he had the capital to back up his haughtiness. This junior brother is. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The young man cupped his fist and saluted. Azura Cave Heaven, Jianghu. Yang Kai was a little stunned. Junior brother is from Azura Cave Heaven? He had also come into contact with those from Azura Cave Heaven, and all of them were fierce and vicious, completely different from Jianghu's gentle and dignified demeanor. In fact, if Jianghu had not said where he was from, Yang Kai would never have guessed that he was actually from Azura Cave Heaven. That was just how different he was from the usual militant cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, out of all the cave heavens and paradises, there were two that stood out when it came to militant behavior. One was Azura Cave Heaven and the other was Great Battle Heaven. The latter obviously developed this personality in order to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, the former cultivated based on the Tao of battle and slaughter. Thus, Azura Cave Heaven disciples all fought endlessly to cultivate. If they wanted to get stronger, they just had to risk their lives in life-or-death battles. Still, in the 3,000 worlds, Azura Cave Heaven was still one of the 36 cave heavens, so it was impossible for their disciples to go around wantonly killing innocents just for the sake of their cultivation. Doing so would damage their prestige too heavily for them to remain stable. Even so, they still needed some way to continue to cultivate. Thus, when their disciples wanted to practice, they just needed to go to the Azura arenas. In the arena, they could battle it out and even kill their opponents. Furthermore, the Azura arenas were extremely popular and existed in every major star city. Even the Void Star City and High Heaven Star City had Azura arenas. These arenas also brought in a hefty profit for Azura Cave Heaven, thus, it served two purposes at once. It could be said that the Azura arenas were the foundation of Azura Cave Heaven. In the Azura arena, life and death battles were to be honored, thus, even if an Azura Heaven disciple died inside, the sect would not take revenge. This wasn't just rhetoric, but an established truth, as many Azura Cave Heaven disciples had died in the various Azura arenas over the years, yet the sect never pursued the matter. Yang Kai had also fought people in the Azura arena, so he was familiar with their rules. Jianghu directly broke through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so if he had come from any other cave heaven or paradise, he would definitely be guarded carefully. He would be allowed to completely immerse himself in cultivation, and strive to become an old ancestor in the future. But since he was from Azura Cave Heaven, such a thing was not allowed. There were no 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the Azura arena who would engage in life-or-death fights. After all, the better use for such masters was being sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, Jianghu came here. Yang Kai had been on the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, and although he was usually dealing with the Black Ink clan or cultivating, he had heard a lot of things unrelated to the war itself as well. This included things about Azura Cave Heaven. All the cave heavens and paradises would only sparingly send reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield every 100 years, deploying only the personnel that were really needed. However, Azura Cave Heaven was the sole exception to that trend. They could not wait to send all their Open Heaven realm masters here. In fact, they wished they really could send in all their 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. If someone calculated which sect had the largest proportion of disciples sent to the Black Ink battlefield, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely take first place. In fact, Yang Kai could not think of any other sect that had sent as many or more than Azura Cave Heaven. However, due to how they cultivated, requiring them to engage in killing, it was not uncommon for them to die in the process of growing up. Thus, the number of disciples who would advance to the Open Heaven realm was much less than other cave heavens and paradises. Even so, in terms of combat capability, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely rank among the top 3 of all cave heavens and paradises. Whenever those from Azura Cave Heaven fought, they would do so as though they held no regard for their own lives, and this gave rise to a nickname, Azura Lunatics. They were so notorious for this that it had become widespread throughout the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-54, 2 Rising Stars. Dawn also had a disciple from Azura Cave Heaven. He was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm though. So, when fighting against the Black Ink clan army, he could only remain inside Dawning Light and control the various arrays to kill the enemy. He had no chance to leave the warship, which caused him to complain to Yang Kai many times. It was only when the forward base started hunting that he finally got the chance to directly fight against those scattered Black Ink clansmen. It was the only time when someone like him, who was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, could finally come out and fight. In fact, it was when Dawn was out hunting that he was the happiest. He would not hesitate to put himself in danger just to be able to kill off his enemies. In fact, after each hunt, he would always be covered in blood and leak out an incomparable murderous intent. It was not a stretch to say that he was a madman when it came to combat. Even so, Yang Kai was relieved that his subordinate was a brave fighter. It was just that, this brave fighter was also somewhat prickly. Yang Kai still liked those from Azura Cave Heaven though. He did not mind youngsters being arrogant, as long as they had the ability to back it up. Grandmaster Ma Fan whispered, "This kid is the most outstanding genius in his generation from Azura Cave Heaven." He advanced to the Emperor realm while he was around 100 years old. He then managed to advance to the 7th Order after less than 20 years. Right now, he should be somewhere around 200. His future is many times better than yours. He's also the first person from the star boundary to advance directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and is known as one of the star boundary's 2 rising stars. The other is your disciple, Xiaoya. On the day he advanced to the Open Heaven realm, the top masters of the various cave heavens and paradises stationed in the star boundary all rejoiced and celebrated. After all, his successful breakthrough proved once and for all that the star boundary was worthy of its status as the open heaven realm cradle. Yang Kai nodded silently and did some quick calculations. When Zhang Zhou was practicing in the star boundary, he had already come to Black Ink battlefield. So, it was not strange for him to have never heard of such an outstanding person before. What would junior brother like to know? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Zhang Zhou said, as long as it's about the crusade, anything is fine. Looking around, Yang Kai could see many curious eyes. Although some of the 6th Order and 7th Order masters standing here were older than him, on the Black Ink battlefield, age did not matter. He was a well-regarded senior to them. Yang Kai then began talking about the battle that nearly wiped out the Black Ink clan army, and many things about the crusade. As they listened, the newcomers could feel their blood boiling. They could not wait to enter the battlefield and kill tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen, to make it feel like all the time they spent cultivating had been worthwhile. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. He didn't want to throw cold water on them, as it was normal for new recruits to be eager to kill the enemy and accomplish meritorious deeds. It was only after one had actually dealt with Black Ink clan a few times that they could appreciate the hardships involved in each battle. There were 1,500 people in this group of reinforcements, so it took almost 2 hours to register everyone. Once they were all registered, Yang Kai led them to the universe array of Blue Sky Pass and asked them to leave their imprints on it. This was essential. After all, they might have to use the universe array here to escape in the future. Then, someone from the pill hall came and took away several of the alchemists. For alchemists, they did not need to be posted at the forward base, considering spirit pills could be refined in Blue Sky Pass and then sent to the front lines, which would ensure the safety of the alchemists. Currently, the main task of the pill hall was to refine more purifying Black Ink pills. The consumption of this pill was extraordinarily high. After all, when each squad went out on a mission, they needed to have at least one such pill on hand to prevent accidents. Previously, the expeditionary force could not go deeper into enemy territory because of 2 reasons. 1, the resistance encountered was too strong, and 2, the logistics could not keep up with the consumption. Especially the consumption of the purifying Black Ink pill, which was particularly serious. It could be said that 80% of what the pill hall was currently doing now was refining purifying Black Ink pills. After this whole experience with the expeditionary force, it was believed that the pill halls in every great pass would also shift their focus to refining more purifying Black Ink pills in the future. It was necessary to build up a reserve for any potential expeditionary force and to simply have the capital to push back against the Black Ink clan. After a few days in Blue Sky Pass, the newcomers were all set. In order to successfully send these 1,500 people to the forward base, Zhongliang specially asked the War Materials Hall to bring out a massive ship. This ship had 10 floors and was over 100 meters tall while stretching more than 500 meters in length. It was an imposing sight to behold. The only downside was its combat capabilities. It had not yet reached the level of a mobile palace artifact nor a warship and was basically useless in a fight against the Black Ink clan. It was only useful as a large-scale transport. Before leaving, Zhongliang and Shen Tumo, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, showed up together and explained a few things to the newcomers. All the new recruits were at least in the 6th Order, thus, they moved like the wind, and soon, all of them had boarded the large ship. Zhongliang turned to look at Yang Kai. It's all up to you now. Sir, rest assured, they will all be sent to the forward base without a single one missing. In terms of safety, Yang Kai need not worry about that. Although there might still be some scattered Black Ink clansmen along the way, these newcomers were not weak and all of them were extremely eager to fight, as though they could not wait to encounter the Black Ink clan. They also wanted to see if the so-called Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if they did not meet a Black Ink clansman along the way though, it would still be fine. In fact, if they did meet one, it just meant that the Black Ink clansman's luck had run out. With how much combat power was concentrated in this one ship, there was no way a territory lord would have sat back in their domain and let them pass by. However, all territory lords were currently huddled around the royal city to protect it. Furthermore, with the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watching them, how could they possibly show up so deep within enemy territory? Even so, Yang Kai still reminded the newcomers to be cautious and that they must remain vigilant. The large ship set sail, and Yang Kai arranged for the newcomers to take turns in managing the grand array to deliver power to the large ship. They would do so while he personally concentrated on controlling the direction the ship was headed. The deck was full of people, all of them were looking around curiously, with their divine senses scanning the surroundings, presumably looking for any hidden enemies nearby. However, to their disappointment, they did not see any Black Ink clansmen even a month after they left Blue Sky Pass. A little over a month later, they arrived at the first transit universe array. There was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a battalion stationed here, guarding the universe array all year round. Naturally, there were also many spirit arrays around the universe array, some for protection, while others were to conceal its presence. In fact, if one did not know its location in advance, they probably would never have been able to find the universe array here, even if they were standing right next to it. After verifying their identities and the intention for their visit, the large ship was allowed to pass through the various barriers. Soon, the newcomers went to the universe array and one by one left their imprints behind before the ship set off again. This location was originally occupied by the Black Ink clan. In the past, it would have been impossible for the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass to dive this deep into enemy territory. However, after the Crusade, the Black Ink clan's domain was greatly diminished and this region now fell under the control of Blue Sky Pass. Currently, this far out from Blue Sky Pass, it was entirely possible to encounter scattered Black Ink clansmen. The expeditionary force had moved in a straight line, without clearing out all the enemies to the sides of the bridgehead. Although many squads were currently out hunting these remnants with the goal of cleaning up all Black Ink clansmen in the area, there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. Half a month after they passed by the first transit universe array, the newcomers finally encountered some Black Ink clansmen. It was just a group of a few dozen enemies without even a feudal lord around. With Yang Kai's consent, hundreds of newcomers rushed out and slaughtered the dozens of Black Ink clansmen. The battle ended as quickly as it broke out. Even the weakest of the newcomers was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and there was no shortage of those in the Seventh Order. Thus, how could such a small and weak team of Black Ink clansmen possibly be their opponent? After a dozen breaths of time, they were all slaughtered. It was so quick that most newcomers only had the time to take a look at what those Black Ink clansmen looked like, without the opportunity to make any moves at all. It was Jianghu who killed the most. He killed 3 Black Ink clansmen by himself, but he was left very dissatisfied. These Black Ink clansmen were too weak. They were at most equivalent to cultivators in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. With him being in the Seventh Order, he was basically playing with toddlers. Yang Kai had no intention of extending time on the road. After all, the newcomers would be quickly assigned to various squads when they reached the forward base, and they would soon get used to fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although he did not intend to dally, the Black Ink clan did take notice of the huge ship they were on. After all, it was too conspicuous to miss. Thus, after passing the first universe array, they would often encounter some scattered Black Ink clan groups. The largest groups had hundreds of enemies, but without at least one feudal lord, these Black Ink clan groups were just like the passing wind. Now, the newcomers were all standing on the deck, looking forward to seeing more, to have an opportunity to kill more Black Ink clansmen. As he approached the second universe array, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked in a particular direction. At that location, there seemed to be a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathering. Yang Kai even detected a feudal lord among them. They were very close to the universe array, and although there was an Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master and a battalion assigned to protect this location, due to the importance of this place, they were only responsible for protecting the spirit array. They were not tasked to clean up the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. If the large ship of newcomers were to approach the universe array, the Black Ink clan might discover its location. With that in mind, Yang Kai changed their heading slightly, sailing straight for where the Black Ink clansmen were gathering. Half an hour later, a battle broke out, and the newcomers, as always, rushed out with their blood boiling. There were a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathered, but still fewer than the newcomers themselves. In that chaotic battle, many Black Ink clansmen were wounded, if not killed, and even the feudal lord was killed by Jianghu. Jianghu had advanced to the Seventh Order not long ago and still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Even so, the feudal lord was still not his opponent, which went to show how powerful the cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were. Yang Kai had found out that this guy's polite appearance was just a disguise. He was no different from any other Azura Cave Heaven disciple he met in battle, bloodthirsty and vicious. Jianghu was the last to return, covered in fresh black blood with his murderous aura as strong as ever. The others on board looked at him in awe. Yang Kai checked on him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Jianghu slowly shook his head. "Senior brother, it's just a small scratch. It's no big deal." Yang Kai nodded and earnestly explained, "Battles against the Black Ink clan must not be taken lightly. Perhaps they are not as powerful as you, but they have their unique abilities." Jianghu nodded and said, "I understand." Yang Kai smiled and said, "In that case, rest." Jianghu silently sat cross-legged. After making sure there were no other Black Ink clansmen around, Yang Kai sailed the large ship towards the universe array. Having experienced this once before, this time, without Yang Kai needing to give any orders, everyone already knew what to do and moved to leave their imprints the universe array before setting off again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 51-55, A Lesson. There were only 2 transit universe arrays between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, so after passing the second, it would only take a month for the reinforcements to reach their final destination. For Yang Kai, that would mean that he had basically completed the task assigned to him. The rest would be handled by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, who would be assigning the newcomers to their respective squads and roles. After several small skirmishes, the morale of the newcomers was at an all-time high, and some overly excited ones were even encouraging Yang Kai to look around to see if they could find more Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't agree to their request, thus, many of the excited newcomers soon grew bored. On the deck, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly whispered, "Is there something wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Grandmaster, why would you suddenly ask such a question?" Grandmaster Ma Fan frowned and shook his head. "I can't say for certain, but it feels as though you're concealing something." Yang Kai smiled. "What could I possibly be concealing? Everyone here is still new to the Black Ink battlefield, but they will all one day experience what it's like to suffer a loss here. Through that pain, they'll be able to wise up. Of course, if everything remains so smooth, it won't be good either. They'll start to get too prideful and arrogant. The Black Ink clansmen we've encountered so far were all not strong and they were few in number, so they were easy to deal with. But, if we come across a large army, like those during the siege, it will be different." Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at him, still suspicious, even though he knew that Yang Kai's words were right. At that moment, Yang Kai gently clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the newcomers. "You're all new here, but now that you've seen Black Ink clansmen, and even killed some of them, I need to warn you. Don't think that they will always be as weak as this. If you dare to think in this manner, you probably won't be far from your graves. The Black Ink clan is an extremely difficult race to deal with. Their numbers are inexhaustible, and they will stop at nothing till they kill us all. What's more, they have all kinds of strange and insidious abilities. For countless years, the human race has fought against them on this Black Ink battlefield and guarded the tranquility of the 3,000 worlds with only one principle: be cautious and careful. I hope that after you arrive at the forward base and join your respective squads, you can also learn from our predecessors. Only by surviving can you kill more Black Ink clansmen. Carelessness will only lead to annihilation. Many newcomers listened openly and nodded lightly, but some did not move and remained silent. After all, they were all in the sixth order and above. None of them could be considered children. They had been cultivating for so many years, so they knew the truth and felt they did not need to be lectured like this. Yang Kai took a look around of the crowd for a moment, smiling lightly before he turned to look at a particular individual and asked, "Junior brother Jianghu, do you have anything to add?" Jianghu was startled and slowly shook his head, "No." Yang Kai seemed to be anticipating something as he smiled warmly, "Is there really nothing you'd like to say?" Jianghu frowned slightly but didn't say a word. Just when the newcomers were wondering why Yang Kai suddenly called out Jianghu, the latter suddenly pushed his aura. His world force rumbled, and he slammed a palm to the side. When this sudden change happened, no one managed to react, not even Grandmaster Ma Fan, who was standing nearby. Standing beside Jianghu were a few sixth-order masters. They were caught completely unprepared while Jianghu was merciless with his strike. With the power of this palm, these sixth-order open heaven realm masters would be gravely injured even if they did not die. However, his palm was abruptly stopped. Almost immediately after he made his move, Yang Kai had rushed towards Jianghu. When the two palms collided, world force rampaged. The fallout of an exchange between two masters in the seventh order was extremely violent, and the shockwave was so strong it split the boat in half. Only then did the newcomers realize that something was wrong and they all spread out. When they looked back, Yang Kai was already fighting with Jianghu. Both of them were extremely fast, and neither had any intention of defending at all. They simply continued to attack each other recklessly. Cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were like this. No matter how gentle and elegant they appeared in normal times, once they fought they would change into complete madmen. Even so, the newcomers didn't expect that the genial senior brother, who came to welcome their batch of newcomers, would be even stronger and more ferocious than Jianghu. No one could understand what was happening, except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who frowned thoughtfully. As the battle continued, many people still could not comprehend what had happened. Nonetheless, they grew more curious about Yang Kai's identity. After all cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were crazy when in battle. Even if they were in the same realm, cultivators from the other cave heavens and paradises were not willing to easily clash with those from Azura Cave Heaven. Mainly because they really went for the kill when they fought. Even Jianghu, who was just a newcomer and who had just advanced to the seventh order, was not weaker than most veterans in the seventh order who had advanced more than 100 years ago. Even in the face of the most senior seventh order masters, Jianghu could still put up a fight. Therefore, many newcomers were surprised when they saw that Yang Kai had suppressed Jianghu within just a few breaths of time. Just next to Grandmaster Ma Fan, a seventh order master frowned and asked, "Grandmaster, which cave heaven or paradise does this senior brother come from?" Although they had been together for so many days, and Yang Kai was the person responsible for welcoming and guiding them, he had never once introduced himself. Meanwhile, the newcomers had only been thinking about fighting the Black Ink clan, so no one had asked about his origins. As a result, until now, no one knew much about Yang Kai, only that he was in the seventh order masters from some cave heaven or paradise. Grandmaster Ma Fan slowly sighed, "He's not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, he is the Lord of the Star Boundary." The person who asked the question was surprised, "The Lord of the Star Boundary?" Someone suddenly remembered something, raised his brow and said, "The one who left Black Territory to seal up a void corridor?" Black Territory and the Royal Lord. There was a major event in the 3000 worlds. During that time, there was a lot of noise inside every cave heaven and paradise, and many had participated in the battle to kill the Royal Lord. All those who were sent to fight were in the seventh order or above. As for those who did not participate, many had still heard about Yang Kai before, as his name was just that famous. However, there were only a handful of people who had met him in person, so it was only natural that they could not recognize him. Him. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. So that's why. No wonder senior brother Yang can easily suppress Jianghu, someone sighed with emotion. Yang Kai's deeds were practically legendary in the 3,000 worlds. When he was still in the Emperor realm, he stirred up the entire 3,000 worlds because he wanted to directly ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. As a result, it attracted the joint suppression of several cave heavens and paradises. When he was just a 6th Order master, he fought with and killed a master in the 7th Order from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Even so, the event that really made him famous was the war in Black Territory. After fighting in that great battle, he alone dove into a void corridor, using his mastery over the Tao of space to seal it. He had not returned, and there was no news of him since then. Such a legend had actually been standing amongst them, yet none of them knew. However, if they thought about it carefully, he was indeed one of the few people who could possibly set foot in the black ink battlefield without having any cave heaven or paradise behind him. Grandmaster, why did senior brother Jianghu suddenly try to kill me? Someone asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. Before you came here, you must have been given some information by your elders, right? They must have at least warned you about the dangers of the black ink battlefield. Jianghu is someone from Azura Cave Heaven, so there would obviously be no reason for him to suddenly attack his allies if he was still sane. Since he did so, there must be a reason for it, and you all must have your own guesses. So, why bother to ask this old master? Someone immediately exclaimed, senior brother Jianghu was corrupted by black ink strength. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Besides that, there is no other explanation. Jianghu is now a black ink disciple. But, when did he get corrupted by black ink strength? I've been around him this whole time and didn't notice anything strange. Grandmaster Ma Fan thought carefully. Didn't Jianghu dive into a black ink cloud to pursue that feudal lord some time ago? It is most likely when that happened. He must have been invaded by black ink strength at that time. Everyone was busy killing the enemy except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who did not make a move at the time, thus, he noticed some finer details that others had missed. It was now obvious that when Jianghu returned, Yang Kai had already noticed, and that was the reason he asked Jianghu if something was wrong. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what happened next, let alone explain why Jianghu suddenly attacked and Yang Kai could stop him in time. Yang Kai had clearly been waiting for this to happen. At this thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered and shook his head. Yang Kai was aware of this and was confident he could deal with it, thus, there was no need to worry about anything else. That brat most likely didn't immediately resolve the issue because he wanted to take this opportunity to teach these newcomers a lesson. It didn't have to be Jianghu who got corrupted, it just happened to be him, so Yang Boy just made use of it. It was just as Yang Kai had said, people grew from experiences, especially painful ones. On the black ink battlefield, being arrogant and prideful would never end well, even more so for someone like Jianghu who advanced directly into the 7th Order and was raised by Azura Cave Heaven. He was the best of the best, so it was only natural for him to grow arrogant. Even when Jianghu noticed himself being invaded by black ink strength, his first instinct was to solve the issue himself, so he was unwilling to ask others for help. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own ability and underestimated the horror of black ink strength. Now, after being fully corrupted, he had degenerated into a black ink disciple. Grandmaster, do we need to help? Someone asked. Since this was the legendary Yang Kai, who was able to kill someone in the 7th Order when he was only in 6th Order, now that he was in the 7th Order, he naturally would not face any issues dealing with Jianghu. However, different situations had their own difficulties. With the strength Yang Kai had shown, it was clear he would easily be able to defeat Jianghu, but it might prove difficult to capture him alive. However, if the Grandmaster took action, there would certainly not be any problems. Still, Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head and said, no need. The outcome has already been decided. Everyone turned their heads back and saw Jianghu's figure becoming more and more sluggish. It was as if he was slowly sinking into a swamp. Every time he moved, space principles would bind him down more intensely. Soon, Pitch-black ink strength poured out from Zhang Zhou's body, and even his eyes turned black, making him look extremely ominous. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate himself from his situation. His movements were getting smaller and smaller, as if he was chained by invisible forces, and after a while, he was completely unable to move despite the surging black ink strength inside and outside of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and dragged Zhang Zhou back to the crowd of newcomers. The newcomers swiftly distanced themselves. They did not want to be contaminated by black ink strength, after all. However, at this moment, they were thoroughly shocked. No one expected that two people, who were both in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, would have such a decisive winner, and that one of them would be easily captured alive. To be able to do this meant that Yang Kai had completely eclipsed Zhang Zhou in terms of strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-56, Grandmaster Ma Fan's Research. When Yang Kai left Black Territory, he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He only recently, a little more than 100 years ago, managed to advance to the Seventh Order on the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, technically, he was still a newly promoted Seventh Order Master. Thus, he should be on par with Zhang Zhou in terms of them both being new to the Seventh Order. Even so, the difference in their strength was so astonishing it left all the newcomers in shock. Zhang Zhou was still struggling, but under the shackles of space principles, he seemed to have been exiled to another time and space. No matter how hard he struggled, it did not help. Yang Kai did not immediately disperse the black ink strength in his body, rather, he continued his lesson. Black ink disciples are rare nowadays, but even so, you need to be aware of this truth. Everyone here should already know that if a black ink disciple does not stimulate the black ink strength inside of them, their outer appearance will be no different to that of a normal cultivator, making it difficult to identify them. In the past, if a cultivator was invaded by black ink strength, it was impossible to resolve unless they sacrificed a piece of their small universe. That was the only method our ancestors had to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. The moment black ink strength invaded their small universe, they would immediately cut off that part of their small universe. That was the only way to protect themselves. This is why you will see some in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in Blue Sky Pass. When they came to the black ink battlefield, they were the same as you. They were in the lowest order acceptable here, the Sixth Order, but after continuously sacrificing parts of their small universe, their order regressed. Naturally, sacrificing one's small universe comes with risks and side effects. Their future martial Dao was cut off, and their situation became more dangerous. With their more unstable foundation, it became harder to resist black ink strength. So, they either ended up dead or could no longer resist the corruption of black ink strength and eventually degenerated into black ink disciples. For our ancestors, being reduced to becoming black ink disciples was a fate far worse than death. After all, once they became black ink disciples, they would become slaves of the black ink clan and would be enemies of the human race. So, most would choose to die rather than become black ink disciples. However, life is full of uncertainties, and after each war, there would be an indefinite number of humans who were corroded by black ink strength and reduced to black ink disciples. Fortunately, we humans now have means to fight back against the invasion of black ink strength. While speaking, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill. Blue Sky Pass was fortunate enough to obtain an incomplete ancient pill recipe while exploring a sealed world. Under the leadership of two great Grandmaster alchemists, the pill hall was able to deduce the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill. This pill in my hand is one such pill. Once taken, you will be able to resist black ink strength for a certain period of time. It can also disperse a certain amount of black ink strength inside one's small universe. However, this pill has its own limitations. If you have already become a black ink disciple, taking it will have no effect, so you cannot be too over-reliant on it when fighting against the black ink clan and always need to remain cautious. Someone then asked, Senior Brother Yang, according to you, it is useless for Senior Brother Zhang Zhou to take a purifying black ink pill in this situation, so what should we do? Yang Kai smiled and explained, in this situation, we have to use other means to deal with it. Saying so, his left and right hands suddenly lit up with yellow and blue light. He clasped his palms together, and a pure white light illuminated the void. The white light enveloped Jianghu, and in an instant, a sound which reassembled sizzling oil could be heard. Jianghu struggled in pain, but as the sound died down, the black ink strength in his body was dispersed and purified, allowing him to calm down within a few breaths. That was purifying light. It can be used to dispel and purify black ink strength and is arguably the greatest nemesis of black ink strength. The newcomers whispered to each other for a while. Many obviously held great interest in the purifying light. After all, if they could learn this secret technique, they would no longer need to fear the black ink strength's corruption when they fought on the black ink battlefield. Yang Kai didn't tell them that only he could perform this secret technique. After all, they would stay on the black ink battlefield for a long time and would naturally learn more about it when the time was right. Even he had to learn how it could be used in the black territory. At that time, he had little understanding of purifying light's properties, but eventually, he learned and managed to restore most of the black ink disciples to their original states. He then turned his head to look at Jianghu. You should have asked for help as soon as possible. Before the appearance of purifying light and purifying black ink pills, the corruption of black ink strength was an unsolvable problem for the human race. Even those in the Eighth Order were helpless against it and would need to sacrifice part of their small universes just to maintain their sense of self, not to mention someone like you who has just entered the Seventh Order. Jianghu was drenched in a cold sweat as he fearfully said, "This junior brother was careless. What senior brother has taught me will forever be engraved in my mind." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's go." The group continued on their way, but because the large ship was destroyed in the conflict between Yang Kai and Jianghu, everyone could only fly the rest of the way to the forward base. Fortunately, this place was not far from their destination, thus, they only needed to avoid some large black ink cloud on the way. Yang Kai had no intention of making Jianghu understand he was being too arrogant. It was just that as the person tasked to be their escort, he had the obligation and responsibility to teach these newcomers about the dangers of black ink strength. Furthermore, letting them witness these dangers with their own eyes was far more convincing than mere verbal warnings. He believed that after the incident with Jianghu, no one would dare to underestimate the Black Ink clan ever again. Grandmaster Ma Fan flew over to Yang Kai and used his divine sense to send him a message. "Brat, who developed the purifying light secret technique? Is it difficult to learn?" Yang Kai was a little speechless as he didn't expect that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be so interested in purifying light. "If I could teach you, I would, but this secret technique is unable to be used by anyone besides me. So, I have to apologize." Grandmaster Ma Fan then wondered, "If that's the case, why are you able to use it?" Yang Kai replied, "Because of a gift from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer." After some explanation, Grandmaster Ma Fan showed a regretful look, "So that's how it is. This secret technique can only be performed by you alone, and others cannot do it." Exactly. Although the number of people in this group was large, all of them were above the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, thus, their pace was pretty quick. After another month, the forward base came into view. Along the way, the newcomers' enthusiasm for killing the Black Ink clan was still high, but their initial careless attitude had been thoroughly ground down and they were now much more wary of the enemy. The arrival of the newcomers did not cause any waves. After all, there were not that many people idle in the forward base. Most of those who were stationed here were either resting or out on hunting missions. Yang Kai went straight to Dingyao, which marked the completion of his task. He then bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to where Dawn was stationed. The squad members were all recuperating, and Yang Kai did not want to bother them, so he just went back to his residence to cultivate. There was still a little time left before the next mission, so he took advantage of this time to restore his energy. 2 months later, Dawn was ready to go. Yang Kai picked up the repaired dawning light from the refining hall and set sail once again. The plan of fortifying the forward base and clearing the area around it had been going smoothly. Now, all conflicts in the Blue Sky Theater would basically only break out around the forward base. As such, for the human race, it was necessary to eliminate the Black Ink clan wandering around, and further reduce whatever territory the Black Ink clan controlled. Meanwhile, for the Black Ink clan, their priority was to recapture occupied territories. Thus, both sides engaged in a continuous campaign around the forward base. However, major conflicts were rare, as it was even rarer for the territory lords and Eighth Order masters to get involved. The territory lords had suffered huge losses in the previous war, and it would be difficult for them to restore their numbers in a short time. Thus, none wanted to venture out too far from the royal city. On top of that, unless circumstances were special, if they wanted to withdraw from a fight, the Eighth Order humans could do nothing about it. As such, the top masters from both sides preferred to spend their time recuperating. After the newcomers joined the forward base, its strength increased greatly. The arrival of hundreds of artifact refiners alone was enough to ensure the continuous combat capability of each squad. Some years later, the small-scale skirmishes between the two sides only became fiercer. It was especially obvious to the squads who were out hunting. The biggest change was that when they were out of the forward base, they would encounter larger groups of Black Ink clansmen. Enemy groups were sometimes so large that they numbered in the tens of thousands. Thus, the initial plan to clear the surrounding region and build up a solid defensive position got more difficult as time passed. Furthermore, they did not know why the Black Ink clan's resistance suddenly became so strong once again. There were more humans casualties, and even more in the Black Ink clan. Even the territory lords and the Eighth Order masters fought more frequently than before. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was basically the Black Ink clan's final stand. After all, as long as they could survive this period, the overall situation would stabilize. If the human race continued to push forward, and more territory was taken from them though, the royal city would be in peril. Not to mention, the flanks between the forward base and Blue Sky Pass would eventually also fall under the control of the human race. If this came to pass, Blue Sky Pass would completely change the landscape of the battlefield and hold a significant advantage. Inside the forward base, in a sealed space, deep underground, a pillar was rooted to the ground. The floor was covered with spirit arrays, and there was a Black Ink clansman bound by the arrays to the pillar. No matter how the Black Ink clansman struggled, he could not break free from his shackles. Judging from the power emanating from this Black Ink clansman, he was obviously a feudal lord. In fact, even among the feudal lords, this one was quite strong. It was unfortunate that even he did not know who had captured him and imprisoned him here. Right in front of that feudal lord, two figures stood side by side. One was Yang Kai, and the other was Grandmaster Ma Fan. After showcasing the power of purifying light in front of Grandmaster Ma Fan, the old man became extremely interested in it. Although Yang Kai repeatedly reiterated that only he could cast it, he still continued to pester Yang Kai with questions, obviously wanting to study it more. However, his research was built on the foundation of torturing Black Ink clansmen. For decades, in his spare time, Ma Fan had been researching and refining an artifact that could exert the power of the purifying light. He was, after all, an artifact refining great grandmaster, someone capable of even refining mobile palace artifacts and warships. Furthermore, Yang Kai was not staying somewhere far away, thus, he would go up to him and get him to help in his research whenever possible. Naturally, Ma Fan was swamped with work most of the time. After all, he was an artifact refiner and needed to repair the damaged warships and fortify the forward base, so his research was somewhat intermittent. Nonetheless, a decade ago, he had a breakthrough in his research. He had developed a spear artifact, which was no more than 3 meters long. He named it the Evil Purging Divine Spear, an extremely rustic name. In fact, Yang Kai had expressed his disdain for the name more than once, but the old man ignored him and continued to name it as he pleased. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-57, Evil Purging Diving Spear. Yang Kai also did not know who had captured the feudal lord, who was bound here. Nonetheless, it was easy to tell that the one who captured this feudal lord must have been an 8th-order master. Moreover, since the old man's research involved purifying light, which would be of great benefit to the human race if it was successful, he was definitely being supported by Zhongliang and the other army commanders. Yang Kai was also looking forward to it. After all, if Grandmaster Ma Fan's research was successful, the human race would gain a powerful weapon against the Black Ink clan. It might even be able to disrupt the current stalemate. The war on the Black Ink battlefield had raged on for countless years, with neither side having a decisive advantage. The human race relied on their great passes and warships to resist the attacks of the Black Ink clan, making it difficult for them to break through and invade the 3,000 worlds. Meanwhile, although the Black Ink clan always suffered heavy losses after each major war, the humans could not completely weed them out, since as long as they had enough Black Ink nests and resources, they could quickly restore their numbers and find a chance to make a comeback. This was how the Black Ink battlefield had maintained its balance for countless years. Yang Kai's arrival broke this pattern to a certain extent. He brought purifying light, universe arrays, and purifying Black Ink pills. These had allowed Blue Sky Pass enough leeway to launch a crusade and achieve something that countless ancestors could only dream of. Even so, currently, the crusade was at an impasse. They had reached another deadlock. Under the increasingly tough resistance of the Black Ink clan, they could no longer move forward. The arrival of Grandmaster Ma Fan might be able to break the pattern again. Of course, his research was still only in its early stages. Technically, there were a lot of artifact refining great grandmasters in the human race. In fact, every great pass had at least 2 to 3 of them. Furthermore, in terms of artifact refining skills, Grandmaster Ma Fan was only on par with them, with no one being better than the other. The key difference was in their way of thinking and overall perspective. He was given a problem and had a different way of seeing it from the other artifact refining great grandmasters, especially since he had just arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. In the old man's own words, the artifact refining great grandmasters stuck in the Black Ink battlefield have lived far too long following the same pattern, so all they thought about was defense. Thus, they were extremely focused on methods to make the mobile palace artifacts and warships more durable and how to reduce the losses of human soldiers. He was different though. Although he was definitely old, he could be said to be a rookie here, thus, he had the vigor and determination of a newcomer. From his perspective, the best defense was a good offense. After all, no matter how strong or tough the walls were, there was no point if they could not eradicate the Black Ink clan. It was precisely this unique perspective that gave birth to the idea of developing the evil purging divine spear. Of course, it also had something to do with Yang Kai showing him purifying light while guiding and teaching the newcomers upon their initial arrival. At that time, Yang Kai had said something which he may not have realized had become deeply ingrained in Grandmaster Ma Fan's heart. Purifying light is the greatest nemesis of Black Ink strength. If it was the nemesis of Black Ink strength, why not find ways to further utilize it? Since purifying light could only be cast by Yang Kai, Ma Fan wanted to further strengthen it by using an artifact. This would allow it to be used offensively. With this in mind, the evil purging divine spear came into being. This was also strongly supported by Zhongliang and the others. In fact, the feudal lord imprisoned here was captured by Zhongliang himself. Furthermore, this was not the first feudal lord that had been captured. Before this, there were plenty of other feudal lords, but they had eventually been killed as the old man continued his research. Come. The same old thing. This version of the evil purging divine spear has been improved by this old master after much careful consideration. Seal some purifying light inside. Grandmaster Ma Fan said, handing the long artifact in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and nodded. I hope it won't be like last time. It exploded before I could even use it. The evil purging divine spear was meant to be used against the Black Ink clan, so it needed him to seal purifying light in it just like how he originally sealed purifying light in the purifying black ink battleships. However, the purifying black ink battleships were huge, and they had many spirit arrays, which were all properly arranged for different purposes. Thus, it was not that difficult to seal purifying light inside of them. The evil purging divine spear was very different. This artifact was only 3 meters long, but it not only had to seal purifying light inside, it also had to increase its lethality. This required great artifact refining skills and was something only an artifact refining great grandmaster like Ma Fan could do. The difficulty of accomplishing this was further proven when he, even after so long, had not succeeded. Every time during the experiment, there would always be some kind of problem, which would lead to the result being unsatisfactory. Last time was the most ridiculous. Yang Kai had just sealed purifying light inside the spear, when it exploded. At that time, all kinds of burnt materials splattered across Yang Kai's face, making it black like coal, while all his hair had been sticking up after being blown away. Even the old man could not stop himself from laughing at the comical scene. This time, Yang Kai brought up that incident again, and Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately glared at him. "It'll be fine." "Why would it not?" "Brat, you're so long-winded. Look. You already know that if this succeeds, we will be famous. Our names will go down in history and will last forever. At that time, we can basically take half the credit for eradicating the Black Ink clan." They had been getting along with each other for many years and knew each of their backgrounds and personalities. So, they hardly had any scruples when speaking with each other. Yang Kai naturally knew the importance of the evil purging divine spear, so he stopped talking about it and began casting purifying light while holding the evil purging divine spear. Under normal circumstances, once purifying light had been cast, unless Yang Kai deliberately suppressed it, it would slowly dissipate. After all, strictly speaking, purifying light was just a form of energy that appeared as white light. Under Yang Kai's control though, the dazzling white light slowly poured into the evil purging divine spear. The spear contained a small storage space, which Grandmaster Ma Fan improved upon after carefully studying the various spirit arrays in the purifying black ink battleship. The feudal lord, who was bound not too far away, suddenly became restless. His eyes were round as he stared at the deadly white light, madly struggling to escape. It was evident that his eyes were filled with horror. Purifying light was the nemesis of black ink strength, so although this feudal lord didn't know what the white light was, he instinctively felt threatened by it. Both Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan were not surprised by this situation, as every feudal lord who had been captured before reacted the same way when they saw purifying light. But, their minds were completely focused on the evil purging divine spear at the moment. Under the close attention of 2 pairs of eyes, the purifying light slowly disappeared without a trace, completely pouring into the evil purging divine spear. When the light disappeared entirely, Grandmaster Ma Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Success! It did not explode this time. The improvements I've taken so long to make have finally paid off. Now, it's time to test the efficacy of the evil purging divine spear. It was not easy to refine this spear, and even though it is only 3 meters long, it consumed a lot of precious materials. It also took Grandmaster Ma Fan a lot of effort to produce. All kinds of problems encountered during its development were solved by him alone, as he had never asked for help from others. He couldn't get help either. After all, the other artifact refiners had their own tasks and no one had the time or energy to help him. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked up at Yang Kai. "Will you be the one that does it, or me?" Yang Kai checked the evil purging divine spear and said, "I'll do it." Grandmaster Ma Fan gave a nod and his hand seals changed. The spirit array in the secret room flickered, and the binding power suddenly disappeared. The feudal lord, who had been bound to the pillar, had been struggling the whole time. Naturally, it was futile with the restraint of the spirit arrays, but immediately after Grandmaster Ma Fan released the restraints, the feudal lord took action. There was no way out of this secret room, so the feudal lord only had one choice, which was to pounce on Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan. The black ink strength madly surged and turned into a mass of black mist that enveloped him. He then moved as swiftly as the wind. With a faint boom, the feudal lord let out a pained scream as a figure rushed at him and struck him with a powerful force. The feudal lord noticed there was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and when he looked down to check, his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not know when, but there was now a spear lodged into his abdomen, the same one the two humans were mulling over before. For feudal lords, such an injury was not considered light, but it was not considered fatal either. Thus, as long as they had enough time, they could restore themselves. But the terror in the feudal lord's eyes at this moment was thick and overflowing. He sensed that from the spear, a mysterious energy was suddenly spreading out. It poured into his body, and quickly dissolved the foundation of his power. The feudal lord was horrified. He thought back to what he had seen before and knew that it must have been that dazzling white light which had made him feel uneasy. Reaching out his hand, he ruthlessly pulled the spear out of his body, causing black blood to freely splatter around. He wanted to urge his black ink strength to stop the flow of blood spilling and seal his wound, however, he could not stimulate it to heal his wound at all. The mysterious energy lingered in the wound, like maggots on rotting bones, dispersing any black ink strength he tried to condense there. Worse, it was also eating away at his strength. Looking down, he could even see a dazzling white light blooming from inside the wound. "Kill me and you can go free," Yang Kai shouted and rushed forward to punch the feudal lord. The feudal lord gritted his teeth and fought back, exchanging blows with Yang Kai. He didn't know if what this human said was true, but regardless, he could not sit still and wait to die. After all, he was a proud black ink clansman who had become a feudal lord. He was resilient and would not give up hope so easily. However, his own situation was worse than he had thought. Under the erosion of the mysterious energy, his strength had plummeted, and no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to exert much of his strength. After half an hour, the feudal lord fell to the ground panting. His face was strangely pale, and the huge gap in strength between him and his enemy made him no longer want to resist. Even so, he was unwilling to die here in total ignorance. Thus, he looked at Yang Kai and indignantly asked, "What kind of power is that?" Yang Kai looked down at him, his expression unfazed. "Us humans have been fighting against your Black Ink clan for countless years, and the situation has not changed much in all that time. Neither side holds a clear advantage, so it is obvious that you are not stronger than us. Instead, all you rely on is your Black Ink strength. Tell me. Without it, what are you? Simple, you are nothing."